Chapter 1. Traversing. A gentle breeze swirled through the forest, carrying the distant chirping of birds up to the vast sky, before finally drifting languidly into the ears of Duan Xiaoxi. This place was serene and vibrant, a stark contrast to the cacophony of the city she had inhabited for the past 20 years. Duan Xiaoxi, holding the wild hare she had just shot, deftly removed the arrow lodged in its body, carefully setting it aside for future use. She then made her way to a nearby stream to skin and rinse the hare, preparing it for roasting over an open fire. Though it was spring, the twin suns hung high in the sky, casting temperatures significantly warmer than those in the city. Duan Xiaoxi spent a considerable amount of time completing these tasks, and by the end, she was slick with sweat. She wiped her brow with the back of her hand, staring vacantly at the sky. Incredulously, she mused to herself, "How could I have survived for 3 days in this wilderness with so little to sustain me?" The forest seemed vast, and the underbrush intricate. She dared not wander far, opting instead to temporarily settle in a nearby clearing. As she awaited the roasting of the hare, the symphony of birds and insects dulled the memories of her past 20 years. She found herself reminiscing, but her prior experiences felt painfully mundane. Her grandmother, training, competitions, school, and then her demise. She had perished in a tragic car accident. Her research achievements had been usurped by her mentor, who then turned against her, leading to a cascade of rumors that culminated in headlines declaring athletes' academic fraud unforgivable. The butterfly effect ensued, resulting in Duan Xiaoxi's expulsion from the archery team. Attempts to confront her coach proved futile, and ultimately, she chose to retire and withdraw from her studies to bring closure to the ordeal. From a national sensation representing her country in archery to being expelled for plagiarism, her misfortune was already profound. Little did she know, calamity would strike again on her way home. She was crushed beneath a toppled truck, losing her life. With a sigh, Duan Xiaoxi lamented how she could exit this melodramatic world in such a trivial manner. If the universe indeed harbored metaphysical forces, she wished to transform into a vengeful spirit, haunting her mentor nightly, delivering him a dose of summer's chill. At that moment, the foliage behind her rustled softly. Duan Xiaoxi's expression hardened as she instinctively reached for her bow, silently crouching down, while her other hand retrieved a flaming stick from the fire. She understood that regardless of the predatory creatures inhabiting this terrain, in their domain, she was likely no match. Thus, since awakening, she had claimed this small clearing as her base, never daring to stray far in search of food, with the fire burning from dawn until dusk. Fortunately, a small stream nearby alleviated her concerns about water. The weather was splendid, the sun radiating just right. The hare was plump, sizzling as it roasted, the enticing aroma mingling with the sound of crackling flames and the rustling leaves, stirring Duan Xiaoxi's senses. Holding her torch aloft, Duan Xiaoxi turned slowly, careful not to make any sudden movements that might disturb whatever lurked in the underbrush. The creature seemed to sense her too as she approached. It quieted, holding its breath. Neither party dared to act, locked in a tense stalemate. After an indeterminate period, a thud resounded from the thicket, signaling something had collapsed. Raising her torch cautiously, Duan Xiaoxi discovered it to be a wolf. Its body bore grievous wounds, a gaping hole marred its flank, dried blood clinging to its fur, mingled with dirt and debris, obscuring its original form. One of its hind legs was broken, the bone protruding grotesquely. It lay on the ground, struggling to rise on its front legs, but its rear limbs flailed uselessly, any effort to escape proving futile. Its eyes, fierce and glimmering with a sinister hue, fixed on Duan Xiaoxi. She inwardly offered a prayer of gratitude, thankful that this was an incapacitated wolf otherwise. Considering its size and strength, it would pose a formidable threat. The wolf bared its teeth menacingly at Duan Xiaoxi, who remained steadfast. After a moment, exhausted from its growling, it lay down, glaring at her. The hare had been roasting for quite some time, and it was now perfectly cooked, releasing a mouth-watering scent. The wolf's gaze shifted slightly. Duan Xiaoxi comprehended the situation, confirming that the wolf was indeed incapacitated. Regardless of whether it understood her, she spoke candidly. "Brother Wolf, Our meeting is serendipitous. Today, I shall not harm you, and you shall not bite me. Let us coexist peacefully. Should you survive in a few days, remember my mercy and do not seek trouble with me." She trotted over, tearing off a hind leg of the hare, brandishing the remaining meat before the wolf. "If you agree, this meat is yours." Their eyes locked, seeing that the wolf was no longer posturing. Duan Xiaoxi nodded in satisfaction and found a stick, propping the hare meat on leaves and pushing it toward the creature. The injured wolf did not even glance at the offered hare. Instead, it continued to watch Duan Xiaoxi cautiously until she departed. Returning to her clearing, Duan Xiaoxi settled by the fire and began to gnaw on the hare's leg, keeping an eye on the rustling bushes. After some time, she discerned the sounds of tearing and swallowing emanating from the forest. Perhaps it was the solitude of the woods that rendered her so lonesome that she could converse with a feral wolf. With a sigh and a shake of her head, she reflected on her many moments of helplessness over the past few days. Helplessness at her own demise, forced acceptance of her transmigration, the blandness of her sustenance. All these were tears of bitterness. At night, leaning against her suitcase, covered by a thin blanket thankfully, before her death, her coach had instructed her to roll up her bedding, which she now had to shield herself. The temperature in the forest fluctuated significantly between day and night. Clad in a thin sweatshirt and sweatpants, she could not bear the cold without some covering. Moreover, in such a desolate place, falling ill could prove perilous. In the dead of night, another wolf prowled nearby, having observed Duan Xiaoxi for 2 days. Seizing the cover of darkness, it drew closer, lured by the scent of blood. The malevolent wolf's nostrils flared with excitement as it approached, and the wolf she had previously encountered, her brother, emitted a low, threatening growl from its throat. The newcomer instantly recognized it, halting in its tracks. That was a warning from the forest's white specter. Should it dare to encroach upon the specter's dominion, it would swiftly be met with a deadly bite to the throat. However, this was when the specter was uninjured. Fortune did not favor the bold. A gust of wind dispersed the clouds, and moonlight filtered through the trees, illuminating the ghost and revealing its numerous wounds. The malevolent wolf was nearly beside itself with glee, for the forest's white specter lay like a lifeless dog upon the ground, unable to move. The once distant scent of blood was now tantalizingly close. It advanced, observing the ghost, fierce yet immobile. The wolf confirmed that this once dominant ghost had reached a point of utter desperation. Yet, it still dared not attack recklessly, for nothing was more dangerous than a cornered beast. Though the specter could not move, its sharp fangs remained intact, having claimed countless prey and enemies in the past. The malevolent wolf circled the ghost, appearing both cautious and admiring. Finally, it let out a low growl and lunged, aiming for the specter's vulnerable neck. But the ghost ferociously turned its head, opening its jaws in an attempt to bite the wolf's throat. The malevolent wolf, however, was prepared at the critical moment. It stepped back and launched a surprise attack, sinking its teeth into the ghost's shoulder. Chapter 2: The Wolf Beast. Duan Xiaoxi dared not sleep too soundly at night, keeping the fire ablaze both day and night. Particularly after sensing that something had been watching her for the past 2 nights, she was even more vigilant. Upon discovering the injured male wolf in the thicket that morning, she initially thought it was monitoring her, but then realized no predator would intentionally place itself in the vicinity of its potential prey. That would be foolish. Indeed, that night, an uninvited guest returned. Thus, torch in one hand and bow in the other, she silently listened for a while to the rustling in the bushes. To her surprise, she found that the malevolent wolf had engaged her brother in a tussle. Adhering to the principle of assessing her capabilities and never overestimating herself in the presence of wild animals, she observed the unfolding drama. Yet a troubling thought crossed her mind. If this malevolent wolf were to kill her brother, it would likely set its sights on her next. Even if the wolf spared her today, tomorrow it would surely come for her. Fleeing? That depended on whether she could escape. Considering the perils of the forest, how far could she run? As long as it lived, Duan Xiaoxi would never be safe. There was no telling when the fire might extinguish, or when she might fall into a deep sleep from which she would never awaken. Duan Xiaoxi silently chanted, "Fear not, death cannot harm me." In that moment, she felt emboldened, and with newfound courage, she resolved to confront it fiercely today. If that failed, she thought sorrowfully, perhaps she would simply offer her head instead. With only one hand free for either the torch or bow, Duan Xiaoxi rallied herself, contemplating her next move. From her vantage point among the trees, she couldn't discern the situation within, but they also couldn't see her. If she used her powerful bow, she would need to get close enough to accurately identify the wolf, but such proximity could invite a counterattack. Yet, the wild wolf was too agile, making the torch alone a poor weapon. After deliberation, she resolved to first use the torch to drive it away, then follow up with an arrow. The malevolent wolf clamped its jaws onto the ghost's shoulder, refusing to let go, its forepaws pressing down on the specter's abdominal wound. The scabbed injury reopened, oozing blood and staining the ground. The ghost, in excruciating pain, remained silent, struggling desperately, but its hind legs had yet to heal, forcing it to stagger a few steps before being pinned back into the earth. That moment, Duan Xiaoxi brandished a torch in one hand and wielded a wooden stick as thick as an infant's wrist in the other. Without hesitation, she charged at the malevolent wolf, striking down upon it with ferocity. The wolf, sensing the impending danger, attempted to evade, but was swiftly seized by Ghost, who clamped onto its hind leg. The wolf missed its chance to flee and was struck hard by Duan Xiaoxi on its waist. With a slender and supple frame, the wolf was immediately incapacitated by the blow, unable to rise. Duan Xiaoxi, wary of underestimating the creature, raised the wooden stick to deliver another blow, provoking the wolf's ferocity. In a surprising turn, the wolf bit down on her stick, shaking its head vigorously. The force of the impact numbed Duan Xiaoxi's grip, prompting her to relinquish the stick and resort to the torch for intimidation. The wolf, alarmed by the approaching flames, was frightened into a retreat, though its hind leg remained ensnared in Ghost's jaws. Recognizing an opportune moment, Duan Xiaoxi swung the torch while unfastening the longbow from her back, retreating slightly as she called out to Ghost, "Brother Wolf, let go." Initially, she believed that the wolf would not comprehend human speech and would likely refuse to release its grip. Thus, she aimed to create some distance to enhance the arrow's lethality. To her astonishment, the wolf seemed to understand and promptly released its hold, even nodding slightly. This unexpected response left Duan Xiaoxi momentarily stunned. Regaining her composure, she drew her bow and aimed, just as the wolf had managed to create some distance, its injured hind leg hindering its speed. Confident in her aim, she heard the sharp whistle of the arrow slicing through the air, piercing through the wolf's neck and embedding itself into the ground. The wolf, now pinned, convulsed a couple of times, spitting blood before gradually becoming still. With the threat neutralized, Brother Wolf relaxed and collapsed to the ground, exhausted, under Duan Xiaoxi's watchful gaze. As she retrieved her arrow, she frequently glanced back, an unsettling thought crossing her mind. This wolf seemed almost sentient. Placing the carcass nearby posed the risk of attracting other predators. So Duan Xiaoxi decided to drag the wolf by its tail in search of a more secluded burial spot. However, she paused, realizing that Brother Wolf was also a carnivore. The wolf, currently licking its wounds, sensed a gaze upon it and abruptly lifted its head, the fierceness in its eyes not yet dimmed, only to find Duan Xiaoxi staring at it with words unspoken. "It's noon," she remarked, seemingly oblivious to her earlier wariness, casting a sidelong glance at the wolf's corpse before continuing. "Are you hungry?" Her tone carried a hint of forced awkwardness. In response, the wolf fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 3. Encounter with the supernatural wolf. Brother disposed of the carcass of the male wolf amidst the thicket, digging a hole with his forepaws to bury the remnants, peering through the gaps in the foliage. He observed Duan Xiaoxi bustling about that a fire blazed in the open space, and a suitcase lay wide open as she rummaged through it for a small medicine box. Typically, she did not stay in the dormitory, but resided with her team, keeping the medicine at the training ground for emergencies, and fortunately, it had not yet expired. That a small pot, once a tin for refined biscuits purchased for her grandmother, now sat atop the fire. The biscuits, intended for gifting, had become her own sustenance. She used the pot now to boil water, as she dared not drink from the wild springs, fearing parasites and microorganisms. Better safe than sorry, if something went awry. She would have no means to save herself to at that moment. A towel simmered in the pot. Once the water reached its boiling point, she covered it to let it cool for a while. Taking this opportunity, she retrieved a few pieces of anti-inflammatory medication and some alcohol-soaked gauze. She counted her remaining supplies. Not much. After careful consideration, she set aside a portion for herself as she parted the grass. She found Wolf Brother staring intently at her, blood still oozing from his belly, soaking the ground in a small patch. The areas that hadn't absorbed the blood quickly formed a small puddle. Duan Xiaoxi felt a surge of dread as she glanced at Wolf Brother, thinking, if you don't stop the bleeding soon, you'll be done for, my friend. Wolf Brother fixed his gaze on the items in her hands for a moment before turning his head away. Panting softly, Duan Xiaoxi approached cautiously, squatting down and inching closer, fearful that Wolf Brother might lash out. Crouching made her movement slow, and she deliberately reduced her speed, finally slipping beside him when the towel in her hand no longer emitted steam. She extended one leg outward, ready to flee if necessary. While carefully observing Wolf Brother's expression, she gently parted the fur on his belly. Sensing her intent to reach for his wound, he immediately bristled, baring his teeth and emitting a low growl. Duan Xiaoxi had anticipated this reaction, albeit perhaps too much. The moment he turned his head, she sprang back as if propelled by a spring, leaping several feet away. Startling Wolf Brother in a shock, Wolf Brother thought to himself, an expert. Calm down. Let us talk this through internally, he grumbled. Why must you be so theatrical? Duan Xiaoxi, lowering her body to appear non-threatening, gestured towards her waist and the blood on the ground. Indicating her lack of malice, she added, imploringly, please don't bite me. Wolf Brother tilted his head again, seemingly nodding. In an instant, Duan Xiaoxi swiftly covered his mouth with her clothing, but he stared at her in astonishment. To which she responded with an apologetic smile, oh dear, my little heart. She chuckled nervously, I'm not afraid of you biting me. I'm just worried that if you cry out in pain, you might attract wolves or tigers, and then we'd be doomed. She then proceeded to bind his two intact forepaws as well. His wolfish eyes silently gazed at her, unblinking, perceiving something different in her smile. Yet he allowed her to press the sterilized and boiled towel against his wound. The agony was excruciating, but he had always been able to endure pain. The towel was warm, and her gentle hands were soothing. The sound of a bubbling brook and the melodious chirping of birds filled the air, while a ray of sunlight filtered between the leaves, illuminating her face and making the beads of sweat on her forehead glisten. He took in the sight of her elegant brows, lively eyes, well-defined nose, and full lips, along with her dainty earlobe adorned with a reflective ring in that moment. He realized this female was truly beautiful. Time seemed to stand still, and for the first time in years of wandering, he felt that seeking a mate might not be such a bad idea. The lovely female he had been observing was, at that moment, gazing back at him. With a perplexed expression, she slowly spoke, "Look at your mother." Wolf Brother widened his eyes in disbelief. Duan Xiaoxi was astonished to see shock reflected on the face of a wolf. Yet, she understood another truth. This wolf was not clever enough to decipher her thoughts through expressions and body language. He could comprehend human speech. I knew it. He must have nodded just now. Duan Xiaoxi's mind roared with realization. Maintaining her composure, she inquired, "Can you understand me?" Wolf Brother seemed to grasp her intent, and to her surprise, he wagged his tail slightly, as if to say, "You're quite clever." Duan Xiaoxi felt as if she had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. Oh no, a frightful specter. Though she had suspected it, the reality was still shocking enough to astonish her for an entire year. This was not a matter to ponder too deeply. If she recounted her experiences, it would likely leave Wolf Brother in shock for just as long. Let it all end. I'm exhausted, she sighed, wiping her face with a clean hand, surrendering to fate. So, where exactly is this place? Wolf Brother tilted his head, contemplating. Chapter 4. Deception. Seeing him stare in silence, Duan Xiaoxi felt anxious. After a moment of panic, she remembered that she had bound him. Quickly, she began untying him, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry. After a prolonged exchange of glances, Duan Xiaoxi's expression steadied, though her heart was tumultuous, her fists hanging at her sides. Gradually tightened as she thought, if you don't react soon, I might just give you a good smack. Wolf Brother wanted to speak, but found himself unable. That it was not due to her forcibly covering his mouth. Rather, he was unable to transform back into a human form. So he let out a howl. I can't speak. Duan Xiaoxi contemplated for a moment, gauging the time, then lifted the towel to find that the bleeding had mostly stopped. She used a small pair of scissors to trim the fur around his wound. Observing her using those peculiar items on him, Wolf Brother was puzzled but remained still, intermittently vocalizing a few sounds as if asking why she had fallen silent. Were you angry? I didn't mean to be silent. Her irritation was minimal. She was not prone to anger. When deep in thought, she preferred silence, as speaking could disrupt her train of thought. That as Duan Xiaoxi mentally replayed the events and analyzed the situation. She traversed the journey from death to rebirth, from the logical to the illogical. She had been through this process countless times over the past few days. Yet she relished such pursuits, akin to a detective unraveling a mystery. As clues emerged and slowly revealed the truth. The wound on Wolf Brother's side was long and deep. That as she pondered, she examined the red marks at the edge of the injury. Signs of new tissue forming as the wound healed. That it was astonishingly rapid. Even a beast should not possess such formidable regenerative abilities. She poured iodine over the wound and finally spoke. Let us do this. I'll ask you a question. And you respond with a yes or no. Nod for yes. Shake your head for no. That if you agree, just nod. Wolf Brother nodded obediently. Can the animals in this place understand human language? Wolf Brother shook his head. You can't speak? Wolf Brother nodded, then shook his head. Duan Xiaoxi sighed, exasperated. So, which is it? Wolf Brother repeated the nod and shake, prompting her to realize, is it that you can't speak right now? Because of your injury? Wolf Brother shook his head again, scratching a pattern in the dirt with his forepaw. A wolf, an arrow, a stick figure. Duan Xiaoxi studied the drawing for a moment, suddenly struck by a realization. Her eyes widening and her lips twitching, struggling to articulate her thoughts. The answer was somewhat shocking. Tentatively, she posed, You can't possibly change into a human, can you? Although it sounded absurd, she was entirely serious. His eyes brightened. And he modestly nodded his head, thinking, this female is quite ignorant. Duan Xiaoxi replied, I beg your pardon. Noticing her silence again, Wolf Brother nudged her hand with his head. Duan Xiaoxi snapped back to attention, regarding him with a peculiar expression. Are you male or female? The moment she uttered the question, she regretted it, as she noticed Wolf Brother parting his hind legs, revealing a rather conspicuous appendage. That a flash of shock crossed her face. And internally, she felt a surge of confusion. Wolf Brother, noticing her dazed state, felt quite proud, eagerly awaiting her praise, only to hear her exclaim, How did your leg bone heal so quickly? Though the outer flesh had yet to fully mend. The bone appeared intact. Duan Xiaoxi distinctly remembered that upon their first encounter, his hind leg had been broken, resembling a willow branch splintered in two. To conserve gauze, she cut long strips larger than the wound, layered 3 thick and secured them with medical tape. She also cleaned the bite mark on his shoulder. As she worked, she remarked, You're recovering remarkably fast. Even if I hadn't stopped the bleeding, your wound would likely have healed swiftly, wouldn't it? Wolf Brother nudged her hand with his head. Duan Xiaoxi continued, But even so, you need to be cautious. After all, a boy alone in the wild must also protect himself. Despite her increasingly peculiar smile, Wolf Brother felt profoundly moved. There only you a beast man, in this place. Duan Xiaoxi casually inquired. Wolf Brother shook his head. Then can all the beast men communicate using this language I speak? Wolf Brother nodded. In this land, whether wolves, tigers, or cold-blooded beast men, different tribes communicate using this language. Are there tribes or villages formed by beast men? Duan Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled, though she dared not show her excitement. Uncertain of Wolf Brother's thoughts. Even if they shared a bond, one could never be too cautious. After all, one might still encounter a treacherous wolf. Spring has arrived, and the animals are faced with the instinctual call to mate. If this wolf were to transform into a man, it would not be surprising if he sought to claim her, especially considering the fierce competition among males during this season. They have reproduction ingrained in their very genes. It is an instinct, a fundamental aspect of survival. The fervor of animals during their mating season should not be underestimated. Duan Xiaoxi pondered that, regardless of the circumstances, exercising caution is always prudent. The wolf's gaze sharpened, fixating on Duan Xiaoxi, who maintained her composure and smiled, saying, Did I hurt you? Just take it easy. Why are you glaring at me? How petty that a fine sheen of sweat beaded on her nose, a testament to her fright. Yet she must feign nonchalance. Those wolf-like eyes remained unwaveringly fixed upon her. After a moment, he licked away the droplets of sweat from her chin and shook his head. Faked it I in an instant. Duan Xiaoxi reached this conclusion. She nodded, lapsing into silence once more, contemplating that a portion of beasts could assume human form. The jungle is complex, and being devoid of fur-covered skin puts humans at a disadvantage. They require a shelter to shield them from the elements. Moreover, the existence of a common language suggests that there was or is communication and unity among beast men. Yet, the beast form is more convenient. The evolution into human form must have a reason. Though the reasoning eludes her, she speculates it is a matter of adaptation, that if tribes truly exist, why does this wolf not return to his own? Is he injured? And if so, how did he sustain such injuries? Duan Xiaoxi surmised it was because, with the mating season approaching, he could not compete with other males, leading him to hide his partner away. Furrowing her brow, she found this explanation rather far-fetched. Perhaps he was expelled from his tribe. The thought sent a chill through her. Whether due to bloodlust, theft, seizing females, or conflicting with tribal beliefs, whatever his nature, Duan Xiaoxi resolved to remain vigilant. The forest is desolate, with wild beasts lurking. A mere bite from a venomous snake could spell disaster. Residing here is not a sustainable option. Once winter arrives, hunger could lead to her demise in the snowstorm. She needs more information. When soldiers come, one must block. When water comes, one must dam. She must locate the tribe to survive. Chapter 5. Natural disaster. A veil of mist enveloped the land. The moon obscured, and the flames danced with the night wind. This evening, the bonfire clearing welcomed a new visitor. For some reason, the mountain air felt oppressively heavy. The firewood insufficiently dry, crackling as it burned. The wolf lay on the clearing, warming its paws, while Duan Xiaoxi sat nearby, attending to her bow and arrows. She cast a furtive glance at the wolf. Noting its indifference to the flames, the wolf she had shot that morning was not a beast man. She sighed in relief, yet her heart sank. She had seen clearly how that arrow had struck the wild wolf. The bow and arrow would likely no longer pose a threat to him. Unlike ordinary beasts, he did not fear fire. What would she do if one day he harbored malicious intent? The thought made her head ache. The wolf squinted, glancing at the small silver hoop adorning Duan Xiaoxi's earlobe, appreciating its beauty. Unexpectedly, their eyes met, and he turned to gaze at the sky, sensing something amiss. Frowning slightly, he stumbled to his feet and drew a small droplet in the dirt with his forepaw. Duan Xiaoxi understood. Was it going to rain? The wheels of her suitcase were rendered useless on the rough forest path. Duan Xiaoxi, bow strapped to her back and dragging the suitcase, found her progress arduous. The wolf leading the way frequently glanced back, appearing somewhat vexed. Duan Xiaoxi lifted her chin defiantly and said, "Just go your way. I can keep up." "Who do you look down on?" She huffed and puffed, leaving a trail of muddy footprints, boasting, "In my prime, during our pre-competition training, I would run several kilometers every morning, then practice a series of bow and arrow exercises, shooting no less than 400 arrows daily." The wolf regarded her with a puzzled expression, tugging at her pant leg, pulling her towards a tree branch, seemingly advising her to focus on the path ahead, but he thought that if he grew a bit larger, he could assist her. The wind began to pick up, and Duan Xiaoxi tilted her head back. The moonlight was absent, and not a glimmer of light was to be found. The sky loomed dark and oppressive, making it difficult for her to breathe. She feared something would happen that night, urging her to quicken her pace. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered, and a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, only to be swallowed by darkness once more. Moments later, thunder roared, accompanied by a torrential downpour that struck like a hammer. Duan Xiaoxi staggered, bewildered as she realized it was not the ground shaking, but rather her own trembling. The male wolf led Duan Xiaoxi through the forest, his hind legs still healing, causing him to limp slightly, yet he remained far more agile than she did in an instant. Both human and wolf were drenched by the deluge, Duan Xiaoxi's hair plastered to her face. Struggling to push it aside, she caught a glimpse of the wolf's form in the flash of lightning. The mud and blood were washed away, revealing his original striking white. He leaped gracefully through the forest, the sole flash of color amid the storm. Duan Xiaoxi wiped her eyes and hurried to keep pace with him. They had not traveled far when the sound of startled birds and fleeing beasts erupted behind them, accompanied by a rumbling that shook the ground. Duan Xiaoxi felt the earth sway. This was a genuine tremor. There was no time to inquire about the cause. A massive rock, laden with mud and debris, came crashing down, darkening the sky in an instant. Seeing this, Duan Xiaoxi abandoned her suitcase without a second thought, grabbing her bow and arrows as she raced after the wolf, shouting, "Run! It's a mudslide," despite discarding her burdens. Her speed diminished amidst the swirling mud and fierce winds. Branches whipped about chaotically, resembling shadows urging her to flee for her life, that a torrent of mud surged, grasping at her calves, seeking to drag her down. To consume her, the wolf forged ahead, clearing the underbrush and branches to create a path for Duan Xiaoxi. Noticing her lagging behind, he sprinted in front of her, barking fiercely. The rainwater blurred her vision, forcing her to squint as she shouted back, "What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" The wolf barked again. Duan Xiaoxi was taken aback. How could a wolf produce such a commanding yet mournful sound? For a moment, she found herself at a loss. "Stop barking. Conserve your strength." Resolutely, she wiped her face and smiled, saying, "I'm right behind you. What is there to fear? I've faced death once. What is there to fear?" Yet, if she were to truly admit her fear, she glanced at the wolf, who seemed to sense her unease, raising his head to meet her gaze, in that fleeting moment, Duan Xiaoxi's eyes widened in terror. Unmindful of the rain, a torrent of mud cascaded down beside them, resembling a tidal wave. The deafening sounds of colliding stones and splintering trees filled the air. The wolf saw Duan Xiaoxi's lips move. The brown wave swallowed her unuttered words. Wherever the mudslide passed, it swept away even more debris. Duan Xiaoxi found herself tossed about in the chaos, colliding with stones and other objects, her body aching and breathless. Suddenly, something lifted her up, and she quickly clutched it, realizing it was the wolf. His shoulder emerged from the mud, his body marred by blood. As Duan Xiaoxi surfaced, she gazed at him, her expression one of sheer shock. The wolf's once beautiful fur was obscured by blood, the sole remaining brightness in the storm. Duan Xiaoxi felt a pang of regret. The wolf's claws grasped desperately at the stones along their path, struggling to hold on. Yet both he and the stones were swept away. Duan Xiaoxi was battered by the rushing debris, the icy rain numbing her lower body. The downpour intensified, as if the heavens had been cleaved open, flooding the world in a cataclysmic scene. Water surrounded her from all sides. Duan Xiaoxi thought, "Oh God, to whom have you left your ark?" They had already reached the lower reaches, where the land lay buried beneath the mudslide, devoid of any footing. Yet the wolf, fully aware that ascending was impossible, still persevered, striving to grasp a massive tree caught in the currents at that moment. A falling rock struck, and she pushed the wolf aside, only to find that he had shielded her legs from the encroaching mud. Duan Xiaoxi suddenly realized. It was not that she felt no pain. It was that someone was taking her pain upon themselves. The stone loomed larger in her eyes. She did not close them. She desired to witness her own demise. A thunderous crash rang out, and Duan Xiaoxi stood frozen in disbelief that if she were to truly admit her fear, it would be the fear of dragging someone down with her. Chapter 6. Reliance. A boulder, half her height, struck the wolf, forcing him to cough up blood, yet he clung to Duan Xiaoxi's back with all his might. Refusing to let go, it seemed he had learned his lesson and would no longer allow her the chance to push him away. The wolf was tall and robust, easily more than twice the size of an ordinary wild wolf. Under normal circumstances, he could accommodate Duan Xiaoxi atop him. Such a towering creature, once he set his mind to grasp something, even a deity would find it difficult to escape his clutches unscathed. Duan Xiaoxi, astonished, ceased to struggle, the waves crashing around her, forcing mud in her mouth. In that moment, it felt as if lightning struck down, followed by a deafening thunderclap that reverberated through her mind. All that remained was a piercing pain, a relentless buzzing that drowned out all other thoughts. She could not comprehend in the world. People scurry about driven by profit. Yet in essence, they are no different from animals, all striving merely to survive. But reality is not a fairy tale. How could anyone willingly sacrifice their life for another? She could not comprehend the relentless downpour, her mind jolted back to reality by the crimson stain at the corners of the wolf beast's mouth. Gritting her teeth, she silently wrapped her arm around the creature, gently covering the back of its skull and spine. The blood oozing from the wolf beast's abdomen failed to warm Duan Xiaoxi's palm. Yet it ignited a fire within her, reddening her eyes with tears. This fire burned down her throat and into her heart, choking her voice and rendering her speechless, while simultaneously igniting a hole in her defenses and facades, allowing the tears she had not shed in half a lifetime to flow freely. She wept for him, and in doing so, for herself, a foolish creature indeed, uncertain how long she had drifted in the mire. Duan Xiaoxi found herself awakening from a stupor. Upon regaining consciousness, she noticed the wolf beast's breath was faint, its body chillingly cold. Alarmed, she quickly glanced at her palm, which was now stained crimson. Panic surged within her as she tenderly rubbed the flesh at the back of its neck. Whispering in its ear, "You risked your life to save me. What do you desire in return? It matters not, but you must ensure my survival. I will await the day when you come to claim your due. Only by living can I offer you what you seek. In death, all is lost." Struggling to lift her gaze to meet his, she saw that his wolf-like eyes still sparkled with green, yet lacked their former brilliance, revealing a trace of desolation that he stared, half awake, at the silver glint of the earring dangling from her earlobe, contemplating that perhaps this was not so bad after all. "Wake up. Do not close your eyes. Do not sleep. Do you understand? Our fates are intertwined for merely 3 days. Your life is not worth sacrificing. It is not. It is not." As the rain began to relent, they had fought and fled throughout the night, traversing nearly 100 miles, only to find their efforts thwarted at the last moment. Duan Xiaoxi felt a deep-seated unwillingness to accept this outcome. Fixating on the wolf beast's eyes, she removed the earring and, gritting her teeth, declared, "Is this what you desire?" In defiance, she cast the earring into the mud, the fleeting glimmer of silver disappearing into the murky depths. Lost to sight, she turned his face towards her, shouting, "You are not to look. You must gaze at the sky. Lift your head for me." Cradling the wolf's head, she compelled him to rise. "See, the rain has ceased, dawn has arrived, and neither of us will perish. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?" The thoughts of death shattered, extinguished like the earring, leaving not even a ripple behind. Yes, he could not die. He must live, and he must ascend to that position, above all others, and allow those who had cast him out to pay the price. That as she observed him regain some semblance of vitality, the weight upon Duan Xiaoxi's heart began to lift. The sediment now flowed slowly, and she valiantly grasped a massive tree in the stream, urging the wolf beast to climb to the treetop first. The wolf beast shook his head, signaling for her to ascend first, without hesitation. She nodded and climbed, sustaining only minor injuries apart from her arms. Though her strength was waning, she managed to reach the top. Seeing her safe, the wolf beast stepped onto a floating stone, but due to blood loss, he could not muster the strength to leap fully and began to descend, perilously close to being swept away. Duan Xiaoxi, witnessing this, had no time to catch her breath and quickly hooked one of his wolf paws. Estimating his robust physique, she assumed he was heavy, yet she had not anticipated just how much. Duan Xiaoxi felt her small arms, legs, and waist straining under the weight, every pore exerting effort. Fortunately, the wolf beast reacted swiftly. Pushing against the tree trunk with his hind legs, he leaped and grasped a branch beside Duan Xiaoxi. Having narrowly escaped disaster, there was no time for celebration as the wolf beast leaned against the trunk. Expelling a mouthful of blood, Duan Xiaoxi frowned slightly, crawling beside him and extending her hand, revealing another earring in her palm. The quiver containing her recurved bow had remained strapped to her back. Untouched, she withdrew a length of string from within, threading the earring and fastening it around the wolf beast's neck. Tearing her still relatively clean t-shirt, she pressed it against his bleeding wound, saying, "There is only one left. For now, keep it safe for me. Once the mud settles and we descend to safety, you may return it." The wolf beast gazed at her, speechless for an extended moment, until the sun dipped below the horizon. Duan Xiaoxi remained silent, her head spinning, her entire body cold and trembling. Without needing to check her forehead, she knew she was running a fever. Leaning against the wolf beast, she thought to herself that this was the end. When the mudslide struck, she had discarded her suitcase, which contained a mattress set and medications, both of which were now her most pressing needs. Chapter 7. keeping promises as one human and one wolf descended. Dusk had nearly fallen that a gust of wind swept through, causing Duan Xiaoxi to shiver uncontrollably. The wolf beast glanced at her, but Duan Xiaoxi waved her hand, saying, "Let us find a place to rest." Beyond that, she could utter no more that moment. She felt as if the world was spinning, her head weighed down unbearably, and nausea threatened to overwhelm her. Having endured a day and night of rain and soaking in filthy water for the entire night, she was now merely persisting through sheer willpower to keep pace with the wolf beast. However, she could bear it no longer. To shield the back of the wolf beast's head, her forearm was lacerated by branches and sharp stones, rendering her flesh a bloody mess. Lacking the wolf beast's formidable regenerative abilities, her wounds had become inflamed after contact with the contaminated water. When they reached a cave, Duan Xiaoxi's vision dimmed, and she collapsed onto the ground with a thud. The wolf beast, noticing her fall, rushed to her side, nudging her body with his head to turn her face upward. To his astonishment, her cheeks were flushed with fever, pressing his lips to her forehead. He found it burning hot that a sense of unease washed over the wolf beast. If this female continued to follow him, she would surely perish. The night air was chilly, the cave walls covered in a layer of moss, and the grass in the corners swayed with the breeze. Duan Xiaoxi's quiver lay abandoned on the ground, a symbol of her desolation. The wolf beast inhaled deeply, making a decision within moments that he gritted his teeth, grasped the nape of Duan Xiaoxi's neck, and hoisted her onto his back, sprinting in a frenzied direction. Yet he was battered and weary, unable to pick up speed. Duan Xiaoxi, unsure whether she had been jolted awake or roused by the blood, groggily clung to the wolf beast's neck, murmuring, "Once we are safe, you will return it to me." The silver ring around her neck bobbed with his movements, and the wolf beast fixated on it, his gaze unwavering, teeth clenched as he quickened his pace. By the time he reached a village under the full moon, he attempted to break through but was halted by the guard leopards. Exhausted, he was overpowered and pinned to the ground by the watchful beastmen. Duan Xiaoxi tumbled from his back, her vision blurred as she opened her eyes slightly. She caught a glimpse of moonlight being submerged in the muddy water, her entire body caked in blood. She attempted to speak, but no sound emerged. The wolf beast let out a fierce howl. One of the night guards, witnessing his submission, transformed instantly into human form and kicked the wolf's head, disdainfully remarking, "Isn't this the wolf beast from the forest? A mere stray beast, even worse than a vagabond. Last time you bit the clan leader, you escaped. Let us see how you manage this time." The wolf beast's head was held down by another guard, his gaze burning with intensity, emitting a low growl from his throat. The intensity of that stare unsettled the leopard beast, who retaliated with a kick to his belly. "Look at that!" However, when the wolf beast was kicked, the guard shifted his focus to the bloodied figure nearby that he approached, demanding, "Let me see what treasure you are carrying at this hour." The male leopard beast crouched before Duan Xiaoxi, brushing aside her damp hair to reveal her profile. Upon recognizing her, he gasped in shock. "What a female! Is this a female? What have you done to her?" exclaimed another guard, restraining the wolf beast. "How dare you harm a female? He must not be allowed to leave today." In an instant, the two leopard beasts transformed back into their beast forms, lunging for the wolf beast's hind legs. With injuries sustained, the wolf beast's condition worsened as Duan Xiaoxi observed, thinking to herself how despicable they were. The leopard beast that had bitten the wolf's hind leg, noticing Duan Xiaoxi's gaze upon him, hesitated and stepped closer to her, about to revert to beast form, only to be grasped by the throat by Duan Xiaoxi. She scrutinized his beastly visage, her mouth slowly parting as she appeared to smirk. "Did I remember you?" Though the female's breath was unsteady, her grip on his fur tightened with unexpected strength, betraying the frailty of her condition. She regarded the leopard beast with an icy stare, her dark eyes profound. For a male, being remembered by a female should have been a cause for celebration. But at that moment, it felt akin to being bitten by a venomous snake. Startled, he instinctively recoiled. Yet Duan Xiaoxi held her grip firm, tearing a tuft of yellow fur from his neck. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and summon the shaman. Take the female to tend to her wounds," one of the guards who had restrained the wolf beast urged. "Oh, all right," he replied, still shaken as he glanced back at the female, only to find her unconscious, breathing shallowly and rapidly, her cheeks flushed with fever, exuding an unguarded innocence that it was as if everything that had transpired was merely a figment of his imagination. Just as he was about to lift her legs, a voice from behind a tree called out nonchalantly, "Where did this female come from?" At the sound of that voice, all the beasts turned to see Yin Xiao leaning against the trunk, arms crossed and appearing quite impatient, leaving them to wonder when he had arrived and how long he had been watching. One of the night guards responded, "This wolf beast brought her." Another beast exclaimed angrily, "That damned wolf beast! How dare he harm such a precious female? I see he is no better than a stray beast, cruel and bloodthirsty." The others chimed in agreement, and the wolf beast was pinned to the ground, a low growl of fury escaping his throat that a pair of eyes shimmered with a layer of green, particularly radiant in the night. Yin Xiao leapt before Duan Xiaoxi, prying her palm open. Her fingers were clenched tightly, and it took him a slight exertion of force to succeed. He coldly fixed his gaze on the cluster of leopard fur nestled in her palm, raising a finger to smooth the sudden furrow in Duan Xiaoxi's brow. Rising, he cast a glance at the wolf beast and commanded, "Release her." The leopard beasts exchanged glances, hesitatingly voicing, "Yin Xiao, he." Yin Xiao's dark, thick brows knitted together, instilling fear in them to speak further, yet they still clung to their hold. The two sides stood in silent confrontation. The man evidently lacked patience, casting down the ultimatum, "If the female awakens and identifies him, I shall personally ensure he is captured for you." With such a declaration, the other beastmen found it imprudent to argue further. They understood well that Yin Xiao was a man of his word, one who adhered strictly to his promises. In mere moments, the ground beneath the wolf beast was stained crimson. He was granted his freedom, but did not flee immediately. Instead, he approached Duan Xiaoxi amidst the watchful eyes of the beasts, while Yin Xiao raised a hand, signaling them to pay no heed. He then glanced at the leopard beast, who was preparing to lift Duan Xiaoxi, indicating for him to take his time. The wolf beast, dragging a severed leg, carefully placed an earring pendant in the palm of Duan Xiaoxi. With a bloodied kiss, he brushed against her forehead, releasing the only cry of pain for the night. Chapter 8. Avoiding harm in the nocturnal darkness, the injured wolf staggered away, disappearing into the distant shadows of the trees. Never looking back, Duan Xiaoxi, sensing something, furrowed her brow even tighter, wanting to grasp something. Only when she truly held it did she feel at ease enough to sleep, yet her fingers remained tightly clenched. The beasts observed as Yin Zhao's expression darkened in the night. His fierce visage now appeared even more menacing. When the leopard beast lifted Duan Xiaoxi, the others finally understood the cause of his fury. They were struck with a desire to laugh, yet stifled it, attempting to feign nonchalance, resulting in a moment of extraordinary awkwardness marked by their flushed faces. "The female is burning up. We cannot delay. The priest at the altar has already sent word. You should take her directly there." The leopard beast forcefully placed her into Yin Zhao's embrace, that he had no intention of relinquishing the female. But the pain she had inflicted upon him lingered, and the look she had cast was filled with resentment. Now he was still haunted by it. Moreover, Yin Zhao's thick, dark tail had been grasped by someone. For beast men, their tails were sensitive, akin to a second life. With Yin Zhao's very essence now held captive, they could hardly dare to pull it away, if it were to be severed. Who could have anticipated that the incident was not yet concluded? Duan Xiaoxi, half conscious against Yin Zhao's chest, felt warmth and involuntarily called out "Mama" in her dreams. That single word nearly sent Yin Xiao into a frenzy that a group hurriedly arrived, coinciding with the utterance of that word. Leaving the priest surrounded by males, momentarily stunned, he surveyed Yin Zhao's tail and Duan Xiaoxi's face, his thoughts in disarray. In contrast, Yin Xiao remained remarkably composed, gazing down at the small face nestled in his arms, smacking his lips and remarking, "She has a pleasing appearance." The priest, who had intended to investigate Duan Xiaoxi's injuries, was caught off guard. The following day, as the sun climbed high, Duan Xiao, she found herself unable to sleep under the twin sun's glare. Her head throbbed, feeling as if a stick were stirring within it. Upon opening her eyes, she met Yin Zhao's face and retched, immediately feeling a measure of relief, though other discomforts lingered, with a swift motion. Yin Xiao discarded the animal skin skirt he had removed, pinching his nose as he tossed it outside, that he glared at Duan Xiaoxi, who was lost in thought. Now cleaned, her skin appeared fair, though the fever had not entirely subsided, rendering her face a rosy hue. After a moment, she belatedly offered an apology to Yin Xiao, her sickly appearance evoking a sense of pity, even sadness. Yin Xiao remained silent, his gaze roving over her face, but his peripheral vision caught sight of her fingers gently caressing the earring the wolf beast had placed in her palm. Ultimately, she refrained from mentioning the white wolf and simply stated, "I was caught in a torrential downpour in the mountains, and falling rocks nearly cost me my life that I survived thanks to you. May I ask where this is?" Yin Xiao sat cross-legged before her, providing an answer that skirted the question. "My home." Duan Xiao, she raised an eyebrow. As he had anticipated, before she could inquire further, he jested, "Are you so certain that it was I who saved you? If so, I suppose I am to be thanked." Duan Xiao, she, feigning a weak smile, replied, "Thank you," with a sense of entitlement. Yin Xiao chuckled, "What if I do not respond?" "Not respond? Can you summon someone to treat my headache?" She cautiously avoided using the term doctor, simply stating, "I have a headache." Yin Xiao's smile faded. As he deemed their previous topic concluded, his expression growing somewhat disinterested, he stood entirely bare and nodded at Duan Xiao, she before heading for the door. Only for her to suddenly call out, "Thank you." Then gazing up at Yin Xiao with a triumphant expression, "Now surely you must respond." From indifference to unexpected warmth, the transition was bridged by Duan Xiao, she's utterance. By the time he recognized it, a smile had already graced the corners of his eyes. Yin Xiao was naturally endowed with a visage capable of causing chaos. His sharply defined brows, a straight and prominent nose, and a well-defined jawline, coupled with his thick, unruly black hair, exuded an intimidating aura when he was silent. Yet, when he smiled, that fierce intensity transformed into an alluring nonchalance, rendering those who beheld him parched with desire, compelling them to avert their gaze for fear of harboring unwelcome thoughts. Duan Xiao, she reflected on this, diverting her gaze from his face downward, only to find herself confronted with even more forbidden sights. The man's broad shoulders and muscular frame, accentuated by prominent veins and defined abdominal muscles, caused her to hurriedly lower her head, unable to look further, that a flush crept from her ears to the nape of her neck. Unsure if it was due to the lingering fever, the unclad man fixed his gaze on the red flush behind her ear, grinning wickedly as she muttered softly, "Could you not wear something to cover yourself?" Just as she refrained from uttering the word doctor, she similarly avoided mentioning clothes, fearful of exposing herself and facing ostracism or worse. Moments later, voices approached the door, and Duan Xiao, she, feeling lightheaded, strained to listen. It was a woman's voice. "Has that female awakened? How does she feel?" Yin Xiao replied nonchalantly, "She seems all right." "Did she mention that wolf beast? The beastmen in the tribe are all watching. You cannot continue to shield him." He averted his gaze, glancing at the door. "You may enter." The priestess wished to continue persuading him, but sensing his impatience, she knew he had no need for her counsel, yet she still sought an excuse to express her concern for him. Inside, a soft rustling ensued, and when Yin Xiao and the priestess entered, Duan Xiao, she had already propped herself up, staring blankly at her animal skin garments. Yin Xiao mused to himself that the female's reaction was quite sluggish. "Oh, it was I who changed your attire last night. My male cleaned your garments, so you need not worry. The sun is bright these days. You will soon be able to wear them again." Upon hearing this, she looked up and offered a grateful smile. Yet, her gaze darted back and forth between herself and Yin Xiao as she pondered the implications of her words. The woman had referred to as male. Could it be Yin Xiao? Leaning against the doorframe, Yin Xiao, clad in a single animal skin skirt around his waist, sensed her contemplative demeanor and questioned, "What are you thinking? What fanciful notions cross your mind?" Duan Xiao, she pouted, ignoring him and turning her attention to the priestess, reflecting, "It is not mere fanciful thinking. Someone is encouraging my wild imaginings." The priestess bore an unremarkable appearance, adorned with a vividly lifelike leopard head tattoo on her neck, which lent her an air of wildness. Duan Xiao, she felt the tattoo was commonplace, allowing her gaze to wander elsewhere after a brief glance, remaining silent. The priestess had a few freckles dotting her sun-kissed skin. Her demeanor exuded a gentle and refreshing quality rather than cuteness. She appeared quite youthful, with strikingly bright golden hair. Duan Xiao, she thought the color was overwhelming, overshadowing her own. Upon hearing Yin Zhao's denial, the priestess cast an embarrassed glance at Duan Xiao, she, stating, "Do not misunderstand. Yin Xiao is not my male. She obediently extended her arms, wrapped like a zongzi, as the listener, lacking intent, allowed the conversation to come to a close. "Forgive me, but may I ask your name?" "I am Lan He. You may call me Priestess, as the other beastmen in the tribe do." Her voice was soft and soothing, as if she feared startling Duan Xiaoxi. She tended to Duan Xiaoxi's arm, changing the bandages, inadvertently catching a glimpse of her profile and thinking, "This female is truly beautiful. That there's something you wish to ask, Priestess?" Duan Xiaoxi hesitated. Casting a cautious glance at Yin Xiao standing by the door, her eyes subtly glancing at him. The priestess followed her gaze and assumed it stemmed from her apprehension, reassuringly saying, "Whatever it is, you may feel free to ask. Do not hesitate. That I wish to inquire. What tribe is this?" Duan Xiao, she lowered her voice, looking somewhat anxious. The priestess hesitated, glancing at Yin Xiao, whose acute hearing picked up her words, prompting him to raise an eyebrow. "Yin Xiao did not inform you." Duan Xiao, she shook her head, partially hiding her face as she stole glances at Yin Xiao. "No, it is that I did not dare to ask. He appears fearsome, and I find myself intimidated that he was not merely intimidating in appearance. His intellect was sharp as well, and no matter how charming his visage, Duan Xiao, she had no intention of fabricating lies to him. The very moment he evaded her inquiry about their location had extinguished her desire to seek clarity from him. It was too easy to give herself away. From Yin Zhao's perspective, he could only see the cunning glimmer in her feverish eyes, the corners curling upward, imbued with a captivating red hue that he no longer looked back, turning to enter the forest, off to hunt. Duan Xiao, she caught a glimpse of his departure and let out a sigh of relief. This was the leopard tribe, where all were beastmen, and the priest, noticing her apparent fear of Yin Xiao, could not help but feel a sense of pride, although they were all flower leopards. Yin Xiao was an exception. With a slight lift of his chin, he gestured towards Yin Er, who leaned against the door, stating, "Yin Xiao is a black panther." Duan Xiao, she nodded in agreement, observing how the priest's expression brightened when he spoke of Yin Xiao, adding a touch of endearment to his demeanor. And no matter how composed a girl may seem, there lingers a sweetness within. Watching the priest, Duan Xiao, she smiled, thinking it was truly delightful. Yin Xiao rarely stayed in the tribe, yet he was the most formidable among them. However, his foul temper did not endear him to the females. Once the priest began discussing Yin Xiao, he could hardly be stopped, his words flowing like a river unleashed in summer, both turbulent and warm. "I can answer this." Duan Xiao, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. "He doesn't bother with me. Who knows what kind of temper he has? In any case, I think his temperament is utterly dreadful." The priest, continuing with phrases like Yin Xiao isn't fierce, he is actually quite gentle at heart, was met with Duan Xiao, she's firm rebuttal. "I don't believe that." After exchanging a few more words, sensing the moment was ripe, Duan Xiao, she decided to refrain from further argument, fearing she might provoke the priestess' annoyance, and thus boldly declared, "I wish to move out. I don't want to live in his house." "Is that all right?" The priest's expression was a mix of difficulty and surprise. While there were no vacant stone huts in the tribe, it was not impossible for her to relocate. Duan Xiao, she had successfully taken her first step in the tribe, winning the priest's affection. Chapter 9. The duel that night, at the bonfire gathering. Duan Xiao, she arrived late, dressed in loose animal hide clothing. The priest took her hand, as the two had grown as close as sisters over the afternoon, followed closely by a group of adult males. Duan Xiao, she surveyed her surroundings and found them to be exceptionally handsome beastmen. She inquired of the priest, "Who are these?" With a smile, the priest replied, "They are all my males." Duan Xiao, she was taken aback internally, though she maintained a composed exterior, her gaze shifting discreetly among the other females, noting that each was surrounded by numerous males, some in beast form and others in human form. She surmised that this tribe practiced polyandry. Instantly, she was filled with envy. "By the way, Xiao Shi, I've been asking you all along, but I forgot to ask you." Suddenly realizing the awkwardness, Duan Xiao, she's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly smiled and replied, "What is it?" "You're so beautiful. Which tribe do you belong to?" Duan Xiao, she awkwardly rubbed her head and said, "I don't remember. All I know is that I was captured by some beast and taken to the forest, where I encountered a storm. Such bad luck. It seemed the storm washed down the stones from the mountain, nearly crushing me. The next moment I opened my eyes, I was here. It must have been a rogue beast that snatched you away." Those heartless beast men are truly detestable. You must run away if you ever encounter one. That the priest was both angry and pained, saying, unlike the males, we cannot transform into beasts. Otherwise, we could help you change into your beast form to find your tribe. But it's all right. If you can't remember, then forget it. Let go of unhappy memories. From now on, you will live in our tribe and consider this your home. All right, Duan Xiao, she nodded earnestly, genuinely touched by the strange circumstances of this world. Initially, she was filled with trepidation, fearing she would be asked to transform and entertain others. Thus, she refrained from speaking unless questioned. Now, knowing that females could not transform into beasts, it felt as though the heavens were shielding her from exposure, providing a thoughtful excuse for her. Duan Xiao, she was nearly moved to tears. Her determination to follow the priest solidified in her heart. She mused that the priest was like a mother to her. Just yesterday, she had tugged at her tail, calling her mother. And today, she was to choose a beast for the duel. How terribly ungrateful. Yin Xiao draped his arm over Duan Xiao's shoulder, exerting pressure that made her cry out in pain. Despairing, Duan Xiao, she gazed at the smirk on his face, thinking the priest had said Yin Xiao would be away for several days. Moreover, what did the duel for a beast mean? She looked to the priest for help, who regarded the arm resting on her shoulder with uncertainty. That moment, a burly golden-haired man approached, first respectfully addressing the priest before turning to Duan Xiao, saying, I am the tribe leader. You must be the new female. Since you have no male beast to protect you, according to tribal customs, new females must choose a victorious contender from the duel as their mate. Everyone is ready. You should go take a look and accept a few that catch your eye. What? Duan Xiao, she turned to the priest, thinking, good gracious, this is what you meant by not being difficult. If she found a male to mate with, wouldn't she have a place to stay? Go on, those beasts are watching you. Yin Xiao whispered in her ear, his tone affectionate from a distance. Duan Xiao, upon hearing this, glanced around. The beastmen were in an uproar. Males without mates were eagerly preparing for a contest, as if at the leader's command, they would leap into battle on the spot. A female was a rare find, especially one as beautiful as her. In her current state, she likely couldn't compare even to the females of the Scarlet Bird royal family. Duan Xiao, she discreetly avoided Yin Zhao's lips near her ear. Nodding to the tribe leader, please lead the way. The beastmen erupted once more in excitement. So polite. Yin Xiao scoffed behind her before turning to leave. The others breathed a sigh of relief. If Yin Xiao were to participate, the duel would be rendered unnecessary. Fortunately, he had little interest in females. Duan Xiao, she was relieved as well. Whether it was finding a mate or not, the males all appeared more handsome than 3D models. Principles in life were trivial compared to survival. To hell with principles, she needed life. The duel was intensifying, beastmen exuding an intimidating aura, their roars echoing through the air. Yet, Duan Xiao, she sat beside the priest, watching with little interest, unconsciously fiddling with the silver ring hanging from her ear. It was the tribe leader who appeared engrossed, eagerly introducing her to the spectacle. Duan Xiao, she offered perfunctory responses, acknowledging the agile leopards and handsome humans, but felt something was amiss. From time to time, a group of females approached her, and she smiled, saying, the females in the tribe are all so beautiful. In her heart, she judged them to be rather plain. With females being a rare commodity in the beast world, each was spoiled from a young age, their aspirations as lofty as the heavens. Upon noticing Duan Xiao's beauty, they felt a tinge of provocation, but were silenced by her single remark. Good for you to be sensible, she said, and they settled beside her, watching the duel, contemplating whether to choose a mate if they encountered one they fancied. Although this duel is for you, the victor has the choice, and if you're distracted now, what will you do if the victor doesn't choose you? Remarked a flat-nosed female. There are so many males. Surely there will be someone suitable. Duan Xiao, she replied cheerfully, adopting a seemingly accommodating demeanor, appearing oblivious to the underlying tone of the flat-nosed female's statement. Another slanted-eyed female retorted, you think she doesn't understand your insinuation? What if the victorious male doesn't choose little Duan? Does he have poor eyesight? I'm disgusted. The flat-nosed male bared his teeth, displaying a fierce countenance. The slanted-eyed female, unwilling to back down, proclaimed to her male entourage, whoever tears that leopard apart, I'll mate with them during my heat this year. As tensions rose, Duan Xiaoxi chuckled. With such formidable males, if you two were to fight, you might just topple the tribe. Please stop, or our clansmen may have to sleep outside tonight. The slanted-eyed female huffed, returning to her seat. Fine, let us watch the duel. The flat-nosed female, satisfied with the attention, also sat down. Casting a glance at the relieved males, she mused that, in the tribe, females were akin to deities. The instinct for reproduction compelled the strong males to bow to the wombs of women, willingly submitting to their will. Duan Xiaoxi pondered whether it was more tragic to be a physically weak, constantly protected progenitor or to be a male enslaved by genetics. She thought perhaps this was the law of the world, a mutual constraint, a delicate balance. How remarkable. Yet the image of Yin Xiao inexplicably surfaced in her mind, which was quite strange. But what tethered the ferocity of the beastmen? Lost in thought, the visage of Yin Xiao appeared before her, enlarged and close. Have you been so captivated by me after merely a short walk? Duan Xiao, she was startled, nearly toppling into the arms of a male beast. Yin Xiao, quick to react, caught her by the nape of her neck, steadying her. Once she regained her balance, his fingers lingered, pressing against her delicate neck for a moment, turning her face crimson. Duan Xiao, she cleared her throat, about to speak when Yin Xiao stepped back, releasing her just as the priest rose, positioning herself between Duan Xiaoxi and Yin Xiao, chiding him incessantly. She prided herself on being a few years older than Yin Xiao, seizing every opportunity to lecture him. As the duel neared its conclusion, the victor was about to be announced, the cheers crescendoing. She could no longer hear what the two were discussing. She merely saw Yin Xiao's gaze effortlessly bypass the priest, landing on Duan Xiaoxi, his eyes glinting with a hint of playful mockery. Instinctively, Duan Xiaoxi shrank her neck, sensing that seeing him at this moment could only spell trouble. Sure enough, Yin Xiao seemed in good spirits. He turned into a black panther, blending seamlessly with the night, save for his striking golden-red eyes that could rival the sun and moon. His animal skin skirt tore apart, landing at Duan Xiaoxi's feet. Duan Xiaoxi mused to herself, what a prodigal child. Observing as he fiercely leaped into the dueling arena, the 5 leopard beasts, previously in a state of tense anticipation, immediately scattered, glancing at one another in confusion, uncertain of Yin Xiao's intentions. Yet, once in the dueling arena, what other purpose could there be but to engage in combat? The 5 leopard beasts, their thoughts convoluted, suddenly faced a challenge of infernal proportions. One of the weaker leopard beasts, unwilling to accept its fate, circled around and retreated from the arena. The remaining 4 reached a consensus, deciding to eliminate Yin Xiao before resuming their battle, in an instant. The dueling arena was illuminated with a brilliant light, as a purple emblem appeared on each of the 4 leopard beasts' foreheads, while Yin Xiao, with a predatory gaze, stepped into their encirclement, a red pattern glowing upon his brow. Whispers circulated among the spectators, expressing astonishment that Yin Xiao had entered the fray. Not only had he done so, but he had also unleashed a beast-level emblem, all for the sake of this female. However, Duan Xiaoxi thought, facing multiple opponents and willingly stepping into their circle, wasn't that a mark of foolishness? The one who seemed foolish felt a chill and shot a glance at Duan Xiaoxi. She instinctively recoiled, choosing not to observe further and instead focusing on the gossip beside her. Red, the red beast emblem. The night's wind was not in vain. The excited figure with side-swept eyes enthusiastically tapped Duan Xiaoxi's arm, causing her to gasp in pain from her injured arm. Realizing her mistake, the girl quickly apologized, but Duan Xiaoxi waved her off, assuring her it was fine. The priest had already pushed to the front upon Yin Xiao's entrance, leaving Duan Xiaoxi to settle for second best, casually asking the girl with side-swept eyes, what about the red beast emblem? The girl, engrossed in the battle, barely registered the question, her excitement spilling over as she exclaimed, the red beast emblem. It's the mark of a 5th-tier beastman, a royal beast level. Quite rare, indeed. Even if one encounters a 5th-tier beast, one usually doesn't see their emblem, as it is displayed during the courtship ritual. Other 5th-tier beasts have already formed bonds long before reaching this level, making the red emblem exceedingly hard to come by. Ah, how thrilling! I have no regrets. Duan Xiaoxi roughly understood and continued her inquiry. And what about the purple? After the momentary excitement faded, the girl responded dismissively, Third tier, still rather impressive, that I in the center of the dueling arena. The four third-tier leopard beasts circled Yin Xiao, suddenly charging at him from all sides. Yin Xiao took a step back, swiftly turning to reveal his fangs, sinking them into the neck of the leopard beast behind him, before flinging it away as if it were a sack of flour. At that moment, the other two leopard beasts lunged forward, attempting to bite at Yin Xiao's nape. Unfazed, Yin Xiao took a half step back, and as they landed, he surged forward, clawing at one beast's hind leg. Then leaping onto another, threatening it with a low growl. The five leopards battled for a moment longer before the victor emerged. Before the clan leader could announce the outcome, Yin Xiao strode over to Duan Xiaoxi, reeking of blood, coiling his tail around her slender wrist, and transforming into a bare human form. Blood dripped onto the ground, yet he appeared immaculate, unlike other beastmen who donned beast ears to please females. Yin Xiao maintained his balance with his tail, and aside from his long, thick tail, he resembled a human in every other respect. His hair, damp from the night dew, was swept back, enhancing his wild and handsome demeanor. Suddenly, the light dimmed before Duan Xiaoxi, obscured by the towering Yin Xiao. Before she could utter a word, he hoisted her over his shoulder. He playfully patted her rear and teased, "Stop squirming, darling. Where do you think you're trying to escape to?" Chapter 10. Grilled fish. Duan Xiaoxi was unceremoniously tossed onto the grass mat, Yin Xiao's makeshift nest. Rubbing her arm, which had begun to bleed, she sat up. Yin Xiao pressed down, their noses almost touching as they locked eyes in a moment of silence. Until he finally pulled back slightly, his face cold as he grasped her arm, muttering troublesome. With that, he strode away. Duan Xiaoxi was bewildered by how quickly he could shift his mood. Just moments ago, she had wondered if this fierce creature might have developed feelings for her. Unable to fathom it, she endured the pain, lay back down, and kindly covered herself with a fur blanket, deciding to contemplate her thoughts, when Yin Xiao returned with the medicine left by the priest. He found her lying on her side, breathing steadily. She was clearly asleep, that a wave of amusement surged through him as he noticed her curled up like a shrimp, her brow furrowed and her cheeks flushed. He reached out to touch her forehead, feeling her feverish heat, and reflected on how long she had been unwell, exposed to the night air, that of course, she was burning up. Unexpectedly, Duan Xiaoxi stirred, her eyes fluttering open to find him. Instantly alert, sitting up awkwardly, she spotted the items in his hands and sighed in relief. "Did you go fetch these?" Her voice was still hoarse from sleep. "Otherwise, would you have crawled into another female's nest at midnight?" Duan Xiaoxi rested her chin on her crossed legs, musing, "Well, that's not entirely impossible, is it?" Noting his dangerously narrowed eyes, she smiled, observing that his most intimidating feature was indeed those eyes, with a look like yours. "You should be quite popular among the females." Not at all. That he roughly yanked her arm, tearing away the old bandage. Though she remained silent, he caught her glaring at him, sweat beading on her brow. Lips trembling from pain, yet refusing to utter a sound, he chuckled, revealing a hint of mischief. "What are you holding back for? Go ahead, scream." Duan Xiaoxi laughed. "I'm just trying to suppress my nausea. I'm afraid if I open my mouth, I'll vomit." Still shaken from the morning's events, Yin Xiao abruptly released her arm and stepped back. After waiting for what felt like an eternity with no reaction from her, he realized he had been outsmarted. Meanwhile, Duan Xiaoxi had already taken the initiative to apply the medicine herself. Yin Xiao approached, ensuring that whenever she lifted her gaze, she would be met with the sight of him. Duan Xiaoxi was acutely aware of this, burying her face in the blanket. Once finished, she surprisingly lowered her head and fell asleep. Seeing this, Yin Xiao seemed to momentarily forget his usual bravado, adopting a shameless demeanor as he nestled behind her. When Duan Xiaoxi attempted to create distance, he wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her back. His arms, as solid as iron bars, held her firmly in place. "Are you angry? Will you forgive me?" Recognizing the disparity in their strengths, she decided to remain still, her voice weak. "Are you planning to force me, a wounded patient?" Yin Xiao remained silent, his gaze fixated on the smooth, white curve of her neck, the lines flowing down into her collar. He longed to bite her. Pressing his tongue against his molars, he struggled to avert his eyes. Not until you recovered, he raised a hand to check her forehead, pulling her closer once more. "Sleep now. I won't disturb you." On the second day before dawn, Duan Xiaoxi awoke, her eyes wide open as sleep eluded her. Yin Xiao, who had scarcely closed his eyes throughout the night, stirred beside her, letting out a low grunt that served as a yawn. He reached out to touch her forehead, whispering in her ear, "You're no longer burning up." His deep voice, rich and smooth, resonated in the early morning, causing Duan Xiaoxi's ears to flush. She moved slightly, feeling the heat radiating from his chest against her back. "Are you hungry?" Yin Xiao propped himself up, his face wearied, resembling someone just roused from slumber. Duan Xiaoxi nodded. She hadn't eaten for 2 days and felt as though her stomach was pressed against her back. A significant part of her early rising was due to her hunger. "I asked there anything you wish to eat? Are you planning to hunt?" Yes, that he lazily nudged her back with his head. "Eat whatever you catch." Duan Xiaoxi gently pushed him away, teasing, "A great beast can still act cute." "How old are you?" 3.5. Yin Xiao chuckled deeply, playfully covering her head with the blanket before lightly tapping her on the crown. "You're quite easy to please." Duan Xiaoxi peeked out, her eyes locking onto his chin as she muttered, "I have plenty on my plate." "Don't celebrate too early." He leaned closer, obscuring her captivating gaze. "What pressing matters do you have now?" Duan Xiaoxi pushed his hand away, stating, "I want to take a bath. I've been sweating all night, and it's uncomfortable." The man paused, taken aback. He typically just jumped into the river to wash, as there was no bathing area at home. However, Duan Xiaoxi seemed too delicate to take a river bath in this weather, especially in her current ill state. Noticing his hesitation, Duan Xiaoxi scanned the surroundings and tentatively asked, "Is there anything for cleaning teeth?" The man was perplexed. Male beastmen possessed a strong self-cleaning ability and did not require such items. "All right, this rugged ancient era." She sighed, glancing sideways at Yin Xiao, who kept her warm. "Did I ask there anything for seasoning at home?" "Salt." She nodded thoughtfully. "Then let us have fish." Yin Xiao regarded her with curiosity before nodding in agreement. In April, the warmth of spring enveloped the land. This moment, the double suns hung high in the sky, casting an early summer heat over the city. Thankfully, the dense canopies of trees provided a reprieve, reducing the midday heat by half. Deep within the forest lay a shallow lake where the two sat on the ground, sunlight bathing them in warmth, lulling them into a state of drowsiness. Duan Xiaoxi squinted up at the sky, using a fur pelt to dry the damp ends of her hair. Yin Xiao kindled a fire and set up a frame beside him, where 2 fish and a hand-woven basket lay. The basket was filled with peculiar items that Duan Xiaoxi had gathered from the forest throughout the morning. The orcs had little affinity for fish, deeming it too fishy. After lighting the fire, Yin Xiao contemplated roasting the fish, but Duan Xiaoxi raised an eyebrow and suggested he take a break. Yin Xiao was puzzled by her cryptic remarks. Yet he complied, as he had no desire to eat fish. Consequently, he settled comfortably, propping his legs up and resting his arms on his knees, squinting as he watched Duan Xiaoxi dry her hair. Her hair, well cared for, shone especially dark and lustrous when wet, accentuating the pallor of her delicate face. Her long hair cascading down her back was a rarity in the beast world, where females typically sported short hair. As long hair was challenging to maintain and often appeared coarse and unkempt as she dried her hair to a semi-dry state, Duan Xiaoxi gazed at the lake, musing that this was a splendid location. And once her wounds healed, she would return for a bath. Although she couldn't indulge in a bath today, washing her hair made her feel significantly more comfortable. Lacking a toothbrush, Duan Xiaoxi had taken a slender branch resembling a willow from the roadside to chew on. The practice of using willow twigs for dental hygiene was an ancient custom, tracing back to the Qin and Han dynasties. Duan Xiaoxi was well aware of this, thanks to her grandmother, a former history professor who delighted in recounting tales of ancient customs and curiosities to the little Duan Xiaoxi. As she grew older, her grandmother shared stories of dynastic changes and power struggles that time. Duan Xiaoxi was barely tall enough to reach an adult's knee, yet she listened intently and remembered each tale vividly. When Yin Xiao approached and snatched the fur towel from her hands, vigorously rubbing her head until her hair stood on end, Duan Xiaoxi was momentarily taken aback. His towering frame and large hands easily enveloped her head. It was amusing that even while drying her hair, she had been lost in thought that if she desired assistance, she ought to have simply stated so. Watching her sway comically under his ministrations, Yin Xiao couldn't help but smile, teasing her in jest. Duan Xiaoxi looked up at him, unperturbed, and replied, "Then you can peel the garlic that I in the beast world." Garlic was referred to as shinshu grass, with little awareness that its bulbs could serve as an ingredient. To wash her hair, Duan Xiaoxi had implored Yin Xiao to accompany her, and on their way, she happened upon vibrant green sprouts, digging into the soil to uncover genuine garlic. She collected a few, some still clinging to clods of earth, intending to take them home to plant. Additionally, the basket contained a flowering wild ginger, a handful of scallion sprouts, some star anise, and several bay leaves. Yin Xiao nodded as he fiddled with the basket of condiments. Many of the items were familiar to him, yet aside from the Xinshu grass, which the shaman used for healing, the other plants were merely wild grasses and flowers devoid of names in his eyes. When Duan Xiaoxi asked him to peel the garlic, he did so clumsily, squatting down and making a mess of it, holding a fish in one hand and the stone knife Yin Xiao had provided in the other. Duan Xiaoxi silently approached him from behind. The fish, now gutted, still wriggled, and one tail flicked against the back of Yin Xiao's head. Leaving him momentarily stunned, he turned around, his eyes wide with surprise, and found Duan Xiaoxi standing there, her hair illuminated by the sun, making it appear as though each strand was aglow. She tilted her head and smiled sweetly, exuding an inexplicable tenderness. Seeing him in a daze, Duan Xiaoxi couldn't contain a laugh. Asking playfully if he had been rendered foolish by the fish, as she opened her mouth to speak, her gaze fell upon the fish in her hand, leaving her momentarily perplexed. "Did you cut it open? What are you planning?" Yin Xiao assumed her actions were merely for amusement, for in the beast world, it was rare for a female to handle food preparation herself. Yet, this seemed rather gruesome for mere play. "I plan to roast it," Duan Xiaoxi replied, eyeing him with a look that suggested he was foolish. "Have you finished peeling the garlic? I need it urgently." Yin Xiao, uncertain, scrutinized her face for any hint of jest but found none. He hesitantly nodded. "You truly intend to eat fish?" "I do not wish to eat fish," Duan Xiaoxi said, retrieving the garlic before finding a reasonably flat stone by the lakeside to wash it clean. "I want to eat you. Hand me the salt." She reached back for it, but her hand was enveloped by another large hand. Yin Xiao leaned closer, his bare chest radiating warmth, nearly scorching her back. He murmured softly, "How do you wish to eat?" "Roasted, of course," Duan Xiaoxi replied with a smile, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Today, I shall prepare a dish of charcoal-grilled leopard fish." Taking advantage of Yin Xiao's moment of distraction, she pushed him aside and went to grab the salt, walking away while teasing, "If you continue to tempt me, I shall roast you instead." Her playful demeanor was fierce yet adorable, and Yin Xiao noticed the tips of her ears turning crimson. He chuckled, licking his back teeth in amusement. Duan Xiaoxi found a large leaf, cleaned it, and used it to crush the garlic, adding a bit of salt to rub into the fish's belly. She also sliced the wild ginger and stuffed it inside. Yin Xiao stood behind her, watching intently as she carved intricate patterns into the fish's belly until she had skewered both fish and set them at an angle on the frame to roast. The aroma gradually wafted through the air, and Yin Xiao twitched his nose, utterly astonished. Duan Xiaoxi leaned against the tree, pretending to doze off, and lazily called to Yin Xiao, "It's about time. Flip the fish." Yin Xiao complied. When he considered tearing off a piece to taste, he hesitated and refrained, but as the moment approached, Duan Xiaoxi, her stomach growling, approached Yin Xiao and took one of the larger fish. Yin Xiao, wanting to help himself as well, reached out, only to have Duan Xiaoxi swat his hand away. The fish was charred black, and Yin Xiao found himself rather uninterested in it. Internally, he mused that a female was indeed a female, often selfish and unconcerned about others. However, to his astonishment, Duan Xiaoxi peeled away the burnt outer layer of the fish, revealing a tender, succulent interior. The fish meat was pale and steaming, incredibly enticing. She had intentionally left the scales on, as the flesh was prone to burning. The scales acted as a protective barrier during roasting, and when it came time to eat, the charred scales would easily peel away, exposing the delectable fish beneath. "Be careful of the bones," she cautioned, offering him a piece of fish, while she went to retrieve the smaller one to think it better than what you usually make. Although she had missed out on the feast during the duel, she had been keenly aware of how the meat was roasted over the fires surrounding the arena. She had even inquired with a nearby observer, learning that their usual fare was prepared similarly, merely seasoned with salt. Duan Xiaoxi thought to herself how dismal their lives were, devoid of flavor and excitement. Yet upon venturing outside, she had encountered love, discovering scallions, ginger, and garlic in the woods. Yin Xiao stiffly accepted the fish. taking a bite, and his leopard-like eyes widened in disbelief. He glanced from the meat to Duan Xiaoxi, who grinned at him. Yes, it delicious. Yin Xiao nodded, his tail wagging enthusiastically as he devoured the remainder. He sat quietly beside her, watching as she meticulously nibbled the fish, leaving it pristine and clean. Yin Xiao mused that perhaps it was only in moments like this that Duan Xiaoxi, this female, appeared as docile as a cub. Although she bore no resemblance to the typical females of their world, who would not accompany males on hunts, would never take it upon themselves to prepare food for them, nor venture out with even the slightest injury, Duan Xiaoxi caught a glimpse of Yin Xiao's gaze and paused, looking up to ask, "You're not still hungry, are you?" Yin Xiao rested his chin on his hand, smiling as he shook his head. Duan Xiaoxi, annoyed, retorted, "Then why are you staring at my fish?" Chapter 11. Rumors. By the time the two returned to the tribe, night had fallen. Since Duan Xiaoxi disliked riding on Yin Xiao's back, their bipedal journey took a bit longer, and dinner was delayed as well. Upon recognizing them, the guard hurried over to Yin Xiao, exclaiming, "Where have you been? Why are you back so late? Hurry home. There has been a ruckus outside your door." He cast furtive glances at Duan Xiaoxi. The guard typically held Yin Xiao in high regard, having changed shifts just to provide him this warning, but he felt uneasy discussing the presence of his female in her company. Duan Xiaoxi, understanding the situation, chimed in, "My hair tie fell off, so I want to check at the entrance that I didn't wander far. You can continue talking." The guard let out a breath of relief, noticing Yin Xiao's unwavering gaze fixed on the figure in the distance, that he gave Yin Xiao a light pat on the shoulder, but Yin Xiao evaded it with uncanny reflexes. The guard, undeterred, earnestly advised, "Make sure not to bring that female back with you to Zhu Shi and Ing Sun are causing a scene at your doorstep. Zhu Shi has a sharp tongue and might weave some tales about you. If she gets wind of it, who knows what trouble might ensue." "What trouble?" Yin Xiao's expression turned cold as he turned to search for the figure in the distance. That he chuckled to himself, thinking, "She's certainly isn't looking for a hair tie." Yet the more considerate Duan Xiaoxi became, the more she seemed to defy the typical demeanor of a female in their world, causing Yin Xiao to question why she had emerged at this precise moment. Hearing footsteps behind him, Duan Xiaoxi turned around, leaping in front of him, bending down and looking up with a cheerful smile. "Oh, is there a secret that I shouldn't overhear? What secret is it?" Yin Xiao raised a hand to block her view, his voice laced with mirthful teasing. "Oh, that is something I mustn't hear." She playfully pushed his hand away and skipped around to greet the guard from a distance, her exuberance rendering the young man's face flush. The guard stuttered, unable to articulate his words clearly. An intimidating glance from Yin Xiao only intensified his silence, prompting him to lower his head and continue his watch. "Why is he on guard all day? Did someone provoke you?" Duan Xiaoxi teased, poking Yin Xiao's nose. "Besides, isn't it only natural to thank someone who stays up all night keeping watch?" It was evident to any observant individual that the guard was waiting for Yin Xiao's return, and Duan Xiaoxi was not naive enough to overlook the implications of their relationship. Yet, Yin Xiao remained unappreciative, insisting on exposing the truth. With a forced smile, he retorted, "He keeping watch to provide me with a warning. What does that have to do with you? Why are you thanking him?" Duan Xiaoxi's smile widened. "Not at all. I am thanking him for watching over the entire tribe. That he stands watch for the tribe, which is of no concern to you." This implies that Duan Xiaoxi is not a member of the tribe. It is indeed quite ruthless. Duan Xiaoxi's expression shifted slightly, yet she acquiesced, saying, "Whether it concerns us or not, I fear that question must be directed to the clan leader. Where do you hail from?" Yin Xiao smirked, closing the distance between them, completely overshadowing Duan Xiaoxi with his presence. "Think carefully before you respond." "Where do you come from?" Duan Xiaoxi repeated, advancing. When Yin Xiao refrained from smiling, his imposing demeanor was enough to leave others breathless. Yet Duan Xiaoxi appeared entirely unperturbed, standing nearly face to face with him. The smile had vanished from her face, replaced by an air of detachment, as she remarked, "The dueling arena of the fifth-tier beastmen. The explosive beast tier mark is precisely to ask me where I am from." The night enveloped the two, as they stood facing each other, neither yielding, both ensconced in a prolonged silence. After a while, Duan Xiaoxi suddenly relaxed, smiling. "So, can we return now, my dear landlord?" In an instant, all tension dissipated within the warmth of her smile. That on the way back, Duan Xiaoxi hopped along behind Yin Xiao, playfully stepping into his shadow. While bouncing along, she grumbled. As soon as night falls, you start acting up as if you've ingested gunpowder. Bang, bang, bang. How have you not exhausted yourself yet? A moment later, she continued. Life has become unbearable, and I simply cannot continue living with you. I must quickly find someone else and move away. With his long legs, Yin Xiao deliberately walked slowly to accommodate her, unfazed by her incessant chatter. His temper surprisingly mild. Just as they reached the entrance, a commotion erupted ahead with sharp female voices and thunderous male roars. Duan Xiaoxi's brow furrowed slightly. Yin Xiao cast a brief glance and pulled her behind him. This uproar involved two factions, both of whom were familiar to Duan Xiaoxi. That on one side stood the brazen and arrogant Taji, while on the other was the sharp-eyed Ing Sun, with a priest caught in the middle trying to mediate. There was no point in hiding. The moment Duan Xiaoxi appeared, Ing Sun spotted her. She leapt down from the back of a male, who was carrying her like a leopard, and rushed over to grasp Duan Xiaoxi's hand. Exclaiming, "You finally made it!" Duan Xiaoxi discreetly glanced at Yin Xiao before addressing Ing Sun with gentle concern. "What happened? Is there an issue? Let us discuss it calmly, no need for fighting." "How can one discuss it calmly with her?" Ing Sun shot a glare at Taji, both sides clearly at odds, their words twisted in her ears. That foul mouth of hers can hardly utter a kind word. As the argument escalated, Ing Sun turned sharply towards Taji and If you can't articulate, then just be quiet. Your words are nothing but refuse. Enough. You're just angry because you can't win an argument." Taji retorted with a mocking smile. "What I said wasn't baseless. You know it in your heart. Try saying that again." Ing Sun flared up, disregarding Duan Xiaoxi's attempts to intervene, rolling up her sleeves and preparing to engage Taji. "I'll say it." Taji advanced. "You dare to strike? I'll strangle you." Since arriving here, Yin Xiao had not offered a pleasant expression. He found the bickering annoying. These two were going back and forth without end. More bothersome than the sound of cicadas that he said nothing, standing behind Duan Xiaoxi with a grim expression, like a towering bodyguard. Duan Xiaoxi feigned attempts to mediate, but when that failed, she directly approached the priest to inquire about the situation. The priest stammered, furrowing her brow, looking quite troubled. Duan Xiaoxi was suspicious, sensing that the matter might also involve the priest. She held her tongue, not pressing the issue, but the noise outside her door was indeed a nuisance. Especially after a long, tiring day. She simply smiled and said, "It's late. Everyone should rest, and if this matter cannot be resolved, perhaps I should fetch the clan leader to help mediate, so we can resolve this sooner rather than later." Yin Xiao raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at her, noting the smile that lingered on her lips, which, though directed at everyone, seemed to subtly target Taji. "Seeking the clan leader. Are you trying to escalate this?" Taji, who had just argued with Ing Sun and nearly came to blows, now faced Duan Xiaoxi without a hint of composure, filled with fury. Snatching the priest's attention away from Yin Xiao, she exclaimed, "You re quite pleased with yourself, aren't you? Do you dare seek the clan leader to press me? To hell with you. Do you think Yin Xiao is some exemplary figure? Why hasn't he found a mate?" "Enough, Taji." The priest, frantic, circled around Taji, imploring her to be quiet. "Duan Xiaoxi, don't listen to her wild claims." "Oh, Taji, be silent." The priest, gripped by Taji, was sweating profusely, desperate to silence her, yet resorting to force was ultimately inappropriate. Unable to reason with Taji, she sought out Duan Xiaoxi instead. Unbeknownst to her, upon hearing Yin Zhao's name, Duan Xiaoxi began to withdraw and watch the unfolding drama from a safe distance, her eyes sparkling with amusement. The priest was baffled by her reaction, unsure of her intentions, and thus remained silent. "Are you enjoying watching me be maligned?" Yin Xiao chuckled, moving closer, folding his arms behind her. "Old bull chasing after tender grass. You ought to be the one pleased. Are you tender?" Yin Xiao draped his long arm over her shoulder, pulling her closer. "Where's the tenderness? Let me see." Duan Xiaoxi subtly shifted away, inadvertently drawing closer to Taji. She smiled at Yin Xiao, saying, "I want let an old bull see me." Taji, frustrated at not being able to reach Duan Xiaoxi, was taken aback when she unexpectedly approached, grabbing her without letting go. She exclaimed, "You must know where Yin Xiao came from, don't you? I need to ask you." Duan Xiaoxi feigned curiosity, awaiting her turn to be educated. "What do you need to ask for?" Dante listened to her. Let me tell you. Ing Sun approached as well. All right, I would like to see how your version differs from mine. Ing Sun stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Taji seized the opportunity to interject. Let me tell you. Yin Xiao arrived in the tribe 3 years ago for where he came from. Oh, he hails from the den of the rootless beasts in Bone City. Bone City, rootless beasts? Those terms hardly sound favorable. But regardless of their specific meanings, playing along was all that mattered. The cunning black leopard made Duan Xiaoxi fearful that lingering too long with Yin Xiao would reveal her true colors. Thus, the opportunity to create distance from him presented itself. Delighted, Duan Xiaoxi feigned ignorance as she gazed at Yin Xiao, her expression mimicking shock. As if struck by lightning, the To enhanced the ruse. She trembled slightly while glancing at Ing Sun and the priest, both of whom wore expressions of great dismay. Although they were anxious and angry, neither dared to speak. Duan Xiaoxi found amusement in the situation, thinking this could turn out quite interesting. Chapter 12. Misunderstanding. The other males exchanged glances, collectively adopting a silent demeanor. They wanted to observe Yin Zhao's expression but dared not look directly. Yin Xiao appeared stern, yet he was clearly amused, arms crossed, patiently waiting to see what Duan Xiaoxi would conjure. The males glanced back at Duan Xiaoxi, thinking, this might be the END, the Do. You know what Bone City is. It's the territory of the rootless beasts. If he hails from there, what sort of beastman could he be? Though they remained silent, they were all too aware. Taji had completely triumphed, casting a disdainful glance at Duan Xiaoxi. Now you understand fear, don't you? Have you made it with him yet? Duan Xiaoxi shook her head in confusion. Perfect. Let me tell you, whatever you do, do not mate with him. He has a disaster waiting to happen. Taji boasted he thinks far too highly of himself and looks down on my sister the priest. We priests have no interest in a rootless beast like him. Well, now she understood. Taji was defending the priest, aiming to undermine Yin Xiao. While wishing to avenge the priest, she dared not confront Yin Xiao directly. So she sought to use Duan Xiaoxi as a pawn instead, and oh wonder the priest had remained tight-lipped. Fearing the embarrassment, Duan Xiaoxi, though wishing to distance herself from Yin Xiao, was reluctant to be used as a weapon against him. Moreover, considering Yin Zhao's standing in the tribe, if she dared to humiliate him openly today, regardless of whether he truly was that so-called rootless beast, her future would likely be far from pleasant. Having clarified her thoughts, all of Duan Xiaoxi's earlier joy dissipated, leaving only a sense of dejection. She feigned gratitude, saying, thank you for the information, but Yin Xiao is already my male, that I see no reason to abandon him. As for mating, you needn't concern yourself. Once I recover in a few days, I shall make arrangements. The moment those words left her lips, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Dozens of gazes converged upon her, prompting Duan Xiaoxi to question her own actions. Fearing she had revealed a flaw, a sudden gust of night wind arose, swirling dust and extinguishing the torches affixed to the stone walls. For a moment, no one spoke. Duan Xiaoxi could hear her own heart racing, instinctively taking a step back, only to be met by the warmth of a broad chest. She turned to look up, seeing a flicker of fire in Yin Zhao's eyes. That fire spread, encircling Duan Xiaoxi, leaving her with no avenue of escape. Furrowing her brow, Duan Xiaoxi struggled to suppress the urge to flee, yet her trembling fingertips betrayed her inner turmoil. Yin Xiao covered her eyes from behind, his other hand clasping her icy fingers, murmuring seductively in her ear. What are you afraid of? I am here. He lifted his gaze from her neck, casting a cold glare at the beastmen. I stand guard for you. Who dares to harm you? Like a falcon taming a horse, Yin Xiao tested her, compelling her to submit, regardless of the nature of the adversaries before him or their formidable prowess. It mattered not. Ultimately, they would all be his. Rarely had he found something that caught his eye, but once he did, he desired to possess it entirely. Throughout his life, he had always held others captive. He had never been held in check by anyone. Tradition remains unchanged, and so does femininity. It seems that as long as he desires, even the instincts etched into his very bones cannot restrain him. He stands so proud and fervent, having reached the pinnacle at such a young age, already accustomed to looking down upon others. Should such a favored child of destiny traverse a smooth and unimpeded path, it would be hardly alarming. Yet he has tasted the bitterness of unfulfilled desires, that he has experienced defeat, and understands the weight of that reality. while an ordinary person would temper their brilliance in light of such experiences. He instead emerges like a sharpened sword, becoming even more formidable and patient. Duan Xiaoxi inhaled deeply in his embrace, realizing that she was merely frightening herself. The outcome remained uncertain, so why should she panic? She tugged at Yin Zhao's hand and laughed. Then I shall fear even more. Yin Xiao raised an eyebrow. In a moment of clarity, the flames before Duan Xiaoxi intensified, lurking and waiting to strike. Immersed in that fervent gaze, she found her composure. She thought to herself, having faced death once already, what was there to fear? Thus, she approached slowly and said, I fear that you may be outnumbered and overwhelmed in strength, leading to your downfall. Fight. What are you talking about? Ing Sun interjected, having listened for a while, finding the conversation increasingly peculiar. Fearing Yin Xiao might misinterpret the situation, he hurriedly explained, no one is going to fight. You all need to calm down. As for why he had remained silent until now, it was partly due to shock. After all, someone as understanding and steadfast as Duan Xiaoxi was a rarity in the world. Moreover, he felt somewhat embarrassed to speak up, but he had initially feared that Duan Xiaoxi would not accept Yin Xiao. And after much persuasion, even ended up in a scuffle with Zhu Shi, which inevitably made Duan Xiaoxi think he underestimated her capacity for tolerance. What a false alarm! Duan Xiaoxi's smile grew wider. And she thought she had made a good bet. Her smile was captivating as she told Yin Xiao, Did you hear? No fighting. Yin Xiao narrowed his eyes and shot a glance at Ing Sun, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine that he did not understand the thoughts lurking beneath their smiles, believing it to be a misunderstanding. Yin Xiao and Duan Xiaoxi were mutually protective, and their group had provoked their ire. In reality, Duan Xiaoxi mistakenly believed that she had exposed her identity from another world, fearing they would label her a devil or heretic and be done away with. Her slight fear was seen through by Yin Xiao, further solidifying his belief that she was a spy sent from Bone City. A misunderstanding, indeed. Our feminine beings in the beast world are precious. What is there to fear? Honestly, where are your thoughts wandering? Ing Sun grasped Duan Xiaoxi's arm, urging her not to provoke Yin Xiao, who could be quite intimidating. Indeed, it was merely a misunderstanding. Did you hear that? It's all a misunderstanding. Duan Xiaoxi glanced at Yin Xiao, her words layered with meaning. From that point onward, the two lived in peace for several days. One night, after Duan Xiaoxi had fallen asleep, Yin Xiao transformed and left. Easily evading the guards under the cover of darkness, he ventured deep into the forest, eventually stopping before a small wooden cabin. In the moonlight, he could see a tall man standing with his back turned. Slightly shorter than Yin Xiao, that he had sensed Yin Zhao's presence early on and was not surprised by his arrival. Yet he remained facing the wall, seemingly lost in thought. Big brother. The man turned around. In the hazy moonlight, his exquisite features could be discerned, bearing a resemblance to Yin Zhao's, though his demeanor was more restrained. His physique was robust. Standing like a scholar warrior, he smiled gently and said, The matter you asked me to investigate is truly elusive. Now that you have a female, why not settle down and not let past grievances entangle you? Enough with that. You've been staring at that thing for so long just to have me pacify the female and lead a good life. Yin Xiao rarely adopted a serious demeanor, gesturing towards the bow on the wall. What have you found? Tell me. Indeed, he had uncovered nothing. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiao turned to leave, stating, Then continue investigating. That female definitely has issues. The man chuckled. Wait a moment. Since you suspect her, why not bring her to the royal city to reside, allowing her to delve into the core? Keep a close watch on her, and when she assists us, we shall catch her in our trap. That he took down the bow and meticulously examined the arrowhead, continuing to ponder aloud, Coincidentally, your sister-in-law also wishes to meet her. Yin Xiao initially found sense in the first part of his statement, but upon hearing the latter, he realized that the logic was merely a pretext for the latter half. That he raised an eyebrow. You're mixing business with pleasure. Wrong, that I'm merely achieving both, the man replied, unfazed with a calm expression. Yin Xiao felt as though his brother had been bewitched by the female, his expression complex, wishing to say no more. Just give me a definite answer before I go. When do we leave, and when will we arrive? The man watched his retreating figure, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. That don't keep your sister-in-law waiting too long. Yes, yes, yes. Yin Xiao transformed into a leopard and dashed away, leaving the man standing there, contemplating the bow and arrows, which were indeed quite remarkable. The following day, Duan Xiaoxi awoke to the sunlight streaming as she rose. Yin Xiao had already vanished. She thought to herself that he must have gone hunting. The forest air was fresh, and it was spring. A light, milky mist floated outside, gently revealing patches of lush greenery. Awake, Yin Xiao appeared, half of his body sticking out, his hair glistening with dew, standing defiantly. Now that you're awake, pack your things. Duan Xiaoxi had been staring at his tousled fur when she suddenly heard him tell her to pack, which startled her, making her think he wanted her to leave. The young woman had just awakened. Her eyes still slightly red and moist, now wide open, lacking her usual caution and reserve, appearing more innocent and adorable. Under such a gaze, anyone would feel enchanted, but he abruptly pressed down on her head, causing her hair to fall messily across her face, and the fire brewing within him finally subsided. What are you thinking about, We're going to the royal city. We're moving. Yin Xiao pushed her down, a sense of wicked satisfaction rising within him as he watched her flail her arms in resistance. After a while, he finally released her and said, "You don't need to bring food or clothing." We'll buy new ones. Upon hearing this, Duan Xiaoxi was no longer upset. Buy new ones? All new? Who cares about the royal city or moving? Suddenly, all that filled her mind were 4 words: extravagant and generous. What is there to pack? We'll buy new ones. Great. So when do we set off, dear landlord? Chapter 13. The royal city. Upon entering the city, Yin Xiao and Duan Xiaoxi attracted a crowd of onlookers. Many remarked on the beauty of the women or commented on how familiar the young man appeared. However, just as everyone was engaged in harmonious whispers, a shrill voice pierced through like thunder, igniting a commotion in the royal city. That is no mere outsider beast. I reckon he is none other than Jin's second son, Jin Yinxiao. The term second son refers to the strongest cub from the second litter of the same parents. Among beast men, strength speaks louder than birth order. To Jin's family. Does that mean? The beast men were wary of Yin Xiao, but refrained from voicing their concerns. Duan Xiaoxi, feeling anxious, thought, what does that mean? Could they refrain from leaving things half said? I heard he went to Bone City. Why did he bring back a female? Surely it's because the female is beautiful. Shoo, keep your voice down. Did I heard he? Have you heard enough? Yin Xiao, seemingly materializing a piece of cloth from nowhere, tossed it on a Duan Xiaoxi's head. Did I ask there even a need for you to eavesdrop? Come on, just ask me directly, and I'll tell you myself. Okay. With a swift motion, he pulled the cloth away. And Duan Xiaoxi intended to be angry, but upon seeing him, her indignation instantly deflated. She stood there, dumbfounded, but did not engage with him. Instead, she examined the item he had thrown over her head and inquired, "Where did this come from? Did you buy it?" It was not animal skin, but rather a piece of gauze, incredibly thin, resembling silk woven from silkworms. However, in this era, how could there be weaving machines? Was the disparity in prosperity between the tribes and the royal city so vast that the royal city possessed the skill to weave while the tribes still relied on animal skins? But that didn't seem right. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that very few beast men wore such fabric, with most still clad in animal skins. That it appeared that it was either not widespread or rather costly. Face it, Yin Xiao said dismissively. Cover it. Huh. What are you talking about? Are you happy being gawked at like a monkey? Yin Xiao observed, feeling somewhat displeased. Duan Xiaoxi chuckled, tilting her head back with a sense of pride. I am happy. I'm being looked at because I'm beautiful. Although she said this, she eventually covered her face again, better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yin Xiao finally revealed a hint of a smile, grasping Duan Xiaoxi's wrist, and together they ventured forth. The two of them, one large and one small, entered the bustling street, which lay not far from the city gate. Duan Xiaoxi found it quite novel. A marketplace situated in a busy area could truly thrive, but what did it mean to have it right at one's doorstep? Yin Xiao noticed her raised eyebrows, understanding her thoughts, and explained, the royal city is divided into 5 sections, each guarded by one of the 5 great royal beasts. The closer you are to the heart of the city, the higher the status of the beast men living there. These small vendors cannot enter the inner areas, so they have set up shop near the city gate. The Fox tribe has built stone houses in this area and rents them to outsiders for their businesses, gradually forming a marketplace. In this way, not only could they attract merchants from all directions, saving them the trouble of traveling back and forth, but they could also foster good relations with the herbivorous tribes. The reason for renting was twofold. It alleviated the burden of merchants needing large sums of cash to purchase shops, and it ensured that the marketplace remained under their control. Quite impressive, Duan Xiaoxi thought, eager to see who in the beast world was so astute. Yet, the mischievous figure trailed closely behind them, watching from a distance. Yin Xiao, sensing something amiss, unexpectedly turned his head sharply, only to find his opponent's swift reaction leaving him with but a fleeting glimpse of white. He chuckled to himself, contemplating the intrigue of the moment. Wang Shoubao sprawled across an expansive area, encircled by a lush flower garden. Its heart stood a towering stone fortress, its pointed, gabled roof accentuating the building's impressive height, with its bold lines conveying a sense of solemnity and severity. The windows jutted out from the rooms, surrounded by a corridor and balcony encased in sturdy stone railings. The outer walls were adorned with fish scale-like wooden shingles, both aesthetically pleasing and effective for insulation. The stone edifice comprised 3 stories, with columns that were either round or square, yet each one was meticulously carved. Draped curtains swayed gently with the breeze, adding a touch of feminine allure to the otherwise austere atmosphere. The queen emerged from the garden just as the Leopard King appeared, and she seized his hand, inquiring, "Have Xiao Er and his female companion arrived yet? I heard they reached the city gate early this morning, and it is nearly noon. Why have we yet to see them?" The Leopard King gazed into her delicate eyes and replied softly, "They are likely delayed in the marketplace." Noticing her continued frown, he added, "Do not fret. In Wang Cheng, who could possibly dare to bully Xiao Er, the mighty ruler?" "What are you saying?" The queen playfully punched the Leopard King's shoulder, expressing her concern. "I fear he might bully others and cause trouble." Indeed, that is a valid concern that as noon approached, the marketplace gradually grew quieter. Duan Xiaoxi and Yin Xiao were separated by the ebb and flow of the crowd. Unperturbed, Duan Xiaoxi found herself standing in front of a grain shop, engaging in friendly banter with the young proprietor. Her demeanor was warm and her words playful, and it was not long before they were engrossed in jovial conversation. "You aren't from Wangcheng, are you?" The young proprietor, sporting 2 horn-like protrusions reminiscent of goat horns, asked as he became animated. He could not resist touching them. Although Wangcheng was predominantly inhabited by carnivorous beastmen, not all females had a penchant for meat. Some craved a touch of greenery after a diet rich in flesh. However, carnivorous beastmen were not adept at agriculture, and while the forest yielded an abundance of fresh produce, it was still scarce. Thus, when their females desired fruits or grains, they had to procure them from us. That we exchanged shell coins for salt from the fish dragon tribe's stalls. Alas, unlike the carnivorous beastmen who could trade their prey directly for salt, we, unable to capture any game, were left to till the land. That what's wrong with farming? Who is more noble than whom? Duan Xiao, she shook her head in disagreement, spinning tales that delighted the young proprietor. In truth, she sighed inwardly, realizing that the world had indeed moved past a barter economy. They now utilized currency to purchase goods and generated income through sales. Though modest in scale, it was a promising beginning. After perusing the marketplace, Duan Xiao, she had almost grasped the intricacies of the beast world. She conversed effortlessly with the cunning Fox tribe shopkeeper who dealt in the resale of golden silkworm fabrics and gauze. The Fox tribe clerk from Wangcheng specializing in fish dragon delicacies, and the Tiger tribe shopkeeper involved in the trade of crimson feathers. Each interaction felt remarkably familiar, as if they were long-lost acquaintances. The proprietor of the tannery, a male wolf beast, engaged in gossip with Duan Xiaoxi. "You wish to know about the beast kings in the city? I can tell you that," he stammered. "There are 5 factions in the city. The Jin clan's Leopard King, the Jin clan's Lion King, the Mu clan's Wolf King, the Qin clan's Tiger King, and the Jiang clan's Fox King. That a fox tribe has produced a beast king." Compared to the lion, tiger, and leopard, the fox seemed almost diminutive and endearing in this context. "Shoo, the fox tribe does not appreciate such remarks," the male wolf whispered, but the clamor of voices drowned out his words. Duan Xiaoxi nodded, sensing the young wolf's unease, realizing he feared repercussions from this topic. Given the beastman's immense destructive potential, if Yin Xiao were to return in a fit of rage, there was a real possibility that chaos would ensue, rendering this entire marketplace inoperable. Though Duan Xiao, she did not believe Yin Xiao would return at this moment. She resolved to divert the attention of the fox female. With a gentle smile, she remarked, "I would not mind removing it, but with so many people around, I feel quite embarrassed about my appearance." Perhaps we could move to a more secluded spot? The group made their way to an open area within the city gates. Duan Xiao, she glanced at the guard station there, feeling somewhat reassured. A deserted area was certainly off-limits, and the residential district in the distance was unfamiliar, making it easy to lose one's way. The city gate was just right. The guards had seen her enter with Yin Xiao. And presumably, they would not allow her to be harmed in honor of Yin Zhao's reputation, that if Yin Xiao has any reputation at all. Duan Xiao, she mused sadly. Remove it, she declared as she stepped back to the entrance of the city gate. She observed the guard's nervous expressions. How unfortunate. Yin Xiao, you truly have no reputation whatsoever. With no other choice, she reluctantly decided to comply to Oh, Yin Xiao, if you do not come to my rescue now, do not blame me for ignoring your instructions. To her surprise, the fox female changed her mind. Wait, I will remove it for you. Duan Xiao, she raised an eyebrow. You too, hold her down for me. The fox tribe female casually pointed at two beast men. And the wolf beast transformed into human form. Approaching Duan Xiao, she with imposing stature and fierce expressions. They were not even wearing pants as they advanced, intending to restrain her arms. Duan Xiao, she was taken aback. In a moment of instinctive clarity, she delivered a swift kick, exerting all her strength and catching the wolf beast off guard. He staggered back 2 steps, staring at the imprint left on his midsection. Then looked up at Duan Xiaoxi, his small eyes filled with bewilderment. His companion mirrored the expression of someone who had never before witnessed such a spectacle, clearly taken aback. Duan Xiaoxi, equally flabbergasted, regarded her leg with mixed emotions. Resolute, she decided to embrace the chaos, yanking off her face covering and stowing it away, deeming it too valuable to discard. With a soft smile, she declared, I am no sweet little darling. I am a tempestuous young woman. At noon, within the territory of the Fox clan, a gentle breeze caressed Jiang Lanqing's hair, lifting it momentarily before allowing it to settle back down. His hair and beard were entirely white, exuding a warm and refined demeanor, yet the upward tilt of his eyes added an unexpected softness and allure to his features. The elegance of a jade-like young master was marred only by the peculiar nature of those very eyes. Why do you come to me instead of accompanying the newly acquired female? Questioned the man, his voice smooth yet lacking a consistent warmth that it was as if he had a precious gem lodged in his throat, which, after a few rotations of his tongue, emerged as a polished, melodious sound, delightful to the ear, but leaving the heart in a state of unrest, for his words concealed a blade. Yin Xiao, in contrast, was enveloped in a rugged demeanor, his voice equally robust. You chased me for half the day just to feign ignorance before me. Jiang Lanqing gestured dismissively. What do you mean by that? What do you mean, you bastard? Yin Xiao was inexplicably irked at that moment, ruffling his hair in frustration, then covering the lower half of his face with his palm, revealing only his sharp eyes. This old fox had taken the initiative to reveal himself, confident in his ability to lead Yin Xiao into a trap. When Yin Xiao had intentionally exposed a flaw to indicate that someone was following them, he understood that Jiang Lanqing's true aim was not him, but rather Duan Xiaoxi, that he was willing to take the bait, eager to discern Jiang Lanqing's intentions and to uncover the true nature of Duan Xiaoxi. Dado. Jiang Lanqing squinted, scrutinizing the sudden agitation that seemed to arise from nowhere, and then burst into laughter. Surely you are not worried? Get lost. Yin Xiao brushed him off, momentarily distracted by the slight upward curve of Jiang Lanqing's eyes, which only heightened his annoyance, that I assure you. Duan Xiaoxi is not my person. Jiang Lanqing raised both hands, a reluctant smile gracing his lips that, of course, if she is not of ill intent, I would not harm her. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhao's gaze sharpened. You know her name? In an instant, he realized that his surroundings were not as clean as he had presumed. They had left the tribe, and despite their separation, Yin Xiao had never uttered Duan Xiaoxi's name. How did he know? When did he come to know? You mentioned Duan Xiaoxi, a lovely name. Feigning ignorance, Yin Xiao, taller than Jiang Lanqing, looked particularly intimidating as he glared down at him. Who is your informant? Shall I name them so you can have them killed? Jiang Lanqing scoffed. Yin Xiao, how foolish of you to ask such a question now that I wish to discern whether she is affiliated with another beast king. If she is, it would imply that some beast king possesses weapons unknown to us, and we must be prepared. Meanwhile, you wish to ascertain if she is a spy from Bone City, that if she is, Then a formidable weapon lies in their hands, and you two must be on guard that we are both on parallel paths. Is it worthwhile to continue this line of questioning? Yet, Yin Xiao did not take the bait. Responding coldly, you even know about the weapons. Quite impressive. Please spare me the trouble. You and the Leopard King have placed that item in such a conspicuous location in the forest cabin that it would be impossible for me not to be aware of it. Jiang Lanqing chuckled, supporting his forehead, a glint of shrewdness appearing in his eyes as he glanced sideways at Yin Xiao. So, when do you intend to return it to its rightful owner? Observing that the males, despite their fearsome appearances, would not truly harm the females, Duan Xiaoxi felt a slight relief that a few males closed in, but Duan Xiaoxi swiftly dispatched them with a kick each. However, outnumbered, she found herself restrained by two wolf beasts. Pinned against the wall, realizing that resistance was futile, she decided to cease her struggles, yet she would not submit easily. Gently catching her breath, she watched as the fox female brandished her claws, gesturing threateningly towards her face. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Duan Xiaoxi's forehead that a thought crossed her mind, and she raised her face with a smile, beginning to speak nonsensically. In the beast world, harming a female carries what kind of punishment? You know better than I do, don't you? Whether I know or not, you surely have a clearer understanding than I, who am utterly ignorant. Duan Xiaoxi was aware that females were precious in the beast world. When the wolf beasts had brought her to the tribe, they had nearly been captured by the tribe's warriors for endangering a female. Thus, she boldly ventured a guess. If she guessed right, she would save her face. If wrong, she would buy time. Not a loss. Seeing the fox female hesitate momentarily, Duan Xiaoxi pressed on. If you wish to punish me, perhaps you might consider a different approach. Indeed, the fox female took the bait. Skeptically inquiring, what trick are you planning? Let me be clear. The laws of the royal city cannot bind me, that if I wish to mar your face, I shall do so with ease, that if I desire your death. It would be a mere matter of words, Duan Xiaoxi mused inwardly. Isn't this quite the brazen display of confidence, sister? But verbally, she urged, come closer and hear me out, that it can't hurt to listen. Can it? I am alone now, a lamb ready for slaughter in your hands, that do you truly fear my escape? Can I outrun you? After contemplating for a moment, the fox female nodded, saying, if I discover any tricks on your part, you shall be the first to face my wrath. Rest assured, there are no tricks to be played. Duan Xiaoxi thought to herself, if I were to play tricks, it wouldn't be just you who would suffer. I assure you, you wouldn't even be among the top. With that thought, she sighed to Do you know why I am alone today? Duan Xiaoxi began, her typically spirited brows drooping, giving her an air of sadness. Why? Because, Duan Xiaoxi hesitated, causing the fox female to grow anxious. Just as she had built suspense, she finally spoke. Because Yin Xiao has long since grown weary of me. The tall thief eavesdropping behind the wall raised an eyebrow, while another thief grinned widely, exchanging knowing glances that to my knowledge, Yin Xiao has already taken a new flame. He left me here early this morning to meet that heartthrob. Duan Xiaoxi embellished her tale, feigning indignation at the end. He is such a lecher. How could I have misjudged him from the start? This revelation silenced the two thieves, their laughter extinguished. Chapter 15. A slender white poplar tree within the wall had dense branches that peeked over the edge. And with the wind, leaves cascaded onto the heads of the two individuals lying in wait at the corner, covering them entirely. They continued to observe, neither daring to glance at the other. Is that true? If you dare deceive me, I will throw you out of the city to feed the bears. The fox female, upon hearing this, angrily set off to find Yin Xiao. But halfway there, she realized Duan Xiaoxi was preparing to slip away. Hey, you dare to run. Catch her. How could she escape? Two legs could never outrun four. When it was time to admit defeat, she would do just that. Preserving her life was the mark of a true hero. With a smile, she turned around, raising her hands in surrender. Who said I was trying to escape? The fox female clearly did not believe her. She raised her chin, prompting Duan Xiaoxi to be seized once more by the two wolf beasts. The wolf beasts dashed towards her, and in the blink of an eye, as they attempted to capture her, they seemed a tad embarrassed, repeatedly apologizing in hushed tones. Sorry, no worries. I understand your predicament, Duan Xiaoxi replied softly. But this is not a solution, that if your female causes me any harm, you will be the ones punished later. Why put yourselves through this? Why not persuade her to let me go? It would be a wise choice. One wolf beast hung his head in hesitation, while another coldly remarked, "Females may tussle among themselves without punishment, provided no life is lost." Seeing Duan Xiaoxi in a daze, he added, "Rest assured, she only wishes to teach you a lesson. She won't kill you." Did I truly appreciate her kindness? As the fox female approached, Duan Xiaoxi found herself with no choice but to proceed cautiously, awaiting her words. "Are you deceiving me? How could I dare? You first suggested a method to punish me, then claimed Yin Xiao has a new love." The fox female grasped her chin, noting the laughter in Duan Xiaoxi's bewitching eyes, which only fueled her belief that she had been played. Her frustration mounted. "What method do you propose for my punishment?" "Huh." Duan Xiaoxi remained unperturbed, declaring, "I am infatuated with Yin Xiao. Even knowing his actions, I remain enamored. You..." Thus, Duan Xiaoxi raised her voice to interrupt, "You should search the city for Yin Xiao. Find him, and then expel me, ensuring I never see him again. Wouldn't that be a more effective punishment?" But the fox female was not truly foolish. She seethed, "Then I shall first mar your face, and only then will I expel you. Wouldn't that method be even better?" With that, the fox female's palm came crashing down. Duan Xiaoxi turned her head, attempting to evade the claws aimed at her. She braced herself for bloodshed. However, the wind from the palm suddenly halted. Duan Xiaoxi looked on in astonishment, witnessing a man clad in white fabric step forward to intercept the fox female's strike. With the same hair color and similar attire, he bore striking resemblance to the Fox clan. "Who dares?" The fox female was about to unleash her fury, but upon recognizing the man, her tone shifted to one of grievance. "Brother, she has injured my male. I am frightened. Please teach her a lesson." The man glanced apologetically at Duan Xiaoxi, noticing her smile, yet icy demeanor, indicating her displeasure. "Even I am afraid." He patted the fox female's head, signaling her to step back. "Brother." The man, however, ignored her pleas and turned to Duan Xiaoxi, smiling apologetically, "Did I sincerely apologize? My younger sister, Ziwu, has offended you. Did I speak on her behalf to express my regret? Apologies are beyond my capacity to bear." Duan Xiaoxi wore a smile that failed to reach her eyes, patting her reddened arm, gripped by the wolf beast, and remarked, "I am grateful for your timely arrival." The phrase timely carried an undertone of significance. If fate allows, it is only natural to arrive at the right moment. The man chuckled, his eyes nearly squinting with mirth. "In that case, it is improper to bully others in the royal city. If there is anything you require, Jiang shall certainly compensate." From the moment he appeared, Duan Xiaoxi scrutinized him from head to toe. His attire was composed entirely of exquisite silk from the Golden Silkworm clan. Silently, she tagged him in her mind. Wealthy, exceedingly wealthy. The notion of compensation seemed rather awkward. A deeper smile graced Duan Xiaoxi's lips as she slowly replied, 1,000 Bei coins should suffice." Jiang Lanqing's smile faltered, the corners of his mouth twitching. Within the royal city, in the marketplace, premium wheat was priced at 1 Bei coin for 13 pounds, while fine golden silkworm silk fetched 7 Bei coins per bolt. 1,000 Bei coins could easily secure a luxurious residence in the finest area of the royal city. Such a bold demand. Onlookers, astonished by Jiang Lanqing's predicament, struggled to contain their laughter, torn between amusement and discretion. The esteemed Beast King was outwitted by a newly arrived female through mere words, losing 1,000 Bei coins. Even cunning merchants could fall prey to deception. His astonishment was palpable, yet he recovered swiftly, responding with a smirk, "At present, I lack such funds. How about we move to my abode, and I shall retrieve them? You may rest in the meantime, that I shall not go." A whiff of fox-like cunning lingered. Yin Xiao emerged from nowhere, gripping Duan Xiaoxi's shoulder, startling her. "I can retrieve the Bei coins later." He lifted his gaze, scanning the surroundings, his eyes settling coldly on the wolf beast, demanding in a low voice, "Who touched you?" Yin Xiao, already irritable, noticed the wolf beast seeking help from Duan Xiaoxi, and his temper flared. When one is angry, their tone becomes harsh. "I am asking you a question." Duan Xiaoxi, stifling a laugh, stepped out from his embrace and replied coolly, "It was you, of course. Who else could it be? Did you see it?" "I certainly did not." Yin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. He could not admit he had seen it. How could he know someone had touched her upon his arrival? Unless he had been watching the scene unfold for quite some time. However, a single misstep in his words had led Duan Xiaoxi to seize the opportunity, leaving him to fend for himself. Yin Xiao gritted his teeth, chuckling softly. That is for the best, that it was fortunate that she had ceased her pretense of ignorance. The two of them made their way to the Beast King fortress, with Yin Xiao contemplating transforming into his beast form to carry her, only to be declined. Ever since the incident with Jiang Zimu, Duan Xiaoxi had not initiated any conversation, that as they walked amidst the clamor. They remained isolated, each lost in their own thoughts. Annoyance welled up within Yin Xiao, and he quickened his pace intentionally, hoping to provoke her into asking him to slow down. Unfortunately, Duan Xiaoxi remained silent, the distance between them wide enough to accommodate a carriage. Frustrated, Yin Xiao found himself coming to an abrupt halt, lost in contemplation, only to unexpectedly collide with a wall. Duan Xiaoxi looked up, startled, and met Yin Xiao's inscrutable gaze. She chuckled awkwardly, stepping back to create space. Why have we stopped? Are we there yet? Not yet. Yin Xiao held her back, preventing her retreat. What were you daydreaming about? I was contemplating how to earn money. Duan Xiaoxi smiled playfully, entirely unperturbed by his anger. Yet, she was not genuinely upset. What was their relationship? At most, they were merely a landlord and tenant sharing a bed for sleep. Why should he constantly shield and protect her? Though she admired Yin Xiao's appearance, his fierceness, and his untamed spirit, it was merely admiration. That slight affection could not sustain her, nor could it serve as a lifeline. Earning money. And then what? Yin Xiao's brow furrowed deeper. And then? Then we shall earn even more money, she replied with a smile, deflecting his inquiry, maintaining the fragile unspoken understanding between them. Yin Xiao understood. A wise person would refrain from further questioning. Probing would only tear the fabric of their relationship, leading them down divergent paths, leaving no space for him by her side. All his attempts at gauging her thoughts would ultimately be in vain. How could he not be aware of Duan Xiaoxi's intentions? His questions arose from sheer frustration. Duan Xiaoxi had boldly demanded 1,000 Bei coins from Jiang Lanqing. She was confident that he could produce such an amount. Even Jiang Lanqing would have to commend her. In the beast realm, no female could discern a person's wealth after a mere moment in the marketplace. Yin Zhao's inner amusement grew. She had likely grasped not only the prices but also the jurisdictions within the royal city, the land prices, and the feasibility of purchasing property. She intended to establish roots in the royal city. Within the Leopard King's fortress, the queen anxiously awaited, pacing around the Leopard King, growing increasingly impatient. Where could they be? The queen pinched the Leopard King's inner arm, exclaiming, "He must have caused trouble again. Just when a female finally took an interest in him, he goes and acts foolishly. What will happen if she breaks their contract?" What? The Leopard King, initially dazed by her pacing, became alert upon being pinched. Have they formed a bond? Brother, have they truly formed a bond? Jiang Lanqing found a spot to sit, gently tapping Jiang Zimu's brow. Aren't you afraid he is a rootless beast? The rumors outside are dire. Do you still dare to provoke him? Yin Xiao could never be a rootless beast. She retorted that it's merely gossip. Her voice suddenly dropped, mumbling, "Even if he were a rootless beast, I would still want him." This was indeed a fresh perspective. Beasts typically equated rootless beasts with strays, considering them a plague to be avoided at all costs. Only this foolish sister of hers still regarded him as a treasure. With so many males in the beast realm, why cling to just one? Jiang Zimu lowered her gaze, her once proud demeanor dissipating at the mention of Yin Xiao, her figure appearing somewhat forlorn. The name stripped away her layers of bravado, revealing a fragile essence beneath. People in the royal city often lamented Jiang Zimu's fortune, despite the hardships of her youth. She had been shielded by her parents and brothers, suffering little. Now adorned in exquisite golden silkworm garments and cloud-patterned silks, she embodied beauty and charm, able to acquire anything her heart desired. Yet, as the clouds shifted, bringing together and separating bonds, the friendships of her youth intertwined for souls, leaving an indelible sweetness only within her heart. This small sweetness was enough to deceive oneself, a bittersweet delight to savor. Jiang Lanqing fell silent, struggling to articulate his thoughts, but the words remained lodged in his throat. Suddenly, Jiang Zimu, both dejected and resolute, declared, "But brother, I truly like him." Chapter 16. The male win the queen. Having anticipated their arrival, felt as though she had been waiting an eternity, finally catching sight of two figures emerging from the greenery in the afternoon light. She rushed to greet them, the Leopard King, seeing her step forward, followed closely behind. Yin Xiao took a step forward, blocking Duan Xiaoxi's line of sight. Just as Duan Xiaoxi was about to protest, a graceful lady pushed Yin Xiao aside with force. And the queen seized Duan Xiaoxi's hand, leading her toward the palace. With two females paving the way, Yin Xiao cast a helpless glance at the Leopard King. The Leopard King returned a gentle smile, wrapping an arm around Yin Xiao's shoulder as they entered the building. Even if Duan Xiaoxi possesses something of significance, do not mention it in front of your sister-in-law. Otherwise, she may tear you apart. And I cannot intervene. Matching strides with the Leopard King, Yin Xiao bluntly remarked, "You cannot intervene. Or you simply choose not to. Your words are quite unfair. If I were to support you, it would be akin to turning my elbow outward. Do not blame your elder brother." The Leopard King chuckled, patting Yin Xiao on the back. Yin Xiao did not flinch but grew serious, stating, "Duan Xiaoxi is undoubtedly extraordinary. However, I am still unclear about her affiliations. Please keep a close watch on her in the coming days, and ensure your sister-in-law does not become too close with her." "What you say is quite improper," the Leopard King replied with a warm smile. "It is only natural for me to observe her movements. There is no need to trouble yourself with such concerns. Moreover, regarding your sister-in-law, whom she grows close to, is beyond my control." Yin Xiao feigned an eye roll. "Then just focus on protecting your sister-in-law." The Leopard King laughed. "That is merely stating the obvious." They both fell silent, but by the time they slowly made their way inside, the queen and Duan Xiaoxi had long vanished. The Leopard King glanced at the leopard beast standing nearby, one of the queen's male companions, and remarked, "The queen and the others have gone to the fox matriarch's abode. It seems she invited the beast king's wife to join them for a chat." The queen had taken the other female along as well. The architectural style of the Fox clan's palace starkly contrasted with that of the Leopard King's fortress, embracing a traditional Chinese aesthetic. A square courtyard unfolded before them, with winding paths lined by various unfamiliar shrubs that Duan Xiaoxi could not identify. Still grappling with the revelation of Yin Zhao's royal lineage, she was led by the queen through one courtyard after another. Despite her efforts to memorize the route, she soon found herself utterly disoriented. Inwardly, she mused, as expected of a den of foxes, "It is full of twists and turns." "Are you feeling dizzy?" The queen gently patted Duan Xiaoxi's hand, offering a reassuring smile. "When I first arrived here, I was just as bewildered. In the future, I shall guide you more often. However, for now, I am unfamiliar with this path and must rely on you to lead the way." Without discussing the future, they focused on the present. She smiled sweetly, exuding a certain sincerity that warmed the queen's heart, especially at the sound of sister. The queen couldn't help but grow fonder of her. Alas, it was a pity that Yin Xiao lacked ambition, oblivious to the importance of securing a female companion. She could clearly see that this female was quite fond of Yin Xiao, respectful in her demeanor, and undeniably beautiful. Surely, any offspring they bore would be equally charming. With this thought, the queen sighed in frustration at Yin Zhao's shortcomings. "Dia, you have something on your mind." The queen, regaining her composure, replied, "It's not exactly a matter of concern. Just thoughts of that child, Xiao." Upon hearing this, Duan Xiaoxi mused that at the age of 29, Xiao had always been a source of worry. In his youth, he had been quite the handful. His father had 3 litters of cubs, totaling 14, and he was the only black cub. When he was born, he resembled a little black fish, startling his mother. Back then, he and his brother would often play together. And upon visiting his home, she found the scene utterly fascinating. The queen's expression softened, revealing genuine happiness as she recalled how he would bully the other cubs in his litter, disregarding his mother's reprimands with pride. Such a small black cub, perpetually chased and scolded by his father. The afternoon sun was gentle, and the breeze soothing. The leopard queen's face was half illuminated by the glow, her profile smooth and soft. Duan Xiao, she gazed at her, unexpectedly envisioning Yin Zhao's childhood. As she pondered, it felt as if the veil of pretense that had hung between them for days was being lifted, allowing her a glimpse into his past. Despite the constant bickering between the father and son, their relationship was the strongest. The queen turned to Duan Xiaoxi, noting that he resembled his father more than any of his brothers. In a fleeting moment, Duan Xiao, she detected a hint of melancholy in the queen's eyes. Not much, but enough to draw her in. Almost instinctively, she blurted out a question that, upon reflection, might be deemed rather intrusive. "What of Yin Zhao's father? Is he still alive?" The queen looked at her, tucking away a stray lock of hair behind her ear, and slowly shook her head. The gesture was gentle, as if startled by a whispering breeze. And she seemed reluctant to speak further. Duan Xiao, she understood, recognizing that there was likely a story behind the death of Yan Zhao's father. However, she chose to halt the conversation there, deeming it wise not to delve too deeply into royal secrets. Instead, she feigned a cheerful demeanor and shifted the topic that I heard something about Bone City on my travels. What sort of place is that? Her question, clumsily posed, did not raise the queen's suspicions. She assumed Duan Xiao. She was subtly inquiring about Yan Zhao's experiences. The queen collected her thoughts and began to explain. Bone City is the territory of the wandering beast kings, but many rootless beasts have nowhere to go. After Yan Zhao came of age, he ventured beyond the city, and at that time, he was merely at the third tier, yet dared to go alone. Although he has indeed been to Bone City, he is certainly not a rootless beast. We have raised him well. He acts with discretion. Duan Xiao, she was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why any casual topic would lead the queen back to Yan Zhao. Gradually, she realized that this was an attempt to clear his name. She thought to herself that rather than waste time on the queen's intentions, it would be wiser to focus on Yan Zhao himself. Speaking of wandering beasts, I must remind you of something, she said. Duan Xiao, she smiled and replied, please do. The world is rather unsafe these days. It's best to avoid leaving the city. The queen whispered in Duan Xiao's ear that I've heard they've grown increasingly deranged over the past few years. Not only raiding tribes for females, but also pursuing males without mercy. Duan Xiao, she was genuinely startled, although the notion of good men had emerged since the Song dynasty in the beast world. Seeing her astonishment, the queen, fearing she would not believe her, added, the Qi Niao tribe recently lost quite a number of males. You must have seen Qi Niao beastmen while passing through the market. They are truly beautiful. At that moment, Duan Xiaoxi, known for her straightforwardness, was half leaning, covertly glancing at a table of noble ladies. Each of them was dressed in finery, their appearances far more refined than the females outside. She paid little attention to their conversations, merely pretending to be a bashful newcomer, that in truth, she believed it wiser to listen and remember than to speak unnecessarily. Among those seated, the leopard lady and the fox matron were particularly close, with the latter being the mother of the fox king. Eagerly discussing Yan Zhao with the former, it seemed she regarded the leopard lady as a sort of surrogate mother to Yan Zhao. Hearing that your little black fish has returned, how has he fared these years away? The term little black fish nearly caused Duan Xiao to choke with laughter, her expression contorting in an effort to suppress her mirth. Still the same, always a cause for concern, the leopard lady remarked, casting a brief glance at Duan Xiaoxi. Though now that he has found a mate, he is somewhat more docile, the fox matron sighed. Our little fox has played with your little black fish since childhood, and now that your family has found a partner, mine remains alone, that I worry for him, that a chorus of guests readily chimed in. The Fox King simply doesn't wish to settle down. If he desired a mate, he could find any female of his choosing. Though our city is teeming with males, none can compare to the Fox King. Duan Xiao, she raised an eyebrow, feeling fatigued after sitting idle for over an hour. She listened as they extolled the virtues of the Fox King, painting him as a figure of unparalleled greatness, akin to a reincarnated monkey king with fiery eyes capable of perceiving the world's intricacies. Indeed, the more pressing matter was his wealth and handsome appearance. Females eager to be his mate flocked from the city's fox fortress to its gates. Duan Xiao, she clapped her hands in enthusiastic agreement. Understood, in the beast world, the king is the ultimate prize. With such remarkable prowess, why worry about his lifelong commitment? Why not simply resort to asexual reproduction? As she began to feel drowsy, Duan Xiao, she was unexpectedly called out by the fox matron. Snapping her awake, she forced a composed yet polite smile and replied, I'm here. How long do you plan to stay in the city? The fox matron asked, affectionately covering Duan Xiao's hand with hers, her eyes sparkling with excitement, that I think you should stay indefinitely. Don't leave. The outside world is rife with wandering beasts. It's quite unsafe. If you worry about finding accommodation, I can't go out myself, but I can have the Fox King take you. If you find someone suitable, you won't need to pay a dime. I shall instruct that lad to purchase it for you. This statement struck Duan Xiao. She is quite odd. She discreetly surveyed the other ladies present and realized the implication. These noble women were not merely engaged in idle chatter, but were facilitating a matchmaking opportunity for the fox matron's daughter. She noticed the leopard lady's bewildered expression, followed by astonishment, realizing she was likely unaware of the true nature of the gathering. At that moment, the fox matron was both surprised and regretful. Had she known this was a matchmaking event orchestrated by the fox matron, she wouldn't have brought her sister-in-law. The fox matron was quite the trickster. She could have at least informed the messenger to give a heads-up. Chapter 17. Matchmaking no worries. The Fox King had yet to arrive, and they could still make their escape. The leopard lady's expression darkened slightly as she attempted to whisk Duan Xiaoxi away, wishing to bid farewell to the fox matron. Just then, a flash of red entered through the doorway, an impressively tall young man clad in a deep crimson robe, with shoulder-length white hair and an air of noble gentility. Yet his eyes, like mountains and rivers, and his snow-white skin, combined with the soft, rounded contours of his lips, paradoxically exuded an alluring desire. He resembled a rare masterpiece, captivating all who beheld him. His allure was distinct from Yin Zhao's sharpness. Yin Zhao was like a blade slicing through the air, wild and free, while the young man before her was akin to exquisite wine, intoxicating and fragrant, leaving one dizzy at just a glance. Duan Xiao, she stole a glance at him and found herself genuinely entranced that wasn't this the fox spirit who owed her 1,000 beast coins at the village's entrance? As soon as their eyes met, Jiang Lanxing raised an eyebrow, the flicker of interest in his gaze dissipating entirely, that he offered a gentle smile, but Duan Xiao, she could only see the mischief dancing in his eyes. However, she merely exchanged a fleeting glance with him before turning her head away, pretending not to recognize him. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed him striding directly toward her, yet she remained focused on the clouds drifting by outside, seemingly captivated by them. The sun-baked stone path was pleasantly warm, now past the zenith of the day, with dappled shadows from the trees creating a cool respite. Just moments ago, the fox matron had seized the opportunity to usher the leopard lady out. Duan Xiaoxi, left with no choice, cast a pleading glance at the leopard lady before following Jiang Lanxing outside. As Duan Xiao, she ambled behind Jiang Lanxing. She found herself distracted, her thoughts wandering far away. The two walked in silence. Once they exited the fox fortress, Duan Xiao, she glanced around, exhaling a sigh of relief. She refrained from speaking to Jiang Lanxing, wary of being followed, especially in light of the fox matron's comments about their amicable relationship. Though she wished to have a male companion nearby to divert Yin Zhao's attention, she certainly did not wish for it to be him. Having a mischievous Yin Zhao constantly testing her patience was already quite enough. Heaven, have mercy on her! Jiang Lanxing, with a twinkle in his eye, queried, what could be so captivating that it holds your gaze for so long? Duan Xiaoxi, her expression devoid of emotion, shot him a glance. After a pause, she raised a hand and pointed to the sky, saying, look up. The weather is lovely, perfect for a date, Jiang Lanxing remarked, not bothering to glance upward, his attention solely on her eyes, still smiling. No, Duan Xiao, she shook her head, continuing to point. Look at that cloud. Doesn't it resemble the 1,000 beast coins you owe me? Jiang Lanxing fell silent. Recently, the activities of stray beasts have become increasingly frequent. Yin Zhao furrowed his brows as Bone City indiscriminately welcomed the influx of rootless beasts. The stray beasts and rootless beasts were in cahoots. One must remain vigilant against their invasion. Bone City has been quiet for 8 years. Is it merely biding its time? Yin Zhao nodded slightly and continued. Their eagerness to recruit rootless beasts is a testament to this. Bone City, situated in a remote sandy area, suffers from a scarcity of prey and water. An incursion into Bone City is merely a matter of time. That would be troublesome, the Leopard King remarked with a grave expression. Stray beasts are easily identifiable, being nothing more than venomous creatures. However, rootless beasts appear indistinguishable from ordinary male beastmen to the naked, and that if they manage to infiltrate the royal city, we will be besieged from within and without, which would be dire indeed. We must enhance the scrutiny at the city gates. Yin Zhao's expression mirrored his concern. That sounds reasonable. The Leopard King seemed to sense something, pondering for a moment before stating, the royal city must prepare before the rainy season. This matter requires careful deliberation. The city's defenses are divided among the 4 families of wolves, leopards, lions, and tigers. The TO mobilize them extensively requires the consent of the other 3 families. Jiang Lanxing guided Duan Xiaoxi through the real estate. I am the treasurer of the royal city. Matters of military affairs are beyond my expertise. However, All funds for constructing defensive works must come through me. Duan Xiaoxi followed him around the market for a while. Her curiosity piqued, yet she managed to suppress it. Pretending to be uninterested, she lowered her gaze to her waist pouch, which contained Jiang Lanqing's compensation of 500. The other 500 was on credit. You truly possess a fortune, she remarked. The title of the wealthiest in the royal city suits you well. When will you repay the remaining 500? Jiang Lanqing fell silent once more. The two brothers were deep in discussion as the sun began its descent. Just as they were broaching the topic of the captured females in Bone City when the queen burst in, her urgency palpable. Xiao. The queen gasped for breath and continued, Little Duan has been taken away by a fox. Before the Leopard King and the queen could fully process this, Yin Xiao had already vanished like a gust of wind. He followed the scent and soon caught sight of someone, choosing to remain hidden while trailing at a cautious distance. Jiang Lanqing sensed something amiss, twitching his nose and casting a vague glance behind him. Duan Xiaoxi, engrossed in inspecting the properties, remained oblivious to the additional pair of eyes upon her. She focused on memorizing the terrains and prices, determined that she would not be at a disadvantage when it came time for her own purchase. The locations Jiang Lanqing selected were undoubtedly prime choices, yet the houses were large, and living alone would be wasteful and cumbersome to manage. Rather than squandering so much on property, it would be wiser to reserve some funds for renting a shop. Only by keeping the money circulating could it multiply. After a while, as the day grew late, Duan Xiaoxi felt she had gathered enough information about the prices and excused herself to return home. Unexpectedly, Jiang Lanqing sighed, discreetly glancing at the shadowy corner of the wall, and remarked, Are you leaving so soon? Your male companion is yet to arrive. It would be unwise for you to return alone, that I can manage a stroll on my own. Are you familiar with the route? With a mouth, one cannot simply eat. Duan Xiaoxi chuckled, asserting, Even if no one comes to fetch me, I can always ask for directions. Her words struck a poignant chord that I in the beast realm. Females were often surrounded by attendants, yet she spoke so nonchalantly of being unaccompanied. The mere thought of that slender figure wandering alone through the bustling streets was indeed heart-wrenching. Duan Xiaoxi offered an indifferent smile, yet the speaker felt otherwise, that if you desire my company, I would be quite pleased. Our financial transactions hardly forge any bond. I would feel uneasy imposing on you, she replied. Jiang Lanqing nodded with a smile, watching as her delicate silhouette faded at the alley's mouth. He did not insist on accompanying her, wishing to afford her solitude to see if she might seize the opportunity to contact anyone. And besides, Yin Xiao was following her, so he had no need. Yet despite following her for most of the day, Yin Xiao found that she merely asked for directions. The female's demeanor was serene, her attitude amicable, occasionally engaging in light-hearted banter with elders. She bore no airs, easily conversing with numerous beastmen, who were willing to exchange a few words with her. Although she walked alone, she did not seem lonely. He could not help but ponder that this female was capable of setting aside her conflicting emotions, engaging warmly in conversation. The royal city was vast, and by the time Duan Xiaoxi reached the Leopard King's fortress, the sun had already begun to dip. Standing outside the castle gate, Duan Xiaoxi gazed at the remaining rays of sunlight, struck by how their molten gold hue resembled Yin Zhao's eyes. She shook her head in apparent resignation, musing, Without trust, we are ultimately not companions. That I in moments of tranquility, it is all too easy to become lost in thought. And so it was that Duan Xiaoxi found herself unexpectedly pulled into Yin Zhao's embrace as he emerged from behind the door. As he pressed her head down to sniff her, he remarked, You smell rather unpleasant. Will you wash yourself when you return, or shall I assist you? Duan Xiaoxi resolved to cut her losses and pushed him with all her might. Yet he did not budge. Gazing into his eyes, she recalled the fading sunlight and replied with a hint of exasperation, Your expression is hardly any better. Yin Xiao let out a grunt, refusing to release her. Buying a house? Very well. Suddenly, he wore a mischievous smirk, pulling her in closer. Duan Xiaoxi felt an impulse to inquire, Have you held others in such a manner before? Her eyes flickered, but she refrained from asking. Yin Xiao encircled her waist with one arm while the other gripped her shoulder. Her delicate frame felt insubstantial in his embrace, despite being able to see her with a mere glance downward. It felt as if there was nothing at all in his arms, stirring an inexplicable restlessness within him that he had been feeling irritable of late. He decided not to dwell on such thoughts and continued. So, are you eager to part ways with me? Duan Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled with mirth, teasingly provoking. Isn't it admirable to be self-sufficient? Relying on others' money for self-sufficiency, Yin Xiao chuckled, revealing a hint of mischief. How shameless. Duan Xiaoxi's lips curved into a smile as she playfully tapped his nose, responding, no, it is called cleverness. Yin Xiao found it truly strange that the frustration he had harbored for half the day dissipated entirely with her gentle touch. He mused whether he had unwittingly fallen under the spell of this female. Chapter 18. Desire gazing at her exquisitely delicate face, Yin Xiao chuckled, raising his hand to shield her alluring gaze. Then after a moment, withdrew it to stare directly into her eyes, inquiring, when do you plan to make a purchase? Duan Xiaoxi replied cheerfully. Soon he swept her up in his arms, lifting her effortlessly as if she were a child. And she settled comfortably against him. Then let us go now, he declared, wrapping her arms around his neck. Have you already identified the locations? Not affirming nor denying, Duan Xiaoxi tilted her head to meet his gaze, studying him silently for a moment before commenting. Little Mo, you seem rather different today. The mention of Little Mo caused Yin Xiao to freeze, lifting her slightly off the ground as he met her gaze with a serious expression and stated, Who taught you that? Do not call me that. Little Mo's cheeks flushed. Duan Xiaoxi playfully pointed at his nose, giggling. Your ears are turning red too. Frustrated, Yin Xiao hoisted her up and continued walking. The two strolled under the moonlight until they reached the outer ring. Duan Xiaoxi hopped out of his embrace, her innocent face turned upward as she asked, Why have you stopped here? Are we not buying this place? Yin Xiao raised an eyebrow, a smile creeping onto his face. If you dislike it, we shall move on. Duan Xiaoxi narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him closely before asserting, No, this is the one. Leading the way, she turned to see Yin Xiao still smiling, seemingly determined. She paused and asked, How did you know I favored this spot? Yin Xiao smirked and stepped closer, halting when they were merely a hand's breadth apart. Leaning slightly, he said, I also know you have a fondness for me. Who wouldn't love such a handsome exterior? Duan Xiaoxi maintained her steady smile, but subtly retreated a step, creating a safe distance between them. As she noticed him inching closer, she inhaled deeply and prepared to step back again, only for Yin Xiao to sidestep her and head toward the stone house behind her. Duan Xiaoxi blinked in surprise, catching a glimpse of his triumphant smirk from the corner of her eye. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and turned to follow him. Upon their arrival, a flowered leopard leaped down from the roof. In the beast realm, there are no locks on doors. Newly constructed houses for sale are typically guarded by a beast man to prevent theft until sold. The flowered leopard was unique in that it served both as a guardian and a seller of the stone house. Duan Xiaoxi, not as perceptive as Yin Xiao, was still searching for the seller while the leopard paced atop the roof. Yin Xiao found her naivety amusing, more entertaining than anything else that the leopard descended. Duan Xiaoxi remained unaware, and just as the leopard's long tail swung toward her, she startled, raising her arm to shield herself, only to be pulled away by Yin Xiao. After exchanging glances with the leopard, Yin Xiao stated bluntly, We are here to buy a house. The leopard glanced at the female behind Yin Xiao. Having his own female, he remained in beast form. Turning back to Yin Xiao, he emitted 2 low growls. Meeting Duan Xiaoxi's inquiring gaze, Yin Xiao translated, He offers a flat price of 560. Duan Xiaoxi stared in astonishment, for she had just spent the morning wandering through the stone house with Jiang Lanqing, a sprawling 4-story structure occupying a prime location. Priced at merely around 600 now, this smaller 2-story edifice dared to demand 560. She paced back and forth between Yin Xiao and the leopard, who nodded affirmatively. Duan Xiaoxi nearly chuckled. Yet, it was evident that Yin Xiao was oblivious to market values due to his wealth. Duan Xiaoxi mused, as she observed the leopard's innocent facade, feigning the demeanor of an unassuming little kitten. A sneer escaped her lips. These naive individuals were ripe for exploitation. How quaint their rustic simplicity was. She suggested a price reduction, merely a 0 to be lopped off that he would understand. Yin Xiao appeared momentarily dazed, while Duan Xiaoxi grasped his arm, hissing, I do not wish to converse with him. Yin Xiao replied, The leopard emitted a few whimpers, to which Yin Xiao responded, He says it's acceptable. So, Duan Xiaoxi coldly interjected. 56. Both Yin Xiao and the leopard were taken aback. Could she truly be suggesting a mere 56? Ultimately, Duan Xiaoxi secured that stone house for 160, leaving Yin Xiao in a state of shock. By the time the transaction was completed, the moon was perched high in the sky. Having missed lunch, Duan Xiaoxi was whisked away by Madame Leopard, and with the evening consumed by the housing matter. Her stomach grumbled audibly, much to Yin Zhao's amusement. Duan Xiaoxi shot him a glare, retorting, "There goes one less person mooching off your hospitality. You ought to be delighted." Yin Zhao's expression shifted momentarily, feigning sorrow as he lamented. "A new love has made you forget your old affection. How heartless." Duan Xiaoxi laughed. "When did I ever have an old flame? You should be the one questioning when you acquired a conscience." Yin Xiao hoisted Duan Xiaoxi onto his shoulder, pinning down her kicking legs, and jested, "Perhaps the wealthy lady should support me. I am homeless and quite pitiable. And this is how you treat a wealthy lady." Duan Xiaoxi playfully punched his shoulder, finding his form too rigid, causing her stomach to ache. "That you're more audacious than a rogue seeking shelter in a graveyard." He grinned crookedly, spinning her around before resting her on his forearm. "Is this more comfortable?" Duan Xiaoxi huffed. "It'll have to do that." As they approached the city gate, having surpassed curfew, they were predictably halted by the guards. Yin Xiao stood with an imposing demeanor, announcing from the Jean Leopard clan, "We are hunting outside the city. Step aside." A few guards recognized Duan Xiaoxi, and their prior inaction during the day left them feeling uneasy. They stole a glance at her, but quickly averted their eyes, fearing she might report them to Yin Xiao. Duan Xiaoxi merely smiled faintly, remaining silent. The guards, trembling, opened the gate for Yin Xiao, cautioning him to be wary of dangers at night. Yin Xiao scoffed, dismissing their concern. With his tall stature and long legs, Yin Xiao carried Duan Xiaoxi steadily, treading upon the fallen leaves with a crunch. Duan Xiaoxi wrapped her arms around his neck, his warm breath cascading against her neck. Seemingly banishing the night's chill, that he cradled her with one forearm, using the other to clear the branches from their path. Suddenly, Duan Xiaoxi burst into laughter. "What is amusing?" Yin Xiao pressed on, guiding her to a lake, the same one he had first taken her to. It turned out to be situated between the tribe and the royal city. "Did I laugh at you?" Duan Xiaoxi said as she descended from him, lamenting her height. Indeed, when she walked alone, there were no branches to obstruct her path. Yin Xiao, bare-chested, began to remove his trousers to wade into the water. His pants, woven from golden silk, were newly acquired in the royal city, and Duan Xiaoxi thought him rather ostentatious that he chuckled cryptically, claiming it was merely to please her. However, this sentiment revolted her, leaving her momentarily speechless. Truth be told, Madame Leopard had prepared them, and the Leopard King had insisted he wear them. That Duan Xiaoxi observed him preparing to enter the water. She refrained from commenting, instead sitting by the lakeside, watching his silhouette under the moonlight. That he was exceptionally tall, standing there like a segment of a city wall. His imposing figure, muscular and robust, radiated strength, tapering to a defined waist, resembling an inverted triangle from behind. Old scars marked his shoulder blades, accentuating his carefree, roving spirit. Duan Xiaoxi marveled, contemplating how few artisans could sculpt such a form. If sensing her gaze, Yin Xiao cast a sidelong glance at her. Their eyes collided unexpectedly, leaving Duan Xiaoxi startled, momentarily forgetting to look away, her eyes wide and foolishly bubbling. Noticing her dazed expression, Yin Xiao couldn't help but grin. His smile, seemingly ordinary, held an enticing charm that was hard to resist. "Is it handsome?" he queried. Duan Xiaoxi, maintaining her pride, replied matter-of-factly, "Indeed, it is." Yin Xiao turned to face her, his smile broadening, his eyes shimmering with molten gold. "I sent it dull to admire from behind. How about a view from the front?" Not looking, Duan Xiaoxi replied with a smile, though her gaze shifted away. "Not wanting to look?" she inquired. Duan Xiaoxi shook her head, her words layered with meaning. Desiring to see, but unable to. Just catching a glimpse of his back was sufficient to whet her appetite. Her words were less for Yin Xiao and more a self-reminder. Though she had affection for him, the tantalizing allure of unattainable desires stirred her heart. Given that she could not indulge, she resolved to savor the experience. For even the scent was delightful. The yearning was indeed painful. Yet since it remained unfulfilled, why should she press further, transforming her current pangs into deeper sorrow? What purpose did that serve? Unexpectedly, Yin Xiao emerged from the water. Completely unclothed, squatting down to say, "If you wish to see, then see. If you desire, then take. The things you cherish should be held tightly, for that is where the true delight lies. That he differed from Duan Xiaoxi, who sought to cut her losses, that he reveled in the delicate balance of reason and desire, a tension that exhilarated him. Yet once he stepped outside that circle, desire became his unwavering pursuit. Duan Xiaoxi stood frozen, her mind brimming with polite, distant phrases, yet not a single word escaped her lips. She felt ensnared by the heat of his gaze, breathless. Having caught a large fish, Yin Xiao noticed her trance and laughed. Pulling out a hefty catch from behind him, "Is this to your liking?" Chapter 19. Moving early the next morning, Duan Xiaoxi and Yin Xiao moved into the stone house. The residence featured a spacious courtyard, with a two-story building directly facing the main entrance. She designated the first floor bedroom for Yin Xiao, while she occupied the second floor. However, Yin Xiao, dissatisfied, unilaterally relocated his leopard den next door to Duan Xiaoxi's room. She shot him a glance but tacitly accepted it. Aside from this, Yin Xiao exhibited commendable initiative, vowing to contribute his catches as rent. With a robust man now residing in the house, Duan Xiaoxi made no qualms about directing him where needed. Yin Xiao worked tirelessly, resembling a laborer. Today, he moved bricks. Tomorrow, he repaired tiles, laboring from dawn to dusk like a weary dog. Duan Xiaoxi criticized the sand pits used by the beastmen for lacking privacy, insisting he construct a side room, which she dubbed a toilet. She also deemed the beastmen's dens inadequate and instructed Yin Xiao to build a hollow platform from stone with an opening leading outside, which she referred to as a kong, promising warmth in winter. Moreover, there was a stone bathtub, a stove for boiling water, and tables and chairs for dining. The expansive courtyard of the stone house allowed Duan Xiaoxi to have Yin Xiao lay stone slabs in the center to prevent muddy paths during rain. She planted small fences along the remaining sides, cultivating the ginger, garlic, and scallions she had foraged from the forest. That in the center, she erected a small pavilion, furnished with tables and benches, ready for guests or for her own use when none were present. When the Leopard King and his wife came to visit, the house appeared transformed. Madame Leopard gaped in astonishment, unable to close her mouth. Duan Xiaoxi smiled, pulling her to the small pavilion in the courtyard, shielding them from the midday heat. The Leopard King was equally surprised. Although Yin Xiao had mentioned in private that the female was quite resourceful, he had not anticipated such a transformation. Spotting the vegetable garden on either side, he exclaimed, "Oh, Xiao Duan, why have you planted so many medicinal herbs in the courtyard? Are you unwell?" "I'm perfectly fine," Duan Xiaoxi replied, just as Yin Xiao returned from hunting, carrying 7 or 8 green-headed ducks that quacked merrily. Those were to be treasured, as they were intended for cultivation. The green-headed ducks were caught at Duan Xiaoxi's insistence. She wanted to raise them, despite Yin Xiao's belief that it was unnecessary, as they had hunters in the household. Duan Xiaoxi remained adamant after he had brought one home previously, insisting on keeping them. Upon hearing their quacking, her eyes sparkled. Yet with guests present, she merely nodded and glanced at the sky, stating they would dine on the green-headed ducks today, adding, "Let us start with the males." Yin Xiao nodded, selecting 5 to prepare in the kitchen. As he busied himself with the ducks, Duan Xiaoxi stood up to address the Leopard King and Madame Leopard. "I shall check on things. Please make yourselves comfortable." From a distance, Yin Xiao heard her voice and, without looking up, shifted to make space for her, grinning. "Ditto, you're concerned about me. Have you come to check on me personally? Do you really need anyone else to worry about you?" Duan Xiaoxi replied with a smile, softer than the gentle spring breeze outside, while fiddling with the feathers he had plucked from the ducks. She asked, "Have you eaten outside?" Male beastmen usually had a prodigious appetite, often consuming a portion of their catch during hunts. When they take on their beastly forms, it matters not if they indulge in raw flesh and blood, for wild creatures inherently possess the nature of beasts. Yet, they are reluctant to let the females know, fearing they might perceive them as cruel and repulsive. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiao paused momentarily, one hand plucking feathers while the other grasped a duck, tilting his head in a daze to gaze at her. That he had previously shown little concern for such matters, but at that instant, he hesitated. After a brief silence, he finally inquired, "How did you discern that?" His typically captivating eyes now appeared pitifully aggrieved. Duan Xiao, she stifled a laugh, gesturing towards the corners of her mouth, and replied earnestly, "You haven't wiped your mouth, have you?" Since he was accustomed to being shameless, he quickly regained his usual demeanor after a moment's pause, grunting, "Wipe it for me." Duan Xiao, she had not anticipated this turn of events. Thinking he was uncharacteristically shy, she retorted, "Why would I want to wipe your mouth? Isn't it true that you don't want me? If you truly did, would you be willing to treat me like livestock? I believe in you, which is why I am using you." Upon witnessing his resentful expression, Duan Xiao, she finally burst into laughter. She retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket and offered it to him. Yet, he clung to her wrist stubbornly, refusing to let go. The hairs from his thumb brushed against her delicate skin. And as he felt the protrusion of a bone on her wrist, he mused that such a slender wrist would surely break with a mere twist. Duan Xiao, she remained unfazed, smiling brightly at him, which only rendered him more uncomfortable. He raised his hand to shield her captivating gaze, but upon realizing his hands were unclean, he refrained from doing so. Giving an awkward cough, he released her hand and continued plucking feathers, saying, "Using me to catch birds for the academy is quite wasteful. I shall find another use for you another day." The remark sounded peculiar, and as she pondered its meaning, Duan Xiao, she turned her head back, startled to see him smirking. "What are you staring at? Have you finally found me appealing? I find you utterly shameless." With winter just past, the down of the wild ducks had not yet completely shed. Duan Xiao, she sifted through them, but aside from a small portion on the neck and under the wings, the rest of the feathers were too coarse and rigid for use. Thus, from 5 ducks, she only managed to gather a small pile of down. She carefully stored the feathers, planning to accumulate more to see if she could craft a warm winter outfit that as she gathered the fine fluff. Yin Xiao watched intently. Although he did not inquire about her actions, he sensed that she was not merely toying around. This female possessed a strong sense of purpose. Over the days, he had observed that she never engaged in meaningless activities. Even in light banter, she was always measured in her words. She was acutely aware of her intentions and had contemplated the idea of living alongside him, only to later dismiss it herself. Yin Xiao propped his leg, observing her profile, pondering how long she could maintain this dance of proximity and distance, this ambiguous game. He was not in a rush. In time, the prey would inevitably belong to him. The Leopard King was engaged in conversation with the Leopard Queen in the courtyard. The Leopard Queen, having arrived, found everything novel and delightful, showering praises upon Duan Xiaoxi. The Leopard King chuckled in agreement. Just as their spirits were high, Yin Xiao emerged, towering over them. Having to stoop slightly to exit, he acknowledged the Leopard Queen with a nod, swiftly plucking a handful of scallions from the enclosure. Before striding back inside with long strides that I end the kitchen, the duck pieces Yin Xiao had chopped were already washed. Now, submerged in cold water, they would better expel the blood from the meat, while the scallions, ginger and garlic would eliminate any gamey smell. Once boiled, they would be removed and rinsed again. That a small amount of animal fat was poured into the pot and sautéed, and after the moisture evaporated, ginger slices, star anise, and bay leaves were added, along with a few dried chilies and a sprinkling of salt. The fragrant aroma wafted through the doors and windows. The Leopard Queen, drawn by the enticing scent, entered the kitchen and was taken aback to see Duan Xiao, she at the stove while Yin Xiao stood nearby, peeling garlic. That in a vast world of beasts, it was unheard of for a female to be tasked with cooking. Yet, she was too captivated by the delicious aroma to reprimand Yin Xiao. Approaching Duan Xiaoxi, she noticed her deftly using 2 wooden sticks to extract the herbs from the pot. The Leopard Queen, astonished, inquired, "Why do you add so many herbs to the meat? And what are those wooden sticks? How do you use them so skillfully?" Duan Xiao, she poured another basin of boiling water into the pot before responding. "I can't quite recall. I just know that it's how my elders in my hometown used to do it." Yin Xiao approached to wipe the sweat from her brow, but he was eager to send her away, saying, "Sister-in-law, you should step outside. It's smoky in here. You know it's smoky, yet you let Xiao Duan cook." The Leopard Queen's anger flared. She thought, "I have no time to deal with you, yet you walk right into the line of fire. He can't cook well. I was just teaching him." Duan Xiao, she said cheerfully while adding salt to the pot. "Please step outside. It's truly unbearable in here. Once I'm done, I'll have Yin Xiao serve it to you, and I'd love for you to taste it." She had stewed 3 ducks, planning to roast the remaining 2. She had already prepared the 2 ducks, stuffing them with scallions, ginger, garlic, and salt to marinate. As the broth in the pot began to bubble, the other 2 ducks also absorbed the flavor. Yin Xiao built a fire pit in the courtyard, skewering the 2 ducks for roasting, that he then ladled the stewed duck into a bowl and brought it out. The four of them sat under the shade of the courtyard, evading the midday sun, gathered around the table to share 3 stewed ducks. The other 3, unable to use chopsticks, each had a spoon in their bowl. Feasting heartily, with the leopard queen being the most enthusiastic, her eyes wide with delight as she praised the dish. As the bowl of stewed duck neared its end, the aroma of the roasted duck filled the air. Yin Xiao brought the roasted duck to the table, and the leopard king and queen erupted in applause once more. Yin Xiao and the leopard king had hearty appetites. 5 ducks were merely a tasting for them, so they hardly ate much. Having prepared a separate meal for himself in the forest, Yin Xiao had rested early and sat at the table, watching Duan Xiao she eat with great amusement. Her small mouth opened and closed as she expertly stripped the meat from the bones. Although it appeared slow, soon a pile of bones accumulated before her. Her eating demeanor was composed and quite delightful to observe. He noticed a drop of broth fall from the side of her mouth, only to be deftly caught by her petite tongue, leaving him to wonder what such a tongue might taste like. This line of thought was dangerous. The moment he entertained it, a rush of heat surged through him, making it difficult to endure. Chapter 20. The first kiss just past noon, after finishing her meal. Duan Xiao, she lingered over her chopsticks until the leopard queen had finished before calling for Yin Xiao to clean up. Their roles were clearly defined. One cooked while the other tidied. In the corner of the kitchen stood a large vat for water, serving both for drinking and as a fire safety measure. Yin Xiao scooped water from it to wash the dishes. The leopard queen stepped in, her curiosity piqued by everything she saw. That as animal fat. It can be a bit clumpy in this chilly place. Usually just a spoonful enhances the flavor greatly, that if you like it. You can take this jar home with you. Oh no, how could I accept that? The leopard queen waved her hands. Having lived in the royal city for so many years, I've never seen anything like it. It must have cost a pretty penny. That didn't cost me anything. I made it myself. When I'm bored, I put my energy into discovering how to cook. Seeing the leopard queen's incredulous expression, she continued, "Did you find today's meal to your liking?" The leopard queen nodded vigorously. "I've never enjoyed a meal as much as this. Since you found it to your liking, please accept this little jar. It can be used for roasting meat or added to pots to experiment with other dishes. Without this jar, it would be a hassle for me to make it again." While the leopard queen hesitated, the leopard king interjected, "How about you teach me how to make it? That way, we won't have to trouble you after every meal." Yin Xiao shot a glance at the leopard king, but remained silent. "Very well," Duan Xiao she agreed. "I still have some leftover fatty meat at home." Before Duan Xiao she could respond, Yin Xiao sighed and took it upon himself to retrieve the remaining animal fat. With his long legs, he swiftly returned with the items. The leopard king was further astonished. "This kind of meat is usually disliked by beastmen. You made this oil from it?" "Yes." Yin Xiao exchanged glances with Duan Xiao she and added, "I'll handle it. You can rest." Seeing this, the leopard queen thought, this child is finally wised up. Adding firewood under the stove, they lit the fire, placing the animal fat in cold water, adding scallions and ginger. And once the water boiled, they skimmed off the blood foam. Duan Xiao she explained to the leopard king, by starting with cold water, the oil rendered is a pure, jade-like white. Adding scallions and ginger eliminates any gamey odor, resulting in clean, tasteless oil that enhances the flavor of the dishes. The leopard king nodded in understanding. Then, Yin Xiao fished out the meat chunks, draining the excess water before adding a little fresh water back into the pot. He boiled the fatty meat again until it began to sizzle. "Is it done?" the leopard king asked. "Not yet. There is no need to rush," Yin Xiao replied, watching the pot, while noticing Duan Xiao, she retrieving a large bowl from the cabinet. Standing beside him in wait, Yin Xiao, typically not one to chatter, caught her gaze briefly, noticing her finely sculpted jawline before averting his eyes, explaining to the leopard king, "The sizzling sound is because the water has evaporated. Now is the opportune moment for the oil to be released, so we must wait a little longer." The four of them stood by the pot, watching the hot oil bubble, and finally, Duan Xiao she announced, It's done. There wasn't too much fatty meat left, yielding only a bowl of oil." Duan Xiao she attempted to serve it, but Yin Xiao stopped her, stating, "It's hot," as he took the bowl and set it on the windowsill to cool. When the leopard king and queen left, they took the freshly rendered pot of lard with them. The two stood at the door to bid farewell, watching them depart into the distance. Duan Xiao she looked up and asked Yin Xiao, "I plan to visit the market this afternoon. Do you have time? How does it matter whether one is free or not?" Yin Xiao could not help but chuckle, relishing the occasional hint of dependence she displayed towards him. That moment, a subtle smile graced her lips, gently curling upwards, almost inviting playful teasing. Duan Xiao she turned to leave, convinced that she could manage on her own. However, Yin Xiao followed closely, seizing her arm. Just as Duan Xiao she was about to turn back and deliver a playful retort, she felt a warm sensation on her lips that a sudden chill ran through her. Yin Xiao had dared to kiss her. Startled, her eyes widened, forgetting even to push him away. His masculine heat and dominance ignited a fire that reduced her rationality to ashes. His large hand gripped the nape of her neck, fervently caressing it, rendering her body weak and pliable, as if he held her very lifeblood in his grasp. The man's lips were not soft, mirroring the rugged intensity that defined Yin Xiao. He gazed into her eyes, absorbing the confusion and shock that played across her face. After a moment, he paused, resting his forehead against hers, his voice slightly hoarse as he said, "I merely inquired about your plans for this afternoon. Why the haste to flee?" By now, Duan Xiao, she had regained her composure, her eyes shimmering with a cold fire. Yet, in Yin Zhao's eyes, the slight redness at the corners of her eyes betrayed an unspoken grievance, both pitiable and captivating, stirring a desire within him that he leaned down, eager to savor the taste of femininity once more, only to be unexpectedly pushed away by Duan Xiao. He licked his lips, looking down at her with an imposing presence, his smile revealing his determination. Under the weight of his gaze, Duan Xiao, she felt a mix of surprise and anger. It was the first time she sensed the oppressive authority emanating from him. In that stare, she found no reflection of herself. Instead, it burned with desire and possession, devoid of love. That a cool breeze swept through the alley, lifting the ends of their hair. And in that moment, she saw Yin Xiao clearly, as well as herself. Without emotions, one cannot suffer. Therefore, she forced a smile, her eyes still bright, suggesting that she would take more rewards from him and later exchange them in the forest for greater spoils. Yin Xiao stood rooted, perplexed as to how someone so infuriated could switch to such a fade, smiling, yet seeming both false and sorrowful, leaving no cracks in her veneer. He could not comprehend how a soul could oscillate from the brink of desire to instant silence. Duan Xiao, she fixed her dangerous gaze upon him, and after a prolonged moment, turned and returned to her room. The midday sun streamed through the window, warming Yin Zhao's face as he lay sprawled in his room, one arm serving as a pillow while the other shielded his eyes. Sleep eluded him. He strained to catch the sounds from the neighboring room. Silence enveloped him. It appeared that the other party had dismissed the previous events as inconsequential, merely a fleeting interruption. However, he could not shake off the lingering sensation and warmth. Having spent 3 years in Bone City, he had encountered all manner of femininity, while none matched Duan Xiao's beauty. Many were willing to endure anything for protection. The uncouth beasts of Bone City had urged him to indulge, promising ecstasy, yet he had refused, finding it distasteful despite witnessing many such encounters. Any man would respond to the sight, unless he were utterly devoid of humanity. Yet none had haunted his dreams as she did. As these thoughts swirled, his senses ignited, blood rushing southward. He flipped over suddenly, realizing he was in trouble, feeling something shift within him. Hearing the rough breaths of the man next door, Duan Xiao, she quietly opened her eyes. Although a wall separated them, the sound felt as if it were right by her ear, igniting a heat that enveloped her. She had lost all sense of time, her body numb from lying in one position, only to hear a muffled groan from the other side. She had spent the entire afternoon without sleep. Yin Xiao was consumed by thoughts of her, equally sleepless, ultimately succumbing to his own hand, then storming out. Duan Xiao, she sat up, hurling her pillow against the wall shared with Yin Xiao, as if it were him, venting her frustrations. Neither knew who was more vexed. As she stepped outside, she found Yin Xiao washing his face, scrubbing vigorously with his large hands, before dousing himself with water from head to toe in a fit of irritation. Duan Xiao, she raised an eyebrow, observing him from the doorway, taking in his form before casting a glance at his midsection, saying, "What is the point of pouring water over your head? One might think you were attempting to cultivate flowers here. With that temper, you ought to take the water internally. External application does little for the soul." Yin Xiao remained silent, his wet hair obscuring half his face, revealing only his sharp eyes. Since Duan Xiao, she had appeared, he had not diverted his gaze. Were it not for the water, His physique would have instilled fear in anyone who chanced upon him. Duan Xiao, she could not restrain herself, and burst into laughter. Her laughter dulled the sharpness in Yin Zhao's eyes. Confused, he struggled to maintain his fierce demeanor. "What are you laughing at?" Duan Xiao, she feigned innocence, turning her head away and clearing her throat. Not providing a response, that I have to step out for a while. Duan Xiao, she spoke earnestly. "You stay here and keep watch." "Where to?" "The market. Weren't we supposed to go together?" Yin Xiao frowned, hurling a stone water container to the ground, shattering it with a loud crash. "How can you go out looking like this?" Duan Xiao, she shot a glance at the shards on the ground. "It's still cold outside. Dressed like that, you'll catch a chill." Yin Xiao snorted, towering over her, his shadow enveloping her entirely, his expression cold. "Are you being sincere?" "Absolutely sincere." Duan Xiao, she remained composed, attempting to withdraw, only to be ensnared by Yin Xiao, who had seen through her ruse. Gripping her nape and rendering her unsteady, he embraced her waist, their bodies pressed together, the heat radiating from him nearly melting her resolve. Especially as their lower bodies brushed together, the warmth ignited a whirlwind of emotions within her. Yin Xiao, teeth clenched, leaned closer to Duan Xiao's ear. "Where does your sincerity come from? Show me. Will you?" His body was ablaze, yet the droplets of water cascading from him were icy, splashing onto her neck, causing her to shiver. Duan Xiao, she hung her head, silent, while Yin Xiao grew impatient, but he thought to himself, "Damn it, this is retribution." After a moment, Duan Xiao, she gently placed her hand on his chest. Her touch light, yet laden with meaning. That meaning was rejection. "Perhaps you should dry off." Chapter 21. Ambition. The weather was splendid, and as noon passed, the sun elongated Duan Xiao, she's shadow. This time it was Yin Xiao who tread upon her. Duan Xiao, she caught a glimpse of the man striding towards her with exaggerated steps, thinking him childish. Following closely behind was a fierce presence, but she chose to ignore it, striding confidently towards the grain store of the old goat. Upon arrival, she found the shop still standing, yet the proprietor was nowhere to be seen. In the distance, another grain shop revealed a familiar figure, two rabbit ears perked atop his head. Their eyes met. A spark of recognition igniting. "Rabbit." The rabbit shopkeeper beamed. "Little Duan. It's been days since I last saw you. I heard you bought a stone house in the city." Duan Xiao, she felt a chill run down her spine, knowing without looking that Yin Xiao was watching her intently. She mentally labeled him as overly cautious but chose to disregard him. Instead, she smiled at the rabbit. "Yes, I plan to settle in the royal city." "That's wonderful," the rabbit exclaimed, slapping the table with delight. "From now on, when you come to my shop for grain, I'll give you a secret discount. Then I shall not be polite." After exchanging pleasantries, Duan Xiao, she pivoted the conversation. "Rabbit uncle, do you know where the old goat has gone? I just passed by and noticed the shop seems to have changed hands." The rabbit glanced in that direction, then sighed. "Business has been tough for grain sellers these days. That you've seen that the old goat shop has changed hands, but you may not know who has taken over. It's the Elk clan." Duan Xiao, she feigned ignorance, asking, "What is the Elk clan?" "They are new money, having risen in recent years by selling grain on the outskirts of the royal city. Their produce is abundant and uniform, reasonably priced, and they have gradually monopolized the grain market." That he pointed to the old goat's shop. "Look at the goat clan. They once thrived, but now they've been overshadowed by the Elk clan. Their grain is sold at a high price, yet its quality pales in comparison to that of the Elk. However, their numbers are many, and their yield is low. They can hardly sustain their clan. Gradually, they lost their market, and the old leader is still holding on, but now it's come to this. They couldn't even keep their shop. That aren't they all herbivorous beast men? Wouldn't it be better for everyone to do business together?" Duan Xiao, she pretended to be naive, putting on an innocent facade. The elders of the Elk clan looked down upon other herbivorous beastmen, particularly since the clan leader's eldest son broke through to the third tier 2 years ago, rendering them dismissive of other tribes. Duan Xiao, she appeared contemplative. On the way back, Yin Xiao maneuvered in front of Duan Xiao, she, blocking her path. Seeing her perplexed expression, he felt a sense of satisfaction. "So, you won't speak to me, will you?" She took a step back, smiling innocently. "What do you mean? You can't be forceful, can't be forceful." Duan Xiao, she squinted at him, noticing his arm half raised, attempting to dodge, but seeing him retract his intimidation. "What is it?" Just because you spoke a few less words this afternoon, you think you can threaten me now? Duan Xiaoxi's eyes darted around, her mood quite pleasant, willing to exchange a few more words with him. Besides, you depend on conversing with me to survive. If I choose not to speak, would you wither away? Who dares to strike you? He smirked, though the smile bore a menacing air, as if he wished to scrutinize her. Very well. Duan Xiaoxi turned and continued walking, for I know not what thoughts occupy your mind. Say what you will. That he sauntered over, casually draping an arm around her shoulder, as if they were good pals. Yet he had just remarked that she could say anything she liked. Humph. Even if my thoughts are difficult to decipher, they pale in comparison to yours. He would rather Duan Xiaoxi unleash a torrent of anger upon him than maintain her outward calmness. For he was unaware that often, the more serene the exterior, the more turmoil brews within. Those moments of silent endurance during the day, who knows if they might torment a person in restless sleeplessness at night. Duan Xiaoxi sighed inwardly, deciding to cut through the chaos and not be swayed by it. She smiled more deeply, raising her hand to push his arm away, which felt rather heavy, pressing painfully upon her shoulder. After a brief pause, she inquired, "Would you accompany me out of the city tomorrow?" Upon hearing this, Yin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but he was unsure whether to laugh at her for heeding his words or to lament her reluctance to grant him the opportunity to tease her further. He could only manage a bitter smile, saying, "How could I refuse? Naturally, whatever you say shall be it." As spring reached its midpoint, it coincided with the season of sowing. Yin Xiao led Duan Xiaoxi toward the goat tribe. The day was still early, and the fog in the forest dissipated slowly, creating an ethereal ambience that in this enchanted realm. Duan Xiaoxi spotted a white deer, which evidently also noticed her. The two exchanged a distant gaze through the swirling mist before parting ways. Duan Xiaoxi mused, "How beautiful, akin to the glowing ashes that fall after moonlight is burned. Is it not lovely?" Yin Xiao stood behind her. She remained silent, allowing him to stew in his own thoughts. As they approached the goat tribe, the fog had lifted entirely. That a goat beast stationed at the gate spotted Yin Xiao from afar and hurriedly rushed to inform the tribe, claiming that a ferocious carnivore had entered their midst. Yin Xiao indeed wore a displeased expression, which only intensified his already sharp features, making him appear even more formidable. Like a merciless executioner, and he lazily lifted his eyelids to glance at the beastmen, causing them to tremble in fear. Just as they were about to inquire about the whereabouts of their chief, Duan Xiaoxi seized his arm, shaking her head to signal him to remain silent. Yet she could hardly contain her laughter, which only fueled Yin Zhao's irritation, even as warmth spread in his heart. With a huff, he relented to her wishes. The residents of the royal city wished to meet the chief and discuss grain trade. Duan Xiaoxi informed another guard. The gatekeeper, struck by Duan Xiaoxi's ethereal beauty, thought to himself that though he had never beheld a celestial maiden, upon seeing her, he felt as if he had. The young man stammered, unable to articulate a response for quite some time, especially as the maiden remained calm and unhurried, which only embarrassed him further. This scene caught Yin Zhao's attention, and he deemed it unacceptable. He waved his hand to shield Duan Xiaoxi, pulling her behind him, and spoke in a low tone. "Do you not understand? Bring your chief here now." The guard, visibly terrified, scurried away to summon someone. Duan Xiaoxi thought to herself, Yin Zhao's words hold power after all. Yet, unbeknownst to her, after scolding the goat beast, Yin Xiao turned back to Duan Xiaoxi, furrowing his brow. "Are you intending to conduct business with them?" Upon seeing her nod, his frown deepened. "What is there to do? Are you idle? How can there be nothing to do?" Duan Xiaoxi crouched down, picked up a twig, and began to draw a sheep on the ground, followed by a deer, and finally, a crown above them. Connecting the three with a thoughtful expression, she remarked, "There is much to be done here. Just look." Duan Xiaoxi beckoned him, and although he was reluctant, Yin Xiao squatted beside her, unfazed by the dirt smudging her hands from the stick. She continued earnestly, "This is the royal city, currently the largest buyer of grain from various parties. However, from what I understand, despite having over 9,000 females, they purchase relatively little grain from the herbivore tribes each year, leading to fierce competition among them. How do you intend to proceed? Do you have a method to broaden the grain market?" Yin Xiao gazed at her profile, pondering that if the demand for grain does not increase, engaging in trade with them would surely result in losses. "You are quite astute," Duan Xiaoxi smiled, causing a cloud of dirt to puff onto Yin Zhao's face as she continued, "The royal city has many females. And with 3 meals a day, they should not have such a low demand for wheat. The root of the issue lies in the limited variety of products made from wheat. Merely a wheat soup will eventually become tiresome. Has no one considered exploring the potential uses of wheat beyond just making soup? That would be a tremendous waste. Be wise saying this. You imply you have an idea, Yin Xiao remarked. Duan Xiaoxi nodded and continued. Furthermore, has anyone considered the grain routes beyond the royal city? Are you suggesting that we should sell wheat outside the city? Yin Xiao smirked. That is indeed a good idea, but the tribes outside the royal city are not interconnected. Establishing those grain routes may not be easy. Duan Xiaoxi flashed a sly smile. Not quite. Yin Xiao fell silent for a moment, suddenly realizing with narrowed eyes, you have quite the ambition. Opening the grain routes among the tribes. Who says it can only benefit the royal city? As long as all tribes can reap rewards, establishing those routes would merely require a nod. What she aimed to create was not just grain routes, but a comprehensive trade network connecting all tribes. Once this trade network is established, goods from the royal city could be sold to other tribes, and treasures from other tribes could flow into the royal city. Although there were merchants who specialized in sourcing goods from various tribes, they merely engaged in reselling, resulting in price markups and inconsistencies in product quality, preventing any significant scale from being achieved. She recognized this gap and sought to establish a large-scale mutual market among the tribes. Modesty does not suit you, she continued, using the twig to draw a circle in the dirt, enclosing the sheep and deer tribes within it. Turning her face to smile at Yin Xiao, her satisfaction revealed a small pointed tooth. I also want the grain from the royal city. Yin Xiao gazed at the circle drawn in the soil, thinking to himself, this is a new monopoly. You have just shared your grand ambitions with me. Yin Xiao raised an eyebrow, a hint of mischief playing on his lips that I am merely a caged bird. Duan Xiaoxi rose, wiping away the drawing from the ground, and casually stated, in any case, if I do not speak of it, you will eventually discover it on your own. Yin Xiao also stood, observing her profile in silence. Chapter 22. Business. The elder of the sheep tribe was none other than the old goat who operated a wheat shop in the royal city. Upon seeing Yin Xiao, he instantly recognized the beauty the guards had spoken of. Being a tribal leader, he refrained from displaying excessive enthusiasm. With a demeanor that was cordial, yet neither obsequious nor arrogant, he invited them inside, explaining to Duan Xiaoxi as they walked. Earlier, the young ones reported seeing a carnivorous beast. However, that was not all. They claimed that the beast was exceptionally tall and looked quite fearsome, likely here to cause trouble. They took me elsewhere, which delayed my arrival. They were discussing a potential cooperation and were familiar with each other. A little delay was no issue. The scenery in the mountains was captivating, and it felt as if they had just arrived. She cast a sidelong glance at Yin Xiao, silently urging him to remain calm and maintain his composure. Yin Xiao scoffed, his expression softening slightly. Please have a seat, the old goat said politely, addressing her as Little Duan, which clearly signaled his intent to maintain a professional distance, separating business from personal matters. This suited Duan Xiaoxi just fine. She found a place to sit and gestured for Yin Xiao to join her. Once everyone was seated, Duan Xiaoxi stated, to be candid, I have come regarding the matter of the sheep tribe's wheat. Noticing the old goat's sigh, appearing troubled, Duan Xiaoxi continued, I have a method that, if successful, will relieve you of your worries about grain. However, this requires your approval for me to proceed further. They then made their way to the elk tribe, engaging in negotiations until the sun began to set. By the time dusk approached, Duan Xiaoxi had convinced the tribe leader, who expressed uncertainty and indicated that he needed to consult with the elders. Duan Xiaoxi assured him, no matter. Later, Duan Xiaoxi sat with 4 elders from the elk tribe, first clarifying her intent. I have come not for any other reason, but to discuss potential business with those present. The chief elder, the elk king, judged her solely by appearance, dismissing her as merely a pretty face. You aim to purchase our tribe's seed wheat at a high price and then sell it to the sheep tribe. Do you believe this trade is worthwhile? Duan Xiaoxi smiled. Naturally, it is worthwhile. Little girl, are you speaking without understanding the complexities of business? Do you truly comprehend the stakes involved? Seeds are not something that can simply be given away. One elder slammed the table, startling the surrounding elders into silence. This elder not only exuded authority, but also had a booming voice that caused Duan Xiaoxi to furrow her brow slightly. Yin Xiao caught sight of her profile and inwardly scoffed, thinking, She is merely a grazer, yet dares to speak so boldly in front of him. Just as he was about to rise, Duan Xiaoxi subtly pulled him back and whispered, "A true hero does not seek to flaunt their prowess. Those who achieve great things must learn the virtue of patience," that if he stood up now, the conversation for the day would come to an abrupt end. "Why not allow me to finish speaking first?" "Umph." The elder turned his head, and Duan Xiaoxi took this as tacit approval. She continued, "May I inquire if the elk tribe has sufficient salt?" As soon as the words were spoken, silence enveloped the room. The elders exchanged glances, the clan leader bowed his head, and the grand elder's eyes widened. Without waiting for their response, he continued, "May I inquire if the Deer clan's wheat yields a surplus each year? If so, how substantial is that surplus?" The sky darkened gradually, and a guard stepped forward to light a torch, yet it did little to illuminate the surroundings. The two factions confronted each other in the shadows, the air remaining still for an extended period, until the Deer King finally spoke, confirming that there was indeed a surplus, and not a small one at that, after reserving enough grain for next year's seeds. The remaining stock was ample, exceeding 8 times the amount for sale. 8 times. While others might exclaim in astonishment, Duan Xiao, she thought it insufficient. She intended to enhance the preparation methods for wheat and to divert a portion for sale to other tribes. Such a meager quantity of grain was inadequate. Thus, acquiring seeds from the Deer clan today was imperative. The Sheep clan and other herbivorous tribes had ample land, possessing both manpower and soil, yet they lacked seeds. As long as the seeds were secured, there would be no worry regarding yields. The high yield of the Deer clan's wheat was already known to her. However, high yields meant nothing if there were no buyers. The grains would accumulate, destined to spoil before the next harvest. Duan Xiao, she surveyed the room. Although she was currently procuring wheat seeds for the Sheep clan, all parties involved shared a stake in this chain of interests. She yearned to purchase all the grain, but her substantial demand might overwhelm the Deer clan alone. Hence her request for the elders to involve other herbivorous tribes, that I am aware that your tribe is troubled by the issue of salt. If you could clear your granaries, do consider, would the currency obtained from the grain suffice to cover the entire tribe's salt needs? The elders remained silent for a moment, until the grand elder, puffing out his cheeks in indignation, exclaimed, "How am I to know if you were deceiving me? If our tribe were to release the wheat seeds today, and other herbivorous tribes took our seeds to cultivate, when the harvest arrives, if you do not purchase our grain, would our tribe not suffer a significant loss?" "Rest assured," she replied, "should this venture succeed, I shall advance next year's grain payment to you." Outside, a few beastmen listened intently to the commotion within, while a small brown deer, puzzled, turned to the white deer beside it and asked, "What do they mean by this?" The white deer replied, "The guest intends to procure seeds from our tribe for the Sheep clan." The small deer was taken aback. "How can this be? Our tribe relies on the superiority of our seeds over others to maintain our foothold in grain production." Yet, she continued, "if we sell the seeds to the Sheep clan, they promise to purchase all our grain in the future, as well as the grain from the Sheep clan." The small deer felt dejected, wondering who the Sheep clan truly were to receive such assistance. "They would rather buy all our grain than let the Sheep clan acquire seeds." The white deer shook its head. "This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Fear not, for it is likely that no one will suffer." Moments later, the two young deer heard a hearty laughter emanating from within the house, leaving the small brown deer confused, while the white deer mused, "If this succeeds, it will be a boon for all." As night fell and a chill settled in, Yin Shao stepped aside to shield her from the wind blowing from the north. Chuckling, "Are you pleased now?" "Indeed," she replied, casting a glance at the row of young boys before her, so fresh that they seemed capable of squeezing water from their very essence. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she cleared her throat and addressed the clan leader. "Are all your sons present here?" The clan leader looked around, affirmatively responding. "The clan leader requires me to take a male in exchange for cooperation. Initially, this would have been a favorable arrangement for me. However, I happened to encounter a deer beast on the way here, and I fell for him at first sight. Would you be so kind as to call him over for me to meet? How could I possibly summon someone whose identity I do not even know?" The clan leader thought, reluctantly acquiescing to Duan Xiao's whims, not knowing the identity of the beastman in question. "Perhaps I should go to the tribe to seek him out." The clan leader was drenched in cold sweat. Realizing that placing a son beside Duan Xiao, she was a double-edged sword. Not only was this female strikingly beautiful, but it also provided a safeguard against the possibility of Duan Xiao, she abandoning them in the future. Duan Xiao, she was keen to climb higher, but she was determined not to stop halfway. She wanted to dictate her own terms. While he wished to send a pawn, she insisted on the king in his hand, making it clear that not everyone could be manipulated. The clan leader could not allow her to run amok. His treasured son could not accompany Duan Xiao, she to the royal city, for he was destined to inherit the tribe. As he contemplated a reason to refuse, Duan Xiao, Xi's eyes sparkled with determination. I have heard that your eldest son is exceptional, possessing both charm and grace. Could you introduce me? Upon her utterance, the clan leader understood, beads of cold sweat rolling down to his chin. She was not merely enamored with the deer she encountered along the way. She was clearly targeting Yin Chuan. The clan leader lamented his failure to summon his eldest son, which she had discerned with a mere glance. Initially, she had refrained from revealing her intentions out of courtesy, yet he was too dense to grasp it. Still thinking he could evade the matter until she exposed him, he was only left to regret his folly. That you're digging your own grave, he huffed. The Grand Elder, disdainful of such underhanded tactics, commanded, go fetch Yin Chuan. Later, Yin Chuan entered the room, his brothers having already retreated. Upon recognizing Duan Xiao, Xi's true form, the young man was taken aback, astonished to see her. Their eyes met. Duan Xiao, she smiled and turned to the clan leader. I wish to have him. Is that acceptable? What say you, Yin Chuan? The clan leader discreetly observed Yin Chuan. The old clan leader hoped for Yin Chuan to remain within the tribe, forming a bond with one of the females, eventually succeeding him as clan leader. Yet, Duan Xiao, she had her sights set on this very prospect. She aimed to establish the deer and sheep clans as her granaries in the beast world. Her interest transcended the immediate. She sought a cooperative relationship that would endure until she deemed it unnecessary. The flickering firelight cast shadows, blurring Duan Xiao, Xi's outline, as Yin Chuan nodded slowly in agreement. Chapter 23. Yin Chuan the youth was merely 19 years old, a third-tier beast man, already attaining a level many beast men could only aspire to throughout their lives. Despite his youth, he wore a serious expression, embodying a demeanor far beyond his years. Duan Xiao, she smiled gently, causing the boy's ears to redden. Duan Xiao, she. And you are? Yin Chuan's night deepened. The two ultimately settled in the deer clan. Yin Chuan held a large rabbit in his arms as he led Duan Xiao, she, and Yin Xiao back to his cave. Yin Xiao remained silent, while Yin Chuan sat quietly in the corner. Duan Xiao, she, seemingly unfazed, inquired, where shall I sleep? On the second level. Having received her answer, she ascended alone to the second level, curling up in the deepest part of the straw pile to rest. In the darkness, Yin Xiao and Yin Chuan faced each other, speechless. Yin Xiao chuckled, transforming into a leopard and leaping onto the second floor to lie beside Duan Xiao Shi. After a long day of traversing between the two tribes, Duan Xiao, she could no longer endure the fatigue. Just as she nestled into her pillow, she was unexpectedly awakened by the heat in the middle of the night. Upon opening her eyes, she found the black leopard sprawled half across her body. As she moved, the leopard stirred, its golden eyes fixed on her. Rubbing her eyes drowsily, she asked, where has that boy Yin Chuan gone? Yin Xiao yawned, shifting back into human form, completely unclothed, and with an expression of annoyance, replied, I don't know. That bulk rested against her waist, and upon shaking, she looked down in disbelief. There not enough space left for you to sleep? Or is this patch of grass somehow embellished with diamonds, that you must choose this spot? Yin Xiao propped himself on one arm, observing her for a while in silence before transforming back into a leopard to resume his slumber. Duan Xiao, she was left speechless. She was in someone else's home. How embarrassing it would be if she deprived others of their resting space. Thus, she quietly made her way downstairs, discovering Yin Chuan nestled in the windbreak corner of the first floor. He looked so small and pitiful curled up like that. With a sigh, Duan Xiao, she sat at the cave entrance, the night wind blowing briskly, awakening her senses. Yin Chuan had long been awake. Merely lifting one eye to quietly observe the female from the shadows. For a moment, neither spoke. In this rare moment of tranquility, she became lost in thought. She pondered her departure at such a young age, wondering if her grandmother could endure it. They say the soul returns on the seventh day. Now her spirit was in a foreign land, unable to return. She hoped her grandmother would not be saddened. She also reflected on the wolf beast she had encountered in the forest, pondering where he might be now and if his injuries had healed, or if he was once again battling wild beasts. At some point, Yin Chuan approached, transforming into human form, completely unclothed, and sitting beside Duan Xiaoxi with one leg drawn up. His arms rested naturally on his knees, exuding a youthful vigor. As the boy glanced her way. His white hair cascaded around him, illuminated by the moonlight, giving him an ethereal glow. How should I address you? Duan Xiaoxi. Feel free to call me as you wish. Duan Xiao, she turned to face him, noting how his silver hair shimmered under the moonlight. After a moment, Yin Chuan said, almost absent-mindedly, I have seen you before. What a coincidence. Duan Xiao, she propped her chin on her hand, feigning contemplation before breaking into a smile. The little white deer from the forest. As soon as the words left her lips, they both erupted into laughter. The following morning, the trio, accompanied by a small white rabbit, set off back to the royal city. Upon entering, they immediately attracted a crowd. This was largely due to the fact that the majority of beastmen in the royal city were carnivorous, making herbivores a rare sight. Moreover, herbivores often shied away from pursuing females in the royal city, as their strength paled in comparison to that of carnivorous beastmen. Even if they succeeded in courting a female, they held little standing as males. As Duan Xiao, she observed Yin Chuan on their journey back. His calm and confident demeanor reassured her. She mused to herself, he is a reserved and introspective young man. Even when her heart is heavy with sorrow, she rarely confides in others. Thus, she resolves to keep a closer watch on the properties purchased by Duan Xiaoxi. The residence of Sanrin and a rabbit is not far from the city gate of Wancheng. After a brief walk, they catch sight of their own gate in the distance. Upon entering, Yin Chuan is taken aback. The arrangement of the courtyard starkly contrasts with that of his tribe, leading him to ponder whether this is the nature of residences in Wancheng. Yin Xiao perceives his confusion, yet feeling inexplicably irritable these past few days. He turns and retreats to his room. Come, I shall prepare a room for you, Duan Xiaoxi states, while observing Yin Xiao with the corner of her eye, guiding Yin Chuan into the main house. Both her and Yin Zhao's bedrooms are located on the second floor, and to prevent Yin Chuan from feeling neglected, she ensures his room is also situated upstairs. Would you prefer to sleep on a grass nest, a bed, or perhaps on animal skins? Duan Xiaoxi inquires as she brings in a large box. Noticing Yin Chuan still lingering at the doorway, she tilts her chin slightly, beckoning him to enter. Yin Chuan glances at Yin Zhao's bedroom, but remains silent. He takes the box from Duan Xiaoxi's arms and follows her inside once she has entered. Thank you, she smiles, kneeling down to rummage through the contents of the box. Why are you so quiet? What do you wish to sleep on? Yin Chuan stands there, bewildered, contemplating how peculiar this female is. No female in the beast world would offer to prepare a nest for a male. How about this? Since the weather is still cool, I will lay down a thick layer of dry grass and then a layer of animal skins that we can get a quilt made from golden silk later, and we'll head to the market soon to see what else you might need. She continues, if you wish to sleep on a heated bed, we'll have to make it ourselves. Yin Chuan, initially confused, gradually loses track of her words. What is a heated bed, and what is a proper bed? Oh dear, Duan Xiaoxi exclaims, slapping her forehead. How could I forget to explain this to you? Come, follow me. Duan Xiaoxi's bedroom is situated very close to Yin Chuan's, with Yin Zhao's room merely separating them. As they enter, Yin Chuan once again displays an expression of disbelief, his eyes darting between Duan Xiaoxi and the heated bed. After a moment of hesitation, he stammers, is this the heated bed or the regular bed? Come, try sitting on it, Duan Xiaoxi encourages, pulling him over to sit down. Yin Chuan obediently complies, appearing far more docile than Yin Xiao, which brings a smile to Duan Xiaoxi's lips. This is the heated bed. She gestures towards the wall. In winter, we can burn wood to keep warm. Do you like it? If I like it, can I ask you to sleep beside me? He replies. Duan Xiaoxi smiles in response. If you truly like it, I can have that smelly leopard build you one another day. Did I like it? Duan Xiaoxi. Staring at the young boy with white hair, she suddenly halts her thoughts. Her mind consumed by two words. What the... The boy abruptly rubs his head, and as he lowers his hands, a pair of perky rabbit ears springs forth from atop his head. A living transformation. Chapter 24. The Stone Mill. Yin Xiao had been listening intently from the next room, and upon realizing their conversation has ceased, curiosity peaks within him. However, unwilling to reveal his presence, he continues to eavesdrop. "Who are you?" Duan Xiaoxi asks, her voice trembling. "Help! Why is there such a young male beastman in my house? I am certainly not an alchemist. Heaven knows, even if a brain-dead individual forced a juvenile male upon me, I would never agree, regardless of the circumstances. If this gets out, it would surely be a matter of punishment." A's by Yinchuan is equally astonished. "You can actually transform?" Duan Xiaoxi tilts her head and coughs lightly. "Do you know him? A friend of yours?" "Yes. A's is a beast man of the rabbit tribe." Duan Xiaoxi nods, realizing she already knew that from the ears he sported. Suddenly, a flash of white light appears before her as the small rabbit leaps into her presence. At the sight of him, Duan Xiaoxi thinks to herself that this is quite alarming. She quickly turns away. "I will fetch you some clothes. Just a moment." With that, she darts off without a trace. Bai Yinchuan and the small rabbit, A's, remain frozen in place, puzzled by Duan Xiaoxi's strong reaction. After waiting for some time, without her return, they are instead met by the imposing figure of Yin Xiao. He peers through the door, wrinkling his nose, questioning, "Where did this rabbit come from?" "I brought him here, hoping to—" "Impossible." Yin Xiao crosses his arms, leaning against the doorframe, that he interrupts before Bai Yinchuan can finish, already anticipating his thoughts. "Are there not enough males at home? If a few carnivores came, I would not have much to say. But Duan Xiaoxi goes to a herbivore tribe and brings back a deer tribe beastman. Fine, she may have her reasons, but now there's also a rabbit. What can such a small herbivore do? Not even 2 tiers. What can we expect from him? Just consume our resources and compete for females? I can take care of myself." A stands boldly before Yin Xiao, his crimson eyes narrowed, showing no fear. When Duan Xiaoxi enters, she sees the scene of Yin Xiao holding the rabbit by its ears, its feet dangling in the air, flailing helplessly. Upon spotting her, the rabbit's eyes glisten with unshed tears, lips quivering, nearly on the brink of crying. "Main?" She rushes to reclaim him from Yin Xiao's grasp, but given the rabbit's nudity, she hesitates to touch him too much. She hands him some clothes, then turns to Yin Xiao. "Do you take pleasure in bullying children? Quite the talent you have." Yin Xiao leans in closer, their noses nearly touching, and says, "Does bullying me give you a sense of accomplishment? You seem quite capable. Are you dazed?" Duan Xiaoxi laughs as she steps back, only to be abruptly pulled back by Yin Xiao. "Dazed?" Yin Xiao's gaze darkens, fixating on her lips as he murmurs, "I truly am dazed." He leans closer, but unexpectedly, Duan Xiaoxi giggles and tilts her head away, saying, "If you're dazed, go see the shaman for treatment. The sooner you discover it, the sooner you'll heal, lest you remain dazed for a lifetime." Yin Xiao's pupils constrict, revealing his displeasure. Duan Xiaoxi continues, "One should not be overly naive. It is acceptable not to see others clearly, but recognizing oneself is paramount. Now, go consult the shaman." Seizing the moment while he is distracted, she bends down and makes her escape. That as Yin Xiao opens his eyes, she has already vanished. Duan Xiaoxi finds herself outside, where she discovers Bai Yinchuan squatting beside the small rabbit, the two of them forming a harmonious picture. She joins them, crouching down. "Why are you two not coming inside?" The rabbit hangs its head in silence. Bai Yinchuan glances at him, opens his mouth but says nothing. Observing their lethargic demeanor, Duan Xiaoxi understands their feelings. Acknowledging this internally, but refraining from voicing it, she instead asks, "There is something I would like your help with." The small rabbit's eyes shimmer with a reddish hue, uncertain if it is from grievance or a naturally endearing appearance. "Say it, sister." The way he addresses her instantly melts Duan Xiaoxi's heart, as if struck by an arrow, rendering her speechless. How can he be so adorable? Are all rabbit tribe beast men this charming? His droopy eyes, floppy ears, and those large, watery eyes reflecting her own image are simply irresistible. Duan Xiaoxi muses, "This child resembles a pet rabbit. Who could resist such a sight? There are no females as courteous as you that if you have needs, simply inform us, and we shall attend to it." Bai Yinchuan explains. "Then I shall not hold back." The three of them gather beneath the cool shelter in the courtyard. Duan Xiaoxi retrieves a large stone slab and begins sketching a stone mill with charcoal. As she draws, she explains, "If we wish to increase the sale of wheat, developing other buyers is one aspect, and on the other hand, I aim to innovate the ways we consume grains. Look here," she points at her drawing. This is called a stone mill. It is a mechanism used to process rice, wheat, and beans into flour or paste. A tool. Both boys nod in understanding that a stone mill typically consists of two round stones, which is the part one have illustrated. The flat layers are interlocked with texture. She points to the upper hole, saying, grains enter through this hole, moving towards the center layers along the texture. They roll between the two layers. They are ground in a powder. In other words, you add wheat through this top hole, and it is crushed by these circular stones. The resulting flour emerges through this outlet. The rabbit and Bai Yinchuan nod in comprehension, with the rabbit asking curiously, Sister, how did you come up with such a method? I vaguely recall my family doing it this way, Duan Xiaoxi replies, placing the charcoal down and rubbing her fingers together. Smiling, I am not sure if my memory is accurate, but let's make one and give it AT. Our wide IT is impossible for her to forget, as a university student majoring in mechanical design and manufacturing. Understanding and improving ancient labor machinery and creating simple models of such mechanisms is a mandatory course. She not only remembers how to construct a stone mill powered by human or animal labor, but also how to create a water-powered stone mill from the Jin dynasty. However, she must not exhibit her knowledge too overtly, lest she reveal her hand. The sound of stone grinding fills the courtyard. Yin Xiao approaches the trio, looking distinctly displeased. What fine things are you making? Have you arrived? Duan Xiaoxi wiped the sweat from her brow, as the sun had already ascended to its zenith, marking the hottest part of the day. Just in time, she beckoned Yin Xiao to follow her to the shaded pavilion, pointing to the drawings on the stone slab. Currently, A's and Yinchuan are working on these two grinding stones. Would you be so kind as to assist me in crafting the exit stone slab beneath? Yin Zhao's large hand brushed over her head as he reluctantly replied, Help. Is it even possible not to help? Chapter 25. Flour. The stone mill was assembled, and it was already past midday when the goat tribe's grain bearers arrived. She purchased wheat seeds from the deer tribe to deliver to the goat tribe, who in gratitude sent over a cartload of unsold old grain and new grain to Duan Xiaoxi. Despite her attempts to refuse, she had no choice but to accept, as she was in dire need of grain. In her pursuit to acquire the remaining seeds from the deer tribe, she had nearly exhausted all her shell currency. Except for the 500 owed by Jiang Lansheng, she was left with merely 40 shells. 40 shells would scarcely procure enough grain to fill a cart. The little rabbit, sensing that Duan Xiaoxi had invited him to join in the labor, seemed to grasp her intention. To establish oneself in this household, one must contribute and prove their worth. Age was no excuse. With this thought in mind, he joyfully assisted Bai Yinchuan in unloading the cargo. And when it came time to add rice to the stone mill, he was even more excited than Duan Xiaoxi. Wait. Duan Xiaoxi raised her hand to halt the little rabbit. First, rinse the rice and let it dry before grinding. This way, it will be cleaner. The little rabbit sheepishly scratched his ear, while Duan Xiaoxi looked on in amusement. His hands were poised at his sides, yearning to grasp those adorable rabbit ears. By the time they finished washing and drying the wheat, it was already evening. The group lit torches illuminating the courtyard. Yin Xiao carried the wheat alone, while Bai Yinchuan and the little rabbit took turns grinding. The initial batch yielded large wheat grains, not yet in flour form. Is this flour? The rabbit perked up his ears. Duan Xiaoxi shook her head, insisting they needed to grind it several more times. Little did they know that after those additional rounds, they ended up grinding it fully 10 times. Just watching them made Duan Xiaoxi feel exhausted, but surprisingly, the three of them hardly paused for breath, which left her feeling quite unbalanced at the disparities of the beastly world. The next morning, Duan Xiaoxi slept until the sun was high in the sky. Roused by the little rabbit's nudging, Ace had transformed into a large white rabbit, bouncing into Duan Xiaoxi's bedroom, rubbing his little head against her face while making squeaking sounds, still lost in her dreams. She was startled awake by the sight of a giant rabbit face looming before her. She rolled back in shock, and once her heart settled, she realized it was Ace, the little rabbit that Bai Yinchuan had brought back. Upon glancing towards the door, she was taken aback to see two imposing figures standing like guardians, one taller than the other, one black and the other white. A striking contrast. Is it really necessary to startle me so early in the morning? She mused, rubbing her messy hair as she observed the three of them, her voice hoarse. You all are rather early, aren't you? It's no longer early, Yin Xiao replied as he lifted her from the bed. Weren't we supposed to prepare breakfast? You forgot about the wheat we ground for half the day yesterday, didn't you? Bai Yinshuan, seeing Duan Xiaoxi being treated like a child, attempted to intervene, but Yin Xiao swiftly kicked him away. Duan Xiaoxi's eyes widened in disbelief as she scolded. What's wrong with you? Is it your habit to bully everyone? Have you lost your mind? Calm down. Bai Yinshuan dusted himself off, casting a silent glance at Yin Xiao. Acknowledging his position as the leader. What's this about leaders and subordinates? Duan Xiaoxi hung onto Yin Xiao, her eyes darting back and forth between the two. Suddenly, she declared, I'm the leader. I bought this house. Yin Xiao chuckled lightly, holding Duan Xiaoxi as they ventured outside. She found herself pulled back when she tried to distance herself, muttering, I need to wash my face. Ignoring her protest, Yin Xiao continued, now that we have new residents in the house. Are you planning to cast me aside? I need to wash my face, Duan Xiaoxi repeated, disregarding his comment, settling quietly in his embrace. Her gaze fixed on his profile, that in a fleeting moment, she shifted her gaze to the distant azure sky. Saying, please let me down. She always behaved this way, Yin Xiao thought. When she wished to withdraw, it left others feeling helpless. With the arrival of other males in the household, she no longer needed to suppress herself. Since Bai Yinshuan and the little rabbit's arrival, she had clearly come to life, embodying the vitality befitting her age. Yet, Yin Xiao felt discontent. Her newfound liveliness was not for him. Before him, she remained unchanged. With a sigh, he carried her into the adjoining washroom. Come, let us wash your face. To be by the time Duan Xiaoxi emerged from washing up, half the morning had already slipped away. The three were gathered. Staring blankly at the flour, Duan Xiaoxi cleaned her hands and explained, kneading dough is quite simple. First add the flour, then gradually pour in water, adding a little water with a little flour. Bai Yinshuan watched intently, his eyes following the circular motions of Duan Xiaoxi's wrist. Amused, she refrained from laughing and asked, shall we give it a try? Bai Yinshuan's eyes brightened, and with a nod of hesitation, he rolled up his sleeves to begin kneading the dough. After kneading, Duan Xiaoxi stretched the dough into noodles, boiling them in water, adding a spoonful of animal oil and salt, followed by chopped scallions and greens, the fragrant aroma wafting through the air, tempting all who caught a whiff. Would you like to taste? Duan Xiaoxi served the noodles, pondering aloud. Next time, we should add an egg for a better presentation. All right, I'll bring you some bird eggs next time, Yin Xiao replied after sampling the dish. His eyes wide in surprise. Under Duan Xiaoxi's watchful gaze, he took another bite and declared it's acceptable. Seeing this, the little rabbit served himself a bowl, then filled one for Bai Yinshuan. The dish was entirely vegetarian. Perfectly suited to their tastes, Bai Yinshuan marveled, this is impressive. Our herbivorous tribe would greatly enjoy such food. The little rabbit nodded in agreement. Subsequently, she prepared pancakes and dumplings with the flour, mixing both meat and vegetarian fillings. The three were left astonished by the variety of dishes that could be made from wheat. Observing the ample remaining flour and dumpling filling, Duan Xiaoxi tapped her chin in contemplation, then said, Yin Xiao, could you assist me in inviting the Fox King? Of course, who could refuse you, the leader? Yin Xiao strode away, quickly disappearing from sight. Moments later, three tall figures appeared at the door. Before they were seen, their voices were heard. Jiang Lanqing entered, carrying a bag of money. It seems we have a new addition to the household since I last visited. The three looked up from their bowls, and Jiang Lanqing was momentarily taken aback. Was this courtyard always so transformed? What was that structure in the middle, and why was there a table placed below? Oh, I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Jiang Lanqing sensed something was amiss with Duan Xiaoxi. Her warmth felt unusually excessive. Did he not remember her being rather distant before? He glanced quizzically at Yin Xiao, who ignored him and walked straight over. As he approached, he introduced them, his demeanor exceedingly indifferent. This white-furred fox is Jiang Lanqing, the Fox King. The golden-haired lion behind him is Jing Yang, the Lion King. Upon hearing this, the little rabbit was dumbfounded. There were only 5 beast kings, and now 2 stood in this courtyard, with one being the younger brother of the Leopard King. Welcome, please. Take a seat. It must have been a tiring journey. Please, no need for such formality. To be honest, I came to settle a debt. Chapter 26. Business, is it necessary for you to go through such trouble for a trivial matter? I feel quite embarrassed. Duan Xiaoxi led Jiang Lanqing and the Lion King to a table beneath the shaded pavilion, both men appearing somewhat puzzled. The Lion King shot a curious glance at the Fox King, wondering why this female seemed different from what he had been told. The Fox King returned a smile, thinking, let us just wait and see. There probably won't be any good news. Duan Xiaoxi found their silent exchange amusing. Taking her seat across from them, she addressed the Fox King. To be frank, I have a business proposition to discuss. Would you be interested? Jiang Lanqing immediately grew concerned for his wallet. The hotel that I wish to borrow a sum of money. Indeed, Jiang Lanqing replied, his smile strained. How much? Duan Xiaoxi held up her hand, displaying 5 fingers. 500. Duan Xiaoxi shook her head. 5,000. This. I'm curious about what you intend to do with such a sum. Seeing the bait had been taken, Duan Xiaoxi smiled faintly. I plan to use this money to purchase all the grain harvested by the herbivorous tribe this year. The finest wheat in the kingdom came from the deer tribe, priced at 13 shells per gene. With 5,000 shells, she could acquire 85,000 genes. Not to mention the logistics of storing such a quantity, there was also the question of whether the herbivorous tribe possessed enough wheat. You are but a female, with only 2 males and a child at home, do you really think you can consume that much? Not for our own consumption, she clarified, gesturing to Bai Yinchuan, who nodded in understanding. But rather, to make a profit. The mention of profit, Jiang Lanqing grew intrigued. Leaning in closer. What sort of profitable venture do you have in mind? Duan Xiaoxi procured grain for herself and collaborated with the herbivorous tribe to establish a supply route to other tribes. She spoke to Jiang Lanqing, saying, with my limited capabilities, I cannot open this grain route alone. Therefore, I hope to partner with the Fox King, proposing a profit split of 40 for me and 60 for you. Does that sound feasible? Duan Xiaoxi refrained from elaborating on how to enhance wheat sales, merely suggesting cooperation in opening the pathway, that if he wished to partake in the profits, he should not press for further details. This was a card she held close to her chest. The Fox King, being cunning, would not extend his hand without sufficient leverage, and if Duan Xiaoxi lacked anything to restrain him, he might very well entertain thoughts of monopolizing the trade route. Jiang Lanqing exchanged glances with the Lion King, who, after a moment of shock, nodded slowly, saying, I believe this venture is feasible. Now that the Lion King was on board, the Fox King raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at the Lion King, and remarked, Then shall we leave the communication with the foreign tribes and the establishment of the trade route to the Lion King? Entrusting this matter to the Lion King was indeed splendid. However, Duan Xiaoxi added, I hope that when you visit the other tribes, you could take my little deer along. She cast a sidelong glance at Bai Yinchuan, who, taken aback by her words, obediently stepped forward. Duan Xiaoxi noted that Bai Yinchuan, as the eldest son of the Elk tribe's chieftain, possessed greater insight into the grain issue than she did. Having the Lion King take him along would certainly provide some assistance. Indeed, it was more than just a little help. Carnivorous tribes were largely unfamiliar with the grain industry, having no need for a plant-based diet. Their purchases from herbivorous tribes were primarily to please the females. Although the females of their kind, being descendants of carnivorous animals, often consumed meat, their digestive systems were not accustomed to it, necessitating the incorporation of grains and wild vegetables into their diets. Nevertheless, carnivorous beastmen were entirely ignorant of grain cultivation. They exchanged their prey for shell currency and then used that currency to purchase grain, a practice that had persisted for centuries. Thus, compared to herbivores, their understanding of grains was rather superficial. This was one aspect. The second was that Bai Yinchuan likely held knowledge that could significantly boost grain sales. Duan Xiaoxi's intention to have the Lion King bring Bai Yinchuan along was far from simple. With Bai Yinchuan in the group, questions would arise regarding how the trade route would be established and with whom, ultimately placing the decision-making power in her hands. The two parties quickly grasped the implications. And the Fox King chuckled enigmatically, saying, That would be splendid. Today, the Lion King and I shall set a date, aiming to venture to the foreign tribes before the rainy season. However, since it was a collaboration, the matter of the 5,000 shell currency should not merely be discussed in terms of lending. This plan was conceived by you. By bringing me into the fold, you ought to demonstrate some sincerity. I shall cover the principal for this year's grain purchase from the herbivorous tribe, and when the profits materialize, we shall still split them 40 to 60. What say you? What say you? Was not up for debate. The Fox King's offer to front the entire principal would inevitably alter the dynamics once it reached the ears of the herbivorous tribe. Both the Fox King and Duan Xiaoxi understood the balance of power within the royal city. Whom to align with and how to position themselves was clear as day. Should she display even a hint of dependency on the Fox King, the herbivorous tribe would unhesitatingly tip the scales in favor of the Fox King, thereby determining who would hold the reins of this venture. The influence of Bai Chuan, as the son of the Elk tribe's chieftain, would likely be insufficient to sway the outcome in this world. Every favor must eventually be repaid. Seizing a fleeting advantage could lead to dire consequences in the future. Duan Xiaoxi maintained a deep smile, suggesting, "How about this? You lend me the 5,000, and I shall repay you once the profits are realized." Jiang Lansheng intended to voice his thoughts, but Duan Xiaoxi interrupted. "I feel quite guilty for imposing upon you and the Lion King to facilitate the opening of the trade route. Since this is a partnership, I ought to contribute. I cannot simply reap the benefits without putting in my fair share, can I?" This reasoning was sound. The Fox King could not press further and reluctantly acquiesced. Should the trade route flourish, he would have countless ways to benefit from it. As the Lion King and Fox King prepared to depart, Duan Xiaoxi rose to see them off, with Yin Xiao following closely behind. Standing rigidly in silence, his sharp gaze fixed on the two before him. The Fox King, noticing him, approached Yin Xiao and said with a double entendre, "There is no need to worry. We shall find our way home without requiring an extensive farewell." Yin Xiao grunted, wrapping his arm around Duan Xiaoxi's shoulders, declaring, "Then let this suffice, and I shall not see you off further." Duan Xiaoxi looked up at him, only to see the defined contours of his jaw. She sensed something peculiar between the two men, akin to an unspoken code. "What are you looking at?" Yin Xiao pinched her waist, remarking, "You've gained a bit of weight." "You are the one who has put on weight," Duan Xiaoxi retorted, extricating herself from his grasp. "It's merely that I've indulged a little too much lately. I shall return to my usual self in due time." "Why be so thin? A gust of wind could whisk you away. Being a bit plumper feels good and is more pleasant to touch this." Duan Xiaoxi was left speechless. She considered that it was unnecessary to engage in an argument with someone as ancient as him. Turning away, she returned to the courtyard, muttering, "What do you know? Being slender is called graceful. It looks good." Yin Xiao laughed, catching up to her. "It indeed looks good, but for a male to look so fine. Who is it for?" His words dripped with envy, prompting Duan Xiaoxi to feign ignorance and continue walking ahead. Just then, Bai Chuan approached, appearing hesitant to speak. Duan Xiaoxi understood his apprehension and quickened her pace to walk alongside him, asking, "Are you unwilling to assist in establishing the grain route?" Bai Chuan shook his head, replying earnestly, "The day you visited my tribe to converse with the elders, I listened attentively from outside. I am well aware that you, Duan, are not an ordinary individual. However, the ambition you harbor is quite substantial, and I fear I may not be up to the task." Duan Xiaoxi pondered for a moment. Was her ambition indeed too grand? This was certainly a concern, and if even Bai Chuan felt the weight of her aspirations, how would the Fox King and Yin Xiao perceive it? She reflected that perhaps she had been a bit reckless lately. Why had she suddenly relaxed? Perhaps it was because Bai Chuan's presence finally provided someone to counterbalance Yin Xiao. No, that wasn't it. She slightly turned her head to find Yin Xiao in a relaxed posture. Upon sensing her gaze, he turned to her, a smile gracing his lips as he softened the intensity in his eyes. Adding a touch of gentleness to his demeanor, Duan Xiaoxi quickly averted her eyes, realizing the gravity of the situation. She had begun to take Yin Xiao's occasional protection for granted. But could he truly shield her for a lifetime? If he discovered her origins as an outsider from another world, would he still protect her? Chapter 27. The heat early the next morning, Duan Xiaoxi instructed Bai Chuan to take the 500 shell currency returned by Jiang Lansheng to rent a shop in the market. Once Bai Chuan departed, Duan Xiaoxi turned and went back to sleep. When Bai Chuan returned, Duan Xiaoxi was still fast asleep. Yin Xiao sensed something amiss. He seemed to catch a whiff of an intoxicating fragrance. His nose twitched as he followed the scent to the entrance of Duan Xiaoxi's bedroom. There he encountered the equally curious Bai Chuan, but Yin Xiao ignored him and strode into Duan Xiaoxi's room. The peculiar sweet aroma enveloped him the moment he entered, leaving Yin Xiao momentarily dazed. After a brief pause, he moved closer to the source of the scent. The closer he got, the more overpowering it became. Almost nauseatingly sweet, leaving him lightheaded, he surmised that Duan Xiaoxi was likely in heat. Having witnessed the females in heat in Bone City, the scent had previously struck him as offensive, yet now it was intoxicating. Approaching Duan Xiaoxi, he found her face glistening with a thin sheen of sweat, her brows furrowed, and her body curled like a shrimp, as if she were trapped in a nightmare, her lashes fluttering and her lips parting as she murmured incoherently. Yin Xiao gazed at her moving lips, the muscles in his throat tightening. He shook his head, thinking, this scent is truly overwhelming. As Duan Xiaoxi gradually opened her eyes, she felt disoriented and instinctively pulled the blanket closer. Feeling cold, amidst the chill, she noticed a dull ache in her abdomen and an uncomfortable wetness below. After a moment of confusion, realization struck her. Oh no, her period had arrived, having been in this world for a full 2 months without menstruating. She had started to doubt whether women even experience periods here, relishing the notion for a time. Who would have thought it would come now? Reflecting on her early days in this world, she suspected that the chill she had caught might have delayed her cycle. However, whether delayed or not, the pain she felt was undeniable. Growing up robust like a little calf, she had never encountered such discomfort. Even indulging in 8 buckets of ice cream would not have rendered her incapacitated. Dada Duan, are you in heat? What nonsense, Duan Xiaoxi exclaimed, whirling to meet Bai Yin Xuan's gaze, noticing the crimson flush creeping up his ears. Composing herself, she speculated, could it be that in this beastly world, being in heat equated to menstruation? Upon consideration, it did make a certain sense that in the wild, most mammals experience heat once or twice a year. Unlike humans, where the shedding of the uterine lining results in menstruation, their monthly cycle is merely the blood-like fluid excreted as the uterine lining thickens, marking the onset of ovulation and the beginning of their heat period. The heat of wild beasts is precious. Although she was unsure about beast men, it was likely similar to ensure the continuation of their lineage. Wild animals would not forfeit the female's heat, which only occurred once a year. Duan Xiaoxi trembled slightly as she glanced at Yin Xiao. She felt a deep sense of dread. Setting aside Yin Xiao's inclination towards mating, if he discovered that her cycle came monthly, the implications would be dire. Whether as a breeding tool or as an aberration, neither scenario boded well. Just lift the blanket and see. Before she could finish her thought, Yin Xiao yanked the blanket away from her. Duan Xiaoxi was caught off guard. Unable to prevent his action, the blanket was thrown aside. All 4 individuals in the room were left stunned. Duan Xiaoxi gazed at the large pool of blood on her bedsheet, doubting whether she might succumb to excessive blood loss. Yet upon reflection, she recalled that she had not menstruated last month. Thus, having a heavier flow this month seemed quite normal. What? How could you bleed so much? The little rabbit, startled, took a step forward, intending to grasp Duan Xiaoxi's hand, only to have it seized by Yin Xiao, who clenched it tightly in his palm. His sharp brow furrowed as he spoke in a deep voice. Why are you so cold? Do other females in heat also experience this? Duan Xiaoxi instinctively recoiled, but Yin Xiao tightened his grip further. Whether it was pain or fear, a bead of cold sweat trickled down her temple. She thought to herself, you ask me, but I have no idea. The more one speaks, the more one errs. She could only feign pain, gripping Yin Xiao's hand like a lifeline to go fetch the priest. We need to find out what's going on. Yin Xiao held her hand and settled behind her, enveloping her in both blanket and embrace. Duan Xiaoxi, clad only in a thin nightgown, felt an inexplicable discomfort with her back pressed against his chest. Perhaps it was the implicit suggestion of the words in heat. Don't go, she said, her palms slick with sweat. I'm in pain because I caught a chill a few days ago. It's never been this uncomfortable before. She dared not summon the priest. If anything were to be discovered, her predicament would be dire. I want to change my pants and wash them. Struggling, Duan Xiaoxi turned her head, casting a pleading look at Yin Xiao. Is that all right? The corners of her eyes lifted as Yin Xiao gazed deeply into them, causing his throat to go dry. After a moment, he seemed to relent, covering her eyes and gritting his teeth. If you keep looking at me like that, I might just take you right now. Please spare me, Duan Xiaoxi replied, her pain rendering her weak, her normally bright face now contorted in a pitiable, yet endearing frown. Changing the bed sheets and pants is fine, but bathing is out of the question. Bai Yinchuan left immediately after she expressed her wish to change her pants, returning with a piece of exceptionally soft silk cloth. He tore it into small, neat squares at her bedside, the edges crisp and clean, as if cut with scissors. That he thought to himself, Bai Yinchuan truly is a treasure of a boy. Meanwhile, the little rabbit carried a basin of hot water, innocently suggesting, Yin Xiao is right. Let me wipe you down. Don't bathe to avoid catching a chill. Don't. Wait, I can do it myself. Duan Xiaoxi's face bore the shock of the suggestion, allowing the young boy to attend to such an intimate area. Unless you were a madman. Get out, I'll manage. Yin Xiao deftly yanked the blanket, wrapping Duan Xiaoxi like a zongzi, standing up and unceremoniously seizing the basin from A's and the cloth from Bai Yinchuan, dismissing them without hesitation. Duan Xiaoxi was momentarily taken aback, her mind slowly processing the implication of "I'll manage." After a brief moment of clarity, she hurriedly insisted, "There's no need. I can do it myself." Noting his intention to argue, she added, "It's not like I'm missing a limb. It's just a bit of abdominal pain. Can I manage to change my pants?" The three of them thought to themselves, "This does not seem like merely a little pain. Do you not realize how pale your lips have become?" Yet she truly had no inkling of her own condition, managing to stand up wrapped in the blanket. The pain had subsided considerably. "Please don't coddle me. If something is beyond my capability, I will ask for your help. But for things I can handle, let me do them myself. That I wouldn't want to become a useless burden you'll eventually come to resent." Yin Xiao scoffed, rolling his eyes. "And this is not being useless? Where does your confidence come from?" Bai Yinchuan frowned in disagreement, glancing at the blood-soaked sheets. "You've bled excessively. Don't push yourself." Duan Xiaoxi's brow twitched in frustration. She wanted to throw the blanket at their self-righteous faces to show them just how capable she truly was. How could someone as astute and perceptive as her be reduced to such a state? Even if she did become that way. A's drooped his ears. "Why would we ever look down on you?" How wonderful. Only the little rabbit had the gall to speak so honestly. The next chapter unfolds as Yin Xiao carried the soiled bedding outside. Balancing a basin of bloodied water in one hand, as he stepped out, he cast a lingering glance at Duan Xiaoxi. Words unspoken to UM, Duan Xiaoxi felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, rendering her unable to think clearly. Misunderstanding the meaning behind Yin Xiao's gaze, she said, "Just leave it outside. I'll wash it myself in a bit." Huh. Yin Xiao tilted his head in a rare show of confusion, unsure if he was annoyed or perplexed. "How do you plan to wash it like this? A little cold water, and you might not make it to tomorrow." "That is a bit of an exaggeration." Duan Xiaoxi managed a feeble grin. "Besides, it would feel awkward to have you wash it." With that smile, she resembled a little fox, her eyes unconsciously glimmering, even her desires appearing innocent. Caught between a wolf and a tiger, Yin Xiao found himself breathless from Duan Xiaoxi's vitality and alluring gaze. He stole a quick glance out the window, his throat tightening. "You still feel awkward?" "That essay first, if I left this pile of dirty bedding to Bai Yinchuan to clean, would you feel even more embarrassed?" "Then I would rather not see the sun rise tomorrow," Duan Xiaoxi replied with a bitter smile. Yin Xiao seemed satisfied, nodding as he walked away. To 18 noon, Duan Xiaoxi changed out of her blood-stained cloth. A long strip reminiscent of the menstrual bands used by women in ancient times, tied at the waist with a thin string. However, she had placed the cloth in her underwear, with some dry cotton that Yin Xiao had obtained from the Leopard King layered in between. Such dry cotton was typically reserved by every adult female. They commanded their males to gather and dry cotton each autumn in preparation for the rainy season's heat. Yet Yin Xiao, a man of 29 who had never once considered being tied to a female, certainly had not taken the foresight to harvest cotton every year. Bai Yinchuan was even less aware, not quite grasping the process of female heat. Ironically, it was A's, the little rabbit, who seemed to understand these matters best, something Duan Xiaoxi had never anticipated. An hour prior, A's had frowned as he observed Duan Xiaoxi placing the cloth in her newly retrieved underwear, interjecting, "Females typically use cotton during heat. Duan, you didn't prepare any for yourself, did you?" Startled by A's sudden appearance, Duan Xiaoxi nearly dropped the underwear onto the boy's face. "Help!" As fate would have it, Yin Xiao entered at that moment, arms crossed as he leaned against the doorframe. Can you really expect anything from her? She probably doesn't even know what cotton is. I know what cotton is, Duan Xiaoxi thought to herself, raising her hands silently in protest. This season, the cotton hasn't even grown yet. A struggled to articulate the "no cotton." "It's all right to simply change the cloth more frequently," Bai Yinchuan chimed in. "Borrowing some cotton would suffice," A's added. The two boys turned their attention toward Yin Xiao, thinking, who in their right mind would lend out something meant for their own female? It's baffling how someone who seems so clever could also be so oblivious. Yin Xiao, however, merely cast a knowing glance at the two before smirking. "I'll step out for a moment." You two keep an eye on her. Don't let her catch a chill, or she'll be whining about her stomach again. Duan Xiaoxi thought. When have I ever complained about my stomach? Please don't add to my troubles. When Yin Xiao returned with the cotton, both boys were even more astonished. The sheer quantity of cotton was enough to last an average female 2 years. Who could be so generous? It was all clean, having been washed and dried. Yin Xiao sat beside Duan Xiaoxi, giving her a light pat on the head. Do you know how to handle it yourself? Duan Xiaoxi had never seen him display such gentleness. She felt a wave of goosebumps rising, retreating with her blanket, thinking to herself, who is this person? Growing impatient, Yin Xiao furrowed his brow and snatched her underwear away. He folded the cloth, layering it with the cotton, and placed it back in her underwear. As he handed it to her, he caught sight of her cheeks flushed like fire, her stammering rendering her speechless. His mood inexplicably lightened. Stop treating her so kindly, he thought. With a face as handsome as his, coupled with a somewhat temperamental nature, she would feel more at ease, now that he was being so considerate. Who wouldn't he be flustered, reflecting on this? Duan Xiaoxi let out a deep sigh. Stealthily clutching the used menstrual cloth, she realized both Yin Xiao and Bai Yinchuan were absent from the courtyard. With a long breath of relief, she hurried to the washroom. Shutting the door, she filled a basin with water, intending to dispose of the cotton from her menstrual cloth and wash it for reuse. Just as her fingertips grazed the water, her arm was abruptly lifted by a towering figure. Yin Xiao's shadow looming over her, in the next moment, she found herself lifted off the ground. Yin Xiao carrying her horizontally. What mischief are you up to? He asked, nonchalantly. Come now, tell me what you're planning. I was just going to wash my face. Washing your face. Yin Xiao pulled the blood-stained cloth from behind her. What are you hiding? You plan to wash your face with this. Duan Xiaoxi's eyes widened at the sight of the item in his hand. Even for her, it was too much to bear. As a young woman in her 20s, how could she endure a man touching something so personal? Today, Yin Xiao was the first to cross that line, though he had touched her underwear earlier. At least it was clean. How could it compare to the menstrual cloth she had just removed? Duan Xiaoxi felt her head buzzing, nearly ready to explode. Let me go. You're a rogue. Yin Xiao raised his hand high. Chuckling, what? Has no male ever washed this for you before? Duan Xiaoxi hesitated for 2 seconds, deliberately remaining silent. I just didn't want you to wash it. What are you to me anyway? What sort of person are you? I am your man. Yin Xiao smirked, his handsome face leaning in close to Duan Xiaoxi, capturing her dazed expression in its entirety, and teased, what else did you think I was to you? Duan Xiaoxi struggled for a moment, unsure whether it was fatigue or the realization that she could not overpower him that led her to relent, her small face scrunching up before she fell still. Her pair of peach blossom eyes fixed intently on Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao sat casually on a chair in the washroom, while she was perched on his lap, feeling something pressing against her, which caused her brow to furrow. She asked, are you out of your mind, speaking such nonsense in broad daylight? Can you even comprehend what you're saying? Of course I can, Yin Xiao replied, his expression unchanged. The corners of his mouth curling into a wicked grin that if being out of his mind meant being out of his mind, then so be it. He hadn't let his desires cloud his judgment in 20 years. And now that he had finally encountered someone he fancied, he certainly intended to indulge himself, and no matter her identity. Even if she were a celestial being, she could not escape his grasp. That wasn't she suspected of being a spy from Bone City? Let them suspect. Even if she were, Yin Xiao had ample means to ensure she wasn't. I fear it is you who does not understand my meaning. Not I, he said. That I understand perfectly well. Once this heat period ends, we shall mate. Yin Xiao leaned closer, whispering in her ear, his voice deep and resonant. I do not care how many males you have in the future. The first one to mate with you must be me. Do you understand? The warmth of his breath brushed against Duan Xiaoxi's neck, making her feel as if she were plunged in a boiling oil, rendering her momentarily paralyzed, her heart racing. Your behavior is so domineering. Are you not afraid I might turn my back on you in the future? Not at all. Yin Zhao's fingertip pressed against Duan Xiaoxi's heart. What is within the heart is also on the body. Once we bond, the beast mark cannot be erased. How do you intend to dissolve our contract? Duan Xiaoxi's palms grew clammy, fearing this was a ruse. She deflected, aren't you that rootless beast? How can you bond with me? At this, Yin Xiao chuckled lightly, an unintended hint of tenderness leaking through. Whether I am a rootless beast, you will know once you tried. He appeared casual, yet his tone was resolute. That I want to bond with you. To be the first to bond with you, do you understand? Duan Xiao, she's breath hitched, leaving her speechless. Yin Xiao did not press her for a response, merely maintaining his mischievous demeanor as he observed her lost in thought. Seizing this moment, he appraised his female companion once more, growing increasingly satisfied. His partner was the most beautiful female in the entire beast realm. Such a stunning creature, coupled with a clever mind. Though she sometimes harbored ill intentions, plotting against him, it only made him want her more. Yet at times, she carried a weight of loneliness that she concealed from prying eyes, evoking a deep sense of sympathy within him. Duan Xiao, she reveled in her silent musings. She thought since escape was impossible, she might as well take a different approach. Her situation did not seem so dire after all. Yin Xiao was a five-patterned beast, his power rivaling that of the Beast King. If she could bond with him, perhaps, even when the truth eventually came to light, he would not abandon her. He had never genuinely expressed a desire to bond with her, and such a carefree, aloof individual made her hesitant to keep him close. Thus, she was determined to shake him off, fearful of revealing her secret to him one day. Yet he was like a noose. The more she struggled, the tighter it became. She gazed at Yin Xiao's face, studying it meticulously, her attention lingering on his profound brow and eyes. The female assessed, calculated, and probed cautiously. She reached out a hand, her fingertip hovering just above his forehead. A semblance of confusion flickered across his seemingly relaxed face, as if he were speaking to himself, asking, "Are you serious? Please do not deceive me. When have I ever deceived you?" Yin Xiao grasped her delicate fingertip, bringing it to his face, inviting her to touch him. Do you like it? From now on, this face and this person are all yours. Touch as you please, kiss. Duan Xiao, she quickly covered Yin Xiao's mouth, blinking twice, smiling without a reply, and sighed, "Little Mou, spring is still long." Chapter 29, a change of face after some time. It was well past noon. Duan Xiao, she had just woken from her afternoon nap, stretching her neck as she stepped into the courtyard, only to find Yin Xiao had vanished, leaving behind a white-furred fox. Given their recent collaboration, she forced a smile and asked, "When did the Fox King arrive? Why didn't you give us a heads up, so we could prepare?" The fox smiled gently. "No need for such formality, that we have known each other for quite some time. We ought to consider ourselves friends." "Right, I have overstepped," she replied. The two exchanged pleasantries, after which Duan Xiao, she led her to a small pavilion in the courtyard. The pavilion's roof was entwined with climbing vines, blooming with clusters of vibrant flowers in the sunlight. A delightful sight. Not only had Yin Zhao's presence vanished, but even Bai Yin Chuan and Azay were nowhere to be found. Duan Xiao, she suspicions grew. Zhang Lansheng did not bring it up, further deepening her doubts. She noticed Zhang Lansheng was more cautious than usual. Pouring a cup of water for him, she observed as he took a small sip before putting it down. "I heard you rented a shop in the market." "That is indeed the case." Duan Xiao, she was uncertain of his intentions, but since he was already aware, she chose not to conceal anything. After a brief pause, maintaining her usual demeanor, she continued, "This morning, I sent Xiao Lu to handle it, but some issues arose along the way that he has yet to relay the specific leasing details to me. With the Fox King visiting today, I was informed of the matter, and I felt reassured, believing Yin Chuan had managed to finalize it for where the shop was specifically located and whether any agreements had been made. Duan Xiao, she was unaware, while Zhang Lansheng likely had a clear understanding. Although he was the owner of the shop, the daily affairs of leasing and vacating were complex and not entirely under his purview. Bai Yin Chuan, being new to this place and unfamiliar with the beastmen of the royal city, made her wonder if Zhang Lansheng had been monitoring her every move. "Since we are collaborating now, it is only proper for me to look out for you," Zhang Lansheng reassured her with a smile. "For matters like renting a shop, just inform me, and I will take care of it for you. The Fox King is busy enough, and yet you still worry about my affairs that I feel uneasy that it is but a small favor." Duan Xiaoxi, feeling mentally drained, decided to cut straight to the point. "Did the Fox King come to see me just for this?" "Well," Zhang Lansheng paused for a couple of seconds before responding, "I actually came to check on you. The leopard lady mentioned to my mother this morning that you were in heat, so I came to visit in her stead." Duan Xiao, she swallowed a mouthful of water, her thoughts stirring. She mused, could the leopard lady truly be so foolish as to willingly offer her sister-in-law to another? Surely, She must have sought a more suitable excuse. However, Duan Xiao, she chose not to expose him. With a smile, she replied, "Now that you've seen me, am I well?" "Of course. You were splendid." Jiang Lansheng stood up, adding, "Then I shall not linger further." On his way back, Yin Xiao caught a whiff of the fox's scent from afar and encountered Jiang Lansheng at the entrance. The two exchanged glances, one concealing a dagger within a smile, the other as cold as ice. Jiang Lansheng nodded slightly, then turned to leave. As soon as Duan Xiao she stepped outside, she spotted a burly man and exclaimed, "Where have you been?" "You returned just as the Fox King departs," making it seem as if you were avoiding each other. That it was merely a jest. Yet Yin Xiao regarded her with a deep, contemplative gaze before walking past her. He brushed by her and continued on his way, leaving Duan Xiao, she standing at the entrance, feeling a sense of unease. She called after his retreating figure, "Do you know where they went?" "No." Duan Xiao, she sighed inwardly, thinking the heart of a man is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Just this noon, he was sweet and tender, promising to be the first to mate. Yet by afternoon, he had donned a different face, after changing into a new menstrual cloth and discreetly washing and hanging it out to dry. Duan Xiao, she resolved to step out and search for the two mischievous boys. Bai Chuan did not strike her as someone who would leave without a word. She feared something might have gone awry with the shop. Upon reaching the door, she hesitated, turning back to knock on Yin Zhao's door. He emerged shirtless, water dripping from his hair, his expression so frightening it could silence a child's cries. Duan Xiao, she looked up at him for a moment, smiling as she asked, "Who has upset little Mou this time?" "Your face looks dreadful." His silent, piercing gaze was a tactic he often employed, and Duan Xiao, she had long since built immunity to it. Since he was in a foul mood, she decided not to provoke him. "I will step out for a while. You stay here to guard the house." Just as she took a step out, she turned back, saying, "Are you going to take a nap? Dry your hair first, so you don't wake up with a headache." Yin Xiao remained silent until Duan Xiao she left. She found it strange. Men's moods changed like the weather in June, shifting without warning. The market was not far from the house, and Duan Xiao, she strolled her way there. A few inquiries revealed which shop had been newly rented out. Bai Chuan's chosen shop was in the market center, with no neighboring establishments selling rice, and it boasted a considerable foot traffic. She thought to herself, it was still Xiao Lu who made things easier. As she lifted the curtain to enter the shop, the rabbit attendant greeted her. "We are not open today. Come back tomorrow." "Ah, Duan. Not welcome?" she teased, pretending to drop the curtain. "How could we not welcome our boss?" The little rabbit hopped forward, pulling Duan Xiao she inside. The rabbit was a head shorter than her, appearing like a small boy, and as he clung to her arm, he playfully swung it, his ears flopping adorably. Upon entering the shop, Duan Xiao, she glanced around at the decor, taking it all in at once and finding it to her liking. She was unclear about the style favored by the orcs, so she decided to allow Bai Chuan to take the reins. To her surprise, the little white deer handled everything with such finesse. "And what about our little dear lord? Is he just being lazy?" Duan Xiao, she enjoyed teasing them, and the little rabbit always took the bait. "It's true. Isn't it? Leaving me to tend the shop while he relaxes in the back." Duan, go catch him in the act. Deduct his wages and rations, and make him pay for it. All right, let this boss see which employee dares to lounge about under my very nose. How does the boss intend to punish him? At that moment, Bai Chuan pushed open the door to the courtyard, draping a garment over his shoulders while wiping the sweat from his brow. Duan Xiao, she was caught off guard, still holding onto the doorknob, when suddenly the door swung open from the inside, nearly causing her to collide with the person emerging. The little white deer, seeing this, quickly stepped back, beads of sweat cascading down his chest like a stream, flowing along the contours of his abdomen. Startled, he neglected to put on his shirt. In the beastly realm, many males went shirtless, but only Bai Chuan would still bundle himself up like a dumpling in such weather. Duan Xiao, she glanced at his snow-white torso, fearing he might feel uncomfortable, and immediately averted her gaze. She thought to herself, how extraordinarily pale he is. This little white deer rarely exposes any skin. Perhaps to maintain his fair complexion, or perhaps due to his modesty. Speaking of being covered up, one cannot forget Jiang Lansheng. It seems he bears a heavy idle burden. Just look at Yin Xiao, who seems eager to strip down to nothing all day long. However, despite Yin Zhao's daily exposure to wind and sun, his skin does not appear particularly dark. Upon seeing Duan Xiao, she let out a silent sigh. She assumed it was due to her overreaction, and felt saddened by the estrangement between them. Consequently, she quickly donned her clothes and approached Duan Xiao Shi, towering over her by more than half a head. Duan Xiao Shi looked up, feeling that the three of them standing together resembled a Wi-Fi signal. "What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be napping at this hour?" I was indeed napping. But unfortunately, I was awakened by cramps and couldn't fall back asleep. Yet she replied, "I slept plenty last night, so I couldn't nap at noon that I guessed you two would be in the shop. So I came to look for you." "What do you mean guessed?" Did the rabbit's ears perk up in anger? "Don't mention it. The moment I opened my eyes, the leopard was gone in our entire household. Aside from me, there's only that troublesome fox who barges into homes." Duan Xiao, she felt distressed. Yin Xiao had also left at noon, and when she woke, he was not at home, when he returns. He won't even let out a peep, sporting a sour face, and I dare not ask him about it, that he left you alone at home. Bai Yin Chuan looked a bit anxious that it's a common occurrence. She sighed in resignation. "Now, let's discuss serious matters. That is everything running smoothly at the shop. I made another stone mill at home, and since there was still time after finishing, I ground some flour." Duan Xiao, she followed Bai Yin Chuan to the backyard, where she saw the flour he mentioned, staring at the mound of flour in disbelief. "No wonder you were sweating profusely. Even the donkey from the production team can't match your industriousness." That's enough. Chapter 30. Warmth. The three of them busied themselves in the shop, transforming the flour into ready-to-eat food, including noodles and pancakes. That is so engrossed were they that they lost track of time. And before they knew it, the moon had reached its zenith. When Duan Xiao she stepped outside, she was startled, not only by the crescent moon above, but also by the golden full moon reflected in someone's eyes. She had no idea how long Yin Xiao had been waiting at the door. He appeared quite impatient, saying nothing of his intentions, and simply walked away as soon as he saw her. Duan Xiao, she couldn't help but chuckle at his awkwardness, for he was a grown man, yet behaved so strangely that it was as if he had ingested some potent elixir, his temper flaring with no one receiving a pleasant countenance from him. "What is the matter? Did someone disturb your ancestors' graves?" Duan Xiao, she bent down before him, retreating as she advanced, looking rather comical. "That do give me a clue to don't let me finally decide to get close to you, only for you to retract. The limitations of the heart are often self-imposed, much like a snail's shell, easily constructed but hard to let go of. When the snail extends its antennae but finds neither dew nor raindrops, it withdraws, resembling a timid turtle." Duan Xiao, she was never one to take the initiative or exert pressure. She preferred to indulge in her own little world, relishing in what she could control. Perhaps this was her tragically inflated pride, always fearing that those fleeting emotions were merely her own delusions. She also dreaded uncertainty. Duan Xiao, she donned the guise of a comical monkey, thinking, "I've reached out my antennae. Will you offer me a response? Who else would dare disturb my ancestors' graves?" She heard Yin Xiao say this, causing her to smile, her eyes curving like the crescent moon. Yet her tilted head and silent smile made her resemble a mischievous little yellow oriole, chirping at her side without a hint of annoyance. Yin Xiao observed her absent-mindedly, his gaze drifting into the shop before returning to Duan Xiao she's face after a while. "What do you plan to do with all those noodles?" "Sell them." "How can you even ask that?" Duan Xiao, she retorted with a laugh. "What were you up to this afternoon? Don't tell me you were just napping away like a baboon." Lazy and irritable. Seeing Duan Xiao, she walked ahead with her hands behind her back. Her fierce demeanor was inexplicably adorable, yet slightly spoiled. Yet he had no heart to jest with her. For earlier that day, he had ventured into the Leopard King's fortress to meet with his brother, discussing various matters that took longer than expected. That on his return, he had coincidentally encountered Jiang Lansheng, that troublesome fox. The fox merely remarked, "Isn't it time to return what belongs to its rightful owner?" Yin Xiao, already in a foul mood, found himself responding without much thought. This was not due to any particular reason, but rather because of the message conveyed by his brother. A source in Bone City had seen someone with a silhouette strikingly similar to Duan Xiao Shi. Duan Xiao Shi's petite frame was indeed rare. A figure like hers was not easily found. The Leopard King speculated that it was likely her, yet because of Yin Zhao's relationship with Duan Xiao Shi, he refrained from making any definitive statements, conveying only the informant's words, leaving the interpretation up to Yin Xiao himself. However, Yin Xiao was puzzled. If Duan Xiao she was indeed a spy for Bone City, what could be her motive? To monopolize the royal city. It seemed overly hasty to condemn someone based solely on a silhouette without further evidence that I waited for you outside for an entire afternoon. Do you believe that? Yin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Let it be, one step at a time. Whatever comes, we shall face it. There is nothing that can't be resolved, nor anything that can't be tamed. Besides, it's just a female. Upon hearing this, Duan Xiao she turned her head back, revealing half of her face, her eyes mischievously narrowing, as if to say, "What, are you expecting a reward?" Before Yin Xiao could respond. She humphed, "You stand at the door without coming in, just standing there for an entire afternoon? Are you the door god, or something? You look so fierce and intimidating. Who knows how many customers you might scare away." The moonlight softly enveloped her, akin to a gossamer veil, casting a hazy mist around her. Yin Xiao silently curved his lips, thinking, this silhouette truly is unparalleled. Duan Xiao she walked ahead with her hands behind her back, while Yin Xiao followed quietly. Baiyin Chuan and Azay harmoniously trailed at the rear, exchanging glances in silence. They all understood well. If Duan Xiao she were to choose a partner among them, it would undoubtedly be Yin Xiao. Everyone could see that Duan Xiao she harbored different feelings for Yin Xiao, that it was hard to articulate what was different, but any member of the household could sense it. As the group strolled under the starlit sky and crescent moon, they moved leisurely through the night. Upon entering the small courtyard, silence enveloped them, the night deep and tranquil. Duan Xiao she hummed an unknown folk tune, bidding good night to the three before retreating to her bedroom. That night, Duan Xiao she, half awake, suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, causing her to groan even in her dreams. Yin Xiao and Baiyin Chuan met in Duan Xiaoxi's room. Seeing Yin Xiao there, Baiyin Chuan intended to take his leave, but to his surprise, Yin Xiao raised his chin and said, "Let us go in and shield her from the wind." Baiyin Chuan hesitated, and only when Yin Xiao urged him with an odd look did he follow him inside. Once inside, Yin Xiao transformed into his beast form, ripping through a beast-skin skirt. Baiyin Chuan carefully set his clothes aside before transforming into a deer and lying beside Duan Xiaoxi. Yin Xiao lay on her other side, while the little rabbit hopped into Duan Xiaoxi's blanket, warming her bead as the leopard dozed, its four powerful legs inadvertently draped over Duan Xiaoxi, holding her in a secure embrace. Unbeknownst to them, Duan Xiao she was awakened by the pain, feeling heavy and suffocated. Upon opening her eyes, she found a leopard on her left, a white deer on her right, and a hefty rabbit in her arms, leaving her breathless. The warmth was indeed comforting, yet the sensation of suffocation was all too real, with a rabbit weighing around 20 to 30 pounds pressing against her chest. Along with the leopard's limbs entangled, it was a wonder she could even breathe. She let out a silent sigh, gritting her teeth to keep her eyes shut, remaining still. These three were too perceptive. If she moved even slightly, everyone would be wide awake. However, the white deer beside her stirred. He transformed back into human form, exchanged a glance with Duan Xiaoxi, and seemingly on a whim, lifted the blanket and nestled beside her, gently patting her head as he softly murmured, "Just a little pat, and the pain will vanish." The leopard also awakened. At the moment Duan Xiaoxi's breathing became erratic, he stirred from his slumber. He silently lifted his eyelids, feigning a turn, and pressed himself onto Duan Xiaoxi, his forepaws kneading her lower abdomen. Duan Xiaoxi curled her lips, thinking that perhaps it wasn't so unbearable after all. Chapter 31. The handover the following morning. Sunlight lazily spilled in, warming the half of Duan Xiaoxi's face that peeked out from under the blanket. She opened her eyes, only to find the absence of the other three companions, as if last night's events were but a dream. After tidying up and stepping outside, she spotted Baiyin Chuan in the courtyard, tending to the small vegetable patch. His demeanor was gentle and natural, but when he turned his head, their eyes met, and a blush instantly colored his fair neck. The rosy hue creeping to his ears, barely halting at his cheeks, it seemed he felt shy due to yesterday's indiscretion. Duan Xiaoxi feigned nonchalance as she approached him, walking shoulder to shoulder, and asked, "Where has Yin Xiao gone? I haven't seen him this early in the morning." There was no sign of him in the bedroom. She mused that he set out to hunt early this morning, well before dawn. Baiyin Chuan replied, "Well before dawn. Duan Xiaoxi repeated in her mind, finding it peculiar. It was already late, and calculating the time, Yin Xiao had likely been gone for 3 to 4 hours, given his tall stature and long legs. Even if he sauntered leisurely, he should have returned by now, but let's wait for him a bit longer. When he returns, we can head to the shop together. All right. Though the little rabbit was young, he surprisingly possessed a keen sense of reading faces. He quietly stood behind Duan Xiaoxi, tugging at her hand, saying, "Why don't we head to the shop first? The leopard is clever. If he comes back and doesn't find us, he'll naturally go to the shop to look for us." That made sense. Yet, she hesitated for a moment. The rabbit continued, "It's getting late. Let's go to the shop and have some noodles. After all that busyness last night, I'm absolutely famished." A's pair of rabbit ears perked up on top of his head, occasionally twitching, which melted Duan Xiaoxi's heart. Goodness, how could there be such an adorable creature as a rabbit, and how could there be such a charming little boy with rabbit ears atop his head? However, the little boy was not just cute. He was also rich in emotional depth. He did not believe that Yin Xiao had genuinely gone hunting, nor did he think he would return before noon. A's was not keen on seeing Duan Xiaoxi go hungry. Duan Xiaoxi nodded. She wasn't foolish and even had a bit of cleverness. Since A's had mentioned it, she could roughly guess that Yin Xiao's absence likely had some hidden reason. She silently marveled at the little rabbit's way of caring for others. He did not say it was for her sake, but rather for his own, that he invited her to care for him. As he had chosen to express his hunger with, "I'm absolutely famished," placing the initiative in Duan Xiaoxi's hands. This was far more considerate than compelling someone to passively accept one's sympathy and concern. This little rabbit understood that he could leverage himself as a bargaining chip. Once he realized he held a place in the other's heart, he learned to take advantage of it. Becoming a bit spoiled, such a clever, cunning, yet delightful little rabbit possessed a true talent for playing the charming fool. Taking advantage of a moment, she stole a glance at Bai Yinchuan, observing his slightly disapproving expression, and thought to herself that the little white deer was living day by day like an old stickler. He was likely worried about the little rabbit's audacity. After all, in this vast beast world, who would dare to express hunger, expecting the females to indulge them? The three of them engaged in casual conversation. A's was articulate, and surprisingly, Bai Yinchuan could keep up as well. Their topics ranged widely, from food to local customs and then to conflicts between tribes. With Bai Yinchuan surprisingly knowledgeable to As their conversation flowed, their pace naturally slowed. When they reached the shop, they happened upon Jiang Lansheng, clad in a white robe, standing at the entrance. His face remained gentle, yet few dared to approach him on the road, but he seemed quite at ease alone, not feeling awkward in the least. That As he spotted Duan Xiaoxi approaching from afar. He warmly made his way over, flashing a smile and playfully asking, "Where's Yin Xiao? Has he gone off to slack? Perhaps he's off meeting a little lover," Duan Xiaoxi responded, putting on a troubled expression. "Perfect!" Just as she needed something done, he had come right to her door. She exchanged a knowing glance with the little rabbit, who hopped ahead, pulling Bai Yinchuan into the shop. Duan Xiaoxi followed closely behind, her demeanor more welcoming than a fox, exclaiming, "Since you're here, do come in and sit for a while." Jiang Lansheng merely wished to take a look, but now faced with the fiery enthusiasm of Duan Xiaoxi, he felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. That As Duan Xiaoxi called to him from beside her, the two appeared as close companions. "That you've come. Why didn't you give me a heads up? It was just like last time. I hope you haven't been kept waiting. No, not at all, that I actually have something to discuss with you. Please go ahead." Indeed, the rhythm of their interaction was just as she had anticipated. Jiang Lansheng forced a smile, thinking, "You had a matter last time that cost me 1,000, and the time before that, you borrowed 5,000 from me. Are you a money-printing machine?" Though he silently complained, his words remained polite. "Let us be on familiar terms. No need for such formality." "Very well, Brother Jiang," Duan Xiaoxi chuckled, lifting the curtain and inviting Jiang Lansheng to sit at the shop's counter, standing as she spoke. "Brother Jiang, the matter is this. We previously discussed exporting wheat to other tribes, and I mentioned improving the methods of wheat consumption. I have ready methods. But aside from that, we need to promote it to make this food trend." Jiang Lansheng, being the cunning fox he was, immediately grasped her intention and exhaled in relief, saying, "You wish for me to find a way to promote your miraculous method? Indeed, I would trouble you with this matter. So, you have a good plan in mind?" "Precisely." Duan Xiaoxi observed the storage area within the shop, noticing Bai Yinchuan busy at the stone mill, and called him out before continuing to Jiang Lansheng. I hope to distribute these wheat products throughout the royal city, from high-ranking females to lower-ranking ones, as a free tasting. This would lead to a new trend in wheat consumption among the royal females, spearheaded by the high-ranking ones. This undertaking is not difficult. We merely need to distribute it one by one and invite the females to taste. However, Duan Xiaoxi insisted on having Jiang Lanqing assist. Recognizing his standing among the females, she recalled the matchmaking event hosted by the Fox matriarch, which had invited the notable ladies of the beast world. If Jiang Lanqing were to distribute the food, even if they didn't particularly enjoy it, they would still extend their appreciation. Not that Duan Xiaoxi lacked confidence in her food. She simply chose the most expedient route, with capable individuals at her side. Why not utilize them? Her principle was to make use of what was available. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Lanqing asked, "Well then, how about I take full charge of the sales in the royal city? In return, I will cover the rent for the shop, and you just need to lend me that lovely little white deer of yours. This will save you quite a bit of trouble." Duan Xiaoxi smiled but remained silent. Bai Yinchuan nodded, tacitly agreeing. Jiang Lanqing, naturally aware of his limits, understood that the most crucial aspect, the method of processing the wheat, would remain firmly in Duan Xiaoxi's grasp. "Then it's settled," Jiang Lanqing declared, clapping his hands as he rose, "that I will take care of this matter tonight and send someone to take over the shop tomorrow, that I believe that the meat-eating tribe needs to take care of their females and go hunting, making it inconvenient for them to be involved in this matter. The herbivorous tribe's males have more leisure time. It would be better to entrust this to them," Bai Yinchuan interjected. "Moreover, the beast men from the herbivorous tribe are more knowledgeable about wheat. So allowing them to handle it is indeed a case of utilizing people effectively." Jiang Lanqing had not anticipated that this typically taciturn deer beast would be so astute. He unconsciously glanced at Duan Xiaoxi and saw her nonchalant demeanor, as if she had completely entrusted this matter to Bai Yinchuan. However, Jiang Lanqing had no reason to disagree with this request. He did not inquire about Duan Xiaoxi's wheat processing method, nor did he harbor any intentions of prying into its secrets, at least for now. Once an opportunity arose, he would not let a chance slip by that it was wise to guard against him. After all, merchants are the most cunning, and Duan Xiaoxi clearly understood this principle. Jiang Lanqing had gained what he desired, and there was no rush for anything else. He mused that since they were wary of their techniques leaking, it was permissible to let their own people handle it. Thus, he nodded in agreement. Yen Xiao did not reveal himself until dusk, and he returned with an adult wild boar clasped in his jaws, which was nearly 3/4 the size of his beast-formed asa beastman. His beast form was already 2 to 3 times larger than an ordinary beast of the same kind. This wild boar would be ample sustenance for Duan Xiaoxi for half a month. Though there were 2 other males at home, they did not consume meat, that he was well aware of Duan Xiaoxi's appetite and typically refrained from hunting prey of this size. Under the moonlight, Duan Xiaoxi caught sight of the wild boar and swallowed hard, not out of hunger, but astonishment. "Did you not eat anything while you were out?" she inquired, wondering if this prey was specifically brought back for her. While she was grateful, she felt it was a bit too much to assume. Yen Xiao merely lifted his eyelids slightly and nodded before heading into the house, not even altering his form, clearly unwilling to engage in conversation with Duan Xiaoxi. Chapter 32. Departure. The wild boar was handled by Yinchuan, who intended to skin it and then cure the meat with salt, preventing spoilage from prolonged storage. Little did anyone know, as Duan Xiaoxi had just brought out the salt barrel from her home, a wild boar, poised to pounce, opened its eyes with a sudden kick of its legs. Duan Xiaoxi, clutching the barrel, found herself locked in a gaze with the wild boar. One stood, and the other lay, their large eyes staring at each other, neither daring to make a move. Was this a resurrection? Duan Xiaoxi observed how intently the creature fixed its gaze upon her, as if it had developed a profound curiosity towards her. The wild boar appeared to grow larger in her eyes. She mused that this scene was truly unprecedented, feeling a mix of humor and sorrow. So, for the love of all that is holy, who could possibly stop this pig? Bai Yinchuan and A's were equally stunned. Unable to react, in a fit of panic, Duan Xiaoxi hurled the salt barrel she held, which fortuitously struck the wild boar squarely on its forehead. Truly, as a professional marksman, she silently congratulated herself. Surely such a large quantity of salt could knock it senseless. However, the wild boar merely shook its head, dazedly staring at Duan Xiaoxi, seemingly unaware of the commotion. Duan Xiaoxi was astonished. How had Yin Xiao managed to capture such a creature? Yet, why was the prey still alive? Yin Xiao, the wild boar, glanced from the stone barrel to Duan Xiaoxi, as if suddenly enlightened, and immediately charged towards her in a fit of rage. With its hooves pounding the ground, the entire beast resembled a rocket set to launch. Duan Xiaoxi faced the oncoming wild boar, noticing the blood from Yin Zhao's bite wound still trickling down its neck, giving it an exceptionally fierce appearance. Instinctively, she took a step back, scanning for any weapon to fend it off, but resigned herself to turn and flee. However, she could hardly outrun a massive wild boar raised in the jungle, and soon enough, it was upon her. Bai Yinchuan and A's, too late to intervene, watched as the wild boar closed in on her, mere inches away from her back. They chased after the pig, which was in turn pursuing Duan Xiaoxi, who was sprinting towards the main house. As she ran, she cursed her luck. This ordeal was far too eventful. The distance to the door of the main house shrank, yet so did the distance to the wild boar, and she could even feel the hot breath of the creature on her back. Instances of wild boars killing people in the wild were plentiful, and Duan Xiaoxi sighed. Regardless of being bitten, simply being collided with at such weight and speed might jeopardize her spinal integrity. Should her spine break, her life would be reduced to a single word: paralysis. She heard Bai Yinchuan and A's shouting behind her, thinking to herself that it was all over. Just then, the door of the main house swung open, revealing a bare figure with piercing eyes radiating a chilling aura, enveloping the surrounding golden light in a frosty mist. Duan Xiaoxi gazed at the figure before her, uncertain of how to feel. Although she knew she had been saved, the tension in her chest remained unrelieved. Yin Xiao, without saying a word, scooped her up, causing the wild boar to miss its charge. With a swift kick, he sent the 400-pound beast flying, crashing heavily against the stone path in the courtyard and slamming into the door. Had Bai Yinchuan and A's not dodged quickly, they would have been sent sprawling by the wild boar's impact. Bai Yinchuan and A's, still shaken, watched as Duan Xiaoxi sat dazed in Yin Zhao's embrace, while he remained the calmest of them all, setting her down and striding back towards his room. Yet, Duan Xiaoxi caught his little finger, pulling him back without uttering a word. Yin Xiao, feeling her grip yet not turning around, seemed to share a tacit understanding with her. Time passed, and Bai Yinchuan and A's departed to handle the prey. Leaving the two of them alone, the soft, delicate hand of Duan Xiaoxi brushed against Yin Zhao's rough palm. But receiving no response, she sighed and released her hold. Yin Xiao was never particularly difficult to interpret. Duan Xiaoxi mused. She knew his desires to be first were genuine, as was his wish to share a life with her. His inadvertent care and concern were authentic. Yet his current refusal was equally real. He never hunted such large game. This beast could sustain Duan Xiaoxi for quite some time. Even if he were to leave in the future, she would still have sustenance. Even if he were to leave. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she blurted out, "Are you leaving?" After voicing her inquiry, she mocked herself inwardly, realizing that months of living in the beast world had seemingly made her impatient. Yin Xiao turned around, looking down at her, the golden light in his eyes appearing slightly softened. Yet he remained silent. Duan Xiaoxi took his silence as acquiescence. Surely, he ought to inform her when he planned to leave, especially after having lived together for so long. She chided, "You've become quite the mute. Haven to you. What wrong? Never seen such a vexing female before. If that's the case, you better take a good look, for once you leave, you won't see me again." Yin Xiao continued to remain silent, standing in the doorway, half of him shrouded in darkness, his black hair obscuring half of his exquisite face, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. Duan Xiaoxi, undeterred, continued, "Well then, it seems I won't be hearing any clear words from you today. That in that case, I must thank you for your care during these days." With that, she turned and exited, seemingly in search of Bai Yinchuan. The next day, Yin Xiao left early, offering no explanation regarding the events of the previous night. Duan Xiaoxi, as if nothing had happened, busied herself with her mechanical drawings. She was currently engrossed in the design of a rotary oven, pondering that relying solely on animal fat for cooking was not ideal. After consulting Bai Yinchuan, she learned of a nut crop consumed by the herbivorous tribe, akin to peanuts in the beast world, which could be pressed for vegetable oil, to extract vegetable oil. The peanuts needed to be roasted first, thus inspiring her to construct an oven. However, around midday, Jiang Lanxing unexpectedly arrived with the Lion King in tow. The Lion King was not one to speak much, and he sat quietly in the courtyard shed, sipping from a cup of cool water. The little rabbit, not particularly fond of this fox, transformed into human form to engage in a verbal spar with Jiang Lanxing. Their banter amused Duan Xiaoxi greatly. When Yin Xiao returned, carrying 2 wild chickens, he wasted no time and tossed the chickens directly at Jiang Lanxing's face, who deftly dodged with a laugh at "What's this? Are you in such a foul mood?" Jiang Lanxing remarked with a playful tone. Duan Xiaoxi silently picked up the 2 chickens, plucking their wing feathers and tossing them into the enclosure. Yin Xiao, watching her retreating figure, spat a disdainful remark at Jiang Lanxing. Upon seeing Yin Xiao's return, the Lion King ceased drinking and informed him, "The Tiger King's party is on their way back. They should arrive in 2 to 3 days." Yin Xiao nodded slightly and seated himself opposite the Lion King. Jiang Lanxing chuckled, "Ah, with the Tiger King back, we can finally address the fortification issues that IT will undoubtedly be costly. I'll need to work hard to earn some money." The 3 males seemed to treat the place as their own home, speaking freely without reservations. Duan Xiaoxi, though curious, soon realized that these matters were not her concern, opting to prepare a meal instead. After a lengthy discussion among the 3, once Duan Xiaoxi finished cooking, she noticed they still lingered and smiled. "It's getting late. It's time for lunch," AS is well known. In the adult world, bringing up the topic of food with someone with whom one shares a tenuous relationship subtly implies that it is time for them to leave. The Lion King had already risen, but Jiang Lanxing pretended not to understand. Before Duan Xiaoxi could finish her sentence, he interjected, "Is it time? Well then, we'll stay and join you for lunch." His tone carried an insincere fa of reluctance. Duan Xiaoxi exchanged a glance with Yin Xiao, who waved his hand, indicating he was unable to assist. Chapter 33. Secrets. It was one thing for Jiang Lanxing to be so unceremonious, but even the Lion King seemed overly familiar. These 2 significant figures in the city stayed in Duan Xiaoxi's courtyard until the sun began to set, insisting on staying for dinner before they departed. The Fox King and Yin Xiao seemed to be discussing the city's defenses before the rainy season, likely in preparation to fend off rogue beasts seeking to invade and capture females. Duan Xiaoxi knew better than to eavesdrop on matters that did not concern her. Yet Jiang Lanxing, unfazed by her presence, continued to chat freely, spilling secrets like a leaky funnel. Only upon their departure did Duan Xiaoxi begin to grasp the underlying implications. Standing tall and composed at the doorway, Jiang Lanxing appeared like a painting. Had he chosen silence, his presence would have been more enigmatic, but he subtly scrutinized Yin Xiao, asking, "Duan, I've heard you've been crafting some peculiar devices for milling wheat. Might you be capable of creating other items?" Duan Xiaoxi's heart sank at the mention of the wheat grinding device. How much did he truly know? She replied, "For what purpose?" "For city defenses," he answered. "City defenses? Did that not imply weapons and fortification tools?" "I can," she responded, but inwardly questioned Jiang Lanxing's true intentions that if she showcased remarkable manufacturing skills, she would undoubtedly become a coveted asset among various factions in this world where strength dictated power. Without absolute protection, how would she navigate such treacherous waters? Moreover, could Jiang Lanxing be trusted? Would he, upon acquiring the blueprints, dismantle the bridge behind him to safeguard the secrets of weapon manufacturing? Though their acquaintance was brief, Duan Xiaoxi was acutely aware that this Jiang Huang was not a paragon of virtue. The notion of discarding a loyal companion once its utility had expired was certainly within the realm of possibility. The most effective means of safeguarding a secret is to ensure that those privy to it are rendered incapable of divulging it. Put simply, the dead are the most secure. Clearly, as a mere unremarkable female, Duan Xiaoxi was of little consequence compared to the myriad beastmen of the royal city. The disparity was evident at a glance. Duan Xiaoxi's mind raced, and she ambiguously remarked, "Those trinkets for food production are nothing more than trifles. Mere byproducts of a fleeting inspiration, as for matters of city defense. I fear I am of no assistance. Such affairs are beyond the purview of someone like me." With that, Jiang Lanxing's gaze swept over Duan Xiaoxi before he chuckled. "Then we shall not impose further. Farewell." As the night grew cool, Yin Xiao was tidying up the courtyard implements when a light rain suddenly began to fall. The raindrops were sparse yet swift, and Duan Xiaoxi stood by the window, observing as he soon became drenched, his demeanor seemingly unaffected. After a brief moment, he He retreated indoors to rest. Yin Xiao continued to bend over his task, seemingly oblivious, until Duan Xiaoxi returned to her room. Straightening up, he cast a glance at the main house, his gaze sharp, as if he intended to pierce through the gradually fading silhouette of her form. He had not forgotten the question she posed the previous day, and in response to her inquiry, he neither affirmed nor denied. The exchanges between them dwindled into silence that he pondered. If Duan Xiaoxi deemed him a garrulous gourd, was she not one as well? They were both stubbornly holding their tongues, engaged in a silent contest, each refusing to acknowledge the other. Here were two fully grown adults, inexplicably behaving like children, as if the one who yielded first would be the loser in this rivalry. Yet, unbeknownst to Duan Xiaoxi, his sudden hunt for a mature wild boar was indeed prompted by the need to venture out for a spell, but he had no intention of disappearing completely. Whether Yin Xiao had deliberately slowed his pace remained uncertain. The time spent clearing the kitchenware had stretched considerably longer than usual. When he finally returned to the main house, he anticipated that the others would be settled into slumber. However, no sooner had he crossed the threshold than a blanket was abruptly thrown over his head. Although the assailant was swift, evasion was not beyond Yin Zhao's capabilities that he did not sidestep. Instead, in the fleeting moment as the blanket billowed toward him, he caught sight of Bai Yin Chuan's pretense of maturity. Grasping the blanket, he wiped his dripping black hair dry, revealing molten gold eyes that glimmered as he regarded Bai Yin Chuan with a smirk. Inquiring, "Pray tell, are you telling me that your late-night visit was solely to deliver a blanket for me to dry my hair?" Noticing Yin Xiao lazily leaning against his doorway, his hair no longer dripping with water after a mere wipe, Bai Yin Chuan silently curled the corner of his mouth and coldly replied, "You should retire early." The following morning, Duan Xiaoxi, breaking her habitual slumber, early brought Bai Yin Chuan and the little rabbit into the shop. The helpers Bai Yin Chuan had summoned were already gathered in the backyard. Duan Xiaoxi surveyed the group and was surprised to find one beast man sporting two black wolf ears atop his head. She glanced at him, then at Bai Yin Chuan, her eyes wide with incredulity. Bai Yin Chuan met Duan Xiaoxi's scrutinizing gaze before turning to his elderly moose companion, his expression conveying. The elder, perceiving Bai Yin Chuan's confusion, directed his gaze toward the black wolf. The black wolf glanced about, clearly unsure of who held authority, ultimately settling on the most reliable-looking figure, Bai Yin Chuan. After a moment of hesitation, he explained, I am a beast man of the wolf tribe, called Qi. Strength in the royal city is quite lacking. He awkwardly rubbed his ears, and thus I cannot capture valuable prey, which leaves me without a mate. I heard this shop was hiring, and if I work here, I could earn salt, so I wanted to give it a try. Upon hearing this, Duan Xiaoxi unconsciously furrowed her brows and exchanged a glance with Bai Yin Chuan, who silently shook his head, indicating that he had not shared the news of the shop's hiring with anyone else. Bai Yin Chuan's character was well known. She trusted him implicitly, even without his assurance. She understood that this matter could not have been leaked by Bai Yin Chuan. Only a handful of individuals were privy to this information, and their household had no reason to share it. This left only one possible source, Jiang Lanqing. The recruitment announcement held little allure for the powerful beastmen. Carnivorous beastmen generally looked down upon herbivorous tribes. They could sustain themselves and even find mates within the royal city. Thus, only those who lacked mating opportunities, those weak beastmen who posed no threat, were drawn in, easily overlooked and disarmed of suspicion. However, such an overt trap was hardly the handiwork of Jiang Lanqing, that wily old fox. Duan Xiaoxi smiled and dismissed the wolf beastman, stating that the employees had already been secured. Once he departed, Duan Xiaoxi couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, while the expressions of those present remained grave. The Moose tribe members, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, had begun to jest amongst themselves. These were males from the tribe who had already found mates, and seeing Duan Xiaoxi's amiable demeanor, they gradually grew more audacious. One gray deer teased, "I don't see him here for the money at all." Another chimed in, "Exactly. It seems he's taken quite a fancy to our boss lady," as they observed Duan Xiaoxi's nonchalant reaction. Their banter grew bolder, and inexplicably, the topic shifted to the eligible bachelors of the royal city, particularly the Lion King and the Fox King, two exemplary males who could have their pick of any female, but had remained single for years. Other side, remarking on their lofty standards that, but isn't the favored son of the Tiger King also unmarried? A gray deer pondered, stroking his neck in contemplation. How old is he again? 23. About that, the black deer replied. But his singleness has its reasons. What reasons? Rumor circulated that this enigmatic son of the Tiger King was not actually the offspring of the current ruler. The black deer spoke in hushed tones, as if fearing to invoke bad luck. He is the son of the former Tiger King. The reason for his favoritism is that the Tiger Queen harbors guilt towards this child. The so-called favoritism was not due to the Tiger King's affection, but rather the Tiger Queen's regard. Such was the nature of the beastly world. Others feigned confusion. What kind of guilt? The former and present Tiger Kings had both been the Tiger Queen's mates, but the former held greater favor and a higher position. However, for reasons unknown, one night, all of the Tiger Queen's males, save for the current Tiger King, perished. Subsequently, the former Tiger King was stripped of his bond. Those aware of the matter were purged from the city, leaving the royal family's secrets shrouded in mystery. Yet speculation arose that the former Tiger King had killed the Tiger Queen's mates to claim her for himself, prompting her to sever their bond in a fit of rage. However, at the moment of severance, she was already 2 months pregnant with the former Tiger King's child. Unable to terminate the pregnancy, she gave birth a month later. To everyone's shock, the Tiger Queen, cold-hearted as she was, killed the newborn tiger cubs on the spot. The former Tiger King, having been exiled from the royal city, returned like a thunderbolt, accompanied by loyal followers, and seized the last surviving tiger cub. The tiger fled to the mountains, disappearing for 13 years. 13 years later, the tiger cub returned to the royal city, reuniting with the Tiger Queen. Though she was ruthless, she was ultimately a mother. After years of wandering, she could not bring herself to abandon her child, and thus allowed him to stay, perhaps feeling an unexplainable sense of indebtedness, for the wrongdoings were committed by the Tiger King, not the cub. She treated him with double the kindness, compensating for the other 3 tiger cubs. 10 years later, the tiger cub, now grown, led a procession back to the city, the light rain drenching his features, which were even colder than the chilly rain. The tiger of the march was set to enter the city. Chapter 34. The Bow and Arrow. It is wise to refrain from prying into the affairs of the royal family. Bain Chuan shook his head. Yet they could not contain their chatter. Continuing, the act of abandoning children is not exclusive to the tiger tribe. The Wolf King's clan cast aside a wolf cub in the past, did they not? That little white wolf? The black deer lamented. Such a beautiful hue. White, in the deer tribe, symbolizes a divine gift. Yet for the wolf tribe, it became the cursed color of death. Indeed, if that cub were still alive, he would be around 16 or 17 now. The gray deer interjected. Carnivorous tribes mature later. He likely hasn't reached the age of transformation. The mention of the white wolf seemed to strike a hidden nerve within Duan Xiaoxi, and she abruptly turned. Astonished. Did you say white wolf? What is that? During the distribution of tasks, Duan Xiaoxi appeared somewhat distracted, while Bai Yinxuan, though unaware of the reasons, chose to remain silent out of consideration that if Duan Xiaoxi wished to speak, he would willingly be her listener. Yet, should she prefer solitude, he would not intrude, but he seemed to be a gentle soul, tinged with a hint of loneliness. The members of the deer clan received their assignments and busied themselves accordingly. Shadows flitted back and forth, and soon, a voice inquired from within the inner chamber. Duan Xiaoxi, lost in thought, did not fully register until a majestic stag presented an object before her, causing her breath to hitch slightly, and her expression to change dramatically. Duan Xiaoxi's pupils dilated. As soon as the item reached her, she snatched it up with urgency. A bow and arrows. How could her bow and arrows possibly be here? Could it be that wolf beast? Just as she was about to question the stag about the whereabouts of her bow, a sharp shout echoed from outside. In a flurry, Duan Xiaoxi concealed the bow beneath the table. The commotion outside escalated, culminating in a thunderous crash as an unknown brute kicked down the door, sending debris crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Duan Xiaoxi was taken aback. And through the swirling dust, she glimpsed Jiang Zimu's alluring figure. The fox woman, swaying her hips, wore an expression of brazen arrogance and exclaimed, "What do you sell here? That so-called noodle dish made people vomit and have diarrhea. Did you poison it?" The dish had been prepared by Bai Yinxuan, while Jiang Lanxing had acted as the courier, delivering the hot noodles to the esteemed ladies. The Fox King's sister berated them openly, oblivious to whose reputation she was tarnishing. The male members of the deer clan, aware of the unfolding situation, contemplated mocking her and inquiring if her brother felt any shame. However, they noticed Duan Xiaoxi's grave demeanor. She was regarded as a remarkably gentle female. Yet never had they seen such a stern expression upon her beautiful face, a sight Bai Yinchuan had never witnessed either. This calm indifference concealed a fury that should not belong to a female. "Where is she? Who's in charge here? Bring them out to see me." Jiang Zimu strode into the room, flanked by 7 or 8 formidable adult male carnivores, each imposing and fierce. Once Jiang Zimu finished speaking, her entourage charged in, intent on wreaking havoc. The Deer Clan's males, despite knowing they were outmatched, could not simply stand by and watch. They immediately formed a protective circle around Duan Xiaoxi and advanced to confront them alongside Bai Yinchuan. "It's you. You're not that one Duan Xiaoxi's male." Jiang Zimu pointed at Bai Yinchuan, her expression one of disbelief. However, that surprise faded swiftly, replaced by her usual bravado as she inquired, "Where is that female of yours? Is she inside? Let her come out and speak to me. After all, we are old acquaintances that if she comes forward, I might consider being lenient." "She is not here," Bai Yinchuan replied coldly, displaying an air of indifference. Yet the other members of the Deer clan showed signs of fear. Although Bai Yinchuan, the son of the clan leader, was a third-tier beastman, their opponents boasted 3 third-tier beastmen and 1 fourth-tier beastman, while the rest were at best second-tier. In contrast, their own side was primarily composed of first- and second-tier herbivores, lacking any hunting experience, rendering them ill-equipped for a brawl. Duan Xiaoxi was evidently aware of the precarious situation. Before Jiang Zimu could escalate matters, she stepped forward from the crowd, wearing a facade of calmness. With a light pat on by Yinchuan's shoulder, she said, "It is wrong to speak falsehoods that I am here." "What business do you have with me?" Jiang Zimu's lips curled into a smile, confidence radiating from her. She knew Duan Xiaoxi was cunning, so she had no intention of engaging in futile banter. Her desire to confront Duan Xiaoxi stemmed solely from the wish to witness her helplessness as her shop was destroyed. It must be said that she and Jiang Lanxing were indeed siblings. Sharing a taste for malice, Jiang Zimu surveyed the interior and exterior of the shop meticulously, and upon finding no sign of Yin Xiao, she felt a twinge of disappointment, but also relief. A 5th-tier beast was a terrifying presence. Even if he were alone, he was not an adversary to be trifled with. Without granting Duan Xiaoxi the chance to summon anyone, Jiang Zimu waved her hand dismissively, declaring, "Smash it, destroy everything." Duan Xiaoxi's expression shifted instantly. Jiang Lanxing had just set her up by sending a wolf beast with a troublesome gift, and now Jiang Zimu arrived with a mob intent on destruction. Was this mere coincidence? Surely, they must think her a fool. Yet, she could not fathom what schemes lay hidden within their machinations. Moreover, the urgency of the situation compelled her to send A's and another member of the Deer clan to find Jiang Lanxing and Yin Xiao, with Jiang Lanxing being the priority. She was uncertain if Yin Xiao would come, but she was certain Jiang Lanxing that he would not only come, but would stand by her side, assuming he still wished to collaborate with her. However, just as the little rabbit and the other individuals stepped out the back door, they were intercepted by a prepared wolf beast that it was time to fight. Bai Yinchuan took the lead, engaging in a fierce struggle with the males brought by Jiang Zimu. They were overwhelmingly outnumbered and powerful, quickly subduing the Deer clan members, leaving them with little chance to retaliate. Only Bai Yinchuan managed to hold his ground, but even he found it strenuous to protect Duan Xiaoxi while fending off their attacks. Duan Xiaoxi pushed him forcefully, insisting, "Don't worry about me. Focus on your fight." As a female, she was indeed fierce, and given that the opposing males were not overly focused on her, she was relatively safe among them. Nevertheless, Bai Yinchuan remained unaware and continued to shield her. Bai Yinchuan sent a troublesome gray wolf flying with a kick, and in the chaos, he inadvertently hurled Duan Xiaoxi toward the inner room. Shouting fiercely, "Get inside!" The command startled Duan Xiaoxi, momentarily rendering her speechless. Before she could comprehend the situation, she found herself thrust into the inner chamber, where a sturdy compound bough awaited her grasp in that instant. A thought crystallized in her mind as she surveyed the tumultuous scene outside, where the bustling crowd of merchants became fodder for gossip. The marketplace was Jiang Lanxing's territory. Such a meticulous person could not possibly lack defenses against disturbances in the commercial district. A brilliant silver thread of realization flickered in Duan Xiaoxi's mind as she stood at the eye of the storm, desperately grasping at the elusive thoughts swirling around her. Jiang Lanxing. Jiang Zimu, the suddenly reappearing Bao, and the intriguingly transformed Yin Xiao. Ah, the young clan leader. Duan Xiaoxi snapped back to reality, her gaze drawn to Bai Yinchuan, who was now cornered that a tiger beast and two leopard beasts had surrounded him. The center of attention being the silver-haired deer beast, whose mane was now dirted and disheveled, akin to a fallen moon, losing its luster. For reasons unknown, she recalled that rain-soaked night, the similarly beautiful white, and the moonlight that had also fallen to the dust. Bai Yinchuan was being forced down, his face pressed against the ground, with debris scraping his cheek and a wound on his shoulder from a bite that left a chilling array of bloody punctures. In that moment, it seemed as if time itself had halted. Duan Xiaoxi watched in horror, and within Bai Yinchuan's desperate gaze, she discerned the end of that silver thread. So this is how it is. With a firm grip on the bow, she drew an arrow amidst the bewildered stares of onlookers. The arrowhead sliced through the air with a swift hiss as Duan Xiaoxi lowered her eyelids momentarily, only to raise them again, her gaze sharp and resolute. One arrow, followed by another. She advanced and loosed 3 arrows in quick succession. Bai Yinchuan watched as the first arrow pierced the shoulder of the wolf beast beside him, followed by another that struck a second wolf, and the final arrow, propelled with tremendous force, penetrated the shoulder of the tiger beast. 3 arrows, 3 beasts, each one striking the same spot where Bai Yinchuan had been wounded. This was retribution. Duan Xiaoxi continued to draw arrows, her unwavering gaze fixed upon the astonished Jiangzu. Come on, since you've already walked into my trap, what room is left for mercy? Come, you rat in the gutter. Have you peeked enough? Come and see if I truly fear you. Duan Xiaoxi regarded the figure concealed behind the massive beasts, a chilling smile playing on her lips, a smile that sent shivers down the spines of those who beheld it. With her arm raised, she swiftly aimed for Jiang Zimu's forehead. In that moment, she focused on her, as a hunter would on its prey. Just as the arrow was about to be released, a large hand unexpectedly seized her wrist. Enough, let go. Yin Xiao frowned, his eyes glistening with intensity. Duan Xiaoxi met his gaze, pondering whether it was compassion or the cold glance of a male that held her captive. Chapter 35. Hidden Afflictions. Duan Xiaoxi sat in the tea room of the Fox Fortress, her expression a blend of sarcasm and indifference. The atmosphere had descended into an icy silence, as Jiang Lansheng and the Lion King sat opposite her, each cradling a teacup. The Lion King was not one to speak much, and it was evident that Jiang Lansheng was striving to mediate. Clearing his throat, he said, Ahem, the matter of whether the food caused the female's diarrhea requires further investigation. Additionally, there is the issue of your use of that weapon to injure the males. Suddenly, he caught Duan Xiaoxi's gaze, and with a slight cough, he fell silent. It was not that Duan Xiaoxi was uncooperative. Rather, she was too compliant, nodding with a smile on her face. The atmosphere was one of polite detachment. As beneath a friendly faade, a simmering anger seemed to lurk. Yin Xiao leaned against the doorframe with his arms crossed, his gaze incessantly scanning Duan Xiaoxi's face. Yet when she turned to look at him, he averted his eyes, touching the tip of his nose as if feeling guilty. Duan Xiaoxi offered a calm smile and chose not to regard him further. She addressed the Lion King and Jiang Lansheng, saying, The Fox King inquired about the city's defensive weapons last time. I have contemplated the matter seriously. Though I fear my abilities may be limited, it is worth attempting to see if I am capable. This revelation astonished the 2 esteemed beast kings before her. Even Yin Xiao frowned. However, Duan Xiaoxi understood that in this game, she had no choice but to engage. Given the circumstances, it was evident that the various formidable figures present were all exceptional actors. 1 feigning tenderness, 2 posing as strategic allies. Yet all were fully aware she could wield a bow and craft tools. They intended to exploit her talents thoroughly. Today's performance was staged for the denizens of the royal city. If she were to employ powerful weaponry, from whence would it come? As long as it was not of her own making, it would have to be a gift from another force if she wished to survive. Those weapons must be a product of her own extraordinary gift, thus compelling her to comply. They had cleverly constructed a situation from which she could not escape. Should she waver, it would be the innocent Bai Yinchuan, that naive little dear, who would suffer. How could she bear such a thought? Since they desired her designs, she would acquiesce. Yet, if they were to take from her, they must leave something in return. Duan Xiao, she declared. However, I am not familiar with the enemies we must guard against or the tactics they typically employ. Moreover, matters of city defense are of utmost importance. I hope to meet with the 5 Beast Kings of the royal city to discuss specifics in person. I can provide the blueprints, but not in their entirety, that as far as she knew, the 5 Beast Kings did not share a unified front. She intended to distribute the blueprints among them, each receiving only a fragment, ensuring that none could lay claim to the complete design, thereby preventing anyone from silencing the creator once they obtained the plans. Duan Xiao, she took a sip of the cool tea in her cup, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Lansheng. Noticing his expression stiffen, she listened as he spoke in a rich tone. The 5 kings are not all present in the city at the moment. I fear. No rush. I shall contemplate the designs for now. When the kings return, we can deliberate further and refine them. This implied that she would begin drafting them, and until she laid eyes on all 5 beast kings, they could not hope to procure the blueprints from her, that if necessary, they could engage in a mutual destruction. Upon uttering these words, the dynamics shifted from one of disadvantage to an even playing field. Jiang Lansheng, having a vested interest in the weaponry she possessed and the potential for mass production, would have to reach a compromise with Duan Xiaoxi, barring extreme measures of coercion. Yet the efficacy of such drastic methods remained uncertain. Jiang Lansheng glanced at Yin Xiao, aware that certain individuals might not permit such actions. Nevertheless, Duan Xiao, she had no choice. Should she staunchly refuse, a mere label of abnormality could be affixed to her, rendering even Yin Xiao unable to protect her. This reality was not lost on her, prompting her to proactively voice the sentiments they had yet to express. Jiang Lansheng mused that in the beast world, Duan Xiao, she was a remarkably astute female. He cared not for the origins of this bestowed treasure. He was solely focused on her intrinsic value. However, Duan Xiao, she was not preoccupied with whether Yin Xiao could safeguard her. After this ordeal, her thoughts were consumed by the question of when she could depart. Having realized Yin Xiao's objectives had been achieved, she suspected she could no longer place her trust in him. As Yin Xiao led Duan Xiaoxi homeward, an uncomfortable silence enveloped them once more. Yin Xiao walked ahead, while Duan Xiao, she trailed closely behind, maintaining a distance that was less than before yet laden with an unquantifiable emotional chasm. I do not understand. Duan Xiao, she broke the oppressive silence. Yin Xiao halted, lowering his gaze to meet hers. What do you mean? I do not comprehend why, despite having injured 3 males, there has been no retribution against me. While Jiang Ziwu, who vandalized my store, faces no consequences, that a gentle breeze tousled her hair, which she deftly tucked behind her ear. Standing amidst the refreshing air, she wore a warm smile, exuding a softness that belied the icy resolve in Yin Zhao's eyes. At a loss, he did not ponder her words deeply, merely responding, the royal city has always been lenient towards females. Duan Xiao, she stepped closer, aligning her shoulder with his, nodding to indicate her understanding. As they walked side by side for a moment, she inquired again, what if a female were to commit an unforgivable transgression? What then? Yin Zhao's brow twitched as he seemed to contemplate something. Gazing intently at her, exile, banished from the royal city, left alone in the wilderness. If fortunate, one might perish in some obscure corner, but if unlucky, one could be captured by rogue beasts or rootless creatures and taken to Bone City. Duan Xiao, she chuckled lightly. Why is it considered fortunate to be left to die in the wilderness? Upon hearing this, Yin Xiao gritted his teeth, stepping in front of her, bending slightly at the waist to meet her gaze. Enunciating each word in Bone City, females are valued less than grass. Do you understand? He believed she certainly could comprehend. Yin Xiao was convinced she hailed from Bone City, even if she had received special training. She could not escape the treatment meted out to those of her kind. The inhabitants of Bone City were unbound by contracts, living in debauchery. Male offspring were discarded at birth, while females were retained and raised, inevitably destined to be used as mere vessels for gratification. The variations in the cruelty inflicted by the adult males in Bone City were astonishingly depraved, with some particularly twisted individuals favoring young girls. The younger the better. Hence, despite the considerable number of female births each year, few survived to adulthood. As he gazed upon Duan Xiao, she's radiant and delicate visage, he thought how the denizens of Bone City must have been exceedingly generous to allow such beauty to thrive. He pondered how she had managed to survive. Yet, whenever he envisioned those loathsome beasts atop her, His innate brutality surged from within, spilling into his gaze. Duan Xiao, she sensed his conflicting emotions, bewildered by his sudden shifts from pity to uncontainable fury. Rest assured, even if you had not intervened, that arrow would not have been loosed. Do not look at me like that. I am quite well-behaved and would never resort to the public execution of a female. Duan Xiao, she opted to ignore him, maneuvering past to lead the way, murmuring softly, I do not engage in other wicked deeds, that I merely wish to survive at well-behaved. Perhaps not. Yin Zhao's intended sarcasm was stifled by her light-hearted tone. In that moment, he heard her ask, Jin Yin Xiao, do you still wish to mate with me? He glanced over, observing her confidently navigating the cobblestone path within the royal city's alleys, her shadow trailing behind. Elongated by the setting sun, splattering fragments of twilight across her form, painting one side of her with the hues of dusk. She did not look back, as if she had said nothing at all. Yet Yin Xiao was certain he had heard her. Uncertain whether to feel elated or troubled, he quickened his pace to catch up with Duan Xiaoxi, saying yes. Tonight, then, I shall no longer bleed. Duan Xiaoxi's tone was resolute. Though her fingertips trembled, her voice carried a chilling solitude, imbued with a bravery akin to a moth drawn to a flame, laced with an unmistakable sense of helplessness. Yin Xiao was taken aback. Lowering his gaze to discover that her smile had vanished, that if such a day were to arrive, between being left to rot in the wilderness and being trampled by a multitude, Duan Xiao, she would likely choose the latter. Yet she intended to secure more options for herself before that day came. Yin Xiao, perhaps he had once felt a flutter of affection, but now, that innocent heart had likely been extinguished. The girl's affection lay concealed within veiled and tender expressions, akin to the tumultuous fish and dragons swirling beneath a tranquil sea, or the reflections of peach blossoms within a white porcelain cup. Lurked within subtle confrontations, hidden amidst repeated tests of resolve. It required that special someone to be astute and perceptive, for it was both serene and profound that I cherish you deeply. However, my affections do not define my existence, especially not when you plot against me. Chapter 36. Bonding upon their return home, Azay was busy tending to Bai Yin Chuan's wounds. Duan Xiao, she cast a cursory glance, her gaze meeting Bai Yin Chuan's before she approached him. Yin Xiao followed behind, exhibiting an oddly obedient demeanor, silent as if he had committed some wrongdoing. Your recovery is remarkably swift, Duan Xiao, she noted, observing the bloody bite marks lining his shoulder, two of which were deep enough to reveal bone, yet had already begun to clot and scab. She managed a faint smile, asking, Is there anything you wish to inquire about? The room fell into silence, even Azay pausing in his ministrations. Duan Xiao, she took over the task. Tending to Bai Yin Chuan's injuries herself, that I end this family. Each member was astutely perceptive. Though Bai Yin Chuan appeared simple and kind-hearted, he merely struggled with expressing himself in social interactions. In reality, his thoughts were sharp and clear. Although they had been sent home to recuperate when Zhang Lanxing and Yin Xiao arrived, the afternoon had afforded them ample time to piece together the sequence of events. First, Zhang Lanxing had visited their home to inquire about the city's defensive weapons. Subsequently, wolves had infiltrated the store under the pretense of recruitment, thrusting bows and arrows beneath Duan Xiao's very nose. Finally, Zhang Ziwu had vandalized the store, forcing Duan Xiaoxi to resort to using that very weapon. Thus, all the orcs in the royal city became aware of the formidable figure that was Duan Xiaoxi, along with the peculiar and devastating weapon she wielded. Reluctantly, she had to assist Zhang Lanxing in the creation of that weapon in the name of the royal city. After all, Bai Yin Chuan believed he was the one hindering her. She inquired if he had any questions. Bai Yin Chuan indeed had many questions to ask, yet he was disinclined to voice them at this juncture. He wished for her to articulate them herself. Anything she said would suffice. He would believe it wholeheartedly. Duan Xiaoxi waited for a considerable time, but not a single sound escaped his lips. Understanding his intention, she feigned nonchalance and said, Just wait. Once I become formidable, I shall ensure you have the opportunity to avenge today's grievances. Bai Yin Chuan was momentarily taken aback by her words, instinctively murmuring, You have already dealt with them for me. I am truly grateful. That a soft giggle escaped from the little rabbit. Bai Yin Chuan awkwardly rubbed the nape of his neck. He was not articulate, and after pondering for a long while, he could only express his joy. He was at a loss for how to convey such a nuanced feeling, as his limited vocabulary failed to articulate the depth of his emotions, that it is different. I fought them because they harmed you. And it left me unsettled, at best. It was merely for my own satisfaction. Duan Xiaoxi playfully tied a beautiful bow on his shoulder and remarked, I cannot replace you. After all, you are the one who has suffered. Little white dear, you are so gentle, easily bullied. Sometimes, it is permissible to be a bit selfish. Who says that seeking retribution is inherently wrong? I understand, Bai Xuan replied, his ears slightly reddening, but he still held his gaze steady on Duan Xiaoxi. You can also rely on us more, he urged. Do not keep your thoughts bottled up with such a heavy heart. It is no wonder you struggle in your dreams. Understood. The rabbit boiled water, and Duan Xiaoxi sat in the bathtub. With a slight tilt of her head, she could see the silhouette of a tall man against the curtain. It was Yin Xiao, his lean waist leaning against the stone platform outside. His gaze was fixed upon the moon outside, listening to the sound of water splashing as Duan Xiaoxi stirred within the tub. His mind, however, was restless, replaying her words over and over. Then let it be tonight. Most of the time, Yin Xiao was a decisive man. But the rare moments of indecision in his life were all tied to Duan Xiaoxi. He rubbed his head, tousling his black hair into a wild mess, appearing quite audacious, exhaling a breath of frustration. He thought that perhaps he was not beyond redemption. People hesitate and grapple with decisions precisely because they are of utmost importance that he must treat them with care. The saddest thing is to tether a wolf with a dog leash. In his youth, Yin Xiao had contemplated companionship, but his reasoning was unlike that of most males. He meticulously analyzed the matter, concluding that the female was merely a cursed dog leash upon entering Bone City. That conclusion was utterly dismantled. It was not the female that bound the male, nor was it a contract. The invisible leash was the insurmountable hurdle within their hearts. Yet, what difference did it make to be freed from a contract? Life continued as before. The only difference was the difficulty of being accepted by the female again. The world has tolerance for males is far less than that for females, just as societal expectations for women are much higher than those for men. The derogatory terms used to describe women in society, unclean, promiscuous, unfaithful, are nothing more than chains imposed by the male of the beast world. As Duan Xiaoxi emerged from the bathroom, draped in a sheer garment, her damp hair cascading down her shoulders, it left a wet patch on her back. Hearing the commotion, Yin Xiao looked up, momentarily stunned. This female was wearing his clothes. Duan Xiaoxi regarded him nonchalantly, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. What are you staring at? Go take a shower. The masculine attire hung loosely on her, the collar too wide, exposing her pristine collarbone and a beautifully elongated neck. The fabric slipped down from her shoulders, which she calmly adjusted as she lowered her head to adjust her clothing. Her innocent eyes peeked out, the corners delicately curved, leaving a profound impact on Yin Xiao's heart. Yin Xiao swallowed hard. Realizing she was likely wearing only that single piece, that he dared not look further down. Feeling a twinge of guilt as he averted his gaze, that it was one thing to avoid looking, but another to have such thoughts swirl in his mind. Yin Xiao closed his eyes, leaning back against the bathtub, his arms resting on its edge, appearing to be in a relaxed position. Yet he knew every muscle in his body was tense, that he envisioned the parts he had chosen not to see. Unable to control the thoughts that plagued him, the water had been changed, yet the faint scent of her lingered in the air, enticing him. The lines of his profile were taut, and after wiping his face dry, he reached toward the bathtub. The bathroom echoed with Yin Xiao's distinct low, heavy breaths. He spent 3 hours in that shower. When he emerged, droplets of water clung to his skin. He hesitated momentarily at Duan Xiaoxi's door, his palm caressing the doorknob, before he ultimately turned back to his own room. Yin Xiao donned a beast-hide skirt, sitting motionless on his floor mat. After an indeterminate amount of time, he stood up with determination and made his way to Duan Xiaoxi's room. What was there to be timid about, damn it? He pushed the door open, and Duan Xiaoxi responded by turning over, half her face buried in the pillow, a single eye peering out in a daze, not yet recognizing who had entered. The bed dipped as he joined her, pressing against her warm skin as soon as Yin Xiao slipped into bed. He buried his face in the crook of Duan Xiaoxi's neck, his sharp teeth grazing the soft flesh of her throat, slowly grinding against it, his eyes reddening and breaths becoming heavy with desire. Deep within him, a primal urge stirred. He wanted. The sensation of her neck being nibbled sent shivers through Duan Xiaoxi, causing her to tremble slightly, her fingers unconsciously tangled in his hair. Tilting her head back slightly, a soft, strained sound escaping her lips. Ultimately, he released the reddened skin, propping himself up on his arms to meet her glistening eyes. Duan Xiaoxi brushed his dripping hair aside, drowsily urging, "Move up a bit. You're pressing too hard." Those words nearly incinerated Yin Xiao's remaining rationality. With a mischievous grin, he pressed down further, eliciting a soft whimper from Duan Xiaoxi, who playfully nudged her foot against his firm abdomen. Yin Xiao's breath hitched, his gaze darkening as he grasped her delicate foot, caressing it with a firm grip. The female felt as though she was made of water. A simple touch sent her into a state of blissful softness. Without uttering a word, Yin Xiao maintained a serious demeanor, deliberately squeezing her small foot, attempting to release some pent-up emotions that were difficult to articulate. Initially, Duan Xiaoxi held her ground, meeting his gaze defiantly. But soon she could no longer withstand his touch, letting out soft cries akin to a kitten that as she propped herself up from the bed. Yin Xiao instinctively held her waist. Duan Xiaoxi resembled a fish out of water, her lips moving soundlessly, grasping Yin Xiao's shoulders as though clinging to a lifeline. Yin Xiao sensed something amiss, his eyes widening slightly as he observed her damp lashes and furrowed brows. Suddenly breaking into a low chuckle that he leaned down to kiss her, his gaze gentle, filled with warmth, yet his actions were unyieldingly fervent. Duan Xiaoxi's voice faltered, her eyes shimmering with confusion as she tilted her neck back, exposing her vulnerable throat. Yin Xiao thought to himself, although she appeared to be the one revealing her weaknesses, why did he feel as if he was the one losing? The keen ears of the male beast man caught the sounds emanating from Bai Yinchuan and Aze's room, preventing them from falling asleep. Aze turned over, resting his arms beneath his head as he stared at the ceiling. Although the nearby nest was quiet, he knew Bai Yinchuan was also awake, and he remarked, "Chuan, does a Duan truly like leopards?" "I do not know, but she needs one. Does she require someone to protect her, to rely on a stronger presence that is it crucial whether she likes it or not?" It seems not. Aze turned to Bai Yinchuan, exhaling deeply. "The leopard is plotted against her. Does that matter to you?" Bai Yinchuan's eyes darkened, and he fell silent. Of course, the rabbit understood that it mattered. Yet he simply wished to inquire. His anger and dissatisfaction were cloaked beneath a calm exterior, for he was acutely aware that he could do nothing at all. Chapter 37. The chirping of insects. Yin Xiao kissed Duan Xiaoxi, resting his forehead on her shoulder, neither professing love nor liking, merely repeating her name as if those 3 syllables had become his deepest obsession. Duan Xiaoxi squinted, unable to respond in time. Outside, the faint sound of insects chirping began to emerge, heralding the end of spring, with the morning glories now in bloom. Yin Xiao lowered his gaze, his eyes glimmering as he declared, "My body, my heart, my breath from this day forth, all belong to you." When Yin Xiao transformed back into human form, Duan Xiaoxi was drenched in sweat, her hair sticking to her face. She had not cried, yet the corners of her eyes were flushed red, as if she had endured a great injustice. Yin Xiao laid down with Duan Xiaoxi in his arms, gently kissing her neck, stroking her hair, and solemnly promised, "Duan, I will protect you from now on. I promise." Duan Xiaoxi lifted her face from his embrace, and for some reason, those words made her heart ache. Tears began to fall, cascading down her cheek and soaking the pillow beneath. She was a stubborn person, resolutely placing her ambitions above all else. Yet, just as she would feel inexplicably low during a sunset, upon hearing his promise of protection, an unwarranted sadness enveloped her. In her heart, she stubbornly apologized to Yin Xiao. But it was all right, she thought. She could always be merciless in forgiving herself, if caught in the act of inquiring whether to mate. She stubbornly believed it was inappropriate, yet ultimately posed the question anyway. For someone like Duan Xiaoxi, a reckless individual who had eluded the Grim Reaper's scythe once, there was a constant need for vigilance. While she mused that fate was an elusive concept, she simultaneously recognized the futility of escaping it. Perhaps the only redemption lay in emotions. Torn between utilizing feelings or affirming them, she found herself unable to choose. However, upon meeting Yin Zhao's somewhat bewildered gaze, she thought, "It matters not. If I cannot answer a multiple-choice question, I shall create my own." She was not one to weep easily. She had held back tears when falsely accused, remained dry-eyed at death, and had not cried when caught in a life-threatening mudslide. Yet the sudden surge of grievance overwhelmed her. It was so abrupt. One moment, she was unafraid of even death, believing she could slay gods and Buddhas alike. And the next, she found herself confronted by a mere hillock, which seemed a trivial challenge. What was there to tire of? What was there to weep over? But in the next moment, she felt that her relentless determination, her obsession with doubt as a form of security, was merely a cry for comfort that would go unanswered. The young woman's tears fell silently, quietly, piercing Yin Xiao's heart. The following morning, Duan Xiaoxi was awakened by the sun's piercing rays. Shielding her eyes with her arm, she thought, I must install curtains in this room. After a night of absurdity, she was so exhausted that she could not summon the energy to move even a strand of hair. Turning her head, she discovered Yin Xiao sprawled across her, resembling a slumbering leopard, half of his body draped over hers. Unable to return to sleep, she took advantage of the sunlight to scrutinize Yin Xiao's features, playfully tapping his nose with her finger before tracing down to his lips, only to be surprised when he suddenly opened his mouth and captured her finger. That it was then she realized Yin Xiao had already opened his eyes, his golden gaze fixed on her chest. She still wore the shirt he had lent her the previous day. Duan Xiaoxi covered his eyes, leaning down to look, and saw a sleek, black leopard lying protectively over her heart. Amused and intrigued, she laughed and said, "Little Mou." Her voice, though hoarse, was not unpleasant. Yin Xiao seized her hand, which had transformed into a human shape, bringing it to his lips, where he gently nibbled and kissed. Duan Xiaoxi's brow twitched, and she pressed her hand against his warm chest, saying, "It's time to get up. I'm hungry." Her words. Yin Xiao revealed a mischievous grin, replying, "Hungry. Exhausted. How could I let you tire yourself?" "You would," Duan Xiaoxi pushed him. Now, any words felt like mere folly. If he truly succeeded, she could only imagine how he would torment her. Of course not. Yin Xiao, despite his tenderness, lay beside her, holding her close, thinking, this is indeed torment. Love is torment, sweet torment. It seemed that overnight, he understood why his elder brother had become a devoted husband. Like an octopus, he entwined himself around Duan Xiaoxi, binding her inescapably, caressing the beastly pattern on her chest while whispering in her ear. "So, you really do like me, huh? You've ensnared me here, haven't you?" Many males yearn to imprint their beastly marks upon their female counterparts, yet a female's heart could only accommodate one. Duan Xiaoxi nestled her head into the crook of his neck, unusually candid, lazily closing her eyes and declaring, "I like you. I have liked you for a long time." Her admission left Yin Xiao momentarily stunned. He stammered for a while, unable to articulate a response, before finally sitting up abruptly, ruffling his hair, and saying, "You're not just toying with me, are you?" Indeed, just a few days prior, they had been at odds, and only yesterday had she referred to him as Jin Yin Xiao. When had she ever called him by his surname? Though he had conspired with the Fox King to deceive her first, he was aware that he was in the wrong. Duan Xiaoxi shot him a glare, turning away and pulling the blanket over herself, dismissing him. "Hey, you're really teasing me, aren't you?" Yin Xiao pressed closer to her face, but she merely turned to the other side, leaving him exasperated. Such a grown man, yet he was sulking like a child, his large head nudging against her insistently as he whined. I was wrong. Right, just turn around and let me see." After a while, he leaned in to kiss her cheek, prompting Duan Xiaoxi to cradle his face in her hands, gently tapping his prominent nose with her finger. "Why didn't I see before how much you enjoy teasing?" "You never gave me a chance," Yin Xiao replied. "That day, I merely kissed you, and you looked ready to slice me in half that I was so frightened I couldn't sleep all afternoon. How could I dare again?" "You couldn't sleep because I scared you." Duan Xiaoxi shot him a sidelong glance. "I thought your temper was too fierce, and you spent all afternoon trying to cool off." Yin Xiao, unabashed, nodded. "I was scared. I spent the next 3 days thinking about how—" "Please, just stop talking." Later, after sharing breakfast with Yin Xiao, he grasped her neck gently, saying, "I'll step out for a bit and return before lunch." "Don T," Duan Xiaoxi replied, her demeanor listless, but she nodded obediently before he could finish, looking sweetly at him. "I want to miss you. It's only half a day. What else there to miss? You should hurry. You're blocking the light." With that, she stifled a yawn. Yin Xiao chuckled, playfully nudging his cheek with his tongue, then rubbed her neck affectionately, saying, "You little ingrate. Duan Xiaoxi smiled, nodding in agreement. That's right. You don't even ask where I'm going. You don't care? I'll wait until you tell me. Yin Xiao had indeed lost this round. Even though he bore a flame, he had to stifle it. Times had changed. This skilled provocateur was now his mate. No matter how willful he was, he had to indulge her. Moreover, she harbored grievances. He had misjudged her, and he sincerely wished to make amends. Being a male, he had to be magnanimous, so he voluntarily explained. I am heading to Leopard King's castle to discuss something with my brother. He gently tucked her wind-blown hair behind her ear. Are you going to discuss your mating? Yin Xiao laughed. Of course, that's part of it. Chapter 38. In the same boat within Leopard King's castle, the Leopard King stood by the window with Yin Xiao, who appeared significantly more relaxed. The Leopard King sniffed. Observing Yin Xiao's peculiar demeanor with suspicion, there's some joyful occasion? It smells a bit off, carrying a hint of female essence. Yin Xiao nodded, suppressing his smile, looking even stranger as he did so. Could it be? Yes, I've formed a bond. The Leopard King's expression shifted to one of complexity. His hand hovered above Yin Xiao's shoulder, hesitating to descend, that I must visit Bone City to find your so-called informant. Yin Xiao's brow furrowed suddenly, his demeanor turning serious. A Duan is not from Bone City. The Leopard King looked at him, puzzled, seeing his awkwardness as he said, a Duan is a first-timer. What? There was no perfect gem within Bone City. Moreover, a female like her would be even more unlikely to be found. Even if the Beast King of Bone City intended to train a group of spies, it was impossible to raise a female from birth among the multitude of Bone City's females. If raised as a daughter, even if untouched by him, one could not guarantee that no one else would interfere. As the saying goes, one need not fear a thief. One must fear a thief's obsession. Such distorted covetousness was insidious and difficult to guard against, so they had misunderstood. This truly was. After Yin Xiao departed, Duan Xiaoxi returned to her room for a brief nap. However, even in her dreams, Yin Xiao proved restless. After barely an hour, she awoke with dark circles under her eyes, dressed properly, and stepped outside, only to encounter Azay. The two exchanged glances, both appearing far from cheerful, their expressions strained. Duan Xiaoxi felt indifferent, massaging her neck as she followed by Yinchuan and Azay to the shop. As an apology, Jiang Lanqing had intended to send someone to help her tidy the shop, assess the damages, and offer compensation. However, Duan Xiaoxi had declined. Thus, when the three arrived at the shop, the door was askew against the wall, the interior in disarray. Fortunately, they had only damaged the outer room. The inner stone mill and wheat flour storage remained intact. Although the scene appeared exaggerated, the workload was not excessive, yet the trio was not in high spirits. Duan Xiaoxi was exhausted, having hardly slept the entire night. Yin Xiao, with his alarming energy, seemed oblivious to the meaning of cherishing the delicate. Duan Xiaoxi felt utterly drained. Just when she thought she could finally catch a few moments of sleep after Yin Xiao left, that rascal had even invaded her dreams. It was genuinely infuriating. Bai Yinchuan busily tidied up, while Azay, always a temperamental child, chose not to feign happiness. Instead, he sulked with a distinctly displeased expression, insisting that Duan Xiaoxi sit on a chair and observe. His demeanor was more fierce than Duan Xiaoxi's. Duan Xiaoxi, her back aching, found it difficult to move, though she was not so incapacitated as to remain in bed. She reluctantly complied with Azay's insistence. Sitting down, she fiddled with a small wooden twig on the table. She glanced outside at the gradually bustling crowd, feeling too lethargic to express any emotion. Finally, she spoke lazily. How's your injury? Is it still painful? Not anymore. Bai Yinchuan's back stiffened noticeably, and after hesitating for a moment, he turned to look at Duan Xiaoxi, remaining silent as he continued his work. He resembled a punching bag, and at this moment, A's remained silent, the atmosphere becoming so tense that the little darling almost wished for the air to grow even colder, transforming the space into a chilling chamber. Well, that's good, Duan Xiaoxi nodded slightly. For a time, the only sound in the room was the soft scraping of a broom against the floor, neither truly quiet nor filled with conversation, but rather an emptiness that tugged at the heartstrings. The rabbit, too, had ceased its labors, biting its lip as it sat beside Duan Xiaoxi, its gaze cast downward at its own toes. The source of its guilt stemmed from an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Emotions simmered within, with no outlet for release. The more they accumulated, the more frustration they bred, ultimately bursting forth in an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Seeking an escape, it found release externally. That it was never A's intention to speak harshly to Duan Xiaoxi. But circumstances left him little choice. He understood the reasoning behind it all, yet found himself unable to control the tumult of his feelings. That he wished for Duan Xiaoxi to reveal even a fleeting glimpse of disappointment upon returning that night, as that might have provided him some solace. Instead, she merely brushed it aside with a casual flick while he sought refuge in Baiyin Chuan, albeit his venting was directed at himself. Duan Xiaoxi observed the stubborn little white deer, broom in hand at the doorway, caught in indecision, neither advancing nor retreating. Its face bore the remnants of unresolved guilt. Duan Xiaoxi mused that such a boy resembled a cup of tea or a glass of wine, brewed and matured over time, creating an unparalleled sense of security in their presence. Perhaps he lacked the gift of sweet words, yet when he looked at her, his eyes shimmered with her essence, that he was attentive and warm, though at times he could be quite cold. Yet he was too gentle, undoubtedly concealing his own solitude and sorrow, casting his scarce tender gaze solely upon her. Gentle souls are clear and refreshing. The clear-eyed youth approached, appearing at a loss for words, inadvertently catching sight of the red mark on her neck, only to hurriedly avert his gaze, a gesture that rendered him even more awkward if he did not wish to speak. Then there was no obligation to do so. Duan Xiaoxi rose, brushing off her clothes. Her words were somewhat harsh, and Bai Lu, taken aback, seemed at a loss. Duan Xiaoxi exhaled deeply. She was no saint, and she was weary, lacking the energy to gradually inquire about their feelings or dissect their thoughts. She looked at Baiyin Chuan and said, "There is no need to cater to everyone. You need not feign indifference during sorrowful times. Simply do what you feel is right, that if you do not wish to speak, then do not. No one can force you to let go, unless you desire it. You need not release your feelings." That Baiyin Chuan was taken aback, bowing his head for a moment, his gaze fixated on a small glimmering dust mote near Duan Xiaoxi's feet. He thought that deep down, he was nothing but a coward and a petty man, devoid of the courage to lay bare his heart before the one he cherished. He loathed that version of Baiyin Chuan. "Do not doubt it. I am indeed comforting you, and in the process, I am soothing myself," Duan Xiaoxi remarked, pinching the bridge of her nose as she stood abruptly, feeling a bit dizzy. "That I genuinely feel sorry for having caused you concern. But in a family, it seems only natural to care for one another. Apologizing only creates distance. That yesterday's ordeal was not solely my burden. It was ours to share. Yet, adversity serves as a bridge, not merely a misfortune." Duan Xiaoxi, feeling increasingly unwell, discreetly supported herself on the table before sitting back down. "I am in the midst of hardship. If you and I choose to sail the same boat, then your pain is mine, and my helplessness is equally yours. The sun shines upon the treetops, as well as on the faces of the brave, so lighten up, my boys. Please continue to worry for me, but I shall not let you down." Baiyin Chuan prepared some food in the shop, and the three showed no inclination to wait for Yan Xiao to return home for dinner, perhaps driven by a sense of retribution. Halfway through their meal, the sounds of commotion erupted from the street. Duan Xiaoxi leaned over the large bowl, her face peeking out, a noodle dangling from her mouth as she slurped it back in, asking, "What's the occasion that it's so lively?" Baiyin Chuan, wiping the soup from her lips with a cloth, replied, "Perhaps the Tiger King and his entourage have returned to the city. Every year, after the winter snow melts, the Tiger King's troop sets out for the seaside to trade salt with the Fish Dragon clan, passing through dozens of tribes, and on their return, they exchange salt for some females that, oh, I see." Duan Xiaoxi wiped her mouth with Baiyin Chuan's hand and said, "With the Tiger King back, the Beast Kings of the royal city must be gathered, right?" "Indeed." Baiyin Chuan swatted away Duan Xiaoxi's hand, reaching for the bowl. "That soup has long gone cold. If you wish to drink it, serve yourself from the hot pot." However, Duan Xiaoxi shook her head, indicating she was full. She leaned against the window, watching the spectacle outside, where the streets were teeming with people and the cheers of the beast men echoed. It seemed they had traded for even more females than in previous years. Resting her chin on her hand, she noticed the two leading tigers in the forefront of the procession, particularly robust. Likely, one of them was the Tiger King himself. The caravan trailed a long line, flanked on either side by a row of tigers. Their carts laden with gleaming white salt that in the front. Around 20 females sat, each accompanied by several males of different tribes. The females would be sold to the royal city, while their males would follow them away from their tribes. The royal city would thus expand its beastmen population. The presence of more females attracted more males, creating an invisible cycle. Bain Chuan stood behind Duan Xiaoxi, even moving a chair for her. Duan Xiaoxi nodded, and in that moment, her gaze met that of the leading tiger, but it was fleeting. Chapter 39. The scale. When Yin Xiao returned home, he found nothing but emptiness, still clutching his cash. With a TSK, he hurried to the shop. Upon seeing Yin Xiao, Duan Xiaoxi felt no guilt. Seated comfortably, she boldly regarded him and asked, "Have you eaten? There's still some noodles in the pot, saved just for you." Not that it was saved for him, Bain Chuan thought, knowing full well that it was merely leftover from her own meal. "That I have eaten," Yin Xiao replied, handing his catch to Bain Chuan before plopping down beside Duan Xiaoxi. "Didn't I tell you to wait at home for lunch? I never agreed to that." Duan Xiaoxi blinked innocently, resting her chin on her hand. "Besides, you seem to have found company, so what's the trouble in walking a few extra steps? Look how hard done by you are. Isn't it a bit hard done by?" "I'm utterly put out," Yin Xiao retorted, raising his cup and downing the remainder of Duan Xiaoxi's water, wiping his lips with his thumb before continuing. "You didn't wait for me to eat, so how can you complain about feeling put out?" As he spoke, he reached over, tugging at Duan Xiaoxi's arm, pulling her onto his lap while casting a sidelong glance at Bain Chuan and the others. Waiting for them to leave, he then began to grip the nape of her neck, teasing her relentlessly. "You truly don't want me, do you?" Duan Xiaoxi ignored his taunts, her small hand gliding down his nose as she asked, "Has the Tiger King returned?" "Yes," Yin Xiao replied in a low voice, wrapping his arm around her waist and gently rubbing her. "Does it hurt?" "Which part?" Duan Xiaoxi tilted her head, a smile playing on her lips as she feigned innocence. At the mention of pain, Yin Xiao became restless, a certain part of him stirring with evident anticipation that as he pressed against her, she felt discomfort, unsure if it was deliberate, and shifted slightly on his lap. Eliciting a hiss from him, he tightened his grip on her waist, pressing her down firmly. Enough with the teasing, Duan Xiaoxi laughed softly, pinching Yin Xiao's nose to stifle his breath. "My whole body aches. Please bear with me. Your whole body aches, and yet you rush out here to work instead of resting at home." Yin Xiao raised an eyebrow, though he remained still. "The more you move, the more heated you become. It's like your veins are throbbing, that you're only stoking the fire. Didn't you have enough fun yesterday? Shall we try again tonight?" "Sure, I could spend the entire night with you. But is that enough? How long have you been holding back?" Duan Xiaoxi teased, holding his chin, lingering just out of reach of his lips. The it was a blatant provocation. "Tell me, what were you doing in the bathroom for those hours before you came in?" "Want to know?" Yin Xiao asked, his expression serious. "No, thank you," she replied quickly. "Yes, you do," Yin Xiao insisted. "Tonight, I'll teach you. Not necessary." "All right, then you may explore on your own. That you're overestimating me. Yesterday was passable, but that's all right. Why dear Duan is naturally clever. With plenty of room for improvement," that he whispered in her ear. "I look forward to your performance in the future." In the evening, Zhang Lanqing sent someone to invite Duan Xiaoxi for a meeting. Yin Xiao was not pleased, having hoped his little one could rest properly. After a moment of contemplation, Duan Xiaoxi said, "Yin Chuan, would you accompany me on this trip?" Upon arriving at the Fox King's residence, she was surprised to find Zhang Lanqing himself waiting at the entrance to greet her. Duan Xiaoxi had not anticipated such attention, but given her unfamiliarity with the Tiger King and the Wolf King, she decided to play the part that it was better to appear as a spoiled fool than to come across as overly clever. Allowing her counterpart to underestimate her was preferable to constantly being on guard. With a huff, she ignored him and entered the courtyard ahead of Zhang Lanqing, that he followed like a dutiful steward, guiding her with a smile, his eyes narrowed. From her observation, Duan Xiaoxi could tell that his mood was less than pleasant. The sight of Zhang Lanqing floundering brought her joy. The Lion King sat inside, engaging in polite conversation with the other three guests, holding a cup of hot tea, appearing distinctly out of place among them. Upon seeing Zhang Lanqing and Duan Xiaoxi appear, she stood up from her chair as if granted a pardon. The Wolf King and Tiger King were unfamiliar faces, both towering and imposing in her heart. Duan Xiaoxi compared them to Yin Xiao, deeming Yin Xiao to be more valiant despite all being of the same five-patterned beast breed. Realizing she had momentarily lost focus, Duan Xiaoxi tilted her head and cleared her throat. As she looked at Jiang Lansheng, awaiting his introduction, it was evident he was merely putting on airs. Jiang Lansheng, however, was indeed well-versed in the ways of formality, stating, "This is Duan Xiaoxi, the individual I mentioned earlier." Duan Xiaoxi nodded, and he proceeded to introduce her to the others. She cast a sidelong glance at the gray-haired Wolf King and the golden-haired Tiger King. The other two also regarded her briefly, nodding in acknowledgement. Having matured into their prime, the two elder Beast Kings retained a youthful appearance, seemingly in their 20s, exuding an air of vigor and confidence. Yet, their demeanor was profound, instilling a sense of gravity that was difficult to confront. As discussions neared conclusion, everyone swiftly moved to the crux of the matter. Duan Xiaoxi, her thoughts igniting, spoke. "Time is of the essence. The blueprints are only half completed. To secure the other half, I must ensure I leave here alive today." Outside, Bai Yinchuan leaned against the wall, catching sight of Duan Xiaoxi's profile with a mere turn of his head. Occasionally, their gazes collided, prompting a slight nod from her before she returned to her deliberations with the 5 Beast Kings. The Lion King glanced at Bai Yinchuan, then swept his gaze over Duan Xiaoxi's face, stating, "The construction of these city defense mechanisms is a matter of utmost secrecy. The blueprints must not fall into the hands of others. However, the Bone City orcs are insidious, always seeking to infiltrate our ranks, that it would be prudent to divide the blueprints into 5 copies, each entrusted to one of us. This way, even if one set is compromised, we will not suffer total loss." The Leopard King nodded, casting a casual glance at Duan Xiaoxi. "Indeed, but with the blueprints dispersed, there is a risk that those with ulterior motives may target Duan Xiaoxi." This implication was unmistakable. Just as Jiang Lansheng was about to respond, the Wolf King interjected, asserting, "Naturally, we must assign someone to protect the female." While the suggestion of protection was commendable, the Leopard King remarked, "It would be better to leave half of the blueprints with Duan Xiaoxi and divide the other half among us for safekeeping." The Tiger King's veins bulged, nearly enraged. "Are you implying that there might be spies among us?" "That is not my intention, but it is better to be cautious," the Leopard King replied, his expression unyielding. Yet Duan Xiaoxi interjected, "What use is it to leave half the blueprints with me? If the full design is obtained, will they not still come to kill me? Then, what do you propose?" The Leopard King was already leaning favorably towards Duan Xiaoxi, compelled by the troublesome younger brother who had sought him out earlier that day. Yet it was evident that this female was no easy prey. Even without external aid, she would be challenging to conquer. "What significance does it hold for me as a mere female?" Duan Xiaoxi waved her hand dismissively. "I am powerless in this situation." Jiang Lansheng chuckled softly, amused by her apparent lack of initiative. It seemed she had already devised a plan for resolution, intending to voice it through others. He recognized that if a satisfactory conclusion was not reached, it would be unlikely for her to complete her half of the blueprints. Thus, he willingly offered Duan Xiaoxi a favor, suggesting gently, "Why not keep the blueprints in 5 copies, entrusted to the Beast Kings for safekeeping? When the time comes for construction, each Beast King will oversee their respective sections, and ultimately, Duan Xiaoxi can guide the installation. What do you all think? After all, the safest place for such matters is within our minds." In the end, although a few Beast Kings wore grim expressions, they agreed to this arrangement. The 5 Beast Kings were not united in purpose, each harboring their own ambitions, unwilling to allow any other king to possess the blueprints, leading to a stalemate where none would claim them. Yin Xiao was left at home by Duan Xiaoxi, feeling quite vexed. However, even without her urging, he would not have chosen to accompany her. His bond with the Leopard King was significant. Should Duan Xiaoxi show him special reliance or trust, the balance of power among the 5 factions would inevitably tilt in favor of the Leopard King. Thus, every seemingly trivial action of Duan Xiaoxi might carry the weight of allegiance. Chapter 40. The Tiger Beast. Upon her return, Duan Xiaoxi appeared somewhat glum. Upon seeing Yin Xiao, she turned away with a sigh, ignoring him as she settled beneath the shelter in the courtyard. Yin Xiao, noticing her demeanor, felt even more distressed and lifted a stone stool heavier than himself, taking a seat beside her. "Did you not reach an agreement?" he inquired. Duan Xiaoxi cast a wistful glance his way. Sighing once more, observing her sulky demeanor, He teased, "You look like a brooding figure, a true picture of dissatisfaction. If you're unhappy, why not play with me? I can entertain you. What do you say? Who would play with whom?" Duan Xiaoxi smiled. "I could never outplay you." With that, she stood and began to walk away. Yin Xiao rubbed his nose, begrudgingly following her. A mature man, he ought to learn how to cheer up his partner. Yet Duan Xiaoxi paid him no mind, instead fiddling with the ears of a rabbit, asking, "If you had more brothers at home, would you feel unhappy?" Yin Xiao was taken aback by the question. Just as Duan Xiaoxi turned to meet his gaze, the sorrow in her eyes was palpable, and she loathed the necessity of that phrase that in this scenario, she had always been the passive one, seemingly making choices, yet truly left with no options but that one remaining. She was coerced into a partnership with Yin Xiao, forced into constructing weapons for the royal city, and compelled to accept the males they had arranged for her. The following day, Jiang Lanqing visited, stating that wheat products had gained immense popularity in the royal city and hoped to set out with Bai Yinchuan to negotiate grain matters with the foreign tribes before the rainy season. Duan Xiaoxi regarded Bai Yinchuan, inquiring his thoughts, that he nodded in agreement, expressing no dissent. Thus, the matter was settled that in the evening, Duan Xiaoxi was invited to attend the bonfire gathering in the royal city, while Bai Yinchuan remained at home to prepare their belongings. Such a lively occasion was predominantly attended by carnivorous beastmen, and he likely would not feel at ease amidst the revelry. Upon arriving at the central square of the royal city, all the females had gathered to join the festivities. Each female formed a cluster around a fire pit, where large game was being roasted, accompanied by their respective males. Duan Xiaoxi was assigned a prominent seat near the front, primarily because she was a newcomer to the royal city. This segment of the event was familiar to her. Duan Xiaoxi glanced at the sullen Yin Xiao, reflecting that he too should be acquainted with this part, as it was in a similar bonfire gathering that he had distinguished himself and chosen her. Now, history seemed to repeat itself. The females' fire pits formed a colossal circle, while the center of the square was encircled with charcoal, where the Fox King stood as the host of the event. Duan Xiaoxi listened intently, noting that it closely resembled the previous gatherings from the leopard beast tribe. Each new female was required to select one male from those participating in the duel. The victorious male would earn the right to choose a mate from among all the females in the royal city. Duan Xiaoxi had little interest in the duel, with the Leopard King's offspring still young and the Lion and Fox Kings both solitary. It was unlikely they would participate in the contest for a mate for who would take her place tonight. It was almost a foregone conclusion. All 5 Beast Kings were eager to place someone by her side, seeking to gain an advantage in the royal city's defensive efforts that moment. The duel had entered a heated phase, and Yin Zhao's expression darkened further. Duan Xiaoxi, unable to discern the ranks of the beastmen, observed the situation clearly. The Tiger King's son, Qin Shua, had cast several provocative glances in Yin Zhao's direction. "Who are you looking at?" Duan Xiaoxi pressed down on his arm, taking a bite of the roasted meat he held. "It's overcooked. The meat is charred, and you should eat the tender part inside. That should be just right." And he took the piece of meat that Duan Xiaoxi had bitten into and casually chewed it down. Not minding the rough texture, Duan Xiaoxi chuckled. "I told you it was unappetizing. Why do you still eat it? If you're hungry, stick to the tender meat inside. The skin is burnt to a crisp." She then brought a cup of water to his lips. Yin Xiao took a sip from her hand. Though it was hard, he didn't care much for the taste. After all, he was a male and had little need for refinement. While it was merely a piece of charred meat that could be discarded without remorse, its meaning changed entirely once Duan Xiaoxi had taken a bite. Out of the corner of his eye, Yin Xiao spotted Qin Shua, further provoking his irritation. Not only did he let her feed him water, but he also pointed to his cheek, saying, "Give me a kiss." Upon hearing this, Duan Xiaoxi tilted her head. Noticing his subtle rivalry with the tiger beast in the arena, she couldn't help but laugh. "How old are you? Aren't you being a bit childish? At 2.5 years old. What's wrong with being a little immature?" Yin Xiao leaned closer. "If you won't kiss me, then I'll kiss you." Duan Xiaoxi's smile softened. "Kiss me then. Come a little closer." "I can't reach that at 2.5 years old." He had grown so tall, making others envious. "There's no helping it. It's in my nature," Yin Xiao replied, lowering his head to comply, his expression brimming with pride. Duan Xiaoxi glanced around, leaned towards Yin Xiao, her breath brushing against his cheek, almost touching, only to suddenly pull back. Yin Xiao was displeased, ready to voice his grievances and turn the tables, but unexpectedly, he felt her warm little tongue lick his ear. Caught off guard, Duan Xiaoxi returned to a composed posture, as if nothing had occurred. Yin Xiao refused to let her escape, his long arms sneaking around her waist, and he whispered through clenched teeth, "Who taught you to tease and run away? That's truly wicked. Sure, we're in public. Children should behave themselves." With her index finger pressed to her lips, half reclining in Yin Xiao's embrace, she squinted and whispered, "If you don't behave, you can sleep alone tonight." Yes, it's my fault. I'm always at fault." Yin Xiao, thoroughly amused by Duan Xiaoxi's teasing, raised both hands in surrender. "I'll do whatever you say. All right." Huh. Aren't I being good at this? The Leopard King's expression suddenly soured, casting a look at Yin Xiao that was hard to describe. To be frank, he felt quite nauseated. When Yin Xiao glanced over, his smile broadened instantly, lazily leaning against Duan Xiaoxi, lifting his arm that rested on her shoulder to point mockingly at the Leopard King's nose. Adopting a frivolous demeanor, he mouthed to the Leopard King. "What are you staring at?" The Leopard King retorted. "Who the hell are you? Surely you can't be my little tyrant of a brother, can you?" It's not his fault for eavesdropping. It was the ears that moved first, not him. Even with the enhanced hearing of a level 5 beast, he couldn't suppress it. The final match was between the eldest son of the Wolf King and the Tiger Qin Shua. A level 4 against a level 3, and Qin Shua's victory was nothing short of predictable. As Duan Xiaoxi had anticipated. Qin Shua represented the Tiger King's faction, having chosen Duan Xiaoxi from among countless females. The Tiger King's calculations were indeed ringing true. The rabbit had indeed gained an elder brother. Chapter 41. Balance in the Royal City. Most females had acquired new males, and the sounds of mating echoed through the night, reminiscent of wailing ghosts and howling wolves. Qin Shua returned home with Duan Xiaoxi, still adorned with marks of battle, a long scratch on his arm. Unfortunately, the wound was not deep, Duan Xiaoxi mused. Hence, this fellow was still energetically pursuing her love, refusing to give up even after being beaten by Yin Xiao that he resembled a comic figure. Duan Xiaoxi found it difficult to take sides. Yin Xiao had scratched Qin Shua's forearm, and in turn, Qin Shua had injured Yin Xiao's side. As the situation spiraled out of control, Duan Xiaoxi finally sighed, saying, "If you continue fighting, no one will get any sleep tonight. Save your energy, both of you. If you are truly so energetic, why not go for a run instead?" With that, she refrained from further comments and turned to tidy up an empty room for Qin Shua. When she returned to her room, Yin Xiao trailed behind her like a large tail, with Qin Shua following closely. Ultimately, both of them were unceremoniously shut outside by the door. Qin Shua scoffed and leaned against the wall, observing Yin Xiao's plight with a smirk. With the face of a sunny youth, he laughed in a way that was almost painfully mocking. "I thought you were quite favored, yet it seems otherwise. Humph. Instead of seeking me out for trouble, why not think of how to mate with Duan Xiaoxi?" Yin Xiao smirked, both of them equally mischievous, as a member of the Tiger King's lineage. "For whom do you serve? Do you think she is unaware? Guess what? Do you think she would allow you to touch her?" "Whatever happens, it doesn't concern me," Qin Shua grinned, revealing his tiger teeth, waving dismissively. "Then you better behave yourself." Yin Xiao shot him a glare before turning to return to his own room. "Hey, are you leaving just like that?" Qin Shua caught up with Yin Xiao, patting his shoulder. The two were of similar stature, with Qin Shua slightly shorter, and he stepped a couple of paces to link arms with Yin Xiao, resembling a pair of good brothers. "That I heard that little female can collaborate with the royal city to create designs. Thanks to you and the Fox King. Is that true?" This struck a nerve with Yin Xiao. Meeting Qin Shua's startled gaze, he remained unfazed, pretending not to understand, and continued, "Then you must have done a great service. But what happened afterward? How come that little female didn't blame you? Could it be that you treated her well? Truly, someone who has spent time in Bone City knows more than the males of our royal city. Hey, can you teach me?" Qin Shua laughed heartily, slapping Yin Xiao's shoulder, essentially rubbing salt into the wound that if it weren't for his misunderstanding that Duan Xiaoxi was a spy from Bone City, he would never have collaborated with Jiang Lanqing. The fox, let alone place Duan Xiaoxi in such a precarious situation that he felt remorseful that on the day Jiang Zimu smashed the store, he witnessed everything firsthand. He was fully aware of Jiang Lanqing's plans. Hiding in the shadows, waiting for Duan Xiaoxi to reveal her true nature, he watched as a group of males shattered her hard work, saw Bai Yinchuan subdued, and Azay captured, and he also witnessed the moment Duan Xiaoxi resolved to take up her bow and arrow. Her determination palpable, He had once thought to corner Duan Xiaoxi until she had no other option. Even if she knew he was behind it, what of it? Ultimately, she would still seek him out. In the entire royal city, he alone could protect her. He was patient. He was not afraid of his prey escaping, for prey could not escape. Yet, seeing her expose herself for Bai Yinshuan, an undeniable pang of jealousy surged within him. When he saw her struggle like a cornered beast, helpless and trapped, his heart ached as well. Hearing her call him Jin Yinshao, asking if he wanted to mate, left him utterly flustered. He feared her reproach and dreaded her silence even more. 29 years of conflict seemed to culminate on that very day. Torment Qin Shuo remained unrepentant, seemingly intent on inciting a thorough beating. Yinshao, in a fit of exasperation, kicked Qin Shuo out of the main room. Qin Shuo crashed to the ground like a cannonball, bouncing back multiple times before finally slamming against the front door of the residence, producing a deafening sound that seemed he had anticipated such a day. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he stood up with a mournful expression and staggered a few steps forward. Crossing paths with Yinshao, he met Duan Xiaoxi's furious gaze, coughing a few times. He spat out a mouthful of blood, lamenting, "Hey, I admit it was my fault for being too talkative, but does it warrant such treatment?" "It does." Duan Xiaoxi shot a glance at Qin Shuo, her voice cold. "Qin Shuo, is it? Do not provoke Yinshao again. Such behavior is a one-time affair in this household. If there is a next time, you may return whence you came." With that, she turned and retreated to her room. Qin Shuo, unfazed by the reprimand, maintained his carefree demeanor and said to Yinshao, "You're really biased. Look at what you've done to me." Yinshao remained silent, staring at the door to Duan Xiaoxi's room. Lost in thought, Yinshao, feeling discontent, went to the bathroom to pour cold water over himself from head to toe. When he emerged, leaving a trail of wet footprints, he approached the door of Duan Xiaoxi's room. That night, Duan Xiaoxi was cuddling a large rabbit when, halfway through her slumber, someone burrowed into her bed. Yinshao, with his wet hair, pressed against the nape of Duan Xiaoxi's neck, startling her into a shiver. "Have you slept?" he asked. Yinshao sounded childlike, with a hint of petulance in his voice. "You're ignoring me. I was asleep until you woke me up." Duan Xiaoxi sat up, pushing his damp head away. "What got into you? Showering late at night. Are you not afraid of catching a cold?" After being pushed away, Yinshao clung back to her, casually tossing aside the rabbit she held, wrapping his arms around her from behind. His hair brushing against her cheek, murmuring, "Are you planning to mate with him?" "I don't know," Duan Xiaoxi replied nonchalantly. She couldn't shake him off, so she grabbed a thin blanket from the side and draped it over Yinshao's head, drying the droplets from his hair. "It seems he has truly angered you," as she rubbed his head. Duan Xiaoxi suddenly noticed something was amiss. Lifting the thin cloth, she discovered that 2 round beast ears had sprouted atop Yinshao's head. At that moment, Yinshao perfectly embodied the essence of drooping ears, his eyes downcast, looking utterly pitiful. Seizing the opportunity, while Duan Xiaoxi was momentarily stunned, his long beast tail coiled around her slender arm. He asked in a hushed tone, "Are you still angry?" "Angry about what?" "You did it on purpose." Yinshao entwined his hands and tail around Duan Xiaoxi's waist, pressing her onto the bed, his eyes a mix of sorrow and anger. "You wouldn't let me in. This evening should have been for me and Qin Shuo to mate, but I'm not in the mood." Duan Xiaoxi traced Yinshao's nose with her finger. "To not mate with him is one thing, but to sleep beside you is simply too disrespectful to the Tiger King. Did I ask that so?" Yinshao persisted. "Or is it that you orchestrated this whole affair to balance my brother and the Tiger King?" Duan Xiaoxi raised an eyebrow, teasingly pinching the beast ears of the leopard. She smiled lightly and replied, "What makes you say that?" Yinshao scrutinized Duan Xiaoxi, watching the slight upward curve of her eyes. Hesitating to speak, he gazed. A curious smile crept across his lips. He thought, if this female could brush off the matter so easily, then she wouldn't truly be Duan Xiaoxi. That a vengeful Duan Xiaoxi was indeed Duan Xiaoxi. One who would repay grievances was Duan Xiaoxi. A duplicitous Duan Xiaoxi was still Duan Xiaoxi. Yet, being outwitted by her was indeed exasperating. "Damn it. You wouldn't let me in, intending for me to be alone with Qin Shuo. How do you know Qin Shuo's nature, darling?" "Well, that is unimportant. What you desired was the spectacle of today, correct? The performance of me clashing with him, right?" "Shao, you're so clever, why bother asking? Why must you expose it?" Duan Xiaoxi sighed, continuing to dry his hair, entirely unfazed by being unmasked. As long as you know, why must we lay our cards on the table, Xiao? Lay our cards on the table, since she posed the question. It meant she was confident that he would not confront her. She had foreseen everything. Yin Xiao cherished her. How could he sever their bond? Chapter 42. Bird people he was unwilling to let go. Yin Xiao chuckled. You've let one slip away. Where will you find another as clever as that? In truth, I am merely a fool. Duan Xiaoxi lay down, turning her back to Yin Xiao as she covered herself with a blanket. If I were as astute as you claim, I should never have trusted you in the first place. The moon hung high, its light dim, and neither spoke, the silence of the room allowing them to hear each other's heartbeats. Yin Xiao lowered his gaze, seemingly in contemplation, and after a long pause, he spoke, I am truly sorry. Yet, I harbor no regrets. Yin Xiao composed himself, lying down as well, his chest pressing against her slightly cool back. I hold you dear in my heart, but on that fateful day, when I witnessed you in peril, I remained unmoved that I failed to protect you, and for that I apologize. However, even before I fell in love with you, I swear an unyielding loyalty, even for someone like me. Thus, I have no regrets. Duan Xiaoxi fell silent for a moment, gazing out the window at the moon, pondering. This man's words felt warm, unlike the fervent heat of his chest. After a while, she turned to face him and said, a nation's loyalty demands a man to defend his city with his blood and his head like a warrior, Da Xiao. I do not require your loyalty or fervor. Yet, I respect them, as one would honor a warrior's faith. Yin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but soon embraced Duan Xiaoxi tightly, burying his face in her neck. From now on, the loyalty and fervor of a warrior shall also belong to you. All of it belongs to you, regardless of whether you need it. Very well, then it shall belong to me. Duan Xiaoxi turned away again, shifting in Yin Zhao's embrace to find a comfortable position. Let us sleep. Outside, the moonlight shimmered, its molten gold hue hazy and ethereal. Staring at it felt akin to gazing into Yin Zhao's eyes. Duan Xiaoxi's gaze was clear, lost in thought as she gazed outside. Love me. Love the color of my hair. Love the deep gaze of my eyes when I call your name, and love my fervent, struggling soul. Show me the lengths to which you can go for me. Show me how deeply you can love me. Love is simpler than loyalty, just as respect is far less complex than trust. That am why, dear warrior, I can forgive you, but how can I trust you? Your loyalty and fervor belong to me, yet they also belong to your nation. The following morning, Duan Xiaoxi was awakened in a rather unconventional manner, when she was jolted awake by a thunderous crash. She was still dazed, pushing aside the leopard's leg before clutching her head and sitting up. Even Duan Xiaoxi was startled awake. Naturally, Yin Xiao was as well. Transforming into human form, he sat up beside her, half his body leaning against her back, only to be swatted away by her. With her disheveled hair standing on end, her expression was stormy. She was thoroughly displeased, extremely displeased. Yin Xiao rubbed his head, appearing equally unhappy. His fierce features made him look like a formidable king of hell. Listening to the cacophony outside, he took a deep breath, reached out to smooth Duan Xiaoxi's hair, and said, get some more sleep. I'll go see what's happening. That I'll go. Duan Xiaoxi replied that don't worry, I'll be careful. Yin Xiao tucked the blanket around her and rubbed the back of his neck. That it was still dark out. It wasn't yet her usual waking hour. Sleep on. Otherwise, you'll be lacking in energy this morning. Yin Xiao left without donning any clothes, completely bare as he stepped outside. However, outside, the little creatures making a ruckus, frolicking about, remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Yin Xiao kicked one of the tigers in the waist, sending the creature flying 10 meters, crashing against the main gate of the estate. History has a remarkable way of repeating itself. Qin Shuo shook his head, stood up, and lunged at Yin Xiao, fully aware he stood no chance, yet still foolishly charging headlong into the fray. Yin Xiao cracked his neck, the sound echoing ominously. And in the blink of an eye, he flew towards Qin Shuo, delivering a knee strike squarely to his face. Duan Xiaoxi stood by the window, observing. Once awakened, she found it difficult to fall back asleep. So she dressed and rose, choosing not to intervene, but merely to enjoy the spectacle. Watching Yin Zhao's knee strike, she felt a pang of sympathy. Thank goodness he held back. Otherwise, that blow would have likely knocked Qin Shuo out cold. Qin Shuo, in his beast form, was no match for Yin Xiao in human form, the outcome utterly predictable and devoid of dignity. Yet the boy was tenacious, bouncing back up and baring his teeth at Yin Xiao. Unmoved, Yin Xiao glanced back at Duan Xiaoxi and walked away, declaring, "I will no longer entertain you. Do as you please." Seeing him leave, Qin Shua, still unsatisfied, began to yell at Yin Zhao's retreating figure. Duan Xiaoxi covered her face, pondering how this creature had grown so insufferable. As the two entered the inner room, neither showed any inclination to offer the adorable tiger a shred of warmth or compassion, resulting in a pitiful whimper akin to that of a small kitten. Duan Xiaoxi mused that this boy must be suffering from some grave affliction. Unable to win, he still sought a fight, and when thwarted, he feigned injury. One would need a decade of cerebral thrombosis to act in such a manner. A single year would not suffice. Ignore him. Yin Xiao wrapped his arm around Duan Xiaoxi's shoulders, guiding her back inside, his tail affectionately curling around her arm. "Come now, let us catch up on some sleep. If he continues to act like this, I shall bind him and toss him into the lake. Don't take it too seriously." Duan Xiaoxi chuckled, pinching her nose. "Did you not play together before? He's 7 years younger than me." By the time he turned 13, he had already found his way to the royal city, while I had been in and out of Bone City countless times. Yin Xiao lowered his body, pressing against her back, feeling the chill in the air, and tightened his embrace around her. They moved together like conjoined twins, continuing, "Besides, who will want to play with him? Unless one is deranged." "What do you mean?" Duan Xiaoxi found it amusing, envisioning his foolish demeanor as that of a simpleton. Upon returning to their room, Qin Shua finally settled down, perhaps subdued by the beating he had received from Yin Xiao, and ceased his raucous behavior. Duan Xiaoxi, ensconced in Yin Zhao's arms, listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat and eventually drifted off to sleep. As dawn broke, Qin Shua, with a head full of striking golden fur, bounced around the courtyard, making it hard not to question whether this creature was truly a tiger or merely a husky clad in golden fur. Yin Xiao had not slept, keeping a vigilant watch on Qin Shua's antics. Sensing the boy was about to cause mischief again, Yin Xiao quickly covered Duan Xiaoxi's ears, fearing she would wake. Once assured of her steady breathing, he relaxed. Retrieving one hand, he opened the window and, without a word, hurled a pillow at Qin Shua's head. The pillow flew through the air like a grenade, spinning towards Qin Shua's face, utterly indistinguishable from a mere cotton-filled bed accessory. With a yelp, Qin Shua bolted, sprinting away with remarkable speed. Fortuitously, being a fourth-tier beast allowed him to narrowly evade Yin Zhao's assault. Brandishing the words unrepentant on his forehead, he flailed his arms, baring his teeth as he called out for Duan Xiaoxi. Bouncing beneath her window, he shouted, "Little female! Little female! I want to mate with you!" Duan Xiaoxi was stirred awake by his exuberant exclamations, her brow twitching as she pushed aside Yin Zhao's hand covering her ears. Her ears felt warm, lingering with the heat of his palm. She approached the window, gazing at her newly acquired bouncing tiger, instantly feeling her temples throb more energetically than Qin Shua. She cherished her leisurely mornings. Such a small pleasure should not be stripped from her. The irritation that had been simmering beneath the surface exploded forth, and she seized the remaining pillow from her bed, tossing it out the window without a glance. She hadn't intended to hit anyone, but given her fair aim and Qin Shua's utter lack of awareness, the pillow struck him squarely in the chest, sending a plume of feathers into the air. He caught it in his arms, leaning in to sniff, exclaiming, "Little female, you smell delightful." Duan Xiaoxi's fist clenched. "Delightful? What a ridiculous thing to say! My goodness!" As the morning unfolded, Yin Xuan prepared breakfast, and Qin Shua continued his incessant chatter. At noon, while Duan Xiaoxi tried to nap, he kept up his relentless noise, and even while she was drawing, he persisted. When Yin Xiao ventured out to hunt, he was like a child left home alone, growing increasingly boisterous. In that moment, Duan Xiaoxi began to question Qin Shua's species. Could it be that the Tiger King had disguised a little bird as a tiger? Chapter 43. Turmoil. Thus, Yin Xiao led Duan Xiaoxi into the forest, with Qin Shua trailing behind. The three of them gathered a basket of wild strawberries and some freshly ripened mountain cherries. The cherries were succulent and delightful to consume, while the strawberries were oddly shaped and tasted exceedingly sour. Undeterred, Duan Xiaoxi insisted on picking them, and they resigned themselves to stripping half the mountain bear. That on their way home, they also disturbed a few wasp nests, and Qin Shuo narrowly escaped being stung into a swollen visage. Thanks to Qin Shuo's sacrifice, Duan Xiao, she was able to concoct a pot of strawberry jam using the strawberries and honey. Yin Xiao, indifferent to the extent of Qin Shuo's injuries, discarded a wild goat at the entrance, casually gesturing for him to leave. Qin Shuo, feeling wronged, cast a glance at Duan Xiaoxi, and seeing her lack of reaction, understood it as tacit approval of Yin Zhao's dismissal. Fortunately, Yin Xiao had specially caught a goat for him, sufficient to quell his hunger, and thus he ceased to protest, obediently transforming into a tiger and departing. "Do you miss me?" Yin Xiao inquired, seated beside Duan Xiaoxi, clasping her delicate hand in his. He noticed a small cut on her fair finger, which caused his brow to furrow in concern. "How did this happen? Did you mistake your finger for a ripe fruit?" Duan Xiao, she lightly teased, pointing out the furrow between his brows. "You know, it's not a good habit for someone of your age to constantly frown. It will lead to wrinkles." "What do you mean by someone of your age?" Yin Xiao retorted, scrutinizing the red mark on her finger as if it were a grievous injury. "That if you can cut yourself while slicing fruit, are you really that clumsy?" "I never claimed to be clever." "Duan Xiao," she replied, resting her chin on her other arm, tilting her head playfully while a smile danced on her lips. "That I wasn't trying to outsmart you." With that, she withdrew her hand, grasped his little finger, and playfully shook it. "That I'll be more careful next time." "Little mo, why you did I ask that what you call me?" Yin Xiao asked, enclosing her hand within his palm, his warmth enveloping her, soothing her heart. "That's not very pleasant. Let's choose another name." "But I like it. I find little mo you endearing and charming." "Duan Xiao," she replied with a smile, "that I feel as though calling you that brings me closer to you. It's as if the person before me is not merely the 29-year-old fifth-tier Black Panther Yin Xiao, but also the 9-year-old and 19-year-old versions of you that I have come to know. It feels as though I have accompanied you through your growth, etching the carefree and youthful little Mo you deeply into my memory." Though she thought this, she refrained from voicing it to do as you please. Yin Xiao replied nonchalantly, his gaze slipping away momentarily before returning to her. Duan Xiao, she observed him, contemplating whether to speak or remain silent. She was unhurried, feeding him a spoonful of freshly made strawberry jam. Lacking granulated sugar, she had used honey instead, mindful of the preferences of the males in her household, thus not adding too much. Consequently, the jam was not overly sweet and could be consumed directly. Yin Xiao, however, was indifferent to the flavor of the food. With his hearty appetite, he consumed these delicate morsels as if they were nothing more than fodder. He sampled the jam, considering it a gesture of goodwill rather than a meal. That as he brought the spoon to his lips, Yin Xiao opened his mouth obligingly. After a few chews, he swallowed it down. "Why have you returned so late?" Duan Xiao, she asked, a spoon still in her mouth, glancing up at him. "Did you go to find the Panther King again?" "Yes, I did," Yin Xiao replied, noticing a smear of strawberry on her lips, which made him swallow again. "Did I have something to discuss with you?" Duan Xiao, she nodded eagerly. "What is it?" "I am going to Bone City." Yin Zhao's eyes flickered momentarily. "That I may be gone for quite some time." Duan Xiao, she was taken aback, her appetite for the jam disappearing. She furrowed her brow slightly, asking, "How long will you be gone?" "I do not know. It could be as short as half a month. Or longer." He left the sentence hanging. Traveling from the royal city to Bone City would take 3 days without any burdens, and a round trip would require about a week. However, the duration of this journey would extend beyond mere travel. The reason there were so few informants from the royal city infiltrating Bone City was due to its isolation and peril. Bone City was divided into 6 domains, each encircling the next. Only by participating in the dueling arenas within the domains and emerging as the sole victor could one gain access to the innermost domain. The arenas held 3 matches daily, with anyone willing to enter the fray. The only rule was that there were no rules. Progressing through the domains was a similar experience in each. Although Yin Xiao had navigated Bone City for years, his distinctive physical features had prevented him from penetrating the most central realm, the King Beast domain. This time, he had learned that the informant from the royal city had lost contact with the Panther King, and that informant was the only one who had witnessed the legendary figure resembling Duan Xiaoxi. Was this truth, or merely a ruse devised by their enemies? If it were true, who was that female? If it were false, did Bone City already recognize Duan Xiaoxi's talents and were secretly coveting her? The informant was the sole lead. Understanding which possibility was true was crucial for him. The connection could not simply be severed. He and the Panther King had decided that Yin Xiao would personally seek out the informant. If the informant was still alive, he would ascertain the veracity of the matter. Due to uncertainty regarding the informant's location, he could not guarantee how long the journey would take. I will return as soon as possible. Seeing her silent, Yin Xiao ruffled the top of her head. Before the rainy season ends, I will ensure you see me again. The rainy season is so long. I fear by then, you will return home, and I will have forgotten what you look like. Duan Xiao, she closed the lid on the strawberry jam, no longer interested in eating. She sat on the stool, her head lowered, kicking a small stone at her feet, appearing utterly forlorn. Do you dare to forget? Yin Xiao looked down at her, but she averted her gaze, continuing to play with the stone. Yin Xiao could hardly fathom that he would one day feel as though he were vying for attention with a mere stone. I dare. What will you do about it? Duan Xiao, she kicked the stone toward Yin Xiao's feet, unsatisfied, and gave his calf a playful nudge. Are you going to hit me? I could never bear to strike you. Yin Xiao said, bending down and hoisting Duan Xiao she onto his shoulder. With a firm pat on her rear, he strode toward the bedroom. If you dare forget me, when I return, I will make sure you dream of me and my vengeance. Duan Xiao, she struggled a little, realizing it was futile, and surrendered to the situation, resting her head on Yin Xiao's shoulder as she quietly said, then you should come back quickly. The sooner you return, the less likely I am to forget you. Half a month. What is long or short? All I've heard is you saying half a month. Whatever the matter, you must return to me in half a month. Understood? Yin Xiao's lips curled upward, his eyes and brows filled with mirth, yet he feigned silence. Do you understand? Duan Xiao, she playfully thumped his back. Are you deaf or mute? Speak up. Yes, I hear you. Yin Xiao feigned exasperation. But what if I cannot return? Then you will have to worry about me for several days. Who would worry about you? Duan Xiao, she strained to tilt her head. I hope you leave and never come back. It would save me from being tormented day and night. Yin Xiao set her down on the bed, his foot snagging the door behind him, that he then leaned over her, declaring, if I do not torment anyone else, I shall certainly torment you. Chapter 44. Iron and steel before dawn broke. Yin Xiao departed quietly and without a sound. The only one aware of his exit was a mischievous Qin Shua. At that moment, Yin Xiao had been seated beside Duan Xiaoxi, who had barely slept the previous night and was now deep in slumber, her breathing long and steady. Yin Xiao watched her, filled with a mix of guilt and satisfaction, especially when she called out his name through her tears that he tucked the blanket around her snugly, sat at her side, and ruffled her hair, chiding himself for being a beast. Not daring to glance back as he left, fearing he would be unable to part, he stepped into the courtyard and heard some commotion coming from Qin Shua's room. Remembering something, he retraced his steps, opened Qin Shua's door, and delivered a swift reprimand, threatening, if you dare wake Duan Xiaoxi, I will break your legs. Qin Shua, speechless and wrapped in his blanket, could only emit muffled whimpers of protest. Satisfied that he had instilled enough fear, Yin Xiao finally departed. The next morning, as Duan Xiaoxi opened her eyes, she found the space beside her void of warmth. She shifted her sore legs and gasped as if her body had fallen apart. After their activities the previous night, it had nearly dawned when Yin Xiao had intended to help her wash up, but she had declined, stating simply, do you not like the fact that I am covered in your essence and scent? Directly short-circuiting Yin Xiao's brain, floating and pressing down on Duan Xiaoxi once again. Just this morning, Duan Xiao, she had tasted the bitter fruits of her own sowing, yet she held no regrets. She caressed her flat abdomen, contemplating the timing. The first few days post-menstruation, well before ovulation, the chances of conception were relatively low. However, the so-called safe period was not entirely reliable. An early ovulation could lead to unexpected circumstances. Moreover, the male's essence could survive within a female for 3 to 4 days, and the resilience and quality of the beastman's essence might be even greater. Thus, if ovulation occurred within these days, there remained a possibility of pregnancy. With a sigh, Duan Xiao, she mused that she could not wait for him too long. If he failed to return within 2 weeks, her eggs would lose their capacity for fertilization, and her declaration of wanting to forget him would inevitably become a reality. She needed to conceive before her next menstrual cycle arrived, regardless of who the father might be, in order to safeguard her secret of monthly estrus. As for Yin Xiao or Qin Shua, she remained cautious. Bai Yin Chuan and Azay were better. Yet she still couldn't ascertain how they would react to the knowledge of her monthly heat. Would they be frightened, or would they help her keep it a secret? She dared not gamble. Thus, she decided to give herself some time. While it might seem foolish to seek pregnancy as a means to evade menstruation, it was the most feasible option she could conceive at present. Let her fight for herself in these upcoming months and see what kind of situation she could carve out. Perhaps this would grant Duan Xiao the confidence to reveal to them that she hailed from another realm. After tidying up, she managed to catch up with Bai Yin Xuan, who was preparing breakfast. The family gathered around the stone table, and midway through her meal, Duan Xiao noticed the absence of a certain someone. "Where is Qin Shua?" Her voice was slightly hoarse, and she coughed to clear her throat. "Why isn't he causing any mischief today?" "Probably still asleep," Bai Yin Xuan replied curtly. Zhe chimed in, "Don't mind him. Let us eat first, that if he is hungry, he'll go hunt in the woods himself." This. Duan Xiao swallowed her porridge and smiled. "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? It's not right to engage in familial cold violence. We must resolutely resist such exclusionary behavior." "This isn't familial cold violence," Bai Yin Xuan retorted. "It's merely a reasonable punishment for someone who maliciously stirs up family discord." Chuan, you truly are a literary genius." Duan Xiao, she said with a benevolent smile, seemingly hinting at encouragement. It was indeed Qin Shua who did something again, right? Bai Yin Xuan and Azay both nodded calmly. "Who started it?" In unison, they replied, "Yin Xiao." Suddenly, far away in the woods, Yin Xiao sneezed. The three of them quietly finished their breakfast. Once everything was cleaned up, Duan Xiao went to the main house and knocked on Qin Shua's door. Hearing the commotion, the pitiful boy inside summoned all his strength to wriggle to the door, whimpering as he banged his head against it. "Help! You treacherous Yin Xiao! Just wait!" booed Duan Xiao. She suppressed a laugh, guessed the situation, and announced, "I'm coming in." As she pushed the door open, the door swung open too abruptly for Qin Shua to hide, causing him to tumble to the floor at Duan Xiao's feet like a large worm. She was utterly astounded, nearly breaking into applause. It seemed as though all the animal skins in the house had been wrapped around Qin Shua, binding him tightly, with a piece of wild boar skin stuffed in his mouth. No wonder it had been so quiet this morning. Rescuing the wriggling creature proved quite a task, and after wiping the sweat from her brow, Duan Xiao gave up and called for Bai Yin Xuan to handle this arduous task. Before lunch, Duan Xiao and Qin Shua stayed behind to guard the house, as Bai Yin Xuan was preparing to head out, needing to quickly attend to matters at the shop. These days, he had become increasingly busy. Just then, a messenger from the Lion King arrived, requesting a meeting with Duan Xiao. Duan Xiao thought to herself that the Lion King, being a solitary ruler, should be cautious to avoid any undue suspicion. Yet she had no choice but to bring Qin Shua along. The Lion King had met Duan Xiao on several occasions and had even shamelessly shared meals with her. Their relationship was not particularly strained, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, they got straight to the point. The Lion King, a straightforward man, wasted no time. "This is the weapon you used to attack the male beastmen the other day. I am curious, what material is used to make the tip of this wooden stick? It is remarkably hard." Duan Xiao glanced at it and immediately recognized it as her arrow. The arrowhead was crafted from high-quality steel, thus its hardness and sharpness. However, how could she explain this to the Lion King? Moreover, she had injured tiger and wolf beastmen that day. Why was the arrow now in the Lion King's possession? Could it be that the Lion King had friendly relations with the tiger and wolf clans? "This material is called iron, extracted from mountains and mines," she said, opting not to dance around the topic. As her life was not in jeopardy at the moment, she decided to push them a little further. "What, Lion King, are you interested?" The Lion King raised an eyebrow, hardly daring to admit his interest. "I merely wish to see this material used for city defense weapons. It is likely to yield unexpected results." The Lion King is wise. Duan Xiao smiled. "Coincidentally, I share the same sentiment." The Lion King choked slightly. "Ah, so it appears you are setting a trap for me." Chapter 45. The Viper. "Since it is for the sake of the royal city, I wonder what the opinions of the other Beast Kings are." "Naturally, they agree." "Very well," the Lion King began, but before he could finish his sentence, he added, "I suspect." "Good heavens." Duan Xiao exclaimed, "So you invited me to meet privately, yet you didn't even bother to inform the other Beast Kings? You brought me in through the front door so brazenly. Aren't you afraid of being targeted by the four of them?" She tried to test him, and he outright admitted it. "I must ask, How did you become a beast king with such a mindset? Is it purely through brute force? It wasn't that the Lion King was foolish. He was simply an honest man, confident that there was nothing wrong with this approach. As a beast king, why should he be sneaky about seeking out allies? Would it be embarrassing if word got out? He was unconcerned about any potential trouble that might arise. Unfazed, the Lion King, with his golden hair radiating nobility, said, "Let us first discuss matters amongst ourselves. Once we reach a conclusion, we shall inform them." Good heavens, Duan Xiao, she thought, completely bewildered. You're trying to bypass their deliberations, while I'm here thinking you're just being cautious. You believe this material is mined from rocks? But what is the specific method of extraction? How do you select the right stones, or can any stone yield iron? Of course not. Those metals, known as metals, can only be extracted from specific ores, and ores are not easy to find. Duan Xiao, she explained, if we cannot locate them, we will have to abandon the endeavor that if we do find them, it will require a large workforce to excavate the mountains. Extracting them is just the beginning. The subsequent processes are truly challenging. That's understandable. The Lion King pondered. Do you know how to locate ore? I have some knowledge, but I must go personally. The Lion King scrutinized her for a moment, feeling a headache begin to form. That he thought to himself, if I'm being this open with her, why can't she let go of her reservations? Why must she insist on being hands-on to secure leverage? Seeing his expression, Duan Xiao, she found it amusing and explained, if I accompany you, the efficiency will be higher. Some methods cannot be conveyed verbally. If the Lion King trusts me, we can select a group of people to take me into the mountains, and I will share the methods for finding ore. Indeed, she had also mentioned that the key lay in how to process and smelt the ore afterward. Merely revealing the method of locating the ore posed no risk to her. It seemed he had misjudged her. The two reached an understanding, and as the Lion King escorted Duan Xiaoxi out, he exchanged a glance with Qin Shua, who was waiting outside. After some thought, he decided to speak up. Qin Shua, since you returned to the city, you haven't visited the queen. She has missed you dearly. Since you're here, why not take a moment to visit the Tiger King's fortress? Qin Shua paused, then replied, all right. Though he had never been there, Duan Xiao, she recognized the location of the Tiger Fortress. That on the way, she pretended to be unfamiliar with the surroundings, allowing Qin Shua to lead her. Internally, she felt that this visit might not be entirely appropriate, especially since Yan Xiao had just left. However, since the Lion King had brought it up, it would be even more improper to send Qin Shua back alone. It was indeed a dilemma. She couldn't help but mentally grumble about the Lion King. But then again, the Tiger Queen missed her child. What did that have to do with the Lion King? As Qin Shua walked beside Duan Xiaoxi, he chattered away like a lively little bird. Yet, Duan Xiao, she instinctively sensed that something was off with Qin Shua. It seemed he was even more talkative than usual. Upon arriving at the Tiger King's fortress, that feeling of dissonance intensified. Qin Shua was excessively enthusiastic, every muscle in his face straining with excitement. Duan Xiao, she remained silent, casting him a sidelong glance. As they reached the main entrance, the gatekeeper, a tiger beast man, widened his eyes in shock, stammering that Qin Shua had actually returned. He quickly rushed inside to report to the tiger lady. Qin Shua paid no mind, continuing to regale Duan Xiaoxi with tales of his adventures outside as he led her to the main house. Just then, the tiger lady rushed out in a flurry, and the three almost collided. Emerging was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, possessing an exquisite appearance that would stand out even in modern times. Though this lady may have stumbled clumsily into the room, she was impossible to overlook at a mere glance. Her very essence could only be encapsulated by the word noble. Standing beside the Lion King, she resembled a regal figure from the ancient courts of Europa, accompanied by her first lady, Duan Xiaoxi. The thought of the Tiger King unexpectedly crossed her mind, prompting her to inwardly click her tongue, reflecting that the Tiger King lacked such courtly grandeur. Were he to stand beside the Tiger Queen, they might appear more like a queen and her pampered young general than a king and Queen as Qin Shua entered, his gaze fixed upon her, unwavering. Upon seeing him, her mother's eyes softened, drawing Qin Shua inside to sit, inadvertently neglecting Duan Xiaoxi. Fortunately, Duan Xiaoxi possessed a thick skin. After a brief cough, she joined them, taking a seat beside Qin Shua, observing their somewhat clumsy exchange of pleasantries. She found it exceedingly awkward. Her gaze discreetly traversed between the two, sensing something unusual. Their dialogue, though polite and considerate, was rendered distant by its excessive propriety. Duan Xiaoxi scrutinized this mother and son duo, contemplating how even the closest of blood ties seemed insufficient to bind them together. This led her to think of the rumors surrounding the Tiger King and his clan, the sorrow of father and son. It seemed that Qin Shuan noticed her distraction. He subtly shifted his leg beneath the table, brushing against her calf twice. Startled, she instinctively scooted away, feeling as though she had been pricked, only to realize later that she had overreacted. Uncomfortably, she touched her knee before slowly returning to her previous position, that moment. The Tiger Queen also became aware of the girl she had long overlooked. Realizing the lapse in royal decorum, she gradually steered the conversation towards the two of them. Your union has been rather hasty. I scarcely had time to prepare a modest gift. How about you both stay at the royal castle tonight? Whatever you wish to eat. I shall send Uncle Xiaoshu and the others to the forest to hunt, but there's no need for such trouble, Duan Xiaoxi replied, her smile warm and genuine. Stealing a glance at Qin Shua, she noticed his fingers fidgeting wildly beneath the table, unable to suppress a smile that it would be unkind to leave them waiting for no reason. Just as the Tiger Queen was about to continue, Qin Shua interjected, "It would be inappropriate for us to disturb you further before the Tiger King returns." Upon mentioning the Tiger King, the Queen's expression momentarily froze, swiftly shifting the topic. "What brings you to the royal castle today?" "I was concerned about my mother, so I came to check in," Qin Shua replied earnestly, maintaining a serious demeanor throughout. This was certainly a more appealing sight than his usual antics of climbing trees to catch birds or chasing chickens. But which version of him was the more authentic one? "My son is thoughtful," the Tiger Queen said with a gentle smile, though it was unclear whether her sentiment was genuine. Turning to Duan Xiaoxi, she added, "Xiao Shua has always been a source of peace for me. I have no worries regarding him. However, I fear upon hearing the word source of peace." Duan Xiaoxi glanced at Qin Shua, her smile imbued with meaning. Qin Shua attempted to nuzzle her arm with his tail in a show of affection, only to be playfully pinched by her in response. His tail flicked in surprise, every hair standing on end. "Madam, there is no need for concern. The TOB chosen by the champion of the duel is a stroke of fortune for me," Duan Xiaoxi said, her smile deepening. "That he is quite splendid, and I hold him in high regard. Qin Shua is exceptionally attentive, and given his noble lineage, it is I who seem to have climbed high." The phrase noble lineage, which she emphasized, struck Qin Shua's ears as a clear mockery. After several days of interaction, Duan Xiaoxi had yet to inquire about her own background. How then did she know of his origins? Although rumors swirled around the Tiger King's family, such past secrets were not something just anyone dared to discuss, especially in the treacherous realm of the royal city. Could it be that she had done her research in advance? He gazed at her profile, composed and self-assured, as if victory were already in her grasp. He could not help but draw a comparison. This was no innocent little kitten, but rather a venomous serpent. Yet serpents do not willingly walk into traps. Chapter 46. Azure, since she was willing to compromise with the royal beast of the kingdom. It was evident that she had come prepared. She would not simply sit idly, awaiting her fate. While the Tiger Queen remained oblivious to the various power dynamics at play, Duan Xiaoxi was acutely aware. The purpose of Qin Shua's proximity to her was already transparent to many. Yet the foolish Tiger King continued to perceive her as a simple-minded hen that had wandered into a den of weasels, hoping to keep her close for his own advantage. For Duan Xiaoxi, the mention of noble lineage served as both a sign of pity and a warning. "Come, take a look and see what you truly are. The Tiger King's side is no place for you." Why, from those 4 words, did he sense ridicule? Perhaps it was because of whom she was referring to. Duan Xiaoxi neither made choices for him nor pressured him to decide. She simply observed him as he floundered, offering neither assistance nor words, only her gaze. Yet her eyes perpetually conveyed the message, "You must see yourself clearly, and then be yourself." As they bid farewell, the Tiger Queen accompanied them to the door. Just as Duan Xiaoxi and Qin Shua had walked 100 meters away, the Queen hurried after them, pulling Duan Xiaoxi aside. Qin Shua, feeling somewhat anxious, instinctively followed, only to be gently halted by Duan Xiaoxi's raised hand. He had no choice but to wait on the steps. As dusk descended and the sky darkened, the sun was squeezed into a narrow halo on the distant horizon. The evening breeze caressed their cheeks, lifting a strand of Duan Xiaoxi's hair. He listened intently, surrounded only by the rustling of new leaves swaying in the night wind. A.T. merely 22 years of age. Though he was 2 years her senior, Qin Shua still bore an air of youthful innocence. Perhaps it was the softness of his features that contributed to this impression, despite the impressive musculature he possessed. The term Golden Muscle Barbie unexpectedly flashed through Duan Xiaoxi's mind, prompting her to stifle a laugh. Seeing her amusement, the Tiger Queen felt increasingly uneasy, fearing she might say something inappropriate that could worsen the situation. Duan Xiaoxi waved her hand dismissively, thinking the queen underestimated Qin Shu. He is quite clever, you know. The two strolled along a winding path, the moonlight casting a hazy glow around Qin Shu. Observing his swaying tiger tail, Duan Xiaoxi asked, "Why are you so quiet?" Little tiger. What do you mean by little tiger?" Qin Shua's fur bristled, and his expression darkened, making him appear rather intimidating. "You call me little female. So why can't I call you little tiger?" Duan Xiaoxi teased, her tone lighthearted. "We can't have such double standards, can we? Has no one taught you the meaning of moderation?" Turning, the towering figure of the tiger cast a shadow that loomed heavily, making it hard to breathe. "Are you not afraid I might turn against you?" The sudden seriousness in his demeanor was strikingly sharp and dangerous. Yet Duan Xiaoxi pressed on, having certainly delivered her fair share of jabs. But what did that have to do with her continued provocation of Qin Shu? "I don't need to consider your mood when I find you troublesome, that I neither chased you away nor exposed you in front of your mother. I merely called you little tiger. How is that pressuring you? Explain that to me." Duan Xiaoxi's smile was bright and mischievous, feigning ignorance. "Returning home to see my mother, and yet you turn this into such a deep-seated grievance. Now you even blame me for it. It's your legs that carry you. Whether you come or not is entirely your decision, that you're a grown individual. If you say you want to come, am I supposed to drag you here?" Her sharp tongue was undeniable. Qin Shu recognized that he wouldn't extract any meaningful response from her, so he continued down the path, brooding. He was adept at hitting sensitive spots, but did not wish to fall out with Duan Xiaoxi. So he opted to endure for the moment. However, it seemed Duan Xiaoxi was unwilling to relent. They had evidently swapped roles. Duan Xiaoxi transformed from victim to aggressor, while Qin Shu shifted from chatterbox to a sullen figure. "Why are you silent again? Giving in already?" Duan Xiaoxi skipped along, embodying the spirit of a mischievous child. "Give in? I'm merely concerned you might feel wronged and start crying," Qin Shu replied, a forced smile masking his annoyance. This person, when up to mischief, displayed a rather unpleasant demeanor. "You are merely a female. Your role is to be a vessel for the kingdom's progeny. Engaging in swordplay is acceptable for leisure, but have you ever considered whether you can navigate the treacherous waters of the royal city? Ultimately, you rely on that foolish leopard for your confidence, don't you? Without him, how long could you survive in this ravenous kingdom?" No, Qin Shu clicked his tongue, his eyes scanning Duan Xiaoxi from head to toe. "With your looks and figure, you would surely be a sought-after prize in the royal city, that I'm sure many beasts would be eager to court you. But why on earth did you choose Yin Xiao? What do you see in him? His poor reputation, his dark fur." You just don't understand, do you? "I find him adorable," Duan Xiaoxi replied, tilting her head to reveal her cunning little fangs, her eyes squinting with mirth. Entirely unaffected by the provocation, that I in fact, the sharper the adversary's words, the closer they were to losing their rationality. Only when you tread heavily on his sore spot, striking true and causing him pain, does he exert himself to retaliate against you with such fervor. The logic is quite simple. If I am displeased, you shall not find joy either. Qin Shu is adept at wielding sarcasm. Yet his punch landed with a dull thud, akin to striking cotton. It is said that when you are enraged and the other party remains unfazed, as if indifferent to your every insult and slander, it is one of the most unbearable experiences. Presently, Duan Xiaoxi is smilingly testing the limits of the orc's restraint. She observes the vein on Qin Shua's forehead pulsating with agitation, and a sense of satisfaction washes over her. Having indulged herself, she decides to withdraw. However, she has inadvertently provoked a significant outburst. Changing the subject, she stands on tiptoe, her fingertip lightly touching the center of Qin Shua's brow, and remarks, "Oh, I just noticed that your irises are blue. How peculiar." Duan Xiaoxi, like Qin Shua, knows how to strike where it hurts. Yet, unlike him, she does not derive malicious pleasure from provoking others. She prides herself on being somewhat considerate, as she has always been a rather perceptive child, capable of keenly sensing the emotions of those around her and attending to the feelings of the majority. Yet cleverness is a gift, while kindness is a choice. Those who adeptly navigate their relationships often possess the uncanny ability to irritate an individual with ease. It has been proven that she has succeeded. Upon hearing her words, Qin Shuo momentarily fell silent, lost in thought. His expression darkened, shifting through several phases before he erupted in a chilling laugh, sending shivers down the spine of those who heard it. It was as though the malice and ferocity he had concealed within himself for so long burst forth in that instant. Duan Xiaoxi felt a gust of cold wind brush past her ear. In the next moment, Qin Shuo had seized her throat. Although her life lay in another's hands, she maintained an air of nonchalance. Even as her face reddened from the pressure, she managed to smile and said, "Do consider this carefully. If you snap my neck, you will become the target of scorn in the capital. But if I break your neck, your irritating mouth will forever be silenced." For a fleeting moment, Duan Xiaoxi observed the curve of his lips and thought that perhaps he bore a hint of madness. "Well then, go ahead and kill me," she said, closing her eyes with a smile, feeling the grip around her neck tighten. Suddenly, she opened her eyes in annoyance and with great effort, coughed twice before inquiring, "Do you know what Lady Tiger just told me?" Qin Shuo frowned, loosening his grip for but a moment. Taking advantage of this, Duan Xiaoxi inhaled deeply, and moments later, her smile broadened, appearing equally deranged as Qin Shuo. "She said she adores your eyes. Little tiger, that you're lying." Qin Shuo retorted without hesitation, his expression teetering between fury and irony. He abruptly released her, flinging Duan Xiaoxi against the stone wall. Seeing the female fall to the ground from his throw left him momentarily stunned, that he then crouched beside her, glaring at the glaring smile on her face. Enunciating each word, "You are lying. How foolish of you to think you could deceive me with such a matter. How could you not understand? You truly know nothing. What is it that I need to understand about your despicable actions?" Duan Xiaoxi ignored him, firmly grasping the back of Qin Shuo's neck, pulling him close, while covering his eyes with her other hand, saying, "Let me finish speaking, you scoundrel." In the darkness before his eyes, Qin Shuo heard Duan Xiaoxi whispering in his ear. She said, "Your eyes are a color reminiscent of nostalgia. Your mother. She cherished your eyes the most. Little Shaw, the reflections of the sky dwell within your gaze. What is there to be dissatisfied with? Beautiful indeed, little Shaw. With those eyes, you are undeniably his offspring." He held the slender wrist of the female, his knuckles whitening from the pressure, yet he made no move to release her. Memories, distant and prolonged, including the trivial details he had deliberately buried in the corners of his mind, surged forth, flooding his consciousness like seawater spilling into the sky, moistening his eyes. Chapter 47. Black and white in truth, that self-deception should have long since perished. Sometimes, familial ties bear even more regret than romantic love. Everyone makes mistakes. Everyone experiences remorse over choices made in the past. The reason for regret and remorse lies in the futility of one's efforts. No matter what you do, how hard you strive, it is all in vain. That person has long departed, and no matter how many times you yearn for them, they remain unreachable, with every tear crystallizing into the most bitter fruit during midnight reveries, distorting your very visage and transforming all associated individuals into starkly different forms. Qin Shuo is innocent, yet he harbors hatred. The rumors are the undeniable truth acknowledged by that flamboyant white-haired man, his father. Once, he blamed his father, that spirited white tiger. But eventually, the last person he could hold accountable perished in a massacre ignited by himself. Thus, he could only blame himself. Duan Xiaoxi does not deny his duality. He is vivacious yet sharp-tongued on one hand, and indifferent and apathetic on the other. His darker side serves as a scapegoat for past grievances, while his lighter side provides an outlet in a sacrificial manner. He has split himself into black and white, an exhausting yet futile attempt to accept himself and evade pain. She mused that he was likely a person of fiery exterior, yet a cold core. He claimed Duan Xiaoxi does not understand, and indeed, she does not, and no one can truly empathize with another's suffering. However, she is willing to listen, should Qin Shuo choose to share, even if she remains powerless to alter his circumstances. The value of narration lies in the act of narrating itself. The very act is imbued with significance. Gradually, Qin Shuo relaxed his grip, his arm hanging limply over Duan Xiaoxi's shoulder. She finally exhaled, playfully tapping his head with her index finger, saying, "You cannot escape your pain. You can only acknowledge it. You might as well be honest, sincerely admitting the unpredictability of your experiences and accepting that even with such awareness, there will be moments when you cannot bear the weight, that in my view, one's fortune in life is predetermined. If your early years are fraught with tribulations, your later years will inevitably bring some blessings." Duan Xiaoxi's gaze deepened as she leaned her head against the stone wall, speaking to herself, her back resting against the cold stone slab. The person beside her offered no response, and she was uncertain to whom her words were directed. "But my luck has always been rather poor. Otherwise, I would not have encountered you." Qin Shuo buried his head in Duan Xiaoxi's palm, and when she attempted to withdraw her hand, he clung to it stubbornly, refusing to let go. "Who knows whose luck is worse between us?" Duan Xiaoxi raised an eyebrow, thinking to herself, "Encountering such a debt collector like you is indeed a stroke of misfortune. How old are you this year? You must be around 22, right? At your age, even if you are unlucky, you must give your all in adversity to earn the right to claim misfortune that if you deem encountering me as bad luck, then please make an effort to extricate yourself from me. You did say my good fortune was on its way, so surely shedding me is inevitable. Good things are not afraid of being late. But life is also fleeting. When will this matter eventually come to pass? Do not tell me you intend to carry your wishes to the grave. That is simply impossible." Qin Shuo rubbed his face against Duan Xiaoxi's palm twice. His voice muffled that as he lifted his head, he buried his face again into her shoulder. Duan Xiaoxi vigorously wiped the moisture from her palm against his back, forcefully pushing his large head aside, and irritably exclaimed, "Stop sulking and get up, and my back hurts." Damn you, get up already." Duan Xiaoxi spat out a mouthful of blood, cursing, "What the hell? Are you a sworn enemy of Zhu Beiji or something?" Upon catching the scent of blood, Qin Shuo's nostrils flared, and he raised his gaze to observe the pale face of Duan Xiaoxi under the moonlight, feeling a twinge of panic that, "Oh no, you're bleeding. I can't believe I didn't notice." Qin Shuo was petrified, afraid that even the slightest contact might lead to her demise. Duan Xiaoxi, after a moment of speechlessness, suddenly beckoned him over with a finger. "Come here." Qin Shuo, bewildered, obediently approached that in a heartbeat. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain at the crown of his head. One should never provoke a beautiful woman, especially one as fierce as Duan Xiaoxi. When she gets angry, she does not waste time with threats, but rather, she goes straight for the punch. Her little fist, akin to a hammer, struck Qin Shuo's head unexpectedly, followed by a forceful kick that sent him tumbling to the ground. "Come here and help me up, and we'll call it even." She accepted her own instigation. Moreover, the effect seemed to be quite effective. Must the son of the Tiger King, a young fourth-tier orc, always exist as her adversary? Let this encounter serve as the price for her deceit. Lady Tiger would not share these thoughts with her. Duan Xiaoxi moved her tongue. The blood emanating was not from internal injury, but rather from accidentally biting her tongue when she fell. However, she had indeed twisted her ankle, necessitating Qin Shuo's assistance as they made their way back. Upon arriving home, Bai Yinchuan and A's came out to greet them. Upon seeing the purplish bruise encircling Duan Xiaoxi's neck and the swollen ankle resembling a dumpling, they immediately lost their composure. However, Duan Xiaoxi merely waved her hand, inquiring if Qin Shuo could fetch the priest. Qin Shuo glanced at the two herbivorous orcs, silently nodded, and then turned to merge into the night. Bai Yinchuan helped her on her bed and prepared a basin of cold water to soak her swollen ankle, his brows furrowed throughout. "What on earth happened to you?" With a slight stumble, Duan Xiaoxi gazed at Bai Yinchuan's hair whirl, pondering to herself that this was hardly a deception. She had indeed tripped and sprained her ankle, to her surprise Bai Yinchuan, with an unsettlingly perceptive glance, scrutinized her for a prolonged moment, causing her to feel rather uneasy before he finally inquired, "And what are the marks upon your neck?" "Qin Shuo did that," Duan Xiaoxi replied, tilting her head and clearing her throat. She had anticipated her secret would not remain hidden for long, so she opted for honesty. Bai Yinchuan lowered his head once more, meticulously massaging her injured ankle. "Did I ask that all?" Duan Xiaoxi, feeling as though she had been reborn, asked, "Is there nothing else? What more could there be?" Bai Yinchuan feigned a bit of pressure, eliciting sharp intakes of breath from Duan Xiaoxi. "No, I believe this is quite sufficient. She quickly bowed her head, thinking to herself that she was merely concerned he might confront Qin Shuo. She had resolved the matter on her own, so he need not worry. But when do you plan to depart? Has a date been set? The day after tomorrow. With a resigned sigh, she reclined halfway on the bedding, lamenting, You are leaving, and so is Yin Xiao, as cannot contain him, and my time is limited. Thus, you devise such a poor plan. Duan Xiaoxi instinctively sensed something amiss and hastily corrected herself. No, it was merely a coincidence. Today, the Lion King extended an invitation, and I took the opportunity to visit the Tiger King's fortress and pay my respects to Lady Hu. I thought it was a rare chance. Her voice gradually faded as she observed by Yinchuan's expression. Once this village is left behind, this opportunity may never present itself again, that I acted impulsively and resorted to this strategy. Truly, it was not intentional. Bai Yinchuan responded with a non-committal adding that she ought to be grateful Yin Xiao was not home at the moment. For reasons unknown, those words stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Duan Xiaoxi. She contemplated the implications. Should Yin Xiao discover today's events, would he first confront her or Qin Shuo? Most likely, he would thrash Qin Shuo before delivering a stern lecture to her. The thought made her smile inadvertently. When Bai Yinchuan spoke those words, he felt a profound bitterness within. Yet upon seeing her, all that remained in his mind was the subtle lift of her lips as he beheld her gentle smile. He wondered whether love was a matter of yearning or anxiety. Bai Yinchuan was perplexed. He could not discern the distinction between love and affection. Yet, merely her presence brought him joy. Looking at her filled him with satisfaction. He had never envisioned that his future partner would embody such a form, let alone that she would appear exactly as Duan Xiaoxi did. Chapter 48. The path ahead. The priestess of the royal city was a rather amiable woman. Perhaps due to the waning daylight. Upon her arrival, she was accompanied by 7 or 8 males of various races. She had intended to invite them in for a brief respite, but was met with their resolute and anxious refusal. Qin Shuo whispered to Duan Xiaoxi, The territorial instinct of male beastmen is quite strong, that we have warriors of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th tiers among us. Any one of them is a formidable opponent. Naturally, those weaker would hesitate to enter it. Oh, thank you. Duan Xiaoxi replied with a sidelong glance, prompting Qin Shuo to fall silent, somewhat disgruntled. The sprain is not severe. I will bandage it for you. You should refrain from getting out of bed for the next few days and take good care of yourself. You will recover in 3 to 5 days. The priestess cast a dubious glance at the scarf around Duan Xiaoxi's neck, inquiring, Isn't it hot wearing that? Perhaps my health is not quite robust. I fear the cold and cannot endure being chilled. I see. Then do take care of yourself, the priestess cautioned. Females with cold bodies find it difficult to conceive. Understood. Duan Xiaoxi attempted to rise to see her off. But the priestess pressed her back down. There is no need for a lengthy farewell. You must look after your ankle to prevent lingering issues that may cause pain on rainy days. Thank you for making the trip today. Of course, the priestess replied. Qin Shuo cast a glance at Duan Xiaoxi, his gaze lingering on her scarf for a moment before stepping aside to allow the priestess to pass. Then following her out of the courtyard, displaying a composure and grace that stood in stark contrast to his usual playful demeanor. Due to Duan Xiaoxi's limited mobility, the expedition into the mountains for mining was postponed by the Lion King for several days. It was not until a week later, when Duan Xiaoxi's leg had nearly healed, that they finally prepared to set off. By then, Bai Yinchuan had already accompanied Jiang Lanqing's people to forge alliances with other tribes, making his presence unlikely for the foreseeable future. Each of the 5 beast kings dispatched 10 exceptional male beasts, all of whom were unpaired. Upon learning this, Duan Xiaoxi cast a glance at the Lion King, who averted his eyes toward the heavens. Now that you are aware, why do you look to me? This is not my decision, that I merely glanced at you without uttering a word. Why do you appear so flustered? Duan Xiaoxi retorted before taking her seat on a cart within the procession. Yes, it happened. Everyone had departed, leaving only a small rabbit at home. As, unwilling to be lonely, clung to Duan Xiaoxi like a shadow. At that moment, she sat on the cart, the little rabbit perched atop her head, curiously surveying the surroundings. Qin Shuo walked alongside the cart, taking a step at a time. After hesitating for a moment, he reached out to lift the rabbit away. Weighing it in his hands, he found it surprisingly heavy and decided to carry it himself without returning it. Having set out early in the morning, Duan Xiaoxi swayed gently on the journey, her drowsiness deepening. Her head bobbed from side to side until something soft and steady supported her, allowing her to relax her furrowed brow and drift into slumber. The Lion King, accompanying the group, glanced at Qin Shua, who held the rabbit in one hand while supporting Duan Xiaoxi's cheek with the other. His expression was a mix of complexity and confusion. Just as he was about to speak, a fleeting glance from Qin Shua silenced him. "Are these people reliable?" "Indeed," came the nod in response, as he averted his gaze, feeling no cause for concern this time. She was rather generous. The Lion King observed Duan Xiaoxi's profile with intrigue. Noting that there was a cost to gain by informing them of the mining operations, she had merely taken the first step. Should she wish to advance further into metallurgy, her value to the royal city would far exceed its current measure. The more she contributed, the more she would possess. The royal city would find itself increasingly reliant on her. She was acutely aware of her worth and possessed a keen instinct for self-preservation. She could deftly identify her own safety line, within which she would carve out a realm to pursue her desires. In that little domain, she would strive to claim all that she deserved. When Duan Xiaoxi awoke, the group had been halted for an indeterminate time. Rubbing her eyes in slight embarrassment, she turned to see Qin Shua's large face beaming with an unmistakable compliment. While momentarily puzzled, she soon understood as he waved his palm before her. "Thank you," she replied politely before disembarking from the cart. Qin Shua, sulking behind her, lamented the fickleness of the female's expressions, noting how she could dismiss him at will. However, Duan Xiaoxi was merely a bit dazed from waking. Having slept for so long and kept the entire group waiting, she felt a tinge of guilt. Fortunately, the 50 or so individuals did not seem to mind. Upon her awakening, they stood upright, surrounding her in a close-knit circle, each displaying sincere concern for her well-being. Duan Xiaoxi found herself ensconced within a wall of bodies, her clarity of thought muddled by their collective inquiries. Was this the reception due to an ordinary female? Surely, they were welcoming a princess. She caught sight of Qin Shua parting the crowd to approach her, and steadied her heart, rubbing her nose as she stated, "I sincerely apologize for the delay. Where is the Lion King? I have matters to discuss." "Step back, what kind of display is this?" The Lion King, having been obscured by the throng, finally heard Duan Xiaoxi's voice and responded. "Speak freely." "Very well, then I shall address everyone present regarding the key points of the mining venture." Duan Xiaoxi moved closer to Qin Shua, clearly indicating her desire that he refrain from interrupting her. Seeing her escape the encirclement, Qin Shua had initially leaned against a tree to rest. However, he was taken aback when Duan Xiaoxi approached him of her own accord, without needing to delve into her intentions. This small action alone garnered her considerable favor in his eyes that he couldn't help but glance down at her, reflecting on her striking beauty. "Lion King, may I ask if you carry the metal arrowhead with you?" "Hand it over," the Lion King instructed one of the nearby lion beasts. While it was a simple task, to Duan Xiaoxi, it bore a deeper significance. Raising an eyebrow, she observed the lion beast as it bashfully approached her with the arrowhead. With a subtle nudge of her elbow, she discreetly prompted Qin Shua. Qin Shua smirked, taking the arrowhead from the lion beast's grasp. He examined it under the sunlight before playfully handing it to Duan Xiaoxi. Today, Duan Xiaoxi had granted Qin Shua ample face. Seeing him enjoy the moment, she did not intervene. Instead, after accepting the arrowhead, she raised her eyes to inquire, "Aren't you going to take a look? If you're curious, feel free to play with it. However, we must allow everyone to examine it shortly. Go ahead and speak." "I'll play with it afterward," Qin Shua replied, casually resting his elbow on Duan Xiaoxi's shoulder. "You take care of the important matters first. Please hold this up for everyone to see." Duan Xiaoxi handed the arrowhead back to him. It was quite sharp, so be careful not to cut yourself. Upon hearing this, the orc crowd was filled with both envy and jealousy, each lamenting inwardly that had they been the victor in the dueling arena that day, it would surely not be that insufferable tiger cub who now basked in the affection of such a beautiful female companion. However, this wish was rather unrealistic, for he was a fourth-tier beast, young yet powerful, ranking just below the Beast King and a select few orcs, leaving no room for others to thrive. Qin Shua casually twirled the arrowhead before lazily returning to Duan Xiaoxi's side. The tip of the arrowhead had begun to rust due to improper storage. Orcs, with their keen sense of smell, should easily detect the faint scent of volatile gases produced by the oxidation of iron interacting with surrounding organic matter. This metal, known as iron, readily oxidizes in nature, creating a dark red substance with a distinctive odor reminiscent of blood. If the others can follow this scent, it would be ideal. If not, they should trace the small streams and ravines in the mountains. As rainwater and storms might wash down the ores they seek from upstream, depositing them in the crevices and streams below. Duan Xiaoxi glanced at the Lion King, who nodded slightly, indicating she should continue speaking. If you find black, green, or red stones, bring them to me. The males nodded in agreement, instantly dispersing and rushing off in all directions. Chapter 49. Bias Qin Shua tossed the small arrowhead high into the air before catching it again. Occasionally, he threw it so high that it startled a flock of birds in a flight. Leaves fluttered down like whispers, and Qin Shua merely lifted an arm to shield Duan Xiaoxi completely. The two walked side by side. Their toes pointed away from the royal city. Duan Xiaoxi gazed up at the sky, the sound of twigs and dry leaves crunching beneath their feet. Before they realized it, they had wandered far from the royal city. For a moment, neither spoke until the bushes in the distance rustled twice, snapping Duan Xiaoxi back to attention. She noticed Qin Shua had already positioned himself in front of her. What is it? I don't know, Qin Shua replied, shaking his head that he thrust the arrowhead into Duan Xiaoxi's hand and cautiously pulled her along step by step. Stay quiet and keep close to me. Did I in truth? It wasn't the other party that made a sound that alerted them. This figure had been lurking in the shadows, trailing them for an unknown length of time. That it was only when Qin Shua happened to glance back that he sensed something was amiss, prompting the figure to flee. However, he was a fourth-tier orc, and no male below him could stealthily follow without being detected. So this individual, who could they be? The two advanced closely, with Qin Shua's nose twitching as he remarked. There's a scent of charcoal burning ahead. Could there be orcs living here? Duan Xiaoxi whispered, her thoughts drifting to a white figure from a rainy night. Perhaps the white specter of the forest? Qin Shua turned his head, revealing his sharp little tiger teeth in a youthful grin. White specter. Are there really such spirits in this place? Duan Xiaoxi frowned at what's wrong. You didn't know? Qin Shua teased, leaning closer to her ear in a mock-serious manner. It's a man-eating monster that has been active in the forest in recent years. Every orc that gets lost in the woods falls prey to its claws. Duan Xiaoxi shot him an eye, recognizing the glint of mischief in his smile. Aren't you curious? It's truly terrifying. When I was young and misbehaved, Duan Xiaoxi focused intently on the path, not paying attention to what he was saying. But the unusual pause in his speech caught her attention. She looked up and asked, what happened when you misbehaved? Did someone scare you, saying there was a monster that would eat disobedient children? Qin Shua chuckled, that wouldn't he do? Who would scare a lovely boy with such unreliable tales? Is that so? Duan Xiaoxi shot him a sidelong glance before lowering her head again, murmuring, that must have been a rather untrustworthy adult. Qin Shua fell silent, momentarily taken aback. After walking for a while, they came upon a small treehouse, roughly 10 square meters, standing in the center of a clearing. The embers of a fire still glowed nearby, indicating that the occupant had only just departed. Duan Xiaoxi thought to herself that they were intruding and stepped inside. Qin Shua wanted to pull her back, but noticing the scent of orcs in the vicinity had already faded. He figured that the owner had likely gone far, and his presence would not cause any trouble to so he followed her in. The interior was sparsely furnished, containing only a hide mat and a low table. Duan Xiaoxi's fingers brushed the corner of the wall. The wood appeared somewhat aged but was spotless, suggesting someone regularly resided here and kept it tidy. Her gaze shifted to one side of the wall, where 2 stone pegs were nailed in a diagonal pattern. After a brief assessment of their length, she furrowed her brow slightly, pondering something. That I have good news for you. Duan Xiaoxi cast a glance at Qin Shua, noting that his tone and demeanor did not suggest he had anything good to share. There is a scent of leopards here, that he pinched the edge of the wooden doorframe with 2 fingers, detecting a faint aroma. Upon hearing this, Duan Xiaoxi responded with a soft Qin Shua keenly caught the subtle shift in her expression at that moment. That don't believe me. He shrugged nonchalantly, that if you don't, then just consider my rambling. That I believe you, of course, Duan Xiaoxi replied, her eyelids lifting slightly, her lips forming a faint, indifferent curve. That a leopard is a leopard. What does it have to do with me? Her implication was clear. She understood what he was saying, but the topic was closed. Regardless of his true meaning or the veracity of his words, that question was set aside. Qin Shua clicked his tongue in mock dismay, placing one hand on his hip while the other rubbed his neck as he stepped outside, glancing back at Duan Xiaoxi with a teasing smile. You really are biased, little female. When will you show me a bit of favoritism? I'm not biased at all, Duan Xiaoxi replied with a smile as she caught up to him, casting a final glance at the 2 stone pegs on the wall. The distance between the pegs was precisely the length of that recurved bow. She knew Jiang Ziwu had collaborated with him, which stirred some resentment in her heart. Although it seemed calm on the surface, the situation was far from over. She constantly wished for those who plotted against her and harmed her to pay the price. Yet the time was not right. She was still not strong enough. She couldn't even protect herself. Duan Xiaoxi gazed at the drifting clouds on the horizon, her jaw tightening. Only those who were sufficiently powerful had the right to protect those they wished to safeguard and the right to seek vengeance against this world. Someone was following us earlier. Yet you now feel so at ease being 8 paces away from me that it hurts my feelings, Qin Shuo said, striding ahead with a hand behind his neck, occasionally glancing back to check on Duan Xiaoxi's well-being. Please do not speak such nonsense, she retorted. The mountain path was treacherous. They found a narrow crevice between the rocks, the stones steeper and looser than on flat ground. Yet Qin Shuo bounced along like a wild monkey returned to the wilderness. His swift pace leaving her in awe. Duan Xiaoxi had to focus on the path while handling Qin Shuo's incessant chatter, and by the time they reached the halfway point, she was already drenched in sweat. It wasn't that she intentionally kept her distance. She simply couldn't keep up with his antics. Oh dear, look at you. I said I would carry you up the mountain, yet you refused. What is there to be embarrassed about? Qin Shuo leaped down, squatting on a large rock in front of Duan Xiaoxi, tilting his head slightly to meet her gaze. After all, I'm yours now. Feel free to utilize me. Duan Xiaoxi glared at his infuriating face, wanting nothing more than to punch him so hard that his head would spin. But she managed to restrain herself and turned away. That you're moving so fast. Can you even see the rocks beneath your feet? Because I certainly can't. All I see are shadows, and how am I supposed to find any oars? You're a female. You can just take a break, Qin Shuo countered, flipping over to trail closely behind her, practically feeling the warmth radiating from her back. Such labor should be left to us males. Look, the royal city sent so many males to assist you, and yet you insist on doing it yourself. What is the point? I'm exhausted just watching you. Duan Xiaoxi shot him a disdainful look, but said nothing, continuing to pick up stones, throwing aside those that did not meet her standards. Hey, pay attention to me. Qin Shuo leaned closer, blocking her way. That you're making my hands dirty. Let me wipe them for you. Are you bored out of your mind? Duan Xiaoxi finally glanced at him, hands on her hips, wiping the sweat from her brow. That if you're free, then just stay out of my way while I work. That is it customary for a male to rest while a female works? Duan Xiaoxi fell silent for a moment before suddenly looking up at him and saying, Otherwise, you wouldn't hold such a bias against females, would you, little tiger? She still remembered his words about females being obedient and bringing heirs to the royal city. Besides, even those with broken limbs can be self-sufficient. Why can't I do things myself? I'm merely slower than you. This was truly, as she lowered her head, she noticed he had already moved on. Qin Shuo raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that Yin Zhao's suspicion of this female, being from Bone City, was quite understandable. That if it were him, he would also harbor doubts. Unlike the noble status of females in the royal city, those in Bone City could be traded and exchange commodities, and some even lived lives worse than comfort women during World War I. As long as one had male appendages, they could kick and use them, performing labor and other tasks without hesitation. That if there are females, naturally, it is not the turn of the males. Yet Duan Xiaoxi was rather industrious to an excessive degree. The two had searched halfway up the mountain, and the sun had silently moved to its zenith. Qin Shuo caught a solitary deer that had strayed from its herd, sitting by a mountain stream to skin and cleanse it. Duan Xiaoxi was not far off, attempting to kindle a fire. After 3 consecutive failures, she finally succeeded in igniting a small blaze. Yet her expression remained unremarkable, as if she had grown accustomed to such setbacks. Qin Shuo mused that her current nonchalance must stem from repeated failures over time. You eat first, and I shall roast the rest for you. Duan Xiaoxi did not lift her head, seated in the shade beside the fire, examining the stones she had gathered. That moment, the Lion King, accompanied by a group, gracefully navigated through the forest. Upon spotting Duan Xiaoxi from a distance, he offered a greeting. Ace leaped down from the Lion King's shoulder, dashing towards Duan Xiaoxi and burying himself in her embrace. squeaking incessantly while glancing back at the Lion King, seemingly accusing him of some wrongdoing. Duan Xiaoxi shot a glance at the Lion King and then at Qin Shua, instinctively sensing that the Lion King had brought A's along to create a moment of solitude for herself and Qin Shua. However, squinting thoughtfully, Duan Xiaoxi wondered if it was perhaps because Qin Shua had lost his father at an early age, and the Lion King wished to provide this adorable orphan with a paternal warmth. After playfully tugging at A's rabbit ears to steady her thoughts, she addressed the Lion King earnestly. But what have you discovered? Chapter 50. Saltpeter, everyone has brought some according to your request, though we are unsure if it is indeed what you seek. So we have gathered it for you to examine. The Lion King waved, and several males stepped forward willingly. Duan Xiaoxi cast a cursory glance, her expression tinged with an ineffable numbness. The males lined up before her, dumping the stones from their leather pouches at her feet. Round, square, speckled, and green, one might mistakenly believe a female had a peculiar fondness for odd stones. And the males had gathered a plethora of aesthetically pleasing stones from the entire mountain to win her favor. Duan Xiaoxi inspected each one, but shook her head in disappointment. None of them were what she sought. Let's eat first. Qin Shua had already placed the lamb on the spit, its skin now a golden, crispy hue. What is the rush? It won't go anywhere. Duan Xiaoxi nodded in agreement, saying yes, all right, while steadfastly guarding the line of stones before her. A robust tiger beast crouched down in front of Duan Xiaoxi, stating, "What Qin Shua says makes sense. We can look again later, Duan Xiaoxi did not even spare him a glance, her attention absorbed in the stone mortar, her demeanor dismissively indifferent. Hey, back off a bit." With long strides, the tiger beast moved behind Duan Xiaoxi, tearing off a piece of tender meat from the lamb leg. "Little female, eat a bit before you continue working." Qin Shua offered the meat to Duan Xiaoxi's lips, thinking to himself, "I've been so attentive to you. At least show some appreciation." Duan Xiaoxi opened her mouth, and Qin Shua chuckled as he placed the meat inside. The piece was too large for her to handle. A portion remained sticking out of her mouth as she chewed. Her eyes suddenly widened, and she muttered, "What the hell?" with a swift flick of her tongue. She swallowed the meat whole, choking slightly before exclaiming, "Who found this stone?" The tiger beast that had been dismissed by Qin Shua stepped forward, maintaining a respectful tone. "I found it. There are many more over there." "What is the matter? What is the matter? This is incredible. This is saltpeter. Such a substance often grows outside rural toilets on old walls, yet it is one of the 4 great inventions of China. An essential ingredient in black powder. From the Warring States period to the early Han Dynasty, emperors and nobles were enraptured by fantasies of immortality, prompting alchemists and Taoists to concoct elixirs, during which they discovered the formula for black powder. Initially, black powder was employed for theatrical displays, producing smoke and fire to create illusions. Later, it found its way into medicine, used for pest control, eliminating dampness, and combating plagues that it wasn't until around the early 10th century. During the late Tang Dynasty, that it was utilized in warfare, becoming a powerful new weapon that significantly transformed the nature of conflict. This substance was widely used during the Song Dynasty, employed in battles against the Liao, the Western Xia, and the Jin. Subsequently, it was mastered by the Mongols and Jin, contributing immensely to the Mongolian cavalry's conquest of nearly the entire Eurasian landmass. That if this could be produced, the tiger beast led the group to the small hillside where the saltpeter had been discovered, revealing indeed a considerable number of scattered saltpeter crystals, their surfaces glistening like large transparent grains of sand coalescing into a solid mass. However, the quantity was not particularly substantial. Duan Xiaoxi looked upstream and said to the Lion King, "Let everyone search upstream along this stone gully. If they find similar stones, they can use some tools to chisel the nearby mountainside. If it retains this appearance inside, then we have found the right source." The beastmen, being keen of ear, nodded and dispersed without needing the Lion King to repeat her instructions. "That is this iron ore?" The Lion King stooped to pick up a piece of scattered saltpeter crystal, inquiring, "No, but it is still useful." Duan Xiaoxi smiled, considering it a significant unexpected gain. Before long, as Duan Xiaoxi had anticipated, an extraordinarily large saltpeter mine was discovered in the mountains upstream. A's was perched on Qin Shua's shoulder, bouncing from his left shoulder to his head and then to his right shoulder repeatedly, until Qin Shua tugged at his ear and pulled him down. "Yes. Oh, what is hidden in this mountain, if not iron?" "Saltpeter," Duan Xiaoxi explained. "All gunpowder is primarily made from saltpeter and sulfur, with wood ash as a secondary component. Saltpeter is of the utmost yin nature, while sulfur is of the utmost yang. When these two elemental substances meet, there is no void to contain them. Do you know if there is a mountain nearby that spews fire? Duan Xiaoxi asked, observing Qin Shua's perplexed expression. Point one that erupts with smoke and fire. It sounds like thunder, unceasing day and night, with intense heat. There are yellow stones on the mountain. Volcanoes? Yes, but they are somewhat distant at a my pace. I can make a round trip in a week, Qin Shua replied. What is the matter? You wouldn't be considering a visit, would you? Duan Xiaoxi did not answer but countered with a question. Have you been to that place? Qin Shua raised an eyebrow. Every year. When I go to the coast to trade for salt, I pass by a nearby volcano to seek the sea dragons and trade leftover game for sulfur. Sulfur is indeed yellow, but what of that substance you mentioned? Exactly, Duan Xiaoxi's eyes lit up. It is sulfur. But why do you trade for sulfur? She refrained from asking further. Do you need sulfur? It is merely a pest deterrent. What use could it possibly have? It has great use. Duan Xiaoxi nodded at his words. That is sulfur mined by the sea dragons. Is this not heaven paving a path for her? Duan Xiaoxi walked in circles, her lips curling into a joyful arc. Excellent. Qin Shua watched her profile, and as he did, he found himself feeling elated as well. You want sulfur? Qin Shua leaned closer, resting his elbow on her shoulder. Is there a channel? Duan Xiaoxi glanced at the arm on her shoulder, unusually not recoiling. Well, she lifted her chin, pointing toward the Lion King's back. Ask him for it. It's readily available. Seeing her confusion, he added, every year, sulfur is brought into the city and kept by the Lion King. Before the rainy season arrives, he distributes it to the females of the royal city. This group of 50 individuals was merely an advance party. The specifics of mining affairs required a gathering of the 5 kings for discussion. However, they had brought back some samples, neither too many nor too few, just enough to fill Duan Xiaoxi's cart. This time, Qin Shua offered to carry the load, and the petite figure did not refuse. She was not one to be overly sentimental. If it could save effort and time, she welcomed it. The group did not linger in the city but headed directly to the Lion King's fortress. At Duan Xiaoxi's request, a large pot had already been set up in the center of the fortress to heat and boil the saltpeter. Once the saltpeter dissolved, the liquid would be filtered while still hot. And as the temperature naturally decreased, the more refined saltpeter crystals would precipitate out. The accompanying individuals did not leave, and upon witnessing the spectacle of the crystals forming, they were left dumbfounded, as if they were watching a magic show. Next, in proportion, they added sulfur, generously sponsored by the Lion King, mixing in some charcoal powder and grinding it finely. Duan Xiaoxi was well-versed in materials science and familiar with the ancient ratios for black powder. However, using proportions refined over time by predecessors might yield excessive power, so she did not produce much. The resulting powder amounted to only half a bowl. Duan Xiaoxi surveyed the surroundings of the Leopard King's residence, contemplated for a moment, and nodded, asking the Lion King, could you procure a length of coarse cloth rope? Adding coarse cloth to rope significantly increased its value. Textile technology was not widespread in the Beast era, with only the Golden Silkworm tribe possessing the skills to weave fabric. Rarity equated to high worth, and such items commanded a hefty price in the market. Yet, the Lion King was affluent. He merely waved his hand, and a nearby guard swiftly brought forth an entire bolt of fabric. They tore the golden silkworm cloth into strips on sight, twisting them into the shape of a rope. Duan Xiaoxi accepted the rope. Nodding, you are too generous, Lion King. She buried one end of the rope into the gunpowder and handed the other end to the Lion King. The Lion King, puzzled, asked, what is the meaning of this? Duan Xiaoxi looked at Qin Shua. Please, light it. Yes, 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 as you wish. After all, I am your loyal little servant. Everyone stepped back, and without heeding Qin Shua's banter, Duan Xiaoxi instructed the Lion King, do not rush. Just watch. The torch ignited the fuse, and a small flame crept along the cloth rope towards the gunpowder. The gunpowder was ignited in an instant, erupting into a dazzling burst of light, while the smoke ascended into the sky like a mushroom cloud, lingering for an extended period. Beneath where the powder had been laid, a gaping black pit the size of a basin marred the stone-paved floor, with cracked patterns extending outward from the edges of the large hole. In Chapter 51, The Reckless Man, when the Lion King calmly articulated his thoughts from his chair, the other 4 present wore expressions of disbelief. The Lion King paused momentarily before igniting the leftover gunpowder from Duan Xiaoxi's supply, urging them to take cover. They seemed to believe that the first to retreat would be the loser, causing the flames stirred by the gunpowder to nearly singe the Wolf King's tail. Consequently, the incident with the gunpowder astonished the other 4 beast kings of the royal city, leading to an exchange of glances filled with incredulity when they faced Duan Xiaoxi once more. She cast a glance at the Leopard King. With Yin Xiao away from the city, she ought to be more cautious, yet the rare opportunity before her compelled her to act swiftly, lest it slip away. Thus, the little cat cleared her throat before the 5 apex predators, deeming it unnecessary to maintain her capricious facade, and spoke in a firm tone. As you all can see, this gunpowder is indeed a formidable weapon. When combined with arrows, it can yield remarkable results. However, the sulfur the Tiger King has brought back from the city may prove insufficient, especially since it must also serve the purpose of pest control during the rainy season. Duan Xiaoxi's gaze swept across the faces of those present before continuing. We might as well venture outside the city to procure additional supplies, trading for prey and wheat. The individual responsible for wheat exports is already en route. Why complicate matters? Are you attempting to compete with me for business? Or are you vying for collaboration with the royal city? The Fox King smiled gently. Do you not trust me? Of course, I do not trust you. Duan Xiaoxi replied with a smile. Otherwise, I wouldn't have my dear little deer shadowing me at all times. She continued, I do trust you. However, I am concerned that the quantity of prey offered by the royal city may fall short. It would be wiser to compensate the deficit with grain, which would also serve to promote sales. The royal city stockpiles a significant amount of prey during the winter, requiring each household to submit dried meat or pelts at the onset of spring. A sudden demand for all households to contribute prey again could lead to dissatisfaction among the beast men of the royal city. Furthermore, such an extensive operation might raise suspicions from Bone City. The Lion King pondered for a moment before responding. That is acceptable. After all, aside from the food designated for diplomacy, there is an abundance of wheat available. Upon hearing this, the Fox King shot a cold glance at the Lion King, who met his gaze with a flicker of unease, contemplating a hasty retraction. Before he could speak, Duan Xiaoxi interjected. What do the other beast kings think? The Leopard King scrutinized Duan Xiaoxi, feeling perplexed by her intentions and instinctively resolved to tread carefully. As silence enveloped the room, Duan Xiaoxi clapped her hands. The wheat exports can invigorate trade in the royal city, accelerating economic flow. Promoting wheat sales would ultimately benefit the royal city. Wouldn't it, Fox King? With her words, all eyes turned towards the Fox King. Although a few beast kings were puzzled as to why he had been singled out, the overall response was surprisingly unanimous. It seemed as though they all deferred the final verdict of this matter to the Fox King. The Fox King, with a smile that belied his true sentiments, could not refute her. Though he was also a 5th-tier beast, he found himself at a disadvantage in terms of strength, surrounded by the 4 other beast kings, each of whom eyed his dealings with envy. He recognized the irony in their apparent disinterest. Each of them, while feigning apathy, was undoubtedly contemplating how to partake in the spoils. Duan Xiaoxi's challenge presented a dilemma. Should he outright refuse, he would undoubtedly be labeled as negligent. Compared to a mere female, they would rather see him, a 5th-tier beast king in charge of the royal city's finances, as an adversary. The Fox King chuckled, acknowledging that people often overlook targets that seem weaker than themselves, and they tend to be more forgiving towards females, especially one as beautiful as she does. Of course, I agree, for the sake of the royal city's development. How could I possibly object? Jiang Lanxing observed Duan Xiaoxi with a growing sense of unease, realizing that this female had transformed into a considerably dangerous presence that it should be said that from the moment she appeared, she was not prey but a hunter. She had always been a perilous existence, and he had underestimated her. But defeat is still a possibility, and the Fox King could afford to lose. Then I shall trouble the Tiger King to assemble a contingent of beastmen and make another trip to the Fish Dragon tribe. Jiang Lanxing stated. The Tiger King's brow furrowed. What is the purpose of this? While it is customary for us to visit foreign tribes each year, your request seems rather peculiar at this time. The Tiger King glanced at the Wolf King. The Wolf King returned the look, addressing Jiang Lanxing. The Tiger King is currently preoccupied with the construction of the city walls. Diverting his attention now could delay the project. Then the Tiger King shall remain in the city, and let Qin Shua go in your stead, the Lion King decisively declared, disregarding the peculiar expressions of the other 4 beast kings. This is a trivial matter that hardly necessitates such prolonged discussion among the five of us. It is simply embarrassing. The four beast kings exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, goodness, Qin Shua is already a loose cannon. Who knows if he might act recklessly? While it is true that Duan Xiaoxi, a seemingly unassuming female, may not instigate trouble, is it truly wise not to send a beast king for oversight? Moreover, our annual dealings with the fish dragon tribe are critical. If Qin Shua proves unreliable and mishandles the situation, it could jeopardize the entire royal city's diplomatic standing. Reckless. The Lion King was not oblivious to the implications. He understood that if Qin Shua were to go, the true authority would become uncertain. While it may appear that Qin Shua was in charge, what if he were swayed by Duan Xiaoxi? Would she seize the opportunity to undermine the royal city's business interests? It was a precarious situation indeed. He was, at most, just a bit too straightforward. The Lion King held a strong disdain for convoluted tactics and, with a sweeping gesture, proclaimed, "I shall accompany you." The four beast kings were taken aback. "You are even less reliable." "Wait," the Fox King, breaking from his usual demeanor, remarked, "I believe that is a viable plan." Duan Xiaoxi, relishing the unfolding chaos, suggested, "How about I join as well? I wish to explore the vicinity of the volcano to see if there are other ores." The Lion King, undeterred by the dissenting opinions, acquiesced. Duan Xiaoxi smiled knowingly, reflecting that the usually stern Lion King, who maintained an air of seriousness even at social gatherings, was perhaps one of the few genuinely concerned about the welfare of the populace. While others speculated whether her journey would encroach upon the royal city's wheat trade or pondered her allegiances among the beast kings, the Lion King was more concerned about whether the royal city could benefit from this endeavor. If there were gains to be had, and the advantages outweighed the drawbacks, he would not mind being the target of the other beast king's ire. However, this was entirely contingent upon the Lion King's confidence that she would not usurp the royal city's authority, or that he could prevent Duan Xiaoxi from seizing control of the situation. Duan Xiaoxi mused that she needed to devise a strategy to win over the Lion King, given that he was unyielding in his assertions. Any objection raised after his pronouncement would only cast one as indecisive and weak in his eyes. Thus, the matter was settled, and at least Duan Xiaoxi felt a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 52. The reverse scale. The departure was set for 3 days hence. A decision made rather hastily, yet Duan Xiaoxi readily agreed. As they exited, the Lion King walked alongside her, exchanging casual banter. Before parting, he turned serious, informing her, "Qin Shua's birthday is tomorrow." Duan Xiaoxi raised an eyebrow. "So, is this a threat from a father figure? If I pretend I didn't hear you, will you still take me to the volcano?" "Not at all, that I simply wanted to inform you," he replied. That was sufficient. A straightforward man like the Lion King would not engage in convoluted games. Thus, when he said not to overthink it, she understood it as a directive to leave it at that. Noticing her contemplative silence, he added, "He may not be in the best mood on his birthday. Exercise caution. When he is angry, he is a different person." Duan Xiaoxi nodded, understood. She was tempted to inquire about the Lion King's relationship with Qin Shua, but fearing the revelation of hidden pasts, she refrained, settling for an acknowledgement of his statement. Glancing at the Lion King's expression, she inquired, "Will you have time to visit my home tomorrow?" A flicker of shock crossed his face, and upon noticing, Duan Xiaoxi reassured him, "Do not worry. There are plenty of males in my household." His tension eased at her words. The home of a female was an incredibly private space. Although they had previously entered without reservation, it had been a matter of brazen disregard. However, an invitation to a private meal could signify deeper interest, leading to complications that I simply thought that since you chose to inform me, it would be rather impolite to act as if I were unaware. Perhaps I could invite some friends over. More company would make it livelier, and Qin Shua might enjoy it, she suggested. The Lion King pondered for a moment. "If I have no engagements tomorrow, I shall pay a visit." Arriving at the Lion King's residence, Duan Xiaoxi spotted Qin Shua seated on a stone stump at the entrance, legs splayed, elbows resting on his knees, gazing into the distance as if lost in thought. Duan Xiaoxi mused that this fellow, when devoid of a smile, invariably gives the impression of harboring some sorrow within. There is an inherent beauty in all that is melancholic. The afterglow of the setting sun cast delicate, fragmented shadows upon Qin Shua's profile. Though he was undeniably a person capable of sharpness when provoked, the corners of his eyes perpetually drooped with an innocent sadness, rendering him pitiable, akin to a homeless pup. When he gazed intently at someone, that it was hard to fathom that such an alert creature could remain oblivious to the presence of a small companion, until Duan Xiaoxi placed her hand upon his shoulder. She withdrew her hand and gracefully settled beside him, whereupon she truly appeared as a petite figure. "What are you looking at?" she inquired, mimicking his gaze toward the distant sunset, where the afterglow gently kissed the horizon. And a thin veil of mist cradled the resplendent red. The western sky blazed before their eyes, enveloping them in a profound tranquility. "Nothing much," Qin Shuo replied, stretching lazily as he stood. "That I've been waiting forever. Why must you all take such a long time to say whatever you're saying?" Duan Xiaoxi craned her neck to meet his eyes, and after a pause, teasingly remarked, "Are you eager to get to work?" "Huh," he responded. "Never mind, just wait for the notification." Duan Xiaoxi also rose and pointed toward the direction of home. "Let us go home." Upon arriving home, Duan Xiaoxi quickly washed up before retiring to bed. Little did she know, in the dead of night, she would find herself pinned to the bed by an intruder. Duan Xiaoxi jolted awake in an instant, the newly installed curtains blocking the moonlight, rendering the intruder's face indistinguishable. Overcome with regret, her instinctive struggles revealed to her that she was no match for her assailant. Just as she was about to call for help, a large hand covered her mouth. "Don't be afraid. It's me," came the breathy whisper, laced with the scent of blood. Recognizing that familiar voice, Duan Xiaoxi nearly burst into tears. Utterly terrified. "Are you out of your mind?" she croaked. Yin Xiao had dashed into Duan Xiaoxi's bedroom as soon as he returned home, having not seen her for nearly 10 days, and was dismayed to find her so frightened. He hurriedly offered apologies, cradling her while humbly admitting his fault, the scene both comical and pitiful. The most alarming detail was the blood trickling down his forehead, splashing onto her collarbone. After a moment of calm in Yin Zhao's embrace, Duan Xiaoxi realized her palm was wet and sticky from his back. Alarmed, she squinted through the darkness, managing to discern some details, and furrowed her brow. "Are you hurt?" "Yeah," Yin Xiao replied, lowering his gaze, appearing almost like a submissive wife. Exuding an endearing charm, Duan Xiaoxi gently touched his bleeding forehead. "Does it hurt?" "Not at all," he murmured, his amber eyes ablaze as he leaned closer, whispering, "How about a kiss?" "I've missed you." Duan Xiaoxi tasted the metallic tang of blood from his lips. Despite their time apart, his lips remained rugged and firm, as if even hot blood could not soften his spine. "From now on, I'll sleep with you." "Okay," he murmured between kisses. The girl, captivated by his voice, merely responded to his kisses without addressing his words, offering a nonchalant reply instead. "With all this blood, you bite so fiercely. I can't possibly want that." Yin Xiao paused, gazing intently at Duan Xiaoxi in the darkness, before breaking into a deep, heavy laugh. "Heartless. I rushed back to see you, injured and all, and you show no concern for me. That I merely asked for a promise, and you brush me off so casually. Is that acceptable?" This unexpected directness caught Duan Xiaoxi off guard. He was no longer playing coy with her. She narrowed her eyes, her fingertips grazing his stubbled chin. "What promise? You might as well clarify." "What promise could it be? It's simply about us, just the two of us." Gripping her hand, Yin Xiao suddenly sat up, ruffling his hair in agitation. He cursed himself for being foolish, allowing his feelings to spill over. He knew she would never agree, yet he was taken by surprise when the little figure behind him clung to him like an octopus. Duan Xiaoxi rested her chin on his shoulder, leaning her profile against his, a soft smile gracing her lips. "Are you upset? I merely wanted you to explain. Why be so petty? Do you need me to comfort you, little Mou?" Yin Xiao froze, as if rooted to the spot. Duan Xiaoxi smirked slightly. "Look, I'm giving you an opportunity now, yet you lack the courage to speak the truth. Should I deride your cowardice or commend your cleverness? Yet, certain words are undeniably the Achilles heel of this household. Once touched, there is no turning back." With a heavy sigh, Yin Xiao sat at the edge of the bed, grasping the hand that encircled his waist. Her small hand seemed insistent, igniting a fire in his abdomen. He inhaled deeply, abandoning the prior topic, only to ask solemnly, Duan, what am I to do with you?" For reasons unknown, Duan Xiaoxi found herself momentarily speechless. She scrutinized his profile, meeting his gaze, and suddenly felt a wave of self-doubt wash over her. She perceived the fervent tide of emotions swirling within his golden eyes, only to have them transform into the soft feathers of fallen geese, gentle yet sorrowful. "Do you think I'm an absolute jerk?" In that moment, as Yin Xiao collapsed, she heard a man, so hardened and fierce, whisper in her ear. Chapter 53. Midnight Conversations. As Yin Xiao fell, A's and Qin Shu entered in succession. At that instant, Duan Xiaoxi wondered how long they had lingered at the door and what they had overheard. That a smile crept across her face as she regarded the two grim-faced individuals standing at her bedside. The phrase caught in the act immediately flashing through her mind. Qin Shuo surveyed Yin Zhao's injured form, exclaiming in astonishment that he's already at Tier 5, yet he has sustained such injuries. Remarkable. After saying this, he turned Yin Xiao over, extracting the small figure beneath him. That it was then that Duan Xiaoxi had the chance to properly observe Yin Zhao's condition. However, upon catching sight of him, she was rendered speechless. Yin Xiao was drenched in blood. It was unclear what ordeal he had endured. "Oh dear, there's a massive wound on his abdomen," Qin Shuo remarked, resting his chin on his hand as he scrutinized the injury. Was he stung by a scorpion? He might be poisoned. Summon a priest. Duan Xiaoxi's expression shifted dramatically. Qin Shuo glanced at her face and nonchalantly replied, "What's there to worry about? Given his self-healing abilities, he won't die anytime soon." "Not anytime soon." Duan Xiaoxi's tone suddenly sharpened. Qin Shuo rubbed his nose. "I'll go fetch someone. Just don't get worked up." With that, he stuck out his tongue and dashed away. As Qin Shuo exited Duan Xiaoxi's room, a timid little head cautiously peeked around the door, meeting her gaze before retracting. Duan Xiaoxi glanced at A's, who tilted his head and huffed. That was brought back by Yin Xiao. "You should ask him." "How can I? The man's unconscious. Then am I supposed to splash cold water on him to wake him up and then interrogate him?" She sighed. "Forget it, unless humanitarianism has been devoured by dogs." Duan Xiaoxi looked toward the door once more, and once again, her gaze locked onto the figure outside. With flaxen hair and eyes, a small, narrow face that was utterly unremarkable, yet her hair was a chaotic mess. And her face bore both dirt and small wounds, presenting a pitiable sight. With a resigned sigh, Duan Xiaoxi approached and squatted near the girl. She did not believe this was Yin Zhao's romantic interest. She could hardly imagine this timid creature, who flinched at the slightest provocation, could capture Yin Zhao's attention. That if this girl had undergone some sort of trauma that altered her disposition, then she would simply disregard that notion. Duan Xiaoxi was someone who liked to think several steps ahead during a game of chess, sometimes even 5 steps if necessary. Yet when it came to matters devoid of answers, she subscribed to Holmes' adage, "Speculation is a destructive habit of thought." While she was curious about the girl's background, she refused to engage in baseless conjecture, knowing it would only lead to anxiety and unease without any benefit. "Can you stand?" Duan Xiaoxi extended a hand, treating her like a lost little girl in a marketplace. The lost girl was covered in grime, her hair matted together, but her clean eyes sparkled. Upon seeing Duan Xiaoxi crouch down, she instinctively flinched yet continued to stare with those bright, wide eyes, akin to a stray cat or dog wary of a benevolent stranger, hesitant to approach but unwilling to retreat. Duan Xiaoxi held her palm out toward the girl for a moment, then chuckled helplessly. "Are you hungry?" At the mention of that word, the girl's eyes lit up, prompting Duan Xiaoxi to push herself up from her knees. "Wait here a moment." Duan Xiaoxi stepped into the room to check on Yin Xiao, finding him murmuring in his sleep, frowning and sweating, which tugged at her heartstrings. She gently wiped his brow with a towel before turning to the kitchen to fetch something for the little stray. Since Duan Xiaoxi had stepped out, A's had been trailing closely behind, his expression one of discontent, which amused Duan Xiaoxi and drew a smile from her. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" "Nothing," A's huffed, though it is unwise to pose the same question twice. For even if one were to inquire, the respondent may remain reticent. Fortunately, there lingered in the kitchen a half-pot of leftover stewed chicken, which I warmed with great reluctance, selecting a modest bowl of prime cuts to present. Even before the meal was served, the enticing aroma wafted into the small dog's nostrils, its gaze fixated silently on the food in hand. Duan Xiaoxi cast a glance at the female, placed the bowl at a short distance, gestured towards it, and then turned to retreat indoors. Upon witnessing the female wait for Duan Xiaoxi's departure, Ace swiftly seized the bowl, devouring the contents voraciously, his eyes filled with disdain. Once inside, he could no longer restrain himself. Grumbling, "She is merely an enigmatic female. Who knows what sort of person she is?" He cast a glance at the unconscious Yin Xiao, adding, "Why bestow such kindness upon her? Even if you were to cast her out now, the leopard would undoubtedly side with you. After all, it was he who took it upon himself to bring a female into our home without consulting our wishes." Duan Xiaoxi regarded the rabbit, affectionately ruffling its fur, and gently remarked, "If there comes a day when I find myself lost in a foreign land, I hope the one who discovers me treats me with sincerity, rather than allowing me to continue wandering without a home." The rabbit, oblivious to the deeper meaning of her words, shrugged off her hand, retorting, "You have a kind heart, always wanting to help others, seeing pity in everyone. But I shan't indiscriminately aid strangers. What if she turns out to be a villain like me?" Duan Xiaoxi chuckled. A's, however, paid no heed to her jest, displaying no inclination to smile, and even found her humor rather cold, teasing, "You are no villain. You are quite the benevolent soul. Let me finish my thought." Duan Xiaoxi replied, her smile unwavering, "My kindness towards this female stems from my faith in Yin Xiao. If it were any of you, regardless of who you brought home, you would be a guest in my eyes. A's, my concern lies not in her identity, but in who brought her here." The rabbit faltered, turning its face away in a haughty manner. "You are quite the orator. How is one to amuse A's?" Duan Xiaoxi teased, extending her hand towards the rabbit's ears, which this time the little creature did not evade. Though it did not refuse, its expression remained less than pleasant. Duan Xiaoxi sat at the edge of the bed. While it stood beside her, slightly taller, A's whispered, "So, you are willing to shelter me because I was brought by Chuan?" "Not at all," Duan Xiaoxi swiftly replied, her gaze drifting to Yin Xiao, half of his face shrouded in shadows. "I accepted you because you were of use to me. The same applies to Bai Yin Chuan and Qin Shua. Only this troublesome fellow differs slightly," she mused, gently brushing aside Yin Zhao's damp hair. "Because I find it impossible to rid myself of him." She unabashedly revealed her inner thoughts to A's, her smile remaining unchanged. Yet something profound had shifted. That it was as if a concealed demon had suddenly bared its fangs, leaving A's feeling somewhat perplexed by her. He recalled her earlier remark about not aiding unknown individuals indiscriminately, pondering if she considered him a villain too. Yet, unexpectedly, he felt a surge of joy that he wished for the inception of their bond to be predicated not on the favor of another, but rather to prove his worth even in his humble state. Yet he mused, what worth could he possess? He was merely an inconspicuous herbivore, insignificant when compared to them. One's value cannot be measured in such a manner. "I do not require a fool with mere brute strength." A's, we do not harbor fools in our household. Even someone as whimsical as Qin Shua possesses a prudent and reticent side that I believe you are no fool. Duan Xiaoxi assured him, "You may question my choices, but please, do not betray me. Together, we shall navigate through thorns, steadfast and unwavering. One day, we will sit at the same round table, sharing immense wealth and power. Until that day, you need only to wait and remain ever wise, ever useful to me." This conversation, steeped in the essence of late spring, lingered through the long night, yet Duan Xiaoxi never quite elucidated how A's might prove to be of use. It was only many years later that A's comprehended what he could offer her. That time, he would reflect with gratitude upon this woman, who could weave intricate plans over great distances. Yet he would also think, with appreciation for the enchanting dialogue of the night, and for the woman who had once affirmed his worth. Chapter 54. The Priestess to Duan Xiaoxi. This exchange bore the weight of a gamble. Her yearning for unbridled trust from another was palpable in her household. She found herself able to trust only A's and Bai Yin Chuan. That she candidly admitted. She was indeed a rogue, reliant on such preemptive measures to satiate her despicable need for security. With a sigh, Duan Xiaoxi wiped the sweat from Yin Zhao's brow. When the priestess arrived, the female was cowering behind Duan Xiaoxi, who surmised it was likely a primal instinct to cling to the strong. She craned her neck to peer downstairs, where the priestess and her male companions had gathered, a group of about 10, seemingly intimidating the female. Duan Xiaoxi gently patted the female's back, wishing to showcase her to the priestess. For she was hardly more appealing than Yin Xiao herself. Upon her arrival, she was bare, her skin marred with various bruises, some perhaps inflicted by a male's claws, others from branches and scrapes. However, the most alarming sight was the dried blood trailing between her legs. Upon learning of Yin Zhao's grave injuries, the priestess wasted no time. Ascending the stairs with urgency, as she brushed past the female, the latter's eyes widened in terror, retreating into the room behind. Duan Xiaoxi cast a fleeting glance, remaining silent as she led the priestess into the inner chamber. The priestess surveyed Yin Zhao's wounds with a furrowed brow, shaking her head. What troubles him to exert himself so? She mused, it appears he has been injured for nearly 3 days. For a 5th-tier beast, this is not a fatal wound. If he were to rest quietly for a couple of days before continuing his journey, he should heal without issue. Duan Xiaoxi's expression shifted subtly at this revelation, and she instinctively shifted to obscure Yin Zhao's face, as if nothing had transpired, inquiring, "So, will he heal well?" Given Yin Zhao's robust constitution, healing is undoubtedly feasible. "You need not worry," the priestess assured, sprinkling dark powder over Yin Zhao's wounds. Duan Xiaoxi gently inhaled the scent, finding it unremarkable, "that I will leave some of this powder for you. Apply it twice daily," the priestess instructed, producing a small stone vial. She attempted to administer it to Yin Zhao, only to be obstructed by Duan Xiaoxi. With a smile, Duan Xiaoxi remarked, "You wish to feed this to him?" The priestess nodded slightly. "It is quite late, and I feel remiss to trouble you with such trivial matters. Allow me to handle it." After a moment's hesitation, the priestess relinquished the vial, stating, "Very well, then that I shall take my leave. Do take care to rest, that I shall see you out as Duan Xiaoxi bid farewell to the departing priestess. Her smile faded. She passed the small vial to A's, asking, "Take a whiff and tell me if you know what this is." A's, aware that the vial contained the priestess's medicine, felt a tinge of confusion. Recognizing that Duan Xiaoxi would not inquire about a trivial potion without reason, that he held it to his nose, furrowing his brow before shaking his head. "It has a bitter scent, but I cannot discern what it is." Duan Xiaoxi nodded, proceeding upstairs to find the female whom Yin Zhao had brought back. Coincidentally, Qin Shuo was present, crouching before the frightened female, who was scuttling about in panic. Qin Shuo burst into laughter, and upon hearing Duan Xiaoxi's footsteps, he called over his shoulder, "Look at her, like a wild monkey. What a sight for a leopard!" His intent was to provoke, yet Duan Xiaoxi paid him no mind. Approaching the female directly, bending down to gaze into her eyes, "Do you recognize the female from earlier?" Initially, the female had intended to crawl closer to Duan Xiaoxi, but upon hearing her question, she could only shake her head vigorously. Retreating further, Duan Xiaoxi tossed the small vial towards Qin Shuo, advancing towards the female as she implored, "I have a request of you." This left Qin Shuo momentarily stunned. When had she ever used the word request with him? Though taken aback, he swiftly reverted to his usual foolish demeanor, grinning, "Speak freely, it would be my honor to serve you, my little slave. Head southwest of the royal city, across a lake about 5 miles out, and continue for another 5 miles to a leopard clan. Seek out a female named Lan He. She is the tribe's priestess," Duan Xiaoxi instructed, glancing back at Qin Shuo. "This should not pose a challenge for you. Correct? Running errands for a little female. How could that be difficult?" As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Shuo leapt through the window, transforming mid-air into his beast form, vanishing into the night in mere moments. The room remained dim, with no lamps lit, and Duan Xiaoxi stood in the moonlight, half her form cast in shadow, lingering in place for a long while. Meanwhile, the female cowered in the corner, transfixed by Duan Xiaoxi's presence, her fear intensifying as she curled herself into a tight ball. Noticing the shadow by the wall seemed to shift. Trembling, she stole a glance, only to find Duan Xiaoxi fixated upon her, in an instant. She found herself so frightened that she could not even move, and even the instinctive tremors of her body ceased. Duan Xiaoxi did not intend to scare her. She merely could not comprehend why this female would react so strongly to the priest. Why had the priest uttered the word travel before she had said anything at all? The only ones aware of Yin Zhao's departure from the city, aside from the Leopard King, were the 4 people in this household. Could this have something to do with Yin Zhao's journey to Bone City? She slowly approached the female, gripping her chin to force her to meet her gaze. Duan Xiaoxi's lips remained curved in a perfect arc, her voice gentle as she asked, "Have you seen her? Why are you afraid of her? What has she done to you? Little one, tell me, I will protect you. That I don't know her." I don't know. Duan Xiaoxi suddenly leaned closer, almost forehead to forehead, whispering, "Oh, I see. Then she's still outside. Shall I take you to meet her?" "No. No, please don't, no." The female trembled, attempting to swat Duan Xiaoxi's hand away, yet she felt as if she were frozen in place, unable to move at all. "Why is that? Did you not say you did not recognize her? What harm could come from meeting her?" Duan Xiaoxi smiled, revealing a row of pearly white teeth, appearing contemplative. "Since you do not wish to meet her, how about I help you hide instead?" Tears welled in the female's eyes, as if she could not bear to let them fall. After a long pause, she dazedly nodded, then shook her head. Ultimately, she seemed to convince herself, biting back tears and nodding once more. "All right," Duan Xiaoxi said, lightly tapping the female's nose, "that I will hide you, and in exchange, you will tell me." When Qin Shuo returned with the leopard tribe's priest, Duan Xiaoxi was sitting at the head of the bed, her expression calm. While Yin Xiao had surprisingly awakened to half reclining against Duan Xiaoxi, she did not mind his presence, allowing him to dangle like an ornament on her back. The female brought back by Yin Xiao was squatting in the corner, her large eyes brimming with tears, casting furtive glances at Duan Xiaoxi, yet too timid to look directly at her. Qin Shuo found it puzzling. Clearly, this child had been very clingy to Duan Xiaoxi over a bowl of rice just moments before. But what was it to him? He shrugged, leaning against the wall with crossed arms. Azay stood beside him, tilting his little head to glance at him, but remained silent. Chapter 55. Secrets. When the priest arrived, Duan Xiaoxi rose to greet her, yet was tightly ensnared by Yin Xiao. The priest, seeing this, found herself frozen in place, unable to advance or retreat. Her steps halted, her lips seemingly glued shut. Two pairs of eyes collided in the air, having not seen each other in a long while, and there was a certain familiarity between them. Duan Xiaoxi was well aware of this woman's feelings towards Yin Xiao, yet it was precisely because of this that she placed her trust in Lan He. Duan Xiaoxi maintained a composed demeanor, not adopting the aggressive stance of a victor that the priest might have expected. She said to Lan He, "It has been a long time, priest, that I had no choice but to summon you at this late hour. I hope you can forgive me." "And no trouble at all," Lan He replied, approaching and glancing at Yin Xiao along the way, but he did not spare her a single glance, making his indifference clear. She forced a faint smile and said, "Come, let me take a look." Lan He meticulously examined Yin Xiao's injuries, raising no objections to the treatment prescribed by the royal city priest. Qin Shuo handed her the small vial given by the royal city priest, and after gently sniffing it, she said, "I do not recognize this, but since he has awakened, there should be no major issues. That if you do not trust this medicine, you need not take it." Lan He prepared to leave. Duan Xiaoxi stood to intercept her, glancing at the female by the wall, and said perhaps the priest could take a look at her as well. Lan He nodded. Upon hearing this, the female instinctively recoiled. But Duan Xiaoxi cast a light glance her way, rendering the young girl too frightened to move. She could only timidly ask Lan He to examine her. When Lan He attempted to part the female's legs for examination, Duan Xiaoxi interjected, "This space is limited. Perhaps the priest could move to the empty room next door for her examination, where you can work more comfortably." Lan He seemed to understand Duan Xiaoxi's intention. After all, examining a female, especially one so frightened, before three males who were all in committed relationships was not an ideal situation. She nodded in agreement. Lan He spent considerable time examining the female, and upon exiting, went directly to Duan Xiaoxi's room. Seeing her emerge, Duan Xiaoxi immediately stood up and inquired, "How is she?" Lan He wore a troubled expression, and when faced with Duan Xiaoxi's question, she hesitated, speaking only vague and inconsequential remarks. However, Duan Xiaoxi noticed Yin Xiao covertly lifting one eyelid to glance at Lan He. Understanding dawned within her, and she did not wish to pressure Lan He. Her willingness to make this long journey was already generous enough. "There is no need for you to elaborate, priest. I do not understand these matters. That I merely ask that you spare no effort." With that, she cast a sidelong glance at Yin Xiao, implying that she would not pry into his little secrets, but he should handle the situation accordingly. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. He thought to himself, this is going to be problematic. Thus, he lay back on the bed, feigning death, quickly closing his eyes and avoiding any errant glances. The small interactions between the two did not escape Lan He's notice, leaving her in a state of awkwardness. After a long pause, she finally said, "It is quite late. You should rest well, and I will not disturb you further." How could this be considered a disturbance? Duan Xiaoxi waved her hand at Azay, who nodded and promptly left. The roads were treacherous at night, and returning now would likely mean they would not arrive until dawn, that if the priest does not mind. Perhaps you could stay here for the night, Duan Xiaoxi suggested, noticing her attempt to refuse. Should Yin Xiao have any issues during the night, it would be convenient for you to attend to him. Indeed, upon mentioning Yin Xiao, Lan He's demeanor wavered. The innocent Yin Xiao's brow furrowed once more, thinking, how can you be so unscrupulous? Why must you use me as a shield to keep her here for the night? Fortunately, the residence that Duan Xiaoxi had purchased was quite spacious. The first floor was unoccupied, and she quickly tidied it up for the priest and her group of males to stay for the night. Though there were many of them, the space was large enough that the dozen or so people did not feel cramped. After settling Lan He and her group, Duan Xiaoxi stood outside the door and said to Lan He, "Priest, may I have a word?" Lan He was somewhat bewildered, instinctively thinking that this person wished to discuss Yin Xiao. She felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. She was not one to cling stubbornly to someone. Since Yin Xiao had already formed a bond, she no longer harbored any thoughts of him. That yes, she hesitated, thinking it might be best to clarify things with her. Duan Xiaoxi continued, "It is not as you presume. Priest, this is a personal matter." This left Lan He even more perplexed, yet she nodded slightly in acknowledgement and followed Duan Xiaoxi to the courtyard. The courtyard was spacious and quite open, although male beastmen had excellent hearing. It would still be quite difficult for them to overhear their conversation. Duan Xiaoxi leaned in close to Lan He and whispered, "To be frank, I sought you out to request a contraceptive potion." Lan He was taken aback, but seeing Duan Xiaoxi's resolute gaze, she knew that such matters were not ones that an outsider could easily inquire about. However, if it concerned Yin Xiao, she could not easily agree. She shared a certain bond with him. "What do you need it for?" Lan He asked softly. "Did I ask Yin Xiao aware of this?" Duan Xiaoxi smiled faintly. "He is not aware at all. There is no need for you to overthink it." "Priest, I have merely heard that contraceptive potions can delay estrus. I have calculated the timing, and my estrus period is likely to arrive in about half a month. However, I must leave for a trip soon, which may last anywhere from half a month to a month. So," understanding that this priest from the leper tribe was unaware that she had experienced her estrus cycle just last month, she decided to be forthright. After hearing this, Lan He visibly relaxed, saying, "Indeed, some contraceptive potions can delay estrus, but they can be harmful to the body. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Duan Xiaoxi nodded. "Modern contraceptive pills and ancient contraceptive decoctions can suppress ovulation. Without ovulation, there will naturally be no pregnancy. That no ovulation means no menstruation. That it is indeed a last resort, but there is simply no other choice." Duan Xiaoxi sighed, requesting the priest to keep this matter confidential, that if my males were to find out, they would certainly make a fuss. "Very well. I usually carry some in my medical basket. I will go retrieve it for you." "Thank you, Yin Xiao waited for a long time without anyone appearing, and he turned over, intending to seek them out himself. However, the movement aggravated his wound, causing him to groan and clutch his abdomen. Just then, he caught sight of Duan Xiaoxi, leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, wearing a playful expression. Not asleep yet. Yin Xiao felt a pang of embarrassment, silently lying back down, still clutching his belly and making pitiful sounds. Unable to sleep due to the pain that he had initially intended to feign distress, but it seemed the other party was not swayed by his act, continuing to observe him from the doorframe. Unable to withstand the scrutiny any longer, Yin Xiao stopped groaning and sat up, tossing aside the covers to reveal the glaring white bandages wrapped around his waist, now faintly stained with blood. Duan Xiaoxi raised an eyebrow, yet remained silent. She intended for Yin Xiao to explain himself. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Yin Xiao, seemingly unsatisfied that his wound had not torn enough, attempted to stand up. As Duan Xiaoxi extended her hand to halt him, Yin Xiao obediently ceased his movements. "Don't you have any questions for me?" he inquired, a hint of annoyance in his tone, his gaze cast downward as he furtively glanced up to gauge Duan Xiaoxi's expression. Yet, she bore no discernible emotion and countered, "What about you? Is there something you wish to convey to me?" The room was illuminated by a rudimentary oil lamp crafted from animal fat, its flickering yellow light casting a wavering glow upon the small confines, yet failing to illuminate the faces of the two individuals. After Duan Xiaoxi's inquiry, a prolonged silence enveloped them, punctuated only by the occasional crackle of the flame and the rhythmic cadence of their heartbeats and breaths. Eventually, as the cotton wick of the lamp burned down to half its length, it was Yin Xiao who yielded first. That female was rescued by me from Bone City. Yes, I am aware, Yin Xiao continued, raising his head as he spoke in a low voice, that it was my error to draw you into the vortex of Wang City, and thus I am even more reluctant to entangle you in the sordid past. He paused before adding, her identity is fraught with complications. I cannot divulge it to you, nor should you seek to uncover it. She is a specter who perished a decade ago, sustained by humiliation and hatred until our paths crossed. Eduan, I require the secrets she possesses. They are of utmost importance to me. Once more, silence enveloped the air, with Duan Xiao, she maintaining a stoic demeanor, her thoughts inscrutable. She suddenly realized that, in truth, her knowledge of Yin Xiao was rather scant. Eduan, I hope you will remain untainted in the future, untouched by the dust of the past. Simply forge ahead. The refuse on the ground does not merit your pause. And what about you? What does it mean for you to stop for me? Me? Yin Xiao chuckled softly. Do not halt on my account. Indeed, I will not grant you the opportunity to do so. Rest assured, wherever you go, I shall follow, making it impossible for you to shake me off. The following day, upon awakening, Yin Xiao discovered Duan Xiao. She seated at the edge of his bed, her head resting against the wall as she dozed. One hand dangled over her knee while the other was clasped tightly within his grasp. After their conversation the previous evening, the atmosphere had turned somewhat disconcerting. Duan Xiao, she had mentioned that lying together would press against his injury, prompting her to relocate to the rabbit's room to join Aze in a nest. However, he sensed that her reluctance to share a bed with him stemmed more from a desire to admonish him than from any concern for his wound. Was she upset? Yet, how had she ended up at his bedside so early in the morning? Could it be that you sleepwalked last night and carried me out from the rabbit's den? Now that was a feat akin to a tiger's prowess. Duan Xiao, she remarked upon awakening. Yin Xiao smiled, expressing disbelief in truth. He had spent a lonely, cold night, injured and compelled to sleep alone in the solitude of the night. His heart was adrift, leading to an amplified sense of sorrow. The sounds of his restless sighs, amplified in the silence, were enough to disturb Duan Xiao Shi, who lay just on the other side of the wall, making his lamentations seem rather eerie. Unable to suppress his concern, he had donned a robe to investigate the whereabouts of the black leopard. Out of a humanitarian impulse, he tucked the blanket over her head, but as he turned to leave, she had unexpectedly seized his hair. Duan Xiao, she was rendered speechless, thinking to herself how the reality of the situation diverged starkly from the drama she had watched. Typically, the male protagonist would not resort to grasping the female lead in such a grotesque manner while ill. Reluctantly, she found herself seated at the edge of the bed, attempting to pry his fingers away. Yet despite her utmost effort, she was unable to do so. The stubborn man continued to mumble incoherently, and in her frustration, she was tempted to slap him. Thus, she did just that. However, this persistent tormentor merely tightened his grip on her wrist. While he relinquished her hair, her escape was still thwarted in exasperation. Duan Xiao, she resigned herself to counting Yin Zhao's eyelashes, while he continued to mumble, Eduan, until, unbeknownst to her, she drifted off to sleep against the wall. Yin Xiao, naturally, found her claims of sleepwalking implausible. After a moment's contemplation, the pieces fell into place, leaving him profoundly moved that he abruptly pulled her into the warmth of the blankets, murmuring, Did you sit up all night? More like the middle of the night. Duan Xiao, she corrected hoarsely. Does it still hurt? Yin Xiao held her tightly, whispering, It does, it hurts a great deal. Where does it hurt? Your stomach or your forehead? Duan Xiao, she feigned an attempt to rise. The priestess is still here. I shall call her. Don't move. It pains me, he insisted, keeping her close. Let me accompany you for a while, and it won't hurt as much. Chapter 56. The competition, though he suggested they rest together for a while. Duan Xiao, she found herself lacking in drowsiness. Lying beside Yin Xiao, she traced the contours of the man's rugged silhouette with her gaze. Pondering whether injuries rendered one more prone to slumber, she quietly rose from the bed, attempting to do so without waking him. He merely turned over, appearing somewhat flustered as he struggled to open his eyes. Mumbling incoherently, Duan Xiao, she gently patted his shoulder, akin to soothing a child, and he merely murmured a few more words before succumbing to sleep once more. She had intended to inquire whether they should inform the Leopard King of recent events. But observing his boyish profile, she decided it was better to avoid unnecessary complications. Duan Xiao, she had no interest in undertaking thankless tasks. As she descended the stairs, lost in thought, she unexpectedly encountered the somewhat subdued Qin Shua. Suddenly recalling that it was his birthday, maintaining a semblance of warmth, she greeted him cheerfully. The mysterious female, having forgotten her manners, trailed behind Duan Xiao, she like a small shadow. Upon seeing the male in the household, she instinctively shrank back and clung to Duan Xiao's arm. Curiously, despite her arrival being less than a day prior, Duan Xiao, she appeared completely unfazed by the situation. Early in the morning, she found herself surrounded by two smaller companions. Aze, disliking the female, frequently sought to provoke her. Whenever Aze approached, the female would retreat to Duan Xiao, resulting in a playful chase around her. With supplies running low, and Yin Xiao injured while the priestess remained asleep, Duan Xiao, she felt compelled to enlist Qin Shua's aid in hunting, as it would be quite unreasonable to expect the injured and their guests to provide sustenance for the household on their own. Wazi, are you going hunting? Duan Xiao, she inquired, standing before Qin Shua's door, fully dressed and prepared to leave. Qin Shua, standing within the threshold, appeared somewhat surprised at her appearance. Duan Xiao, she's hair was tied back with a string, forming a lively and spirited high ponytail, while her bangs fell haphazardly, the uneven lengths tucked behind her ears. A look she had not sported in quite some time. Had it been any other day, such a sight would have been rare. Although she often seemed diligent, she was quite lazy regarding her own affairs. If the bedding could remain unmade, it would. If her hair could flow freely, it would remain untied. Even when she did tie her hair, it was typically in a low ponytail. While her usual appearance exuded a languid charm, this newfound look was strikingly refreshing, transforming her aura from that of a leisurely beauty to one of sharp elegance. What are you dressed like this for? Planning to venture into the mountains to hunt tigers or set sail to capture whales? Qin Shua remarked with raised eyebrows, stepping closer to her, bending slightly as they stood face to face. Mere inches apart. Duan Xiao, she twisted her neck, feeling a bit stiff from sleeping against the wall. It's just a spur-of-the-moment decision. Do you look good? When do you not look good? With that face and figure. Even a bird's nest atop your head would still be beautiful, Qin Shua chuckled, observing the faint bruises under her eyes, thinking to himself, indeed, Yin Xiao has his ways. He can make a female stay up late. Flattery, Duan Xiao, she retorted, rolling her eyes. Are you going to gather food from the forest? Shall we go together? Yes, that is Duan Xiao. She stepped aside to allow Qin Shua passage. She couldn't help but notice a slight change in his demeanor. She mused that this fellow seemed somewhat different today. Though he continued to jest, there was a newfound steadiness to him. How to put it? He appeared more composed. Reflecting on this, Duan Xiao, she thought it might not be so bad if he were to maintain this sense of tranquility throughout the year. With her bow slung over her shoulder, Duan Xiao, she leaped onto Qin Shua's back, appearing from a distance like a general leading her army into battle, astride a majestic tiger. The tiger roared, charging forward toward the distant forest with an undeniable aura of invincibility. Upon reaching the woods, Duan Xiao, she discovered that her arrows had dulled due to poor storage, their sharpness diminished, and the bow itself bore various degrees of wear and rust. Nonetheless, it remained functional, albeit requiring more effort to draw, and occasionally necessitating the use of one or two extra arrows as they rode through the forest. Qin Shua's keen eyesight allowed him to spot darting wild rabbits from 100 meters away, while Duan Xiao, she's senses were less acute in this regard. However, their synergy was undeniable. Whenever Qin Shua slowed his pace, Duan Xiao, she would knock an arrow and aim in the direction indicated by the tiger's gaze. And sure enough, they would soon spot a small rabbit or raccoon in the underbrush. Just then, a brown and black stag leaped through the trees. This time, Qin Shua did not react, prompting Duan Xiao to give him a light tap on the head. He turned back, his tiger eyes clouded with confusion. Duan Xiao, she felt frustrated, realizing he likely believed he was incapable of hunting larger game, hence his decision not to linger before the stag. Gritting her teeth, she dismounted from the tiger's back. With a few quick strides, she darted into the dense thicket. The underbrush was thick, and Duan Xiao, she's slender frame allowed her to conceal herself perfectly as she crouched down. She raised her formidable bow behind the tree, the arrow's tip aimed squarely at the majestic stag meandering through the forest. Qin Shua narrowed his eyes, slowing his pace. seamlessly blending into the wilderness where the sounds and shadows dissipated, rendering him a mere whisper amidst the foliage. He had no intention of competing with Duan Xiaoxi for this quarry. Instead, he concealed himself in the thicket, quietly observing her poised silhouette as she drew back her bowstring. A gentle breeze perpetually graced the forest, especially during the tranquil hours of dawn and dusk. Though slight, it was just enough to lift the ends of Duan Xiaoxi's hair, creating a playful arc that danced in the air. Just as she fully drew her bow, she revealed two small, sharp canine teeth, forming a silent challenge with her lips that in that fleeting moment, Qin Shua grasped her intent. "Dare you? Let us compete." The tiger narrowed its eyes and turned its gaze toward the unsuspecting stag. Oblivious to the impending danger, suddenly a fierce gust swept through, causing leaves to flutter down like confetti. In that infinitesimal instant, both Duan Xiaoxi and Qin Shua launched their strikes at the stag. Duan Xiaoxi's arrow narrowly grazed Qin Shua's whiskers before embedding itself in the stag's shoulder. The creature, startled by the pain, let out a cry and bolted forward, while Duan Xiaoxi's second arrow was already clutched in her hand as Qin Shua advanced with predatory grace. The forest floor stirred with the rustle of branches and leaves. Birds took flight in a cacophony of alarm, and amidst the swirling dust, Qin Shua's fangs sank into the stag's jugular. The stag thrashed for a moment before its limbs ceased to move, yielding to the inevitable. Meanwhile, Duan Xiaoxi's arrow stood resolutely embedded in the trunk beside Qin Shua, having pierced through a slender silver-ringed snake, its exposed tongue suggesting it may have been attempting to strike at Qin Shua before its demise. Astonished, Qin Shua turned to see Duan Xiaoxi's radiant face illuminated by sunlight. Her ponytail swaying as stray strands framed her smiling eyes, that he mused that this confident and exuberant version of Duan Xiaoxi was perhaps her true self. Revealing genuine happiness for the first time, the tiger stood beside the stag's carcass, and upon noticing Duan Xiaoxi's raised brow and playful gesture, it acknowledged her unspoken words. "What you have hunted is yours." In just 2 short hours, the pair had amassed an impressive haul. Qin Shua carried the stag's body, while Duan Xiaoxi perched atop the tiger's back, her collection of various birds and a few rabbits and raccoons bound together with vines for ease of transport. Upon reaching the city gates, however, the heavens conspired against them, releasing a gentle drizzle. Qin Shua glanced back, signaling to Duan Xiaoxi that he intended to hasten his pace, to which she responded with a slight nod. Wrapping her arms around the tiger's neck, the 4-tiered beast moved swiftly, bringing Duan Xiaoxi home in no time. Yet upon arrival, she discovered that 2 of her feathered arrows were missing. This was a matter of some significance. If they were washed away by the rain and mud, it would pose no problem, but the thought of them falling into the hands of those with ill intent was concerning. After all, the arrowheads were forged from steel. Frustrated, Duan Xiaoxi expressed her discontent. Qin Shua waved dismissively. "A trivial matter. I shall venture out to retrieve them." Duan Xiaoxi pondered for a moment before agreeing. "All right, let us go together." Qin Shua bent slightly, a smirk curling his lips, having just transformed from a tiger back to human form, entirely unclothed. "This is a minor issue. You need not accompany me," he quipped. "But by the way, you wouldn't be harboring feelings for me, would you, little female?" Duan Xiaoxi shot him an incredulous glance, the phrase "the face of a man lost to the void" resonating in her mind. Qin Shua, perplexed, asked, "Are you insulting me?" Duan Xiaoxi flicked her ponytail, pausing in mock surprise. "No way, you just realized that. You're being too much." Qin Shua flitted around her like a butterfly. "Speak more if you can. I can barely get a bark out of my silly dog." "You just call me a silly dog." "No, I meant you're more foolish than a dog." What of it after all this back and forth?" "Isn't it tiresome, silly dog?" A's, standing inside the door, watched the harmonious exchange between the two as they exited, rolling his eyes and proceeding to prepare a meal with the bounty they had just brought home. Fortunately, the males of Lian he assisted him, alleviating his burden. The rain was light but persistent. Qin Shua plucked a large leaf to shield Duan Xiaoxi from the downpour, and indeed, they found the arrows along their return path. Retrieving them was effortless, but as they made their way back, the rain intensified, causing a flurry of leaves to cascade from the treetops. Duan Xiaoxi shifted forward, using the foliage to shield Qin Shua's head. Seizing the moment, Qin Shua glanced back and noticed that Duan Xiaoxi appeared unbothered. Yet her gaze seemed to drift far away, unbeknownst to her that a bright, white figure had been trailing them for quite some time. As soon as they entered the city gates, Duan Xiaoxi shed her trepidation. With a playful pat on Qin Shua's tiger head, she nimbly leaped down and exclaimed, "Come, transform into a human." Qin Shua, confused yet obedient, complied. Upon seeing his transformation, Duan Xiaoxi produced a leather skirt from seemingly nowhere and tossed it at him, urging, "Put it on, quickly." She resembled a child, impatiently urging her parents to head to the park. Qin Shua eyed the skirt suspiciously, doubting her intentions. The small pavilion of the gatekeepers offered a refuge from the rain. Understanding that females are inherently fragile, Qin Shua suggested they take shelter there until the rain subsided. The gatekeepers exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, declaring it an honor to shelter a delicate beauty from the rain. To their surprise, Duan Xiaoxi scoffed, replying, "What else with this fuss? It's just a bit of rain. Why be cowardly?" Qin Shua, crouched in the corner, glanced up at her with wide tiger eyes, embodying the essence of a foolish dog. "Finish dressing first. Otherwise, it looks like you're squatting to relieve yourself." After sizing him up, Duan Xiaoxi turned her gaze away in disdain. However, once Qin Shua donned the skirt, Duan Xiaoxi wasted no time, tossing a large leaf into his arms with a mischievous grin and, taking advantage of his momentary distraction, sprinted into the rain. The gatekeepers were left dumbfounded. Qin Shua's exclamation was caught in his throat as he clutched the leaf and dashed after her. And no matter how fast Duan Xiaoxi ran, she could not outrun Qin Shua, who easily outpaced her, leaving her pouting in place. Rolling her eyes at the canopy above to be by the time they returned to the city, Qin Shua was soaked, as the leaves had only sufficed to cover Duan Xiaoxi. His golden hair clung to his face, and he was draped only in a short leather skirt, giving him an almost ethereal appearance, as if a beautiful man had just emerged from the bath. "What is this?" he exclaimed, "that I'm sharing in your trials and tribulations?" Duan Xiaoxi teased, raising an eyebrow as she appraised his drenched form with exaggerated pity. "Goodness, even a drenched dog looks less pathetic than you." Though he wasn't truly distressed, the dynamic between Duan Xiaoxi and Qin Shua had always been oddly playful, with Duan Xiaoxi adopting a teasing tone akin to that of a mischievous imp. "Hey, can you not exercise some restraint?" Qin Shua retorted, hands on his hips. "That I already have." She shot back, brushing his hand away as she dashed off. Qin Shua pursued her without a second thought, abandoning the leaf and shouting, "You going the wrong way." Duan Xiaoxi ignored him entirely, her braid bouncing joyfully through the misty rain, each splash resembling the swish of a youthful dress. She sprinted ahead without looking back. But just as Qin Shua caught up, she seized his wrist in that moment. Qin Shua slowed, captivated by the droplets of rain glistening on her forehead, inhaling the sweet scent of her hair that danced in the air. He could hear her heart racing, her face alight with a fervent smile, a rare sight of youthful vigor and spirited exuberance. "Foolish dog. Why are you dawdling? Run, faster." Duan Xiaoxi laughed, drenched yet unfazed, bounding forth like a spirited sprite, declaring, "If you miss the sun, you'll also miss the stars." An odd sentiment, yet he understood it in a strange way. Qin Shua hesitated, slowing to a stop, allowing the late spring rain to drench him completely. "Foolish dog. Whoever reaches home first wins. Come, dare you to compete?" Duan Xiaoxi shouted, her focus solely on the race ahead, seemingly oblivious to his halt. "I lost to you in the hunt. This time, I shall claim victory." "You scoundrel." Qin Shua stood, entranced by her swiftly retreating figure, frustration washing over him as he raked his damp hair back, the corners of his mouth curling up as he shouted, "You want to win? Dream on. Everything's possible in dreams." He was not a foolish dog. He had not been lost in thought. Instead, he stood there pondering the peculiarities of fate, realizing that if one knew it would rain today, avoiding it was as simple as staying indoors. Yet the connections between people are wondrously intricate. They are not merely storms to be evaded. With a few swift strides, Qin Shua closed the distance to Duan Xiaoxi, maintaining a pace just a couple of steps ahead of her, a distance allowing her to see him, yet not quite reach him. "That I ask that all you've got?" he taunted, even moving backward effortlessly, a smug grin plastered on his face. "Need me to give you a head start? Damn it, if you dare to let it slide, I will reveal your secret fear of cockroaches." Duan Xiaoxi ultimately succumbed to her own vulgarity. Qin Shua's pupils trembled with astonishment. "How do you know?" Duan Xiaoxi's eyes widened in shock. No way. There are actually foolish dogs afraid of cockroaches. Duan Xiaoxi, you're my lifelong adversary. Chapter 57. The gift. Duan Xiaoxi's physical abilities are quite commendable. Even after neglecting training in the Beast era, she could easily manage 800 or 1,000 with no trouble at all. Naturally, Qin Shuo would not be lenient. He couldn't afford to let slip that secret about her fear of cockroaches. Yet, he did not accelerate, maintaining a stable distance between himself and Duan Xiaoxi. Thus, they did not spend much time in their playful pursuit of one another. However, their return home caused quite a commotion. As soon as they entered, a multitude of heads emerged in unison. Qin Shuo was momentarily bewildered to see the Lion King holding Duan Xiaoxi's homemade spatula, adorned with a makeshift apron she had crafted. Peering through the small kitchen window, nodding in acknowledgement, A's, displaying impatience, greeted Qin Shuo and then sternly commanded Duan Xiaoxi to take a hot shower. After issuing these orders, upon entering the kitchen, he discovered that the Lion King had transformed a pot of vegetables into an exquisite shade of black. The family of priests staying at their residence had kindled a fire in the kitchen, intending to prepare a freshly skinned deer carcass. Upon their return, they greeted the duo with considerable enthusiasm. Lan He, being less acquainted with them, waved awkwardly and retreated. Another frequent visitor, Huai Su, the new neighbor of Duan Xiaoxi, had also recently arrived in the royal city. Having met during the duel competition, they got along splendidly. Upon seeing them return, the neighbor waved with familiarity, signaling to Duan Xiaoxi that he had come once again to mooch a meal. This grand spectacle left Qin Shuo utterly dumbfounded. He grasped Duan Xiaoxi, who was holding a bath basket, and whispered, "What is going on?" Duan Xiaoxi responded with an equally perplexed expression, "I don't know. Do you truly not know, or are you feigning ignorance?" Qin Shuo leaned in closer to Duan Xiaoxi's ear, occasionally glancing at the lively crowd, seemingly startled. "Are you a little girl? Or perhaps a social phobic?" Duan Xiaoxi nonchalantly cleared her waterlogged ear, and, seizing the moment he turned away, discreetly glanced at him. When he turned back, she pointed to the ground and said coolly, "Oh dear, a cockroach." Qin Shuo leaped 3 feet into the air, clutching the weight-bearing pillar between the first and second floors, displaying agility that left Duan Xiaoxi in awe. "Where?" he whispered, his voice laced with panic. Duan Xiaoxi remained unfazed, pointing at the empty floor and fabricating a lie. "Right beneath your feet. Hurry down and squash it." I believe you can do it. A man must never admit defeat to go for it." With that, she hummed a cheerful tune and headed off to bathe. When Duan Xiaoxi emerged from her shower, she found Qin Shuo still clinging to the pillar, eyes shut, gazing down with the demeanor of a warrior about to face death. "Hey, wake up!" Duan Xiaoxi waved her hand in front of his eyes. "Open your eyes! Oh my, what a little girl you are. Scared of cockroaches, Tay." Qin Shuo kept his eyes shut, trembling against the pillar. The tail of the tiger was stiff before Duan Xiaoxi, akin to a wooden stick. "Did you possess any common sense? Cockroaches enjoy climbing high too," she remarked, observing Qin Shuo's tail for a moment before reaching out and withdrawing her hand. "What if it climbs onto you while your eyes are closed?" As the tail visibly stiffened, nearly striking Duan Xiaoxi on the head. She deftly dodged. "Just kidding, come down, it's safe." With that, she strolled into the kitchen as if taking a leisurely walk. Coincidentally, the Lion King entered, cradling a large fish. Duan Xiaoxi rolled up her sleeves to gut the fish, planning to make a simple fish stew. The Lion King, slicing scallions beside her, quietly asked, "I think I just heard Qin Shuo scream, Dedo." "You must have misheard," Duan Xiaoxi boldly replied without turning her head. The Lion King's linear thinking led him to conclude, "Oh, it must have been the chickens in your yard." Duan Xiaoxi countered, "It could also have been a wild boar." "What wild boar?" The Lion King pondered, then returned to his vegetable chopping with determination. "It was definitely a chicken." After a lively lunch with the crowd, Duan Xiaoxi suddenly felt as if it were the new year. Meanwhile, Yin Xiao and the little female were locked together, clinging to the window, despondent. After bidding farewell to a throng of beastly guests, Qin Shuo stood in the courtyard, lost in thought, while Ace quietly tidied up the remnants of the meal, casting a glance at the foolish dog. Suddenly, he sighed and entered the kitchen. Once Duan Xiaoxi returned from seeing off the guests, she quietly approached Qin Shuo, offering him a simple umbrella while she settled on the dry ground in front of the main house. "Shall we sit?" Qin Shuo nodded silently, taking a seat beside Duan Xiaolevan. Ate tea that moment. The courtyard was eerily quiet, save for the gentle patter of rain on the bluestone tiles, creating a crisp, melodic sound. Suddenly, Qin Shuo broke the silence, cheerfully saying, I wonder how long this rain will last. However, after the first rain in the royal city ends, the second will come swiftly, followed by the third and fourth, until a deluge that signifies the onset of the rainy season descends. Little female, the rainy season is approaching, and soon it will rain every day, just like this, making it impossible for you to venture outside. If that happens, I wonder when I'll see you sporting those braids again, that I can braid my hair anytime. Duan Xiaoxi replied, gazing at the curtain of rain. What does that have to do with the weather? Yet I feel that with those braids, if you don't venture into the forest to draw your bow and shoot arrows, or run wild through the streets of the royal city, something seems amiss. You truly are a little girl, Duan Xiaoxi remarked, resting her chin on her palm and glancing at him. You have so many concerns. Qin Shuo thought to himself that such matters could not be discussed seriously. Just as he was about to tease her, he noticed her reclining back, cradling her head and lying on the stone steps, her gaze directed towards the blank ceiling. But little troubles abound. Anyway, my grandmother has many issues too. Qin Shuo was taken aback, listening as she continued. Before I turned 10, I was always alone. Not in the sense of drifting alone on a deserted island, but rather, I felt like an outcast among others. You might not understand that I couldn't comprehend why so many children isolated me, that I thought it must be because my grandmother was a fierce and ruthless character. Though she is no longer young, she would chase off the children who bullied me with a broom, pursuing them from the school gate to my doorstep. That time, I resented her for driving away my friends one by one with her broom. I blamed her for treating me so harshly. Yet, my grandmother remained unfazed. While I timidly sought to please everyone, she was busy chasing my friends down one alley after another with a wooden stick that I was quite dissatisfied, and even went so far as to give her the cold shoulder for a month. At this point, Duan Xiaoxi chuckled softly. But my grandmother, clinging to the tail end of that month, bought me a protective talisman from a street trickster, claiming it had been blessed for safety till we reconciled in a mundane manner. In truth, I had wanted to make amends with her for quite some time, but I hesitated due to pride that I don't genuinely blame her. I merely despise myself. How could someone like me, who caused my grandmother to lose a daughter who loved her dearly, ever have the right to love her? Qin Shuo gazed at her in silence, recalling his own past, the brilliant white tiger that shone throughout his life that he knew his father could have lived well. Even if expelled from the royal city, that proud fifth-tier beast man should have had no vulnerabilities. Yet he chose to keep himself close, feeling so weak, harboring such hatred. But now Qin Shuo pondered, did he truly hate him? After all, he was the only one in this world who loved him to know that couldn't be right. There was also a mother who probably loved him too. Yet, as Duan Xiaoxi articulated, his father had caused the demise of all her companions. How could he accept her love? Unexpectedly, he realized that his grandmother saw right through him. How infuriating! Duan Xiaoxi wiped her face roughly, smiling as she said, when my grandmother handed me the protective talisman. She said, Lulu, there is no need to dwell on the past or reminisce. One must look forward. As she spoke these words, her gaze met Qin Shuo's, and in that moment, he heard her echo, if you weep for having missed the sun, you shall also miss the stars. That I am indeed working to untangle my own knots, but my grandmother has forgotten. What does it mean to forget? Qin Shuo lay down, turning his face towards Duan Xiaoxi. I'm ill. Duan Xiaoxi indicated her head, looking at Qin Shuo as she replied, a sickness that lurks in the mind, consuming people's memories. With that, she sat up and retrieved a faded red cloth bag from her pocket, embroidered with the characters for peace. After untying it, she pulled out a red string, on which was threaded a wooden bead the size of a thumb. This is for you. Consider it a birthday gift. Don't disdain it. Qin Shuo, somewhat dazed, extended his hand, and Duan Xiaoxi, taking advantage of the moment, placed it gently into the palm of Qin Shuo's hand. That it was smooth and rounded, still warm with the essence of femininity. Once it protected me. Now it shall safeguard you. May it shield you year after year, day after day, ensuring your safety. This, the talisman of peace you spoke of. Duan Xiaoxi, having brushed off the dirt from her body, stood up and looking down from her elevated position, rolled her eyes with an unyielding tone. Foolish mutt. What else could it be? Sheep droppings. Truly, she was a master of ruining the mood, Qin Shuo mused inwardly, clicking his tongue in admiration. Sitting up straight, he grasped her wrist, preventing her from leaving, and inquired, "Where did you learn those words?" After staring at her hand for a moment, he added, "Release me, quickly, that if I let go. Can you come over and hit me?" Qin Shua chuckled. "Let go, then return my precious treasure." The corners of Duan Xiaoxi's eyes reddened slightly, yet she still exuded an air of dominance that I want to return it. You've already given it away, so what sense is there in wanting it back? Qin Shua swiftly withdrew his other hand behind him, resembling a child guarding his food. "You are being utterly unreasonable." With a dramatic roll of her eyes, Duan Xiaoxi appeared both mocking and irritable. Unexpectedly, she settled back in her previous position, exclaiming with impatience, "What I told you today is a secret. Do you hear?" "Fine," Qin Shua replied readily. "Then you're not allowed to tell anyone about my fear of cockroaches." "Deal." Duan Xiaoxi rose once more now. "Can you finally let go?" Qin Shua pondered for a moment and replied, "Then you pull me up. What are you waiting for? How many days have you been here? Still treating yourself like a little wife, Qin's sister? Are your legs weak or something? Is it that difficult to stand up by yourself? Should I get you a servant to assist you?" Whenever faced with Qin Shua, Duan Xiaoxi's sharp tongue found no refuge. Perhaps this was the candidness that existed between kindred spirits. No need, no need. "Why would I? That would cost money, you know. Lu can come personally." Qin Shua winked in mockery. Duan Xiaoxi, feeling a lump in her throat, kicked him. Yin Xiao, feeling neglected during the day, clung to her at night, refusing to let her leave. Duan Xiaoxi was not one to easily yield either, so both retreated a step. She slept beside Yin Xiao, with a distinct boundary between them to prevent this fellow from succumbing to his primal instincts. She even brought a rabbit to share her bed. That night, unable to sleep, Qin Shua rested his head on one arm, observing the sandalwood beads on his other wrist that as he gazed, he suddenly heard a commotion in the adjacent room. Duan Xiaoxi sneered, "Can't sleep? Huh, it must be too lively with too many people that if we leave, you'll surely sleep soundly all alone." Yin Xiao plaintively pawed at her pant leg. Duan Xiaoxi coldly retorted, "Paw, you've crossed the line." Yin Xiao yelped and retreated, his large leopard-like eyes fixed on Duan Xiaoxi, shimmering with moisture in the night, resembling two bright lanterns. She promptly seized his ear, scolding him. "What did the priest say?" Rest well, that can't you understand animal language? And what on earth occupies your mind all day? It's nothing but mating, filthy, grotesque, indecent." 2 days later, the Lion King awaited his party at the city gate, choosing to depart under the cover of darkness to avoid drawing attention. However, a throng gathered at the city gate, gazing up at the sky and down at the ground, mostly because Yin Xiao, who was overly clingy, stubbornly accompanied them, that he insisted on escorting them all the way to the gate, placing himself between the party and Duan Xiaoxi, his formidable frame shielding her completely. Duan Xiaoxi smiled and pinched his cheek, exclaiming jealousy. Yin Xiao grasped her cool fingertips in his palm, saying, "Hey, heartless." Yet heartless didn't quite capture the essence of her feelings. When the Lion King urged them to leave, Duan Xiaoxi felt a twinge of reluctance, unconsciously furrowing her brow, which did not escape Yin Xiao's notice. Not willing to let her go, he pulled her close, glaring at Qin Shua in the process. Gritting his teeth, he whispered in Duan Xiaoxi's ear, "Only those from home can be yours. If you dare bring back another male, I will bite him to death." Duan Xiaoxi stood on her toes, rubbing his nape, understanding this to mean he accepted her bond with Qin Shua. Acknowledging this silently, she refrained from speaking. She never allowed private promises that provide comfort at this moment. To smooth her fur was already a profound act of affection. The Lion King urged them once more, and Yin Xiao reluctantly released her, watching as Duan Xiaoxi stepped into the team, glancing back frequently. However, just as the city gate was about to close, a flash of white in the crowd suddenly turned back. Locking eyes with Yin Xiao, narrowing his eyes, he conveyed a sharp warning, yet the figure in the party remained unfazed. Until the gate shut tight, that flicker of bright white vanished from Yin Xiao's sight. And he did not depart Duan, amidst 100 people. Can you recognize him? Do you remember who he is? Chapter 58. Wild Fruits. The party set out to exchange sulfur, thus bringing along several carts to carry the goods. Even though a broad path had been carved through the mountains, the distance was considerable, and the Lion King worried that Duan Xiaoxi might struggle, so he settled her on a grain cart at the front of the convoy. A lion and a tiger ran alongside the cart, one on each side. With nothing to occupy her time, Duan Xiaoxi wrapped herself in a blanket from head to toe, napping during the day. The convoy was quite lengthy, with Duan Xiaoxi at the forefront, while at the very rear, a white wolf was moving silently. That night, as they rested, various beasts entered the forest in batches to satisfy their hunger. During the dull daytime, Duan Xiaoxi, following the Lion King's suggestion, sketched a map of the beast world on animal hide. At this moment, she sat on the ground by the campfire, scrutinizing it closely. When Qin Shuo returned, he brought her some fruits. The weather was warming, and it was the perfect season for ripe fruits in the woods. Having washed them, he wrapped them in animal hide and handed them to her. Sitting beside her and leaning in to ask, "What are you looking at?" The proximity between them was somewhat excessive, prompting Duan Xiaoxi to glance sideways at him. She selected 2 fruits from the pile, and as Qin Shuo had said, they were indeed freshly washed, glistening with droplets of water on their green and red surfaces. "What do you think of the map?" she inquired, munching on a fruit while studying it. "Where did you find these fruits?" My thoughts are a bit scattered. I found them by a stream in the woods." "Are they tasty? I can fetch you more." Duan Xiaoxi, maintaining her calm demeanor, raised her hand and offered the fruit. Still marked with her bite, but she sweetly turned it to her side to taste. "Why the sudden kindness towards me? Good things should be shared with brothers," Duan Xiaoxi replied flatly. "Who is your brother?" He snatched the fruit away, rolling it in his palm, and in a provocative manner, bit into the dent she left behind, all while under Duan Xiaoxi's unperturbed gaze that Tio Qin Shua's surprise, Duan Xiaoxi's smile widened as he silently chewed, instinctively sensing something amiss. Just as he contemplated the possibility of her harboring feelings for him, the fruit's juice burst upon his taste buds, unleashing an astonishingly sour bitterness that surged upward, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. "Is it delicious?" Duan Xiaoxi leaned down, intently observing Qin Shua's expression, unable to suppress a low chuckle. Qin Shua spat out the pulp, wiping his eyes, looking like a woeful little wolf dog. "Oh, this is what you wish to share with your good brother? You've lost your chance, Lulu. You won't find any brothers this way." Didn't you say you didn't want to be my brother?" Duan Xiaoxi propped her chin on her palm, her eyes sparkling, her lips curving into a smile, vibrant and alluring. As she laughed, she continued to sift through the fruits Qin Shua had brought back, spotting a bright red one after a moment of contemplation. She held it up to Qin Shua, suggesting, "Why not give it a try? Show me how to win over a good brother." Determined to prove his worth as a brother, Qin Shua swallowed hard and took a bite from the fruit she offered, instantly losing control of his expression, his handsome features scrunching together in a comical display. Unsurprisingly, this only made Duan Xiaoxi laugh harder. Time and again, the clearing at the royal camp echoed with her uncontrollable laughter. A multitude of beasts craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the beautiful female who laughed so heartily, striking a chord in the hearts of the rugged males. Yet, despite the continuous courtship along the way, every suitor met with resolute rejection, and even more absurdly, one had the audacity to drag Qin Shua into the fray to shield against competition. One wolf beast, reflecting on the past, recalled her plight. "My family is quite democratic. The opinions of the males are crucial regarding concubines. Take Yin Xiao, for instance, or Qin Shua, or even that one striving outside. Yin Chuan, alas, I am quite troubled they cause such a ruckus. I have no power over it. Perhaps you should ask Qin Shua first?" Just at that moment, Qin Shua, bewildered, turned around to ask Duan Xiaoxi what was going on and why she called him. There was still ample time, as another batch of hunters had yet to return. Qin Shua sighed lightly, turning to head back. Yet, unexpectedly, Duan Xiaoxi caught hold of the tail, rendering the entire being as motionless as if ensnared by a spell. The tail, stiffening like a rod, instantly pulled taut in Duan Xiaoxi's grasp. The sensation was delightful. Seizing the opportunity to pet the large cat, Duan Xiaoxi's spirit soared. Missing a meal seemed trivial. Originally, Qin Shua could have casually snared a rabbit or a small bird, but Duan Xiaoxi lamented the relentless meat consumption throughout the day, deeming it unbearable. This prompted Qin Shua to bring back some fruits to sample. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the fruits in this forest possessed an otherworldly flavor. What's wrong? Come back. Why are you just standing there?" He casually tugged at the plush tail in his hand, pondering how remarkably thick the tiger's tail was. And its fluffiness was particularly soothing to grasp. He recalled Yin Zhao's tail. He had never touched a leopard's tail before and resolved to try it upon his return. That why you let go of me. Qin Shua jumped 3 feet high, vividly embodying the essence of the animated character, Tigger. All right, so stingy. Before releasing, he gave the tail a vigorous stroke. The cat perched atop Qin Shua's head suddenly transformed into a great tiger with a howl, arching its back into a crescent shape and letting out a mournful cry as it dashed into the woods. Duan Xiaoxi. In the midst of this bewilderment, a pile of green fruits suddenly appeared beneath her feet, cushioned by animal skin, still washed clean. Duan Xiao, she crouched down and glanced around. The beast men sat beside their respective fires, some sharing jokes while others laughed heartily, not knowing who had sent the fruits. Duan Xiao, she hesitated to partake, gripped by fear of an assassin from another beast king mingling within their ranks, intent on bringing ruin, concerned that her momentary desire for indulgence might lead to her demise. She clung to a habit formed over years of study. When in doubt, ask. Holding the fruits before the Lion King, she inquired, Lion King, are these fruits delicious? Lion King? The beast man who had delivered the fruits. Let me try. The Lion King answered every question without fail, and not only that, he demonstrated it. He bent down, casually took a fruit from Duan Xiaoxi's embrace, and under her eager gaze, popped it into his mouth. With a crunch, he devoured half the fruit. How is it? Duan Xiaoxi asked. The Lion King's pupils dilated slightly, and he mumbled indistinctly, delicious. Yet, Duan Xiaoxi remained in front of the Lion King, holding a pile of green fruits with an eager expression. The Lion King swallowed, his throat moving, tilting his head in confusion, and under Duan Xiaoxi's watchful eyes, he took another fruit, consuming it in 2 or 3 bites, repeating, really delicious. All right. Duan Xiaoxi turned and walked away, retrieving a fruit from her pocket as she walked. Just as she took a bite, a white figure caught her peripheral vision. Stepping back to look, she saw a white-haired youth sitting among a group of various men by a distant fire, his silence concealed within their boisterous chatter. The fruits scattered across the ground, forgotten, as she headed straight for that person, enduring the arduous journey across countless fires and the thronging crowd. However, in a fleeting moment of lowering her head, that person vanished from her sight. The beastmen remained oblivious to the unfolding events, noting only that the usually impassive female furrowed her brow, anxiously scanning her surroundings as if searching for someone. When the beastmen approached to inquire, she brusquely waved them away. The Lion King, following the commotion, beheld a small figure standing by the bonfire, looking desperate and helpless, clutching a pale green wild fruit. She resembled a little girl lost in a vast wilderness, chasing after the direction in which the adult had departed, until that figure shrank to a pinprick in her vision, ultimately disappearing from sight. Realizing her surroundings were so expansive, yet not knowing where to go, she stood in place, bewildered and at a loss. Her large, solitary eyes were filled with confusion and sorrow. Chapter 59. The White Wolf. Duan Xiao, she, undeterred, dashed to the bonfire, where the surrounding beast-men stood, cautious of her expression, until a handsome fellow quietly asked, just now, was there a white-haired male sitting here, right at my feet? How amusing. How could he possibly be with the royal city's entourage? Even though few of his peers remembered him now, she could not accept it in the past. She had let him go without a second thought. But this time, she was determined to seek the truth that, he was indeed here, just moments ago, as those words escaped her lips. Duan Xiao, she felt her mind go blank for an instant, a tingling sensation spreading from her forehead, even darkening her vision momentarily. She thought, so this is what obsession feels like. The reason she had repeatedly ventured out with Yin Xiao to hunt was to catch another glimpse of that wolf beast. Yet she had failed each time, instead inadvertently gathering numerous spices from the forest. Time and again, disappointment had washed over her, awakening from dreams filled with memories of the white wolf's bloodied maw. She had even contemplated inquiring Yin Xiao about it, but ultimately dismissed the notion. How could she protect herself, let alone risk involving him? Or perhaps, that wolf beast preferred to keep his whereabouts a secret. Until this moment, until now, regardless of whether it was truly the white wolf, Duan Xiao, she was willing to take the plunge. After this journey, whatever calamity or exiled specter he might represent, she could afford to be indifferent. It seemed he had entered the woods. This fellow rarely smiled, hardly familiar with anyone, and his whereabouts were uncertain. The lion beast remarked, "Are you looking for him for something?" The other beasts, upon hearing this, turned green with envy. What business could a female have with a single male? To their surprise, Duan Xiao, she nodded affirmatively. He has indeed gone into the woods. The lion beast nodded. If you wish to find him, just wait in the squad. He should return shortly. Duan Xiao, she stood silently for a moment, holding the wild fruit, and nodded in silence, retracing her steps to pick up the fallen fruits, wiping them clean with her clothing. The wolf beast, who had faced setbacks earlier, attempted to assist, but Duan Xiao, she waved him off. The onlookers saw this usually sharp and astute female quietly crouching down to rewrap the fruits. The entire process was silent and focused, leaving the clearing devoid of conversation. Duan Xiao, she leaned against a tree, a bonfire before her, and when Qin Shuo returned, he would find a small figure silently munching on fruits while hugging their knees. Puzzled, she set the newly found colorful wild fruits beside her, waving to Duan Xiao Shi, asking, "Hey, where did these fruits come from? Are they tasty?" As he reached out for a taste, he was met with a swift swat. "No need for you, that I've sampled them already." Qin Shuo keenly sensed that something was off with Duan Xiao Shi's demeanor, so he quietly sat beside her, draping a fur blanket over her shoulders. Stealing glances, he noticed her gritting her teeth, fixated on a corner of the camp, gnawing on the green fruits with a crunch. Lowering his ears to listen, he could faintly hear her muttering curses. Amused, he followed her gaze, wondering which individual could provoke her to such a state. To his dismay, he found himself locking eyes with a cold, stern gaze, causing him to shiver involuntarily and cling to Duan Xiaoshi's arm, only to be met with a glare. Unyielding, he looked back, only to see that person had lowered their head, no longer observing this side. Since Yun Duo's return, the atmosphere around the outer bonfire had noticeably cooled. As they interacted, everyone found this young man rather difficult to approach. He was icy toward all, his hair an unapproachable white. Likely in his 20s, his features were more delicate than a girl's than in the initial days. Everyone had found him exceptionally handsome, strong. Yet when he was not in a fierce mood, his soft hair and chiseled features made him appear ethereal and strikingly handsome. He stood tall, comparable to the Lion King. Around 1.90 m, that his physique was upright, muscles robust yet not overbearing. Aside from a few intersecting old scars, this body could be deemed perfect. However, as they spent more time together, they unanimously discovered that this fellow was an ice beauty. Thus, upon his return, the air fell into a heavy silence, until the lion beast, mustering his courage, said, "Little brother, our team Miss Duan says she has something to find you about." The sharp gaze shot back, silencing the speaker. The elder brother felt quite aggrieved, unsure of what he had said to offend this iceberg. He merely glanced and maintained a stoic expression, while Yun Duo turned to observe the flickering flames. Responding, understood. Everyone perked up, ears straining to catch the response from this esteemed individual, and after a prolonged silence, they were met with, "That's all." The group quieted, thinking there would be no further discussion, when suddenly, Yun Duo spoke again, asking, "What did she say?" Once more, it was the lion beast who scratched his head, saying, "Not much, just asked if there was a white-haired beast in the team." "Could it be you?" The lion beast found himself perplexed, seeing him seated on the very spot where Duan Xiao she had left her footprints. The white wolf youth, idly poking the flames with a branch, seemed to be in a decent mood, prompting the lion beast to gather his courage and say, "That female was quite strange earlier, suddenly turning fierce. After I told her you were indeed in the team, she just left, refusing help to gather fruits. As if she had become a different person. Fruits?" Yun Duo suddenly turned around, and the lion beast was caught off guard by his dark green gaze, so startled that it forgot to avert its eyes. It was not until he impatiently reminded it again that the lion beast seemed to awaken from a dream, shaking its head and saying, "The fruit. Perhaps it was picked by Qin Shuo for her." Yun Duo cast a glance from afar, only to meet Qin Shuo's inquisitive eyes that he had originally intended to observe Duan Xiao Shi. But to his astonishment, that foolish girl was clutching the fruit he had picked, staring at him with a lingering resentment. Was she waiting for him to take the initiative to approach, or was she warning him to stay away? Nevertheless, her fondness for those fruits indicated that his selection was indeed commendable. Thus, before the team set off, he resolved to venture into the woods once more to gather some more. "She seems to have been watching you intently. Do you not think it fitting to check on her?" The lion beast, noticing his silence, couldn't help but express concern that, So, Are we going or not? Not going. Not going. Over there, Duan Xiao, she seemed to realize that she could wait no longer and hugged her blanket tightly. Leaning against the tree trunk, feigning sleep, as she had slept too much in the morning and found it difficult to doze off at night. Little did she know in the dead of night. She heard a series of suppressed rustling sounds. Duan Xiao, she stealthily opened one eye and saw the white wolf attempting to sneak away once more. Gritting her teeth, she quietly lifted the blanket and followed him. After a short while, it was evident that Yun Duo had sensed someone behind him. He cast a discreet glance over his shoulder and quickened his pace, vanishing into the night. Furious, Duan Xiao, she contemplated kicking a tree. In a fit of annoyance, she tossed a green fruit, only to have it caught by that very person. The moonlight was hazy, and from behind the thicket emerged a bright white figure, faintly overlapping with the shadow from Duan Xiaoxi's dreams. I heard you were looking for me. Yun Duo weighed the green fruit in his hand, and under Duan Xiaoxi's watchful gaze, he took a bite. Did I guess it sweet? I expended quite a bit of effort to find it. She instinctively pinched her empty earlobe and let out a soft laugh. Chapter 60. Yun Duo, the white wolf, chuckled as well, revealing a hint of youthful tenderness in the night. Now, can we finally speak? Duan Xiao, she crossed her arms and scrutinized him from head to toe, exclaiming, "You look so much better than that cold-blooded killer from before." I asked that so. I think you are overly suspicious. The wolf beast smiled as he approached, towering over Duan Xiaoxi, casting a shadow that enveloped her entirely. Are you not afraid now? Yet Duan Xiao, she merely smiled without answering, countering, How long have you been following me? His expression froze for a moment. He had not anticipated being noticed. That day in the forest, it was you who was stalking me, right? He stepped closer until only a fist distance remained between them. You are the one living in that wooden house, correct? The white wolf did not retreat. Instead, he lowered his gaze slightly, still smiling, yes. The previous house was not yours, was it? Duan Xiao, she replied with a smile, tilting her face up to bask in the moonlight. That know how infuriating. I only learned today that it was you. She had imagined their reunion countless times, yet never had she envisioned it to unfold in such a manner, so mundane, yet so mutually understood. There was no lengthy discourse about his identity, nor any suspicion regarding whether he was truly that person. The entire process felt as natural as the budding of trees in spring, the blossoming of flowers in summer, or the ships finally reaching shore after crossing vast oceans. Everything flowed so effortlessly. Prior to this moment, everything had left traces, yet she doubted whether it was merely a mirage of her own imagination. Overly suspicious. Perhaps I've been a bit too distrustful. Do you have no other questions? Other questions. Duan Xiaoxi chuckled. Nothing else matters that I tell you this very moment. What could be more important than knowing you are alive and standing before me? Unscathed? No, there is indeed something I wish to say. The two walked side by side through the woods. The white wolf did not mention where they were headed, and Duan Xiao, she refrained from asking. He parted the branches for her, glancing down at her focused expression, reflecting that she was indeed different from the first time they met. She had the audacity to follow him into the mountains without even asking a single question. Did she possess no awareness of her femininity? Lost in thought, he found himself longing for the cautious Duan Xiao, she of before today as he observed her. An unsettling feeling arose within him, prompting him to abruptly ask, You came into the mountains alone with me? Why not? Duan Xiao, she shot him a puzzled glance. Would you prefer half a person to accompany you? Wouldn't that be terrifying? Stunned into silence by her rare straightforwardness. He found her reasoning utterly sound, leaving him speechless. What I meant was, What? Are you implying that you harbor some ill intentions? Duan Xiao, she feigned shock. Are you planning to force yourself upon me, or perhaps dispose of my body in the wilderness? I did not think that at all. The icy beauty's ears turned a rare shade of crimson. Yet upon seeing Duan Xiao, she's intrigued expression, he realized he had been teased, observing the rapid flush in his ears. Duan Xiao, she found it rather amusing and couldn't help but smile. However, she noticed something odd. There was a small hole in his earlobe. Her eyes darted around, but she refrained from asking. She simply explained. If I had discovered someone else sneaking out in the middle of the night, even if they intended to enter the woods to meet an enemy, I would not have followed them. At most, I would awaken those nearby. However, making noise at such a time could easily attract unwanted attention, so I might just pretend to sleep with my eyes closed, and then inform the Lion King of this incident the next day. The white wolf continued to lead the way, but noticed his companion had fallen silent. He turned back to find a smiling little fox. "What are you smiling about?" "Nothing," T reined in his smile, saying, "What I meant is I dared to follow because I knew it was you. Otherwise, do you think I would be discussing what measures to take if I discovered unidentified individuals within our ranks in the middle of the night?" Struck dumb by his directness, she could only manage a soft hum and remained silent for a long while. Duan Xiao, she found the exchange amusing, as she bent down to watch her footing. She asked, "Duan Xiao, what should I call you?" The little wolf paused for a moment, responding succinctly, "Yun Duo." "How old are you?" The moment the question slipped out, she realized it was rather strange, recalling his reaction when she previously inquired about his gender. She quickly amended, "What is your age?" 18. He answered instinctively, oblivious to Duan Xiao, she's peculiar pause. "So you are the same age as Baiyin Chuan," reflecting on the 22-year-old jumping tiger and the 29-year-old big black cat. She pondered, are the inhabitants of this beast world becoming increasingly youthful? Lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice that Yun Duo had already come to a halt, abruptly colliding with his bareback. Her first reaction was not pain, but rather, how warm he felt. "Have we arrived?" Bumping into him made her nose tingle, nearly bringing her to tears. Yes. Yun Duo was startled by the sudden impact, but he was unharmed, merely taken aback. When he turned to look, he found the culprit had stumbled quite hard, and he reached out to check if the little one was all right, but for some reason, he hesitated. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Duan Xiao, she replied, rubbing her nose as she lifted her face and spotted a grove of wild fruit trees. "Did you pick these from here?" "Yes." "You stayed up all night to pick fruit?" He nodded yes. She hesitated before asking, "Do you like wild fruits?" Implying that those who consume meat usually look down on such things. She wondered if he had changed his taste. "That I do not like them." He had already climbed up a tree branch, stuffing fruits into his animal skin bag. He picked a large one, wiped it clean, and bent down to hand it to Duan Xiao. "But you like them." Caught off guard by his words, Duan Xiao, she instinctively reached out, her fingers just brushing against the fruit's skin. The two held the same fruit, remaining silent. Yun Duo seemed indecisive. "You do not like them? Are you saying you snuck out of the camp in the dead of night just for me?" Duan Xiao, she stood beneath the tree, exerting a bit of force, but Yun Duo did not release his grip, making it impossible for her to take the fruit. After a moment of silent stalemate, she unexpectedly found herself laughing. "I do like them. Can you give it to me now?" Yes, that he obediently released his hold. Duan Xiao, she felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, unsure whether to commend his obedience or scold his stubbornness. Seeing him begin to pick more fruits, she realized that if she did not intervene, he would likely strip the entire tree bare before dawn. Clutching the first batch of fruits he had gathered, she sighed, "That's enough. Even pigs would be more conscientious than you. Come down, or the tree will be bare." Yun Duo paused, casually plucking off half of the fruit he had already gathered, and leapt down from the tree. Dust rose beneath his feet, but he quickly pulled Duan Xiao, she behind him to prevent her from being blinded by the dust. The entire exchange occurred with remarkable swiftness. Duan Xiao, she had yet to process what had just happened when she found herself in a different position, and the animal skin bag she had been holding had vanished. Looking up, she saw Yun Duo gazing at her with a bright smile, cradling a heavy load of fruits, saying, "Let's go back, that all right." Chapter 61. The transformation on the following day, a white-haired wolf beast unexpectedly appeared in the foremost position of the team. The Lion King cast a curious glance at Qin Shua, who merely shot a casual glance at the newcomer without uttering a word. Naturally, he was aware of Duan Xiaoxi's whereabouts the previous night. The Lion King was also in the know. However, upon waking, the two exchanged a brief glance and chose not to inquire further, for matters of one's household are not for outsiders to meddle with. The Lion King couldn't help but sigh again, feeling that this affair was almost certain to come to fruition, especially since this wolf beast was recommended by Yin Xiao. What transpired in the woods last night remained unspoken by Qin Shua. Known only to him and the wolf beast, the two had departed the team one after the other, and Qin Shua had followed the scent, finding Duan Xiaoxi perched in a tree while the wolf beast stood below, one picking fruit and the other savoring it, laughing and chatting as if they had known each other for ages. The male's night vision was remarkably acute. From a distance, he could discern the wolf beast's form, and he was taken aback to realize it was the very individual Duan Xiaoxi had been fixated on earlier. That moment, the wolf beast's gaze drifted towards him, and they held each other's stare for a brief moment until the wolf beast averted its eyes when Duan Xiaoxi turned to look. The silence of defeat lingered, an unspoken acknowledgement that the other did not regard him as a rival, while he alone had fancifully construed the creature as a contender for his perceived mate. Yet the female was not his, and the opponent was merely a figment of his imagination. Duan Xiaoxi remained seated on the cart, her peripheral vision catching sight of Qin Shuo approaching with a peculiar expression, casting glances towards Yun Duo with a deliberate nonchalance. Each time their gazes met, Yun Duo met it with an indifferent stare, as if partaking in a silent exchange of courtesies, his eyes devoid of emotion or inquiry. As a result, rumors began to circulate within the group, claiming that Duan Xiaoxi was enamored with appearances. She dismissed these claims with a smile, yet the situation gradually spiraled out of control, eventually landing on Yun Duo, suggesting he was a man who wooed through beauty, destined to reap no rewards. This did not sit well with Duan Xiaoxi, who, while others gossiped, boldly confronted the accusers, asserting that the one she fancied was a pure-hearted young boy. Indeed, young boys were treasures of the world. Do you have a younger brother at home? Perhaps one just transformed? I would love an introduction. The tale of the copper refining incense spread like wildfire. And combined with the image of Duan Xiaoxi's own little white rabbit at home, it soon morphed into the rumor that she was a rather peculiar alchemist. Consequently, when these individuals glanced at Yun Duo, their expressions became notably complex, blending sympathy, pity, and a silent camaraderie of "you, it got it tough, brother." From that day forth, no one in the group dared to pursue Duan Xiaoxi. She rested her chin on her hand, feeling a sense of regret. Had she known this would deter a wave of adversaries, she would have involved Qin Shuo sooner. Yun Duo found this situation amusing, yet when Duan Xiaoxi glanced his way, he donned an expression of innocence, as if he were truly an untainted young boy without ulterior motives. Thus, the group journeyed through a landscape rife with gossip and retreating foliage. Duan Xiaoxi heard the distant sound of waves, and as they drew nearer, she caught the briny scent of the it was undeniably fascinating. Since arriving in the Beast Era, she had not laid eyes upon the ocean. Upon reaching their destination, Duan Xiaoxi leaped from the cart. There was still some distance to the shoreline, as the Lion King directed everyone towards a mixed beast tribe along the coast. Duan Xiaoxi walked alongside the Lion King, with Qin Shuo and Yun Duo flanking her on either side. According to the Lion King, this coastal tribe was descended from the border warriors selected by the Beast Kings during the initial establishment of the royal city, and many of them had not returned to the royal city in years, rendering them largely ignorant of its current state. They recognized only a fixed set of individuals from the royal city, namely Qin Shuo, and previously the Tiger King, and even earlier, Qin Shuo's white tiger father. Thus, the Lion King insisted on bringing Qin Shuo along in the absence of the Tiger King, which inadvertently favored Duan Xiaoxi. The tribe's leader was the strongest among them, referred to as the male champion, that he had the right to claim any female he desired. The transition from the royal city to the coastal tribe mirrored the shift from matriarchal to patriarchal society. Here, females had no fixed mates. As Yin Xiao had wished, the beast marks could not bind them. They merely indicated that they had offered their virginity to a particular female. Meanwhile, the females sought protection from strong males, their eyes glimmering like jade, exuding an array of charm, resembling the most free-spirited and passionate winds of the world. Qin Shuo approached the male champion to articulate their intentions. The male champion was a tall, youthful, and robust wolf beast. Qin Shuo did not recognize him, but it was evident that fierce battles for dominion among the male champions had erupted during their time away from the city. However, he was familiar with the next generation of salt-headed tigers cultivated by the royal city. The male champion gave a cursory glance over the group, and his eyes brightened noticeably upon spotting Duan Xiaoxi. His green gaze lingered on her, unabashedly revealing his greed, but he instinctively assumed she was a female purchased from a neighboring tribe, for the coastal tribe had served the royal city for over a century. If he were to request an ordinary female, it would likely not pose a challenge. Duan Xiaoxi was initially surveying her surroundings, noting the tribe's people emerging, with the females clad in snow-white skirts that shimmered, resembling a sea of white flowers. They exchanged friendly smiles, and she found it refreshing. The females were all beautiful, at a blossoming age, standing together like young girls in white dresses on the streets of London a century ago. However, upon turning her head, she sensed the male champion's gaze upon her and raised an eyebrow, dismissing it. She continued to observe the sisters beckoning to her. Once the group was settled, and with time still on their hands, Duan Xiaoxi nudged the serious Qin Shua, inquiring, "Is the volcano far from here?" Qin Shua, seemingly troubled for some reason, furrowed his brow. "Not far, but currently, the resources of the volcano belong to the fish dragon tribe. It will be difficult for our people to gain entry. ATA loss for how to proceed?" Qin Shua remained silent, stating, "We can discuss exchanging wheat with the fish dragon tribe later. There is no need for us to go personally." "If I want to go, do you have a way?" Qin Shua's brow furrowed even deeper. "That if there are few of us, it is possible, but it must be mediated through someone." "Are you referring to the male champion?" Qin Shua was taken aback. "How did you know? What's the matter? If I can guess that you fear cockroaches, then why can't I guess this small matter?" Duan Xiaoxi produced a green wild fruit from somewhere, seated on a firm mat, and began munching away. "For now, don't dwell on this matter," Qin Shua said, sitting beside her, unwaveringly watching her. "This afternoon, we will visit the fish dragon tribe, and you should think of a way to promote the flower." Duan Xiaoxi retorted, "This is just a small amount. What could we exchange for? Besides, at times like this, shouldn't we avoid competing with the Silver River tribe for a livelihood?" "Ah, didn't you say?" "Oh, that." Duan Xiaoxi glanced at him, suddenly grinning. "That was just a ruse." Qin Shua's forehead twitched in frustration. "Can I ever hear the truth from you? Isn't what I told you the truth? The one being deceived is you, not the beast kings of the royal city." "Why are you so worked up?" Duan Xiaoxi chuckled nonchalantly. "Besides, not everything is a lie. The flower is indeed for the fish dragon tribe, but I plan to give it away for free, to no charge whatsoever." "Consider it a stepping stone," Duan Xiaoxi mused, resting her chin in thought for a moment before adding, "However, I can't be certain how to proceed. We'll see when the time comes." Chapter 62. The Miners in the Afternoon. The Lion King selected a 10-member advance team to accompany Duan Xiaoxi to the volcano. For some reason, the male champion bore a bruise at the corner of his mouth, and when his gaze met Duan Xiaoxi's, he instinctively averted it. Duan Xiaoxi found this peculiar, pondering if she appeared as some sort of monstrous threat. She discreetly glanced at Qin Shua, who seemed to notice her gaze and held her stare for a few moments. Yun Duo, an elite fourth-tier beast, was also present in the group, observing Duan Xiaoxi's profile, her eyelashes casting long shadows upon her cheeks, his expression still inscrutable, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. As they neared the destination, the pungent scent of sulfur filled the air. Duan Xiaoxi looked around at the others, noticing they all appeared rather subdued, as if caught in a downpour, which struck her as odd, for their sense of smell should be sharper than hers. Qin Shua, noticing the slight furrow of Duan Xiaoxi's brow, handed her a damp handkerchief without turning his head. Duan Xiaoxi accepted it, casting him a curious glance, only to see him tilt his head further away, seemingly determined to ignore her. What had transpired in her absence? She turned her gaze to Yun Duo, who was trailing behind as usual, and their eyes met. He tilted his head in confusion before offering her a smile, which inadvertently made her feel at fault. Duan Xiaoxi thought to herself, how foolish of her to assume that the innocent Yin Duo had been at odds with Qin Shua. If anyone had erred, it must be her. Upon reaching the volcano's mouth, the beast from the royal city communicated with the fish dragon tribe, after which the male champion took the lead in the negotiations, which proceeded remarkably smoothly. The 10-member team prepared to depart. Duan Xiaoxi interjected, "Wait, hold on a moment." Everyone, caught off guard, both Yin Duo and Qin Shua halted in their tracks, while the other 7 members exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions growing increasingly complex as the situation unfolded. Though the details were unclear, the perceptive Duan Xiaoxi cleared her throat and released her grip, saying, "Are we really just going to walk in like this?" A number of individuals gazed at her, as if she were a fool, yet she wore a countenance of disapproval. The steam produced by burning sulfur is toxic. To enter directly like this, do you all wish for a long life? Or are you simply tired of living? Duan Xiaoxi smiled. 10 individuals held damp cloths over their mouths and noses. The Lion King nodded at Duan Xiaoxi, who returned the gesture. The group formally ventured into the mountain. Before them, vast plumes of yellowish-white steam erupted from the volcano's fissures, and the ground was strewn with extensive patches of yellow, solid sulfur. The entire volcano resembled a cradle of natural yellow stones. If one disregarded the miners shackled with stone leg irons, upon entering, the 10 observed that the miners were indeed human, with varying hair colors. However, these individuals appear to be blind, entirely oblivious to Duan Xiao Shi and her companions. They seemed to maneuver automatically, as if their intricate programming compelled them to mine tirelessly until death. Duan Xiao Shi frowned slightly, prompting Qin Shua to explain, most of the miners here are slaves captured by the coastal overlords. The Elong tribe, laboring day and night to extract sulfur for sale to various tribes for pest control, in exchange for dried meat and animal hides. Duan Xiao, she caught sight of a tuft of red hair, but paid it no mind. She nodded and remarked, is it truly as simple as selling it to various tribes for pest control? Why do you say that? Qin Shua finally glanced at the miners. There must be at least 2,000 workers here, tirelessly extracting sulfur from this volcano that a mere fortnight of mining would suffice to meet the demands of the rainy season in the royal city. When Duan Xiao, she had requested sulfur from the Lion King for gunpowder. She noticed that the sulfur in the royal city was rather scarce, likely just enough for each household's modest needs. She possessed a map of the beast world, giving her a rough understanding of the number of tribes and beastmen in this region. However, the scale of sulfur extraction seemed excessive. What was the surplus intended for? With so many individuals and such a monumental labor force, was it all merely for pest control during the rainy season? That seemed implausible. Duan Xiao, she's main purpose in entering the mine was to assess the mineral resources. Upon witnessing the seemingly inexhaustible sulfur within the volcano, she felt reassured. She resolved that she must stake her claim in the wealth of this volcano. Perhaps Jiang Lanqing had underestimated her. The provisions she brought were merely a facade, a decoy. With this layer of cover, her true intentions would likely escape suspicion. All right, that's enough. Duan Xiao, she waved her hand, deciding not to venture deeper into the volcano. The thick smoke billowing within was hardly suitable for prolonged human presence. They should leave. Turning back, she reached the foot of the volcano and noticed a piece of dark red stone. Picking it up and examining it for a moment, she felt a surge of joy. The volcano was indeed a treasure trove. It appeared that all manner of ores could be found nearby. Iron ore. Right here. She thought that as she continued to gather samples at the foot of the mountain, she also discovered yellow iron and malachite. Though not in large quantities, the mere act of finding them was a glimmer of hope. This day, she took a cursory glance at the distribution of the volcano's mouth and the Elong tribe's shoreline. This was merely the first day. Understanding the situation was paramount. That evening, the tribe hosted a feast for Duan Xiao, Shi, and her companions. Xiong Kue, now aware of Duan Xiao, she's considerable standing among them, dared not treat her with disdain. His gaze was filled with respect as he guided her to her seat. Qin Shua appeared to have settled his own people in the banquet area quite early. And at this moment, only Yun Duo accompanied Duan Xiao Shi. Ahead, Xiong Kue led the way. Without permission, he did not dare to speak to Duan Xiao Shi. Moreover, the young man at her side was truly formidable. The youth exhibited no concealment of his hostility. Whenever he seemed about to speak, his piercing green eyes would fixate coldly on the interloper, a slight furrow of his brow emanating an intimidating aura. Even though he was the strongest warrior of the tribe, he refrained from confronting him. Furthermore, the coastal tribes had been steeped in a culture of strength since birth, and he understood that it was best not to engage in any underhanded dealings beneath the watchful eyes of someone stronger than himself. For that individual could effortlessly sever his throat. The three of them strolled under the moonlight, eventually reaching the seashore, where their surroundings brightened gradually. Duan Xiao, she stood at the forest's edge and glanced at Yun Duo, who approached and blocked Xiong Kue's line of sight, inquiring, "What is the matter?" "Your earrings are quite beautiful," Duan Xiao, she remarked, pointing to her own earlobe. Yun Duo was momentarily taken aback. The earrings were ones he had just put on in the forest. The moonlight rarely penetrated the canopy, rendering the vision of the females inadequate. They had nearly stumbled over a rock, and it was only thanks to his timely intervention that Duan Xiao, she had avoided a fall. However, once they exited the woods, the firelight from the beach illuminated his profile. The earring was the one Duan Xiao she had previously discarded, entangled in mud, which Yun Duo had subsequently gone to some trouble to retrieve. Emulating Duan Xiao Shi, he had adorned it on his earlobe, only to remove it upon encountering her. Fearing she would recognize him, to his surprise, He had been seen through from the outset. However, being suddenly pointed out by her instilled a sense of embarrassment akin to being caught in the act. Yun Duo, feeling somewhat sheepish, lowered his head and instinctively grasped his earlobe that I intended to return it to its rightful owner. "This little trinket suits you exceedingly well," Duan Xiaoxi smiled, continuing her walk. "Wear it. It's lovely." Chapter 63. The Situation. The Lion King, noticing a figure approaching, first cast a suspicious glance at Yun Duo's earlobe. Not out of malice, but because the small adornment caught his eye. Qin Shu evidently noticed as well, his facial features tightening silently. That item was clearly not something they possessed. It was highly probable that it was a gift from Duan Xiaoxi. The Lion King was uncertain. But Qin Shua had a clear recollection that he recalled that upon his arrival, Duan Xiaoxi had worn a similar reflective ring in her ear. Detecting the peculiar state of the situation, the Lion King shot him a glance. Qin Shua returned the look, indicating for the Lion King to continue their earlier discussion. When Duan Xiaoxi arrived, she coincidentally caught the two in conversation regarding the Yilong tribe and did not hesitate to join them. Sitting by their fire, tearing off a piece of meat from the rack while chewing and inquiring, "I heard there is animosity between the Yilong tribe and the Qi bird tribe. Is this true?" "It is indeed true," Qin Shua replied, casting a sidelong glance at the others, seemingly unimpressed, as he handed over a napkin and offered a piece of tender meat. "Thus, it is wise to refrain from mentioning the Qi bird tribe in our negotiations." The Lion King observed the two, pondering whether they might be at odds. Yet he reasoned it was of no concern to him. Due to the Yilong tribe's enmity, the supply of salt from the Qi bird tribe was far scarcer than in the royal city, and the prices were many times higher. Duan Xiaoxi, contemplating, asked, "In that case, what is the relationship between the royal city and the Qi bird tribe?" "Neither benefactor nor enemy, merely indifferent," came the reply. "How peculiar," she remarked. "Why so?" "The city engages in trade with the Yilong tribe annually, acquiring salt at low prices, which implies that the royal city should have a close relationship with the Yilong tribe. Yet, the royal city maintains connections with your adversary behind your back. Wouldn't your ally be furious?" Indeed, there were Qi bird merchants operating within the city, selling rare trinkets. However, the Yilong tribe was no mere backwater clan. Each year, they exchanged salt and sulfur for prey, which seemed unnecessary. As Duan Xiaoxi observed, the Yilong tribe possessed the capability to hunt on land, leaving her puzzled as to why they went through so much trouble to barter goods that could easily be replaced or self-sustained. "Not so," Qin Shua interjected. "You are unaware that the salt sold by the Yilong tribe is not their own product. It is extracted from seawater by the deep-sea sharkmen, who then hand it over to the Yilong tribe for distribution. In return, the Yilong tribe essentially receives a free supply of salt. Are the sharkmen aware of the Yilong tribe's arbitrary price hikes on salt?" Duan Xiao, she felt compelled to scrutinize the man, who turned exceedingly serious when annoyed. The sharkmen, with their fishtails, rarely venture ashore, so they likely remain oblivious. Qin Shua replied coldly. Even if they were aware, they would be powerless to act. Their salt trade is almost entirely entrusted to the Yilong tribe. The sharkmen cannot come ashore, and the land dwellers cannot venture into the sea. Thus, the Yilong tribe serves as an indispensable bridge between the two. "I see," Duan Xiaoxi mused. "That seems reasonable." "What do you mean by seems reasonable?" Qin Shua raised an eyebrow, and Duan Xiaoxi realized that his serious demeanor was indeed somewhat oppressive. She understood why he had suddenly become irritable, but she chose to remain silent, deeming it unnecessary. It was akin to a cat owner, who, upon passing a pet store, finds a charming little white dog in the window, that if she were to purchase it, would she even consider consulting her cat's opinion? The owner, a rather democratic individual, could still ultimately hold the decision-making power, even knowing her feline companion would likely protest. The notion of saying one thing and meaning another essentially signifies an imbalance of status. If I grant you the right to participate in my decision-making, it does not imply that I regard you as my equal. Rather, it is merely another form of affection. Duan Xiao, she was the type of individual who would not even leave room for the fantasy of affection. When she sought to recruit individuals, she wore one facade, but once they were ensnared, she would shatter any illusions of partnership between them, instead demonstrating through her actions who truly held the power of discourse. Yan Xiao appeared to be the most favored at home, but that was primarily due to the cleverness of the little black cat, that he was aware that certain words could be spoken and certain actions could be taken. Yet he possessed a clearer understanding of Duan Xiaoxi's true nature, recognizing the necessity of curtailing his own desires in her presence. But he also understood that the minor threat he posed upon departure was perceived by Duan Xiaoxi merely as a somewhat capricious display of affection. Though Duan Xiaoxi appeared delicate and frail, she was, in truth, impervious to any form of influence. Much like certain genuinely formidable individuals, she preferred to conceal her strength beneath a veneer of softness, with a goal-oriented personality. Such individuals often possess the capacity to upend the rules of the game. Should she choose to ally herself with justice, she would emerge as a hero. Conversely, if she persisted in her nefarious ways, she would undoubtedly become the puppeteer, the manipulator, or rather, the quintessential antagonist. Duan Xiaoxi gazed into Qin Shua's sapphire-like eyes, where flickers of flame danced. As a tribe of equal stature, did the Qin Yao tribe ever consider reconciling with the Yulong tribe? Despite their perennial shortage of salt, engaging in conflict was not an option. Should hostilities erupt, the Yulong tribe would have all the more justification to sever the Qin Yao tribe's supply of salt, leaving them with even fewer alternatives. After all, a flock of birds could hardly plunge into the depths of the sea to confront the elusive sharkmen. How could reconciliation be achieved? The Qin Yao tribe, inherently proud, had previously lowered themselves to negotiate with the Yulong tribe, only to be met with scornful humiliation, resulting in a complete breakdown of cooperation. Qin Shua scoffed. It was inconceivable for the Qin Yao tribe to launch an offensive against the Yulong tribe, for that would equate to declaring enmity with the entire continent. The reason the beasts of the land could obtain salt was largely due to the Yulong tribe's contributions. Should the Yulong tribe decline, the entire continent would face a salt famine, and the Qin Yao tribe, as the instigator, would become the target of widespread ire. But what if the Yulong tribe was at fault initially? Duan Xiaoxi's vague utterance left Qin Shua perplexed, yet he instinctively sensed that it boded ill. Fear not, Duan Xiaoxi waved her hand dismissively, expressing her utter innocence. Am I truly the type of female tyrant who thrives on chaos? Both Qin Shua and the Lion King remained silent, their eyes clearly betraying their disbelief. Only Yun Duo, the little angel, softly interjected. No, precisely. Duan Xiaoxi clapped her hands. Moreover, even if the Yulong tribe committed misdeeds, what of it? They're the salt merchants of the entire continent. Surely, everyone would turn a blind eye.